but he doused them quickly. Unfortunately for him, Fujin wasn't his only opponent. His words were fresh in the minds of Hoka and Miko. Both flickered and appeared next to him. Yori's Sharingan noticed them flickering towards them. He immediately tossed shurikens at them. Miko neutralized his shurikens with her own, while Hoka attacked from a range with vacuum palm. At such a close distance, Yori couldn't dodge. The vacuum palm hit one of his chakra points and sealed it. It disoriented him. Hoka noticed the opportunity and attacked him again. 8 trigrams, 16 palms. Yori tried struggling, but he was no match for Hoka's taijutsu. Hoka sealed Yori's chakra points. After getting his last hit, Hoka said, "You're out." He placed his palm on Yori's chest and pushed him towards a tree. However, at the same time, he heard, "So are you." Toru appeared under Hoka and grabbed his legs. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. Hoka was dragged underground, leaving only his head above the ground. Toru placed a kunai on his forehead. Hoka cursed internally, "Shit. I got distracted." He sighed and said, "I give up." At the same time, Miko launched shurikens at Toru. Toru immediately blocked them all with a kunai. They both began fighting. Hana stayed away from Toru and Miko and just observed them. Fujin too observed from a distance while thinking, "Did they forget about me?" His eyes wandered towards Hana. He commented, "Looks like I am not the only one who likes to wait till others are exhausted and injured. Unfortunately, there are no rewards for winning." Wind instantaneous body jutsu. Fujin flickered along with the wind. Hana, whose attention was majorly on Toru and Miko, was also keeping an eye on Fujin. Though she didn't expect Fujin to move so quickly, she was prepared to face him. She attacked him with a gentle fist style. The basic rule, while fighting against a Hyuga, is to keep a distance. But Fujin was interested in measuring his progress. So he engaged Hana in taijutsu. Hana's strikes were on point. But Fujin blocked all the attacks with ease. His speed was much faster than hers. He never allowed her fingers or palm to touch his body. Hana was shocked. How much did he improve in just over a year? "I can't even touch him." After blocking her continuously for a minute, Fujin concluded, in terms of taijutsu, she isn't anywhere near Hoka's level. Not seeing any point in extending it any further, Fujin decided to attack. Hana attacked Fujin again, but he grabbed her wrist and threw her into the air. He exhaled a gentle but strong wind at her which sent her flying back towards a tree. She flipped in the air and landed on the tree on her feet. Fujin said, "You have lost." Hana had a complicated expression. She nodded. Fujin smiled and left towards Toru and Miko. Hana saw him leaving and thought, though they didn't say anything, "I am the only genin in this group. And I'm the weakest. I need to work hard or else I will never be at their level." Fujin guessed Hana's inner turmoil. After all, being the only one who wasn't promoted to a chunin would hurt. Especially considering that she was only 11. Miko and Toru were engaged in a tough fight. Toru was superior in speed and taijutsu. Even in ninjutsu, he had an edge with earth and water elements. But he had to be very careful about not looking into her eyes. Suddenly, they heard, "You two didn't forget about me, did you?" Immediately they looked towards Fujin. He was sitting on a branch. As soon as they saw him, Fujin exhaled strong winds towards them. Both made hand signs and escaped underground. Fujin muttered, "While escaping underground is a good defense, it doesn't mean that you can abuse it without any consequences." Fujin jumped off the branch. Chakra gathered on his fist. He punched the ground right above them. Cracks formed on the ground. The impact of the punch could be felt underground. Toru felt the shockwaves and frowned. He wondered, is Fujin good at earth style, as well? Toru made a few hand signs. The ground around him hardened. It protected him from the shockwaves. However, Miko was hit. She escaped above the ground, only to have a kunai placed at the back of her neck. Fujin said, "You have lost." A scowl formed on Miko's face. She gave up unwillingly while complaining in her heart, "I always manage to detect and neutralize sneak attacks in mission. Why do I fall to his sneak attacks every time?" As soon as she gave up, spikes formed on the ground and launched at Fujin. Fujin instantly flickered out of the way. His eyes glowed as he watched Toru's location underground. More spikes and spears kept forming and launching at Fujin. Fujin dodged all. He thought, while hiding underground isn't always good, if someone hides like a porcupine, then I don't have a second way of dealing with them. Just vacuum bullet, but that might kill him. So not usable in this situation. Realizing that he was only wasting his chakra, Toru left the underground. He said, "You have grown strong, Fujin. I didn't expect your wind style to improve so much." Fujin replied, "So have you. I never thought you would develop a porcupine-like battle tactic." Toru smirked. This battle tactic was very annoying. He enjoyed using it against Yori. Fujin said, "Wanna end this the old way?" Toru replied, "With our fists?" Sure. Both rushed towards each other. Their fists clashed. They followed up with a flurry of punches and kicks. Teru was stronger and faster than Hana. But Fujin was still faster and stronger than him. In a minute, Fujin landed 7 hits on Teru. Fujin kicked at his chest. But Teru raised his forearms in defense. The kick landed on his forearms and sent him flying for a few meters. Fujin didn't pursue him. Teru flipped in the air and landed on his feet. He complained, "Shit. What have you been eating?" Fujin just grinned without replying. Teru said, "I'll use my full power. Be careful, this is the taijutsu of my clan." Chakra began gathering around Teru's fists and feet. Fujin could see it clearly. He understood what Teru was up to. A smile crept on his face. Teru didn't understand why Fujin was smiling. He sent a punch straight at Fujin's chest. Fujin formed a fist and gathered chakra in it. He punched Teru's fist. Both the punches clashed. Teru's eyes widened in shock as he felt the strength in Fujin's punch. Fujin applied more force and sent him flying. Teru flipped in the air once again and landed on his feet. But, this time he was sent flying for 25 meters. And he skidded backwards a few meters more. He asked, "How do you know Senju Taijutsu style?" Fujin said, "Did you forget who my sensei is?" Teru smiled bitterly, "I didn't think he would teach it to someone outside the clan." Teru shook his right hand and said, "I give up. I can barely feel my right hand anymore." Fujin said, "Yeah, mine kinda hurts too." He thought, "I should check whether Kakazu's skin hardening jutsu is in the library. It might be a perfect combination with the Senju Taijutsu style. Maybe I should discuss it with Renjiro." Chapter 156, Questioning Life Choices. With the fight over, the other 4 gathered around Fujin and Teru. Miko looked at Yori and taunted, "Yori, how does it feel to brag and get eliminated first?" Yori argued back, "You guys cheated. The rules said no teams, but you two, no, you 3 cooperated to deal with me." Miko scoffed, "Who said they could take all 3 of us by himself?" Yori was about to argue more, but Teru said, "Drop it, Yori. There's no point in arguing." Yori snorted and stayed quiet. The group discussed for some time their jutsus, battle tactics and so on. After an hour, they dispersed. Fujin went back to his home while thinking, "Not bad, this went much better than I thought. I never thought we would spend most of our time talking about jutsus and tactics." Was surprisingly insightful. After reaching home, Fujin cleaned up the mess and waited for Genki to return. He made a shadow clone and sent it to the library. The aim was to find Kakazu's skin hardening jutsu and any other good jutsu available in the B section. Sometime later, Genki arrived. His jaws dropped on seeing Fujin's house from the outside. He thought, "What the hell? Why does he need such a huge house? And where did he get the money for this? Did he somehow convince Lord Hokage to give him another reward?" He knocked on the door with his mind full of questions. Fujin opened the door immediately and welcomed him in. Genki awkwardly said, "It looks like you are doing very well, Fujin." Fujin didn't understand the context. So he just nodded and said, "Yes, sensei." Genki sighed internally. He realized that Fujin didn't understand him. Fujin asked, "Would you like to have something, sensei?" Genki was surprised. He asked, "What do you have?" Fujin answered, "Well, I have some snacks. And can cook a few pieces of fried chicken quickly." Genki said, "Sure." Fujin made a shadow clone who got to work. Genki saw the clone and thought, he is using clones for this. Don't tell me he made such a huge house to accommodate his clones. Genki said, "While your clone cooks, tell me what all you have experienced after graduating." Fujin. Both sat down as Fujin began telling Genki most of the unimportant events. Genki listened carefully while asking questions or passing comments, compliments, and criticisms. They ate the fried chicken while discussing. After they finished chatting, Genki asked, "Fujin, did Lord Hokage give this house to you as a reward?" Fujin tilted his head and asked, "Does Lord Hokage give houses as rewards?" He looked down and muttered softly, "Did I just get scammed? I should go and ask him." Genki heard that and freaked out. Given his past experiences, Genki was sure that Fujin would take his name and ask the Hokage to reimburse him. Heck, he might even ask for interest. He quickly refused, "No no no. Lord Hokage doesn't reward like this. I just asked because I was wondering how you could afford such a place." Fujin understood and said, "Oh. We did back-to-back rank A missions. I killed some ninjas with a bounty during it." Genki was surprised. He asked in disbelief, "Rank A missions?" Fujin nodded and said, "Yup. Renjiro-sensei took us with him." Genki didn't say anything. He thought, Fujin and his squad already did rank A missions? They did rank A missions at an age when I was still in the academy. Heck, I did my first rank A mission after Fujin graduated. Genki had arrived here to motivate and encourage his student and inspire him a little bit. Instead, he began questioning his life choices and achievements. He recalled how he introduced himself as an elite chunin to every class he taught. He recalled how he celebrated all night when he was promoted to jounin. And now he found out that his students undertook missions at the same level of difficulty as him in just a year's time. And his students seemed to be doing financially better than him too. Genki sighed in his heart thinking, when I taught the class, I always thought that I will feel pride when my students surpass me and have great achievements. I never imagined that I'd be depressed. In all those thoughts I was already old and my students were in their 20s. Fujin didn't understand why Genki was lost in thoughts. He said, unfortunately, the missions were classified. So I can't tell you the details, sensei. Genki replied, it's fine. Anyways, rank A missions are very dangerous. It's fine when someone as strong as Renjiro leads. But don't try it without him. Fujin nodded. Even with Renjiro, they almost died. Though it was likely that Renjiro's presence attracted Kakazu. Fujin asked, are you still teaching sensei, or are you doing missions? Genki answered, I was promoted to jounin after you guys graduated. So I have been doing rank A missions. Fujin's eyes brightened. He said, congrats sensei. Genki smiled. Some of his pride returned. Though it was fated to be crushed again. Fujin asked, can you invite me on rank A missions, sensei? Genki immediately refused, no. They are too dangerous. He thought, what the hell? I thought he admired me. Instead, he just wants to take advantage of me. His greediness hasn't decreased one bit. Fujin said, come on sensei. I can handle myself as long as I am not facing jounins. And my sensor skills and wind nature manipulation provide the perfect support. However, Genki remained adamant. No. Fujin looked at Genki with a deadpan expression. Genki thought, why is he looking at me like this? He became a bit uncomfortable and asked, what? Fujin said, at least give a proper argument. Genki sighed and said, I am a newly promoted jounin. I am not our team leader. So I can't bring you along anyways. Fujin thought for a bit, that is reasonable. Still. Fujin sighed and said, alright sensei. But at least recommend my name if you need someone with a skill set like mine. Genki finally nodded and said, alright. But don't keep your hopes too high. Fujin smiled and nodded. Genki gave Fujin some advice on how to take care of the house and left. After he left, Fujin sighed, playing host is too much work. Though it should be fine once in a while. Also, none of my guests today noticed the basement. Looks like this cover is good enough. Fujin created a shadow clone. It dispelled itself almost immediately. The memories of the clone were passed to the clone in the library. It dispelled itself. Fujin received the memories and was surprised, wow. I didn't think there was so much good stuff that I never checked. The jutsu Kakazu used is called the Iron Skin Jutsu. In addition, many barrier jutsus are also placed in the B section. They will be good to have alongside my Fuin Jutsu. There is also the Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon. That would be another good defense to have. Though there is no triple or more layered Rashomon Jutsus. Still, even without them, this is great. Wild Lion's main jutsu is another good one. It is the jutsu that Jiraiya used to extend and strengthen his hair. And Needle Jizo Jutsu, based on this jutsu, is also there. Actually, I can form a new defense system with Rashomon, Iron Skin and Lion's main jutsus. Combined with my high speed and intercepting or deterring attacks at mid-range with wind jutsus, injuring me will become very difficult. Obi-Rama's Bringer of Darkness Kanjutsu to target the Uchiha is present in the B section as well. So 5 B rank jutsus that I will need to master. And might need some barrier jutsus as well. I will focus on these after I am done with my lightning release. Once I am done with all of them, I will try the summoning jutsu. With that good defense, I should be fine even if I encounter wild and ferocious summons who won't reason with anyone. Chapter 157, Castle Defense. Fujin entered the lowest floor in the basement. He extended his palm and looked at it. Chakra began spinning in his palm, taking a circular shape. Fujin decided, it's been a long time since I practiced this jutsu. In fact, I haven't practiced it since I graduated from the academy. Fujin began practicing the Rasengan. With all the seals he inscribed, he was no longer worried about anyone seeing this. He was able to form the Rasengan properly, though it was a bit slower. He continued his training using different methods. He initially tried decreasing the time needed to form it as much as he could. When he couldn't decrease it any further, he began trying to form the Rasengan while running. After training for 2 days, Fujin managed to improve his control over Rasengan considerably. He was able to form a proper sphere. And he improved the speed of creating the Rasengan by a huge degree. He could now create a Rasengan in fractions of a second and while moving around freely and even while running on walls or ceilings. A smile formed on Fujin's face as he watched the Rasengan. He thought, great. Rasengan has been mastered to a sufficient degree. Though I should still test it out in mock battles. More importantly, I can prepare for Rasen Shuriken when I'm ready. That's an S-rank jutsu that no living ninja would like to get hit by. Fujin played with the ball of chakra in his hand as he thought, that said, it's best to never use this jutsu. Aside from the trouble of explaining how I learned this, there is also the issue of its effectiveness. A sword with wind chakra flow will be far more dangerous in most scenarios. The only time a Rasengan could be more effective is when I'm clashing head-on against another strong jutsu. But, considering the high-speed nature of my fights until now, such clashes are almost non-existent. A giant Rasengan could be more effective, but it'll consume a lot of chakra. So again, it won't be worth it until I can find a way to significantly increase my chakra reserves. After observing the Rasengan properly, Fujin dispersed it and his clone and began training again. Since he already had formed a Rasengan properly, he was progressing rapidly. Fujin's next mission with Tomatsu and the rest was uneventful once again. It was a protection mission again and they didn't even encounter any ninjas. After the mission, Fujin returned to training in his basement. Around him, there were multiple metal mannequin dummies. He had bought them to test his jutsus. Fujin created a Rasengan, stepped forward and smashed the Rasengan into a dummy. The Rasengan sank into its abdomen, creating a hole in it. Soon, it exploded and blasted the dummy, sending its pieces flying across the basement. Fujin grinned, excellent power. Now I need to test it in mock battles. Fujin made a hand sign and a shadow clone popped next to him. Both moved away from each other. Fujin began creating the Rasengan and charged at his clone at the same time. Meanwhile, the clone attacked Fujin with wooden shurikens and wind explosion spheres to keep him away. And, it also moved away from him whenever Fujin managed to close the distance between them. Fujin's goal was to hit his clone with a Rasengan without using any other jutsu or distractions. While the clone just tried to avoid getting hit. After a day of intense training, Fujin was breathing heavily. He complained, what the heck? It's impossible to hit someone who is as fast as you to hit with the Rasengan. I chased after my clone the whole day without any success. Though my clone did use body flicker whenever I was about to succeed. I guess I should try performing Rasengan while flickering around. Otherwise, it will be hopeless. By the time he had to go for the next mission, Fujin could use the Rasengan while flickering in his basement. He had managed to hit his clone a few times. He was very happy with his progress. Fujin met Tomatsu and the rest outside the mission center. Since he had mastered the Rasengan, his mood was quite good. Saratobi Tomatsu had just selected a mission. He said, since our last two missions didn't have much fighting, I have selected one where our opponents could be strong. Our mission is in the land of noodles. The daimyo of that country received intel that some rogue ninjas are going to attack his castle. He is afraid that his current forces won't be able to stop them. Yuzuki Tadashi grinned and said, now that sounds like a fun mission. Fujin nodded and asked, it does. But why is this mission only rank B? I would assume that a threat to daimyo would be classified as a rank S mission. Ryota said, could be multiple reasons. Like maybe the threat isn't that big. Tomatsu added, or, the teams that undertake rank A or S missions can deter those guys from attacking and they might postpone their attack until these teams leave. Fujin said, that makes sense. I didn't think that a daimyo would be that brave. Tomatsu chuckled and said, don't say that loud. Anyways, my guess is that daimyo and his family have already escaped to a safe place. They probably left behind body doubles to trick their opponents into attacking the castle. Anyways, let's leave. The group nodded and left immediately. After a day of travel, they reached their destination. The group observed the castle from a distance. It was a moderate-sized castle with a wall surrounding it. Tadashi said, so this is the castle that we have to defend. Ryota said, it isn't as big as I thought. Though it ain't a bad thing. At this size, we will be able to defend it properly. Tomatsu asked, do you think you can make use of the walls, Ryota? Ryota answered, it's tough to say. Even if I could, it won't be much helpful against ninjas. At max, I can get a few surprise kills. Tomatsu said, depending on our opponents, just that might be enough to give us an edge. Anyways, let's go. They traveled quickly and reached the castle. Tomatsu handed the mission scroll to the gatekeeper and they were allowed to enter the castle. As soon as they entered, an ninja flickered in front of them. He said, thank you for coming to protect us. I am Akira-so-tan. I am responsible for the defense of this castle. Tomatsu said, I am Saratobi Tomatsu. Let's enter the castle. You can brief us with all the details. So-tan nodded and led the Hidden Leaf Village team to a room in the castle. Everyone took their seats. Tomatsu said, we didn't get much information in the mission statement. Can you tell me the exact details? So-tan nodded and said, I can't give you the source of the information. But from what we know, we expect to be attacked by 18 rogue ninjas. Most of them will be at the Chunin level. We don't know who their leader is, but we expect him to be at the Jounin level as he is able to organize such an attack. As for the defense, I am the only Jounin in the castle. So I will take on the enemy leader. We also have 12 Chunins and 17 Gainins. So we are confident at defending. But we asked for help in case something outside our calculations happens and to decrease our casualties. Fujin heard the details and his left eye twitched. He thought, this guy is considered a Jounin? Tomatsu nodded and inquired, do you know where those guys are located? We could launch preemptive attacks and cause them casualties. Sotan replied, no. We don't know their hideout. Also, the daimyo wants us to kill every last one of them. If we attack their hideout, then many of them might manage to escape. Tomatsu said, alright. Is the daimyo still in the castle? Sotan didn't speak and just shook his head. Tomatsu asked, do we have any idea when the attack will happen? Sotan answered, no. I will arrange for you guys to live on the highest floor with daimyo and his family. That floor also provides a good view of the surroundings. So you can keep an eye on any attackers. Of course, give priority to your rest as we need you guys at full readiness when the attack happens. Sotan led them to the topmost floor. There were 3 rooms on this floor. There was also a small balcony on all sides equipped with binoculars and other tools to assist in keeping a watch on the surroundings. One of these rooms had a few people who looked very scared. They were the body doubles of the daimyo and his family. Sotan explained the defenses and traps that they had set up and asked whether Tomatsu and his subordinates would like to set up more. Tomatsu agreed and asked Ryota and Katsumi to add more traps. They both got to work. Tadashi volunteered to go scout the nearby areas. Tomatsu went to check out some stuff. Meanwhile, Fujin decided to laze on the top floor. He thought, I was kinda excited, but this mission seems to be a bore too. If Sotan is considered a Jounin, then I could probably go and kill the entire enemy camp. Sigh, I guess only Ranka and S missions will be exciting. Anyways, this country is known as the land of noodles. I wonder how good the noodles from here taste. Fujin left to find the cooks in the palace. The cooks and other common people weren't aware of the incoming attack. So they were relaxed. But they recognized the headband on Fujin's head and were very respectful to him despite his young age. The head cook met Fujin and asked with a smile, I am the chief cook here. How may I help you, young one? Fujin replied, hello chief. I was wondering how good the noodles from this country are. The chief cook's smile disappeared and he asked seriously, young man, are you underestimating the noodles from here? Fujin kept his smile and said, nope. I'm just a normal foodie. So give me your best. The chief cook said, we have 19 varieties of noodle dishes here. And all the 19 varieties are the best among any noodles. Fujin said, oh, that's cool. I'll try all 19 varieties during my time here then. Chapter 158, The Carefree Foodie. Over the next couple of days, Fujin tried 17 varieties of noodle dishes. All were delicious and could be put at a similar level as a kairaku. Sotan was dissatisfied with Fujin's carefree nature and acting as if he was on a vacation. But Fujin paid him no heed. Tomatsu and the rest also noticed Fujin's attitude but didn't say anything. They concluded that Fujin had gotten carefree after a couple of very easy missions. They themselves had a similar experience. They believed that Fujin's attitude would improve after they get a mission that gets very serious. Of course, their analysis was incorrect. Fujin was very alert. Despite his carefree attitude, he was very serious. Once the fighting begins, he will be as serious as he can be. His actions were only a result of him deciding to relax mentally and physically after a longish training routine, as they had nothing to do until their opponents decided to show up. On the third afternoon in the castle, Fujin was sitting on the edge of the balcony on the top floor, eating the last of the 19 dishes. It was chicken and mushroom-sauced noodles with basil. As he grabbed the noodles with his chopsticks and ate, he looked straight ahead. His eyes glowed blue as he observed numerous silhouettes trying to approach the castle stealthily. He swallowed the noodles and said with a steady voice, they are here. After saying that, he began eating again while thinking, just 18? These guys need to find their source and hang him. There are over 50 attackers. And all have chakra. Though none are exceptionally strong. Anyways, I didn't think that standing at an altitude would increase the range of my chakra enhanced eyesight so much. I can barely see a few hundred meters when at ground level. But from here, I can observe for almost 3 kilometers. A shame that the chakra field doesn't extend in this manner too. Fujin's voice was heard clearly by the people on the top floor. Tomatsu, Ryota, Katsumi and Tadashi immediately appeared behind him, only to see him eating in a very relaxed manner. Black lines formed on their faces. Fujin said, the intel was incorrect. There are over 50 attackers. Hearing that, all four became serious and began observing the surroundings. The attackers were still over a couple of kilometers away. But the Hidden Leaf Village Chunins could see the slight movements in the trees as they moved. Tomatsu made a shadow clone who went to warn Sotan and get him to ready his men. Ryota said with a bitter smile, "It looks like we hit a steel plate this time. It will be a tough fight." Tomatsu said, "Focus on keeping yourself alive. I know that the mission statement is to keep them alive. But keeping ourselves alive is the most important thing. We can't do our mission if we are dead. Especially you, Fujin. Don't get too excited." Fujin replied, "Don't worry. Though their numbers are high, none of them seems exceptionally strong. So we should be fine." Tomatsu was surprised. He said, "I didn't expect your sensory skills to be so strong." Fujin replied, "The altitude helps in covering more area. But I can't extend my chakra field that far away. So I am not 100% sure. And we should consider the possibility of someone being able to conceal their chakra." Tomatsu nodded and said, "It's good that you are considering these aspects." Fujin asked, "So, what's our plan? With the enemy outnumbering us almost 2-1, the old plans are unusable." Tomatsu nodded and said, "We won't focus on trying to defend. Instead, we will move in groups and kill as many of our enemies as quickly as we can. Tadashi and Katsumi will move together. Ryota and Fujin will move with me." Fujin said, "My teamwork with you guys isn't that good yet. It could be bad considering the scale of this battle. Can I move alone instead?" Tomatsu frowned. He didn't expect such a request to be made by Fujin. He thought, his request is logically correct. "But, Lord Hokage asked me to ensure that he doesn't die prematurely. That said, he also said that Fujin is quite strong and could put up a fight even against me." Tomatsu asked, "Are you sure? It will be very risky with no one to watch your back." Fujin said, "Don't worry. I can sense who is strong and who ain't. So I will focus on clearing the weaker ones." Tomatsu agreed and said, "All right. But be careful." Fujin nodded without looking at him and continued eating his noodles. His teammates watched him with strange looks in their eyes. Meanwhile, Sotan began arranging his subordinates into proper positions. Every ninja in the castle became very alert. The common people realized that they were about to be attacked and quickly evacuated to the underground safe house under the castle. The attackers finally began entering within 1 kilometer of the castle and into Fujin's chakra field. Fujin began sensing all of them properly. He didn't find anything odd with any of them. The attackers were spread out across the forest moving in groups of 2 or 3. He analyzed. 43 are at the Geinin level, 14 barely into the Chunin level and 2 might be closer to the elite Chunin level. Though, since they aren't from Hidden Leaf Village, their official ranks might be higher. I guess that the strongest 2 are Jounins. Still, they are weak. I kinda wish that I got some experience points for grinding these weaklings." Fujin swallowed the remaining noodles in his bowl and placed the bowl down. He said, "I'm going in first." Without waiting for anyone's response, he used wind instantaneous body jutsu. His teammates were surprised again. Tadashi said, "Did he really go to take the attack to the enemy?" Katsumi noted, "More importantly, he left with chopsticks in his hands rather than his swords." Ryota asked, "Will he be alright?" Tomatsu said, "Let's hope that he stays fine. Anyways, they are almost here. Get ready." All 4 began preparing their opening jutsus. Fujin appeared on a tree about 50 meters from a group of 3. 2 in the front were at the Geinin level, while the one in the back was at the Chunin level. Fujin hid behind a tree. Soon, 3 figures appeared close to Fujin. Chakra flowed through the 2 chopsticks Fujin was holding. Fujin threw them at the 2 Geinins. Both chopsticks pierced through their throats. They dropped down while holding their throats. The Chunin in the back was shocked. They hadn't even reached the castle walls yet. Before the Chunin could shout to attract attention, a sharp wind cut across his throat. He too joined the dead Geinins. Fujin flickered to the nearest group. He killed 2 groups, consisting of a total of 5 Geinins in a row before getting to the rear of the attacking forces. Fujin's kills were done very silently. The enemy group wasn't aware of his actions. After killing 8, he set his target on one of the Jounins. Behind the enemy lines, there were no obstacles for Fujin. He flickered close to the nearest Jounin. After getting in range, he attacked from behind. Wind style, vacuum bullet jutsu. The Jounin and his 2 subordinates were moving ahead confidently. They were sure about winning. However, the Jounin suddenly felt some danger and moved to his left. The vacuum bullet grazed past his right arm leaving a cut. The vacuum bullet kept going ahead and pierced through multiple trees. They were shocked and quickly turned around to confront the sneak attacker. Fujin was surprised. He dodged. I guess it might not be so boring after all. The Jounin and the 2 Chunins didn't see anyone behind them. Fujin had already flickered after attacking. One of the Chunins asked, "Who attacked us, boss?" The Jounin said, "Stay on alert. The enemy should be watching us. And don't get hit by his attack." They stayed on guard for a few seconds, but no new attack happened. The Jounin frowned. Is someone trying to kill me? Or is it just a tactic to stop me here? No, that attack was strong. I have to keep my guard up. The three stood with their backs to each other, watching every direction. Soon, some noise was heard from one direction. Two wind-gale wolves appeared and pounced on them. The Chunins immediately threw a kunai with an explosion tag on each wolf. Both wolves were dispersed. However, when they were distracted by the wolves, Fujin silently flickered behind them and used air bullet jutsu. The Jounin realized and shouted, "Dodge." He immediately moved away. But the two Chunins were distracted by the wolves. Both got hit by multiple bullets. One of the bullets pierced through one of their hearts, while another pierced through the head of the other Chunin. As soon as the Jounin dodged, he threw shurikens at Fujin. However, Fujin flickered out of the way. The Jounin was angry at how easily two of his subordinates died. He shouted, "Bastard! I will kill you." Fujin didn't reply. Instead, he threw a few shurikens at him. The Jounin easily blocked them with his kunai. However, while he was blocking, Fujin's shadow clone attacked with air bullet jutsu from the rear. The Jounin once again dodged quickly. A few scratches appeared on him, but none were life-threatening. The Jounin realized, he had a clone attack us with those wolves while his main body sneak attacked us. And now he has done the reverse. What a troublesome opponent. Meanwhile, Fujin was thinking, does he have eyes at the back of his head? Chapter 159, The Ghostly Swordsman. While Fujin was fighting, the remaining forces reached the castle walls. The fight had begun. However, with Sotan holding back the second Jounin, the Hidden Leaf village Chunins began cutting through enemy ranks with ease. After dodging Fujin's attack, the Jounin opened a scroll and made a hand sign. The scroll opened in a way that it circled around him. Soon, dozens of kunais with explosion tags were launched from the scroll. Fujin immediately used infinite breakthrough jutsu while his clone hid underground. The jutsu stopped all the kunais heading towards Fujin. They all exploded. The explosion, however, also dispersed Fujin's jutsu and created a lot of dust cover. The Jounin took the opportunity of the dust cover to run away from Fujin. He thought, is that a kid or a monster? How does he know so many jutsus? I don't want to fight him. This attack can fail for all I care. Fujin noticed him running and thought, did he really not figure out that I am a censor? And why hasn't he used any jutsus? As he was running, he suddenly jumped. But, his legs were still caught by Fujin's clone. He lost his balance and was about to fall on his face. However, to Fujin's surprise, he managed to get a hold of himself immediately. He pointed his right arm towards the ground to ensure that he didn't fall on his face. At the same time, he threw a kunai at Fujin's clone with his free hand. Unfortunately for him, the clone had caught his legs with just one purpose. The clone immediately exploded. The majority of the force of the explosion was focused on his palms. The explosion completely ruined his two legs. His left leg was blown into two. His right leg was burned to the bone and was barely attached. He yelled hoarsely in pain. His yells stopped the next second when an air bullet pierced through his heart, killing him. Fujin made a clone to collect his body as he thought, what a strange opponent. His survival instinct was top-notch. He could dodge deadly attacks from blind spots with ease. The only reason why my clone managed to grab his legs is that that act itself didn't have any possibility of harming him, which is probably why he was slow at jumping. But, he didn't use any jutsu at all other than summoning those exploding kunais. Could it be that he didn't know any good jutsu at all? Fujin analyzed for a few seconds before concluding, yes, that is probably the case. I have to admire his perseverance to train to this extent without any proper system. If he was a part of any of the major villages, he might have actually become a famous jounin. Sigh, I should be glad that I transmigrated to Hidden Leaf village. If I wasn't a part of the major villages, then I would only have the knowledge of learning wind manipulation, Rasengan and chakra control exercises. Even becoming a ninja would have been difficult. Fujin spread his chakra field to observe the battle happening on the walls. The battle had just begun and was at full force. Fujin unsheathed a sword. Chakra began flowing through it as he thought, oh well, time to harvest some lives. Wind instantaneous body jutsu. Fujin appeared close to where the fighting was happening. He had already eliminated 11 enemies, bringing the total numbers close to equal. A Chunin from the land of noodles was engaged in an intense battle against a rogue Chunin. However, he was shocked when he saw a sword cut off his opponent's head in one swing. But, before he could see the face of the swordsman, he had already disappeared. The same scenes began happening all throughout the battlefield. 16 ninjas fell to Fujin's sword with this tactic. With the land of noodles ninjas getting free, they began ganging up on the enemies. Soon the rogue ninjas were at a complete disadvantage. The leader of the rogue ninjas frowned upon noticing this. He didn't understand how this was happening. Seeing the tides of the battle change, all 5 Hidden Leaf Village Chunins focused on the enemy leader and appeared around him. His face became very ugly. He thought, how the fuck did I fail so badly? He stopped fighting and said, I surrender. Sotan was surprised. He stopped attacking and said, alright. Don't resist. He knocked the enemy out and restrained him. Soon after, the other rogue ninjas were killed as well. Sotan sighed in relief. He looked at Tomatsu and said, thank you. Without your warning and help, we would have been in a very difficult spot. Sotan was fully aware of the capabilities of his subordinates. He had prepared himself for a loss and prayed for a miracle when he heard the enemy numbers. Seeing how easily they won, he figured that the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas won him the war. Tomatsu chuckled and said, you need to thank Fujin. He was one who sensed and reported them to me. Tomatsu said this intentionally as he was aware that Sotan was dissatisfied with Fujin. Sotan was surprised. He recalled how he was angry at Fujin. He thought, thank God I didn't say anything and asked the chefs to ensure that he got our best food. He bowed to Fujin and said, the land of noodles will remember your assistance. Thank you, young man. We are in your debt. Fujin was surprised. He thought, wow. A 180 degrees turn. And even faster than Sasuke. Looks like he really loves his village. Makes sense I guess considering that he stayed behind to defend. Fujin said, you are welcome. There are 10 dead bodies in the forest. Preferably have your subordinates clear them. If the civilians see them, they might freak out. Sotan was about to nod when he realized what Fujin had said. He thought, 10? Fujin's teammates were shocked as well. Tomatsu asked, Fujin, did you kill 10 enemy ninjas in the forest before the attack reached us? Fujin replied, well, 11. One of them was a bit strong. So I stored his body in case he has a bounty. Hearing Fujin's answer left them speechless. Unlike the Land of Noodles ninjas, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had noticed Fujin cutting down the enemies. Though they didn't see all his kills, they all had only one thought, did this 11-year-old kid kill more than us 4 combined? Sotan was the first one to overcome his shock. He said, show me the body. I'll tell you whether he has any bounty. Fujin looked at Tomatsu who nodded. Fujin summoned his body from the scroll. When Sotan's eyes lay on the dead body's face, he was terrified. He yelled, the noodle thief. His shout attracted attention. The Land of Grass ninjas were very surprised on hearing it. On the other hand, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas thought, the what? Sotan looked at Fujin with a terrified expression on his face. He said, he is the noodle thief. He is a terrible rogue ninja. How did you manage to kill him? Tomatsu and others watched Fujin. However, Fujin was dumbfounded. He thought, terrible rogue ninja. He really was terrible, but I don't think he means the same. How the heck did this weakling get such a response from him? Fujin asked calmly, can you give details about him? Sotan said with some fear in his voice, he is a rogue ninja from the Land of Tea. He was expelled from the village when he was only a gain-in. Apparently, he trained by himself to reach the Jounin level without any guidance. He migrated to this country and began stealing our caravans when they exported noodles. He used to only attack caravans that weren't guarded by ninjas or only guarded by gain-ins. We were forced to issue a rank B protection mission for every caravan we set. We issued rank B, rank A and even rank S missions to hunt him down. Unfortunately, no matter what we did, no one ever managed to find him. He was so good that we never even received any information on the jutsus that he specialized in. Due to him, we lost noodles worth tens of millions Ryo and have to spend millions on protection every year. In the end, our daimyo issued a 13 million Ryo bounty on his head hoping that someone might kill him. Fujin was shocked, what the fuck? This weakling has a 13 million bounty? And how the fuck did he survive against rank S missions? Don't tell me that his freakish survival instincts warned him every time and enabled him to hide properly from the hunters. Or did he just find a perfect hiding spot? Fujin's analysis was on point. The noodle thief had found an old base created in secret by the Land of Water during the Third Great Ninja War. The base was difficult to spot naturally and was made to be a perfect hidden base with the help of Fuin Jutsu. Post the war, Hidden Mist Village got embroiled in a civil war and the base was forgotten. In addition, his survival instincts always alerted him when someone very strong was out to hunt him, ensuring that he stayed hidden. Due to this, his reputation got built rapidly. Unfortunately, his instincts didn't kick in this time until he was attacked by Fujin and his lucky run was over. Seeing that Fujin wasn't saying anything, Sotan stopped asking and said, Lord Daimyo will be thrilled to know that you managed to neutralize him. Wait here for a day. Lord Daimyo should arrive at the castle by tomorrow morning. Tomatsu agreed to stay back another day as they needed some rest as well. While Sotan was talking with them, The ninjas from the land of noodles were talking about their fights. Soon, they all began talking about the ghostly swordsman who helped many of them. For years to come, the legend of the ghostly swordsman will be spoken in this country. Many would speculate that Fujin was the ghostly swordsman, but none would be sure as they never saw the face of the ghostly swordsman. Chapter 160, Future Daimyo's Invitation. Hidden Leaf Village. Chunins retreated to their room after the battle was over. Tadashi couldn't resist but asked, Fujin, how did you manage to kill a jounin? Fujin shrugged and said, he was very weak. Ryota asked, he is a jounin. How can he be weak? Fujin chuckled and said, if he was in my Chunin exam, I am sure that he won't even get promoted to Chunin. Fujin's teammates suddenly had strange expressions. Initially, they assumed that Fujin was being modest. But now, Fujin had implied that the students in his Chunin exams were stronger. Ryota asked, what do you mean? Didn't he know some sort of secret jutsus? Fujin said, during our fight, he had plenty of opportunities to use jutsus, but he didn't use any. Even in death, he didn't use any jutsu. So most likely, he didn't know any jutsu at all. He just had a very strong survival instinct that allowed him to dodge multiple killing blows. I guess that he was just lucky to never be discovered. Fujin's answer left them dumbfounded. Tadashi's chin dropped. He exclaimed, you've got to be kidding me. His dog Kanta barked in agreement. After the moment of disbelief passed, Tomatsu said, Fujin, about the bounty reward. Fujin looked at him and asked, what about it? Before Tomatsu answered, Fujin said, oh, we divide the bounty rewards as well, right? Tomatsu nodded. Fujin said, all right. Tomatsu smiled. He was hoping that Fujin would answer this way. If Fujin had refused to share, he would have kicked him out of the team. He said, while we do usually share such bounty rewards, all the work was done by you in this case. So you can keep the entire reward. Does anyone else disagree? Fujin was surprised to see that no one showed any dissatisfaction. He asked, are you guys sure? I don't mind dividing the reward equally. Fujin really didn't mind. After all, money wasn't much help in this world. The stuff that could aid Fujin in getting stronger, such as the elemental crystals, couldn't be bought with money. At the very least, it couldn't be bought with just a few million ryo. Tomatsu said, yup. We are sure? Fujin didn't insist anymore and just nodded. He thought, wow, never thought an entire group would say no to millions of ryo. If this was my old world, even the richest person would have said yes without a single thought. Heck, I'd be worried whether they would plot something when I sleep. So many cases where friends and even family turned on each other just for money despite doing well financially. Fujin looked at the smiling faces of his teammates and sighed in his mind, how good it'd have been if that monkey-fox hybrid was as kind as them. The next morning, Daimyo, his family and the guards returned to the castle. Sudden updates him on all the events. After doing some preparations, they organize a small ceremony and invite the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas arrived. The room was big and almost occupied the entire floor. At the center of the room was a long conference table with chairs around it. Fujin observed carefully. The daimyo sat at one end with a couple of samurai bodyguards standing next to him. The daimyo was very old. In the chairs adjacent to him, a young man and a young girl were sitting. A few more officials sat next to them. Sotan asked the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas to take the seats opposite the daimyo. Tomatsu sat on the chair exactly opposite the daimyo, while Fujin and the rest sat in adjacent chairs. The young man beside the daimyo said, I am Chikara. I thank you for doing the job so efficiently. Despite our estimates being incorrect, we were able to eliminate all the enemy with 0 losses thanks to you. Tomatsu replied with a smile, no need to thank us, it was our mission. Chikara and some of the subordinates of daimyo praised the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas a lot. They paid additional monetary rewards to them due to the increased difficulty of the mission. The daimyo signed a letter addressing Hiruzen praising the work done by them. After an hour of boring talks mixed with great food, Fujin was given the 13 million ryo bounty. Chikara, who presented the bounty, said, Sotan couldn't stop singing praises of you. Are you also the ghostly swordsman who helped out others? Fujin replied, nope. I am just a normal swordsman. Chikara observed Fujin's face. But he couldn't read anything. He thought, based on the information, I'm sure that he is the one who cut them down. But looks like he doesn't want the extra attention. Chikara was very impressed with Fujin. He was young, strong and didn't seek fame. He said, Fujin, I will be sworn in as the daimyo for this country in a couple of years. Would you like to be a part of my guardian team? Chikara's proposal surprised a lot of people. Meanwhile, Fujin's eyebrows twitched involuntarily. He politely said, I will consider it. Before waiting for any response, he turned around and joined his team. Chikara looked awkwardly as his first ever invite was ignored in this manner. Knowing his inexperience, the old daimyo finally spoke. The land of noodles will be in your debt. If you ever want to or have time, feel free to visit us. He looked at Fujin and continued, our chefs will have the best dishes prepared for you. As for the ghostly swordsman, I will see that no one mentions him being you. Fujin nodded while thinking, this old guy is smart. After some more formalities, the Hidden Leaf Village team left. While leaving, Ryota said, wow. I thought you would accept Fujin. Being a guardian of a daimyo is a huge honor. Fujin replied, I doubt I'll get many opportunities to gain experience as a bodyguard. And, it's unlikely that they will suffer a bigger threat than the last attack anytime soon. So it would be very boring. While Fujin said that, his thoughts were completely different. Seriously, why do strong ninjas even have respect for the daimyos? It's not like they have any real power. Their only real achievement is being born as the first child of a daimyo. I am surprised that someone like Denzo or any other psycho didn't get rid of them and took control of all the finances and management of entire countries. Tomatsu said, while the job is boring, it is very prestigious. And there are a lot of perks to being a guardian of a daimyo. The most important being that you can be an ambassador for our village and use your influence to send most of the missions to Hidden Leaf Village. Fujin said, oh, I didn't think from that point of view. But, isn't our mission center full of missions anyways? Tomatsu said, yeah, that's true. He became silent as he recalled the losses from the previous Great Wars. After a day's journey, the group returned to Hidden Leaf Village and accepted the mission rewards. Tomatsu said, you guys can leave. I will hand the daimyo's letter to Lord Hokage and report him on the mission as well. Others nodded and left. Tomatsu entered the Hokage's office and greeted Hiruzen and handed him the letter and said, our mission this time became a few times more difficult. The daimyo of the land of noodles sent you a letter. Hiruzen read it and said, looks like the daimyo is very impressed by your work. He has especially praised Fujin a lot. How is your experience with him so far? Tomatsu nodded and said, the kid is good. He didn't do anything in the previous 2 missions, but in this mission, he was invaluable. He spotted the attack long before others. In the fight, he killed 1 jounin, 6 chunins and 20 gainins. And he helped subdue the leader of the rogues as well. Hiruzen analyzed for a bit and said, the data on the noodle thief seems inconsistent. Though he had a huge bounty, there are no records of him being in any significant fight. Tomatsu said, yeah. Actually, Fujin said that he was very weak. He just had a good survival instinct. I thought he was just being humble. But that might indeed be the case. Hiruzen nodded and said, regardless, it is a very good performance. Tomatsu agreed and added, his attitude is good too. Though he killed the noodle thief by himself, he was willing to share the bounty with the entire team. We didn't accept it, but the kid is very selfless. A weird expression formed on Hiruzen's face as he thought, selfless? Is he talking about the same person? Tomatsu didn't notice the change in expression. He reported the remaining details to Hiruzen before leaving. After he left, Hiruzen wondered, it's good that he was willing to share the rewards with his team, but how did he become so selfless all of a sudden? Does he only become greedy in front of me? Hiruzen's analysis was very close to the truth. Strong ninjas like Hiruzen and Renjiro knew a lot of jutsus that Fujin wanted. And it didn't cost them anything to teach apart from maybe time. So he will always use any means necessary to get some jutsus from them. As for money, in Fujin's eyes, Hiruzen handled all finances of Hidden Leaf Village. And Hidden Leaf Village was the richest hidden village. So he operates under the assumption that Hiruzen is loaded. Chapter 161, Training Lightning Style. After reaching home, Fujin thought, I guess that's the highest level of difficulty a rank B mission can get. Looks like my self-analysis of being jounin level wasn't incorrect. Unfortunately, Hidden Leaf Village wouldn't promote me anytime soon. Also, tougher missions would mean that my life will be at more risk. My calculations were right. I should use this time to strengthen myself as much as I can. Fujin entered one of the rooms in the basement and turned on the lights. The room was empty. Fujin took out a scroll and summoned a few devices. There was a transformer, an ammeter, an ohmmeter, rubber boots, rubber gloves and a few wires. Fujin wore the boots and began arranging the setup while thinking, in order to avoid suspicion, I memorized the training process for all 5 elements long back. Only training methods for yang and yin elements aren't available in the library. For the lightning element, the way to train is a bit complicated as compared to wind and earth. Though at the same time, it is straightforward. I just have to endure shocks in increasing intensity to master it. I will first need to measure the resistance of my body. And then I will have to use the transformer to subject my body to increasing voltages. That will induce a current to flow through my body. Even that has to be done in phases. My limbs can endure a higher current. But if a current passes through my heart or brain, then it could be lethal. Those 2 parts will have to be trained separately. Anyways, the first step of learning lightning style is being able to withstand 10 ampere current through my whole body for 1 minute. The second step is to produce that much current on my hands. With these 2 steps alone, I will be able to learn lightning jutsus up to rank B. Rank A and S will need me to be able to resist and produce a stronger current. That said, increasing the intensity of the current that I can produce will strengthen the lower ranked jutsus. Of course, on the flip side, I can use rank C and lower jutsus after being able to produce a current of 100 milliamperes. But it won't be very strong. Fujin completed the setup. He created a shadow clone to control the voltage. The setup had 2 open-ended wires. Fujin grabbed one with his left hand. He taped the second wire to his upper arm. This way, the current would enter his hand, pass through his arm and leave through the wire attached to his upper arm. The clone set the output of the transformer to 10 volts and switched it on. The current began flowing through Fujin's body. A number appeared on the ammeter which was attached to the circuit. It read 0.125 milliamperes. Fujin began calculating. 0.125 milliamperes for 10 volts would mean that my body resistance is 80,000 ohm. The scroll said that I should be able to feel the current when it reaches 1 milliampere. He looked at his clone and said, increase it to 80 volts. His clone nodded and increased the output of the transformer. Immediately, Fujin began to feel a slight tingling sensation through his arm. Fujin let the current flow through his arm for a minute. He looked at his clone and said, increase to 200 volts. His clone increased it. The current rose to 2.5 milliamperes. It still wasn't painful for Fujin. Fujin recalled the details in the scroll. The scroll was right at stating that we will feel the current at 1 milliampere. At 5 milliamperes will feel very disturbing to a normal human being, but it won't be very painful. From 6 milliamperes, it will start getting painful. From then on, the muscles will start losing control. If a normal human is hit by this, he will just let go of the object that electrified them involuntarily. Beyond 17 milliamperes, a normal human will begin experiencing extreme pain. He can't let go of the object and there is a chance of death. Beyond 100 milliamperes, pumping of the heart becomes uncoordinated and nerve damage begins. At 2 ampere, there will be a high chance of cardiac arrest, internal organ damage and severe burns. Death becomes very likely. But, as a ninja who has trained my body using chakra, my endurance could be higher. It will still be very dangerous though. I should be very patient once it begins to hurt. He said, increase it to 400 volts. The clone increased it and said, don't forget that the body's resistance will suddenly decrease after 500 volts. Fujin nodded and said, yes. But the decrease in resistance is due to the outer layer of the skin breaking down. Due to my training, it might be higher for me. Anyways, keep an eye on the ammeter. If the value suddenly begins increasing, turn the switch off. A second or 2 of high current won't be lethal. Besides, there is also the fuse which will melt at 100 milliamperes. The clone nodded. Fujin kept raising the voltage slowly. After half an hour, the clone had increased the output of the transformer to 4000 volts. A 50 milliamperes current passed through Fujin's arm. Fujin thought, finally I can feel some pain. Looks like my endurance is around 8 to 10 times higher than a normal human when it comes to electricity. He took some time to get used to the pain. Once the pain subsided, he increased the voltage more. At 5000 V, the reading on the ammeter was 62.5 milliamperes. However, it suddenly began increasing rapidly. The clone immediately turned the switch off. Fujin let go of the wire and removed the one he attached. He shook his arm a few times and said, that hurt. The clone chuckled and said, 62.5 milliampere in under an hour is great progress. However, Fujin shook his head and said, this is just the natural endurance I have developed over the years. The main training will start from now onwards. I have a feeling that this will take a long time just to reach the necessary endurance. He thought, I wonder how Sasuke managed to learn lightning style and master Chidori in under a month. Was it just his talent and the Sharingan? Or does Kakashi, no, the Hatake clan have a better way to master the lightning style? Fujin repeated the same training for his remaining 3 limbs. He followed it up by sending current from one hand to the other, allowing the current to flow through his chest. He started low and stopped at 5 milliamperes. He repeated the same for a current to pass from the top of his head to the ground after removing his shoes. Fujin trained this way for a week. By then, he could endure currents of 500 milliamperes passing through his limbs and 100 milliamperes through his whole body. He also managed to generate a current of 250 milliamperes on his hand. In these 7 days, in order to avoid any suspicion, he also went to the training ground for an early morning workout and after lunch to practice his wind style and wind vacuum jutsu for a couple of hours daily. The lightning training also had a great effect on Fujin's physique. Fujin noticed, in addition to learning lightning style, this method has a great effect on my body. I can feel my body getting slightly stronger due to those electric shocks. Though I guess that it will become ineffective after some time. Just like the Senju Taijutsu style increased my chakra. Still, this physical buff will be very helpful. For the next couple of months, Fujin focused on training his lightning element. The lightning training along with the intense morning workout had done wonders for his body. He now operated the training seal at 95% capacity. During this time, his team did 7 rank B missions. Having seen his capabilities, Fujin was given a much more active role in the team. Unfortunately, the missions weren't very challenging. Finally, Fujin managed to generate 10 ampere current. He and his clone grinned as they read 10A on the ammeter. Fujin said, "Time to learn lightning ninjutsu now. You go to the library. Check out the jutsus of lightning, fire and water release." The clone nodded and left. Fujin meditated in the meditation room until the clone sent the info back. The clone began going through all fire, lightning and water jutsus in sections E, D, C and B. Of course, he only read the lightning jutsus with full focus. As for the fire and water element scrolls, the clone analyzed the lightning jutsus he read while pretending to read those scrolls. After a couple of hours, the clone dispelled and sent the information back. Chapter 162, Should I Form a Personal Force? Fujin's eyes in the meditation room suddenly opened. A frown formed on his face when he received the information. Wind and lightning are indeed a bad combination. Though the clone found decent ninjutsus, there wasn't a single lightning jutsu that could complement my current skills. He analyzed for some time before concluding, looks like other than Raikage's lightning cloak mode and Sasuke's hidden mist Villigan, the remaining lightning jutsus won't be of any use to me when it comes to improving my strength. So that leaves only concealment. Alright. I'll form a new combat system based on my lightning jutsus. I won't use any wind jutsus or jutsus that can connect me with Hidden Leaf Village except the Shadow Clone and Body Flicker jutsus. The basis of this new system will be speed complemented by high accuracy and high penetration power attacks. While I don't have any immediate need of creating such a persona, I am currently in a very peaceful phase with a lot of free time. It's best to create this combat system before my life becomes hectic. With that decided, time to start learning the jutsus. I'll start with... Fujin's thoughts were interrupted as he heard a doorbell. He wondered, who'd come to visit at this time? Is Renjiro back? No, the chakra signature is too low. Fujin went up to check. Before opening the door, he sealed up the entrance to the basement. Fujin opened the door to see 5 faces that he didn't recognize. After a few seconds, he recognized a couple of them and was surprised. He thought, well, what a surprise. I nearly forgot about these 2. I wonder why they are here. Aoki Daijuk said with a bit of nervousness, "Hey Fujin. How have you been?" Tatsuya also greeted Fujin. Fujin said, "I have been doing well. How about you 2? Anyways, come in." The 5 young boys entered his house. Daijuk looked around the house with marvel. He was already surprised when he saw it from the outside. He exclaimed, "Your house is magnificent, Fujin." Fujin said, "Thanks." They sat in the circular room. Fujin asked, "So, what brings you here? Also, who are these 3? Daijuk introduced them. "They are our good friends. They are Anzai Buncho, Handa Bunjiro and Irai Iriyama. They are our best friends from our class and are orphans just like us." Fujin checked each one of them. All seemed normal. He said, "Hey." They greeted Fujin back. Fujin noticed a bit of nervousness on Daijuk's face. He said, "Fujin, we actually came here because we wanted to ask for your help." Fujin asked, "What help?" He said, "Actually, we are struggling in the academy. Our graduation exams are less than half a year away and I am afraid that we will fail. We saw your fight in the Chunin exams and saw how you defeated everyone with ease. Even the kids from ninja clans weren't a match for you. So we wanted to ask for your help and guidance to pass the exam." Fujin was surprised to hear that. It wasn't just the request that surprised him, but rather the change in Daijuk. He thought, I know that the adults in this world are scheming bastards. But how the fuck did this straightforward guy become such a smooth talker? He perfectly blended flattering with the request such that it wouldn't seem too much and instead look very genuine. Seeing that Fujin was not answering made the 5 boys a bit nervous. They had decided to let Daijuk do most of the talking as he was familiar with Fujin. But as Fujin didn't reply, Tatsuya asked, "Fujin?" Fujin replied, "Can you tell me what have you learned so far? And what areas are you struggling in?" They immediately began telling Fujin their issues. Fujin paid half attention to their words. As for the remaining half, he was thinking, what to do? I have no interest in teaching them. After all, even though I have time, I also have a crazy amount of stuff that I want to learn. The only gain I can see from helping them is getting their favor. Another possible gain could be an improvement in reputation if my kind deeds are spread. But, neither gain is significant. Even if I gain their favor, what can a bunch of gay-nins do for me? And, in a world where power reigns supreme, reputation isn't worth anything. At most, it could improve my image in Hiruzen's eyes, but I don't expect him to give me any more benefits anytime soon. The only gain that could be worth it is if I gain their loyalty and they become my subordinates. In that case, I could create a small power base in Hidden Leaf Village. It won't be as powerful as any clan, but it would have great potential to grow. Especially once Tenzo is out of the picture and the insane casualties of the Fourth Great War leave a lot of orphans that I could recruit. But, do I even need such an organization, especially within Hidden Leaf Village? And will these guys be that loyal? Fujin analyzed quickly before reaching the conclusion, no. A faction within Hidden Leaf Village will be watched by many eyes. If I infringe upon the benefits of others, we will be hit by a multitude of schemes that would leave us a mess. And it would eat into my precious training times. All the attention would also make it much more difficult for me to do anything in the dark. More importantly, these guys cannot be trusted to be that loyal. The root is loyal to Denzo as he picked them up when they were orphans and has completely brainwashed and indoctrinated them. While Orochimaru picked up kids who had lost everything and had no hope and gave them food, power, hope and dreams. Which is why his subordinates were loyal to him. Of course, in addition, both also used seals to keep their subordinates in check. Neither of those two cases applies here. Even if I stayed in touch with them after I entered the academy and became best friends and helped them, I wouldn't have that level of loyalty. At most, it will be a strong friendship bond and a sense of camaraderie like the bond between Naruto and Shikamaru. That said, I do plan on creating an organization outside Hidden Leaf Village. I have a lot of plans that an organization could simplify. Perhaps training these guys could provide me with insights on how to train the ones I take in my future organization. I guess I will need to create a proper training system for the organization in order for them to be useful. Or perhaps create something like the curse mark to strengthen and control them. After a long internal debate, Fujin decided to aid them. He had heard what Daijuk said. Apparently, their class wasn't taught as much as Fujin's class was. They were taught the 3 academy ninjutsu in the 6th year. In the previous 5 years, they were only taught theory, hand signs, leaf concentration, shuriken throwing, kunai wielding and various survival skills needed to be a ninja. None of the 5 ever mentioned visiting the library. After they stopped speaking, Fujin said, "Let's go outside. Show me how you perform the 3 jutsus." Their eyes brightened when they heard it. It meant that Fujin was planning to teach them. They left the house. Daijuk started first. He said, "I will start with the substitution jutsu." He began making hand signs. Fujin thought, correct hand signs, but too slow. Daijuk wanted to use the substitution jutsu to impress Fujin, but Fujin was staring right at him without looking away. The substitution jutsu worked on misdirection. With Fujin staring directly at him, he had no way to misdirect Fujin. He tried to time his substitution jutsu to the time Fujin blinked his eyes. But, Fujin saw it clearly as he grabbed the log next to him and swapped positions with it. Seeing Fujin's eyes following him left him embarrassed. Fujin said, "This looks alright. Though you have to be faster. Show me the transformation jutsu. Transform into Tatsuya." Daijuk nodded and made hand signs and transformed into Tatsuya. There were a lot of imperfections in the jutsu. Fujin said, "You will have to practice this more. Show me the clone jutsu." Daijuk made hand signs. Immediately, a clone appeared next to him. But the clone looked nothing like him. In fact, Fujin doubted whether it could even walk. Fujin thought, I guess Naruto isn't the only one who sucks at this. Daijuk was embarrassed looking at the clone. Fujin asked the others to display their jutsus as well. All 4 could do one jutsu satisfactorily but struggled in the remaining 2. Fujin said, "Actually, there is not much I can do to aid you with the jutsus directly. You guys will just have to practice until you learn. I will instead help you with some other techniques that would aid you in learning jutsus faster." Their expressions fell when they heard that Fujin won't be able to help them. But on hearing that he will teach them other techniques, they got excited. They had seen the jutsus Fujin used in the Chunin exam. They thought, if he taught us even one jutsus from the ones he used in the exam, we will be the strongest in our class. Unfortunately, their sky-high expectations were set to fall on the ground and be broken into a million pieces. Chapter 163, Learning Lightning Jutsus. Fujin said, "How long can you guys hold the leaf on your head during the leaf concentration exercise?" Daijuk answered, 23 minutes. Tatsuya said, 28 minutes. Buncho said, 17 minutes. Bunjiro said, 38 minutes. Murayama said, 26 minutes. Fujin said, "That's very low. No need to practice any ninjutsu for now. Increase that to 1 hour." Tatsuya immediately complained, "But that exercise is so boring." Fujin said, Not really a choice, Tatsuya. Murayama complained, can't you just teach us any of your jutsus, Fujin? Fujin looked at him and said harshly, the reason why I could become strong is that my basics are good. If any of you can't maintain the leaf for an hour, you should give up your dreams of becoming a ninja and drop out of the academy. Fujin's reply shocked them. Fujin was their age. They expected him to be cordial with them and help them like a friend. They never imagined that he'd be stricter than the academy teachers. Before anyone could make another comment to upset Fujin, Daisuke said, alright Fujin. We will work on it. Fujin said, come back after you guys manage this. Oh, and come around noon. If I'm not at home at that time, then I'm doing a mission. So check after a few days. Daisuke nodded. Fujin returned back home while they left his property. They immediately began complaining. Banjiro said, this was a waste of time. I admired him so much. I never thought that he would be so arrogant. Murayama agreed, yes. He asked us to quit the academy if we can't do a stupid leaf exercise. Daisuke said, though we grew up together, we haven't been very close since we joined the academy. We should be glad that he at least agreed to help us. Buncho added, I heard that he was able to hold the leaf for over an hour in his second year in the academy. So his advice could be right. Tatsuya sighed and said, anyways, we are struggling in the academy. Let's give his method a try. If it works, we will become ninjas. If it doesn't, it won't be much different. They talked for a bit before deciding to follow his instruction. Fujin had anticipated such a reaction when he said those harsh words. But he didn't care. He didn't care about these 5. It didn't matter to him if they graduated or not. He was just seeing how he could instruct any future subordinates properly. If his future subordinates complained as they did, he would just let them go or kill them depending on the situation. He didn't have the time to raise someone who was both lazy and untalented. Fujin left this whole episode behind him and began deciding which jutsu he should start with. He entered the bottom basement and thought, my clone picked 11 jutsus to learn. However, 3 of them are very inconvenient to use in battle. However, these 3 look like they are preparatory jutsus for Raikage's lightning cloak. I guess Hidden Leaf Village managed to deduce some of the steps to learn it. Not really surprising. But they didn't manage to completely deduce it. Though there is a possibility that they did deduce it but didn't put it in the library. Another 3 jutsus are a series of jutsus. The D and C rank variants will be dropped in the future. Another jutsu has potential but is highly inaccurate. That leaves me with 1 utility jutsu, 1 defensive jutsu, 1 long-range jutsu and 1 mid-range jutsu in addition to the rank B jutsu. Hidden Leaf Village's stock of lightning jutsus is disappointing. Another issue is that there is no lightning instantaneous body jutsu. So long-range escape with this element isn't possible. I'll have to depend on the flicker jutsu. Anyways, I'll start with the series and then move on to the 3 preparatory jutsus. Even though they don't have much use on the battlefield, they might be able to strengthen my body further. Fujin made hand signs and extended his right arm straight. A lightning bolt formed in his palm and shot towards the metal statue and barely missed it. Fujin analyzed, wow, learnt in 1 try. I suppose now that I have learned so many jutsus, I'll have an easier time learning new jutsus. Especially if it's only a D-rank jutsu. Anyways, it looks like I will have to perfect the aim of this lightning bolt jutsu. Then I can move on to the lightning blast jutsu. Shouldn't take long. Fujin began practicing. In a few hours, he managed to gain 100% accuracy with the jutsu. The lightning bolt jutsu didn't do much damage. At best, the opponent will suffer minor electric shocks. Though it could paralyze the opponent temporarily. Fujin moved on to the lightning blast jutsu. It was a C-rank jutsu. It worked the same as the lightning bolt jutsu. The only difference was that instead of 1 lightning bolt, it would attack the target with a continuous blast of lightning. The jutsu would continue hitting the opponent until the user decided to stop it or doesn't have the chakra to keep it up. Fujin managed to learn and aim it correctly in under a day. However, he realized a crucial issue, though I can aim properly, I can't control the intensity of the shocks perfectly. Only in around 15% of cases, it was as intense as I wanted it to be. Fujin sighed in relief, I'm glad I didn't try those jutsus before realizing this issue. It could have been bad. Sigh, I keep underestimating this world. There is danger even while learning a jutsu. Anyways, this issue shouldn't affect me while learning the lightning beam jutsu. I'll train my control after learning this jutsu. Lightning beam jutsu was a B-rank jutsu. This jutsu was just a powered-up version of the lightning blast jutsu. It could fire a beam twice as wide as the lightning blast jutsu. The shocks from this jutsu would be very painful and fatal. Even if someone dodges this jutsu, they could still be attacked if they are within 2 feet of the beam. Due to the high power of the jutsu, Small lightning arcs are expelled occasionally from the beam that can hit anyone in the vicinity and cause more damage than the lightning bolt jutsu. 3 days after Fujin began learning the jutsu, Fujin was standing in front of a metal statue. He made the hand signs and aimed his right palm at the statue. Lightning appeared in his palm and a beam was fired at the statue. The lightning beam hit the statue. The statue kept getting hit by the beam for 30 seconds when Fujin finally stopped it. The statue was in a bad shape. The face had melted and couldn't be called a face anymore. Multiple cracks had occurred on the surface of the statue. Fujin smiled. Alright. Single target mid-range jutsu learned. Now, I should work on control. Fujin returned to the room where he had endured electric shocks. He opened his scroll and took out a few items. He set up a circuit. The circuit had an 80 kilo-ohm resistor and an ammeter connected with a wire. Another couple of wires were connected to the other end of the ammeter and the resistor. These wires were left open. Fujin grabbed the wires and began generating electricity with his right hand. The current flowed through the circuit and values began appearing on the ammeter. Fujin decided, 2.3 ampere current. Let me try to keep it at 1 ampere for 10 minutes. Then I will try keeping it stable at other amperes. I should also check this with the voltmeter instead of the ammeter to check both readings. The resistance of the resistor doesn't decrease like the human body, but it would still be better to check. Fujin began practicing. His control improved slightly, but not much. The lightning was very unstable. Fujin could easily provide the max power continuously, but controlling it at lower levels was challenging. He kept practicing till he had to go on a mission. His team gathered outside the mission center. Tomatsu went in and accepted a mission. He came out and said, I accepted a mission to the Land of Frost. Apparently, a family heirloom was stolen. They issued a rank B mission to retrieve it. The opponents will be rogue ninjas from Hidden Clouds Village. Fujin, your wind jutsus will be important to counter their lightning style. Fujin nodded. The group made some preparations and left the village. The group traveled across the Land of Fire and the Land of Hot Water to enter the Land of Frost. The journey took a day and a half before they finally reached their destination. Chapter 164, A Chakra Metal Sword and Ice Kekkai Genkai. The Land of Frost didn't have a ninja force. While they did have some in the past, their army was destroyed in the Second and Third Wars by Hidden Clouds Village. Right now, they only had a few ninjas for the protection of the daimyo and the city. All their missions would be issued to Hidden Lee Village or Hidden Clouds Village. Tomatsu briefed Fujin on the details of the Land of Frost en route. Tomatsu also warned his group saying, I don't have the exact information, but I heard some rumors about our Anbu squad clashing with some ninjas from the Land of Frost. So keep your guard up in case this mission is a trap. Everyone nodded. They entered the city as soon as they reached it. After going through some formalities, the group was received by an old politician and his bodyguard. Fujin and his group observed their client. He was very old, probably in his 80s. His back seemed to have been bent permanently and he walked with the help of a walking stick. A samurai acted as his bodyguard. The old man introduced himself, I'm Konda Kunio. I'm happy to see that Hidden Lee Village sent a strong group for my mission. Tomatsu asked, Konda? Are you related to the daimyo? Konda Kunio smiled and said, looks like you are well informed as well. The current daimyo is my nephew. Tomatsu said, can you tell us more about the mission? The mission statement didn't have much information. Kunio nodded and said, for generations, we had a family heirloom passed through our family. It was a sword made from chakra metal. Unfortunately, we had a break-in last week and our sword was stolen. We did some investigation and found that the thief was a rogue ninja who was formerly from Hidden Clouds Village. His name is Saigo Reiko. He used to be a chunin. He became a missing nin 3 years ago. We discovered that he has created an organization and has set up multiple bases in our country. We don't have the ability to track and kill him. As he was speaking, the samurai laid down a map on the table. It was a map of the Land of Frost. It had 5 red crosses. Kunio continued, we have discovered that his organization has these 5 hidden bases. But we don't know which one he is hiding in. We also don't know the exact number and strength of his forces. So your mission is only to retrieve the heirloom. There's no need to kill him or his group. Of course, if you kill him and eliminate his group, that would be the best. You can claim his 2.5 million ryo bounty if he is killed. The Hidden Lee Village ninjas analyzed the information. There was a lot of information that hadn't been confirmed. The mission could be very risky if stronger ninjas were hiding in the hideouts. Tomatsu asked, if such a group is operating in your country, why didn't you issue a higher-ranked mission to eliminate them and resolve the issue forever? Kunio didn't reply for a few seconds. He let out a sign and said, it's complicated. Every time we issue a high-ranked mission to clear such a rogue group, another takes its place. It's a never-ending cycle. My nephew decided that as long as they don't kill anyone, we won't spend money to hunt them down. Unfortunately, I don't have the money to issue a higher-ranked mission without getting funds from him. He took out a small book and placed it on the table and said, I reiterate that your mission is just to retrieve the heirloom. However, if you are able to exterminate the rogue group, I will reward you with this book. This book contains research conducted by the previous generation of our ninjas on how to combine water and wind manipulation into ice manipulation. This info shocked the group. They began staring at the book. Fujin thought, you gotta be kidding me. How does a weak country have such a book, and how did he manage to hold on to it? The old man saw the expressions on the faces of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas and said, I would like to clarify that the research is incomplete. Though we tried a lot, none of our ninjas ever learned Ice KK Genkai. The group calmed down. It made a lot more sense now. They guessed that the Land of Frost would have multiple copies of this book. Tomatsu said, alright. We will get your heirloom back and investigate the rogue groups as well. Kunio smiled and got up. He said, enjoy your feast. I'll send someone to show you your rooms for the night. He and his samurai bodyguard left. The Hidden Leaf Village group didn't discuss the mission at all. They rested for the night and left the city early in the morning before the sun had risen. After they were a sufficient distance from the city, Ryota asked, what are your thoughts on the mission? Fujin answered first, it is very tricky. We don't know how many are in his organization. We can't even be sure that he is the leader. If he is just a lackey instead of a leader, then this mission will be very difficult. Tomatsu nodded and said, you are right. It will be a rank A or even S in that case. Considering the risk involved, focus on your safety first. The mission comes after the safety of our group. So don't be impulsive. Especially you, Tadashi. Tadashi's ninja dog, Kenta, barked in agreement. Tadashi replied, hey, I have enough control over myself. The group ignored him and continued forward. They reached the first hideout. It was a small hill with multiple caves in it. Tadashi said, I don't smell anyone inside the hill. I do smell some scents, but they aren't fresh. Katsumi said, I will send my bugs in to check. He sent a few bugs to investigate the hill. The remaining group stayed a considerable distance away. After some time, even the bugs returned empty-handed. Tomatsu looked at Fujin. Fujin spread his chakra field and shook his head, I don't sense anyone. Tomatsu said, alright, let's check the next hideout. The group checked the nearest hideout but didn't find anyone once again. So they moved to the third location. There was a huge waterfall at this location. Apart from the river and some sparse trees around it, the area was open. Ryota asked, where is the hideout here? Tadashi said, I don't smell anyone. Kenta barked in agreement. Fujin asked, should I try to sense right away? Tomatsu said, no, let Katsumi check the area first. Fujin nodded. Katsumi's bugs scouted the location but didn't find anything either. Fujin spread his chakra field. He didn't pick up any chakra either. But he felt something weird. He looked at the waterfall. Chakra gathered in his eyes as he focused on it. He said, there is a cave at the bottom of the waterfall. But the entrance is blocked with a wall of rocks which look natural. Tomatsu asked, do you sense someone hiding there? Fujin answered, no, but I have a weird feeling. As if my chakra field can't enter deep into the cave. And as if something is trying to hide from my eyes. Ryota asked, what do you mean? Fujin said, during my last mission with Renjiro-sensei, we encountered a squad from Hidden Mist Village who hid underground perfectly using Fuinjutsu. I have a feeling that the same might be the case here. As he said that, Fujin thought, well, I can't tell that I live in a house that is filled with seals, can I? It has helped in getting familiar with how seals feel when I try to sense them. Hearing Fujin, everyone frowned. Tomatsu said, Fuinjutsu? That's troublesome. Even more troublesome is the fact that they have someone who could be a seal master. He looked at Fujin and asked, are you 100% sure that this place is guarded by Fuinjutsu? Fujin shook his head. Despite his familiarity with the seals, he still couldn't guarantee. Tomatsu asked, is there any way we could enter undetected? Fujin replied, unless we have a much superior seal master, nope. Tomatsu asked, what would you recommend? Fujin said, the best way would be to destroy the cave behind the waterfall. That way, most of them will die inside. We can stay far away and observe who stays alive and comes out. We can decide whether to attack or escape then. Fujin looked at Ryota and asked, do you have any earth jutsu that could make the entire waterfall collapse? Ryota said with a deadpan expression, of course not. Tomatsu said, none of us has any jutsu. Fujin, if we enter the cave, would we be ambushed? Fujin said, likely not. The initial part of the cave seems clear. They are probably hiding inside. Though I'm not 100% sure. Tomatsu said, alright. Let's enter the cave then. We will see if there is any way to infiltrate deeper stealthily. If not, We will blow up the whole place with explosives. The group grinned at that idea. The group entered the waterfall. Fujin pointed at one spot and Ryota used a jutsu to create a path. Katsumi first checked the insides with his bugs and the group stepped in when they confirmed that there were no traps. Chapter 165, Safe Hideout. What's that? The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas entered the cave silently and checked it out. There was nothing in the cave. Fujin stood in front of a wall and focused chakra in his eyes. He wouldn't have noticed it a few months back, but due to practicing Fu-in jutsu so much, he could see some seals in the wall. He smirked and thought, at best the one who made these is a seal master and not a grandmaster. It'd have been difficult to explain how I knew it was a grandmaster and convince these guys to retreat had that been the case. Still, this is a great hideout. For starters, there was nothing around the place that would cause suspicion. This cave itself has two layers of camouflage. The waterfall and the wall, one of which is natural and the other is indistinguishable from the natural wall. Even if someone still managed to find this cave, they would think that it is only a small cave and wouldn't suspect a bigger cave inside. Perhaps the only vulnerability of this hideout is the ones hiding inside it. If they didn't leave any trail, it'd be almost impossible for the Land of Frost forces to find this place suspicious. Fujin said, I think they are behind this wall. Tomatsu nodded. The whole group planted a few dozen explosives on that wall. Fujin and Ryota used Earth military movement jutsu to enter the cave walls and planted over 400 explosion tags where Fujin asked them to. As Fujin could see the seals, the rogue ninjas who were hiding inside weren't alerted. Fujin's squad left the waterfall and moved a few hundred meters away. Tomatsu asked, is everyone ready? The group nodded. Everyone made a hand sign. Tomatsu picked up a stone and said, we will set off the explosion when this stone touches the ground. He tossed the stone in the air. At the moment it touched the ground, all 5 ninjas activated the explosion tags they planted. Inside the cave, there were 14 rogue ninjas. They were aware that the Land of Frost would try to find them, perhaps even issue a mission, but they weren't worried. They had recently stocked up their supplies and were planning to hide there for a month or more. In the cave, Nishio Krunaga was trying out the chakra sword. He held the sword in his right hand and tried to extend his chakra through the sword. The chakra flowed through the sword very smoothly. He felt as if the sword was an extension of his own arm. Suddenly, the chakra flowing through the sword was converted into lightning in the blink of an eye. Almost all of the other rogue ninjas were watching this. They were surprised at how skilled Krunaga was. Saigo Rika said, damn boss. You are on fire. It's as if the sword was crafted for you. However, Krunaga shook his head and said, no, you have done a great job. This sword is amazing. I am surprised that this weak little nation had something so good. Rika grinned and said, it was their family heirloom. They might still have some good stuff that we can try to steal. Krunaga nodded and said, yes. I'm interested too. But not now. They might have issued an A-rank mission to Hidden Leaf Village or our former village to hunt you down. Rika immediately got serious and said, yes. They must be hunting for me now. Krunaga smirked and said, don't worry. As long as you are loyal to me, I will guarantee your safety. Besides, those morons don't know about me. Even if they manage to track this hideout, they will just feed my new sword. Hearing him, everyone calmed down and began cheering. After all, Krunaga was the true leader of this group of misfits. The investigation carried out by the Land of Frost ninjas never discovered him. So their information was incomplete. And this incomplete information could very well be fatal. As the rogue ninjas were celebrating, the explosion tags began exploding. The entire hidden cave began shaking. They didn't understand what exactly was happening. One of them yelled, what the fuck is happening? Did an earthquake hit us? Another one of the ninjas had his eyes closed as he sensed. His name was Fumihiko Makuomi. He was a rogue ninja from the Land of Water and was a seal master. He said, someone has planted hundreds of explosions around our cave. Take cover immediately. Everyone began using defensive jutsus. However, the number of explosions was too high. The cave soon crumbled. Rocks rained down upon them. The ground under them began collapsing. Explosion tags began exploding very close to them. All the large-scale defensive jutsus were torn down, leaving every man for himself. The explosions also disabled all seals. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas could now use their senses to observe the ones hiding inside. Fujin was the first one to speak. His voice was very serious as he said, there is a Jounin among them. Their total number is 14. Everyone is at least a Chunin. The entire group became very serious. A Jounin from Hidden Clouds Village along with 13 Chunins would be very difficult to handle. Tomatsu said, let's pay attention from a distance and see how many survive. I will decide whether to attack or retreat. He looked at Katsumi, who nodded his head. The explosions broke all the cave walls. Water from the waterfall began pouring into it and submerging the entire cave. The rogue ninjas who were struggling with explosions, debris and unstable footing suddenly had to deal with a strong water wave as well. Krenaga grabbed Riku and began making his way out of the cave through the water. Makumi created a barrier around himself and began making his way out as well. In all, the explosions killed 3. Another 5 were killed when rocks fell on them. And 1 more was killed due to suffocating underwater. The 5 who made it out had some injuries on them. Only Makumi and Krenaga were completely fine. They expected to be ambushed as soon as they got out. However, there was no attack, instead there was another trap for them. Katsumi had some of his bugs move along the water that flooded the cave. These bugs could survive underwater and were very poisonous. They managed to bite all except Makumi, who was protected by a barrier. As soon as they landed outside the waterfall, their legs began shaking. Krenaga said, "Fuck. I'm poisoned." He looked around to see 3 more being in the same situation as he was. He looked at Makumi, who wasn't even a bit hurt, and yelled, "Bastard! Did you betray us?" Makumi quickly defended himself, "I have done no such thing." Krenaga didn't trust him and said, "First we were attacked despite your seals. And now all but you are poisoned. How would you explain that?" Krenaga unsheathed his chakra sword as he spoke. However, he didn't attack and instead kept his attention on an incoming ambush. Seeing that they wouldn't clash, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas made a move. Tomatsu said, "I will take on the Jounin. Ryota, take on the unharmed guy. Others finish off the rest and came to help us." The group nodded and flickered. The rogue ninjas noticed them and prepared for a fight. Makumi said, "They are Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Perhaps you 4 were poisoned by bugs." "They couldn't poison me due to my barrier." Krenaga snorted and focused on the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. The Hidden Leaf Village group flickered until they were just 20 meters from the enemy. Fujin was at the center, Tomatsu and Tadashi were on both his sides and both had made hand signs. Fire style, Great Fireball Jutsu. At the same time, Fujin used Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. The 3 jutsus combined, creating a massive firestorm. While their missions over the last couple of months weren't challenging, Fujin did improve his teamwork alongside the group a lot. The rogue ninjas were surprised by the huge firestorm heading for them. Krenaga yelled, "Get underwater." The rogue ninjas immediately dove into the river they were standing on. Ryota, Tadashi and Tomatsu followed them underwater. Katsumi didn't join them as most of his bugs were ineffective underwater. While Fujin didn't go as he didn't want to face an experienced lightning user underwater. Under the water, Krenaga saw the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas following him. He immediately became angry. "They dare to fight me underwater?" He made hand signs. Lightning style, false darkness. He released a spear of lightning from his mouth at Tomatsu. Tomatsu watched the incoming lightning spear with a grim expression as he thought, "I didn't expect him to use such a strong jutsu despite being poisoned." He threw a kunai with an explosion tag at the incoming spear. It exploded right before reaching the spear. The explosion dispersed the spear. However, since they were underwater, the current began spreading through the entire area. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas as well as the rogues were electrocuted. Among the rogues, 3 had an affinity to the lightning element. They were fine. While Makumi once again insulated himself with the help of seals. Only 1 rogue was shocked. On the side of the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, all the 3 who went underwater and the dog were shocked. Though it didn't injure them, the shock had a paralytic effect on them and hindered their movement. They immediately began exiting the water. Their advantage had been reversed with a single jutsu. Chapter 166, The Hunt Begins. The immediate reversal lifted the spirits of the rogue ninjas. They began making hand signs to use more lightning jutsus. However, Krenaga was frowning. "My entire body is hurting. This poison is very troublesome. We will need to win this fight or escape successfully within 5 minutes. Otherwise, we all might die here." While the rogue ninjas were making hand signs, someone watched them like a hawk. Fujin's eyes were glowing as he watched the only rogue ninja who got shocked. Vacuum cores began forming in his mouth. He shot 2 vacuum bullets at the same time. During the last 2 months of training, Fujin had finally learned to use 2 vacuum bullets at the same time. 1 vacuum bullet was shot at Krenaga while the other was shot at the paralyzed rogue. Krenaga noticed the attack and immediately moved out of the way while weaving hand signs. However, there was another ninja just behind him who didn't notice the attack. The bullet hit his right thigh and pierced through it. As for the paralyzed rogue, the vacuum bullet pierced through his head and killed him. The deadly attack shocked them once again and reminded them of the seriousness of the situation. Krenaga launched false darkness once again. This time it was aimed at Fujin. Fujin noticed it and used vacuum bullet jutsu once again and shot 2 bullets at the incoming lightning sphere. His bullets tore through the lightning spear and dispersed it. Krenaga had to dodge them once again. He frowned. "Wind user. Things just keep getting worse." Tomatsu, Tadashi, Ryota and Kenta exited the water. Katsumi helped them to get on the shore. All breathed heavily. Tadashi gritted his teeth and complained, "Shit. That bastard is strong." Ryota agreed, "Yeah. And the lightning element restricts me too much." Luckily Tomatsu at least neutralized it. Otherwise, we might have been in a lot of trouble. Tomatsu said, "Though our movement will be hindered a bit, they are poisoned by Katsumi's bugs. We just have to hold on for around 5 minutes and they will begin losing their ability to move." Katsumi nodded and said, "4 more minutes left. It will be best if they escape. That way we can just hunt down their unconscious or dead bodies." Fujin noticed that all his team were on the shore. The rogue ninjas who were under the water were approaching him. And the seal master from the group was weaving hand signs for a water jutsu. Not wanting to be surrounded, he flickered to his team. When he reached them, he heard Katsumi softly whispering, "Focus on stalling them. It's fine if they escape." A second after he flickered, a water dragon formed where he was standing. The rogue group exited the river and stood behind the water dragon. As soon as they exited the river, Katsumi's bugs attacked them. His bugs had already spread over the river and swarmed them. The rogues had noticed the bugs when they were underwater. They immediately launched explosion tags on them. Makumi launched his water dragon at the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. However, Fujin countered with a giant ball of wind. It hit the water dragon's head and exploded, neutralizing it. Fujin followed it up with a dozen air bullets. However, the enemy managed to dodge. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas who were electrocuted earlier stood up on their feet. However, their movement wasn't very fluent. Krenaga observed their movements. He analyzed, "We could attack and try to kill them, but the wind user will be tough to overcome. He can keep neutralizing our jutsus and keep us at a distance. Every second that he stalls will be lethal for us. While that bug user is probably responsible for our poison. His bugs are an even bigger threat than the wind user. We should escape while their mobility is hampered." "No, I should." Without saying anything, Krenaga suddenly flickered away. Makumi had expected him to do this and flickered away as well. The other two were shocked. However, within a second, they tried escaping as well. Fujin was surprised at how they suddenly ran away. He thought, "Wow. That leader just abandoned them and ran." He made a hand sign. A shadow clone with 10% of his chakra appeared. He flickered immediately. Just 2 flickers and he appeared behind the rogue who was running away on 1 foot. The rogue ninja noticed him and threw a few shurikens at him and began weaving hand signs. However, the clone dodged all shurikens with extreme ease. A sword appeared in his hand and he swung the sword at the enemy. Realizing the threat, the rogue ninja moved backwards. However, a sword slash was released from the sword. The clone watched as the enemy's head was split from his neck. While the clone was fighting, Fujin created another shadow clone and 10 wind clones which chased after the remaining 3. After finishing off his opponent, the first clone also joined the chase. Tomatsu looked at it and said, "Good work." Fujin nodded and asked Katsumi, "Did you plant your bugs on them?" Katsumi nodded and said, "All except the guy who used the water jutsu. They are poisoned as well." Fujin and Katsumi stayed on guard while the others warmed up to get rid of any issues they might have in moving around. After a couple of minutes, they began chasing. Fujin said, "The one who was injured is dead. The others are escaping in different directions." Tomatsu looked at Katsumi, who told them the exact locations. He instructed, "All right. Fujin and Tadashi will hunt Saigo Reiko. The rest of us will hunt that jounin. Ignore the third ninja for now." Everyone nodded and split off. Fujin analyzed, "Good decision. The main mission is to retrieve the sword. While the additional rewards are basically for bringing Riku's head. And with the enemy poisoned, they just need to wait until that jounin to just die by himself." Krenaga and Riku quickly began consuming the antidotes they had. They had a general use antidote that could neutralize the poisons of the bugs from the Aburame clan. Their situation improved slightly. The pain and dizziness they were experiencing began decreasing. Both smiled. The speed of Fujin's clones was much faster than theirs. His clones began catching up with the enemies. The wind clones chasing Riku were the first ones to catch up. Riku turned around to see 3 wind clones chasing him. He thought, "Wind clones. So annoying." He began weaving hand signs while escaping. The wind clones knew that they wouldn't be able to defeat him. So they only focused on stalling him. Riku turned around and used the jutsu he prepared. Lightning style, discharge jutsu. He extended his palms ahead. Lightning appeared on his palms and was launched towards the clone. However, instead of it moving at a rapid speed, it moved slowly and instead spread in all directions. The eyes of the clones widened as they retreated. They thought, "A low damage jutsu. It's perfect for dealing with clones." As the lightning discharged approached the clones, one of the clones stepped forward and poured all his chakra into a great breakthrough jutsu. The winds neutralized all the discharge and instead attacked Riku. However, after using the jutsu, Riku had already started running. The remaining 2 clones began chasing after him. Makwami was the next one to clash with the clones. Unlike Riku, he waited on top of a small lake for the clones to catch up. As soon as the clones appeared in sight, he began making hand signs. He thought, I could have hidden perfectly. Unfortunately, this kid is a sensor. He would have figured out the general area and I would be trapped. I have to finish the clones before the ninjas begin sensing me as well. 1 shadow clone and 3 wind clones approached him and noticed him weaving hand signs. Water style, raging waves. Makwami spat out water in all directions. Just like Riku, his aim too was to use a wide-range attack to dispel the clones. One of the wind clones again moved forward and used all his chakra to use an infinite breakthrough jutsu to nullify the enemy jutsu. The wind clashed with the water and sent the water back to Makwami. The remaining clones flickered to close the distance while preparing a jutsu. Wind style, air bullet jutsu. All 3 clones used air bullet jutsu at the same time. The shadow clone aimed his bullets at Makwami, while the wind clones cut off his escape routes. However, Makwami stood his ground. A barrier appeared around him. The air bullets hit the barrier and were stopped. The shadow clone observed him carefully. He analyzed, impressive. His speed at creating barriers is very fast. I should study barriers properly. They provide a very strong defense. That said, he is lucky that I can't use vacuum jutsus with a clone yet. Else he might have died despite the barrier. Behind the barrier, Makwami was rapidly weaving hand signs. His chakra suddenly flared. The winds from the infinite breakthrough jutsu had died down. Water once again began gathering around him. Water style, piercing rain jutsu. The water formed a sphere around him. The surface of the water sphere began forming spikes. Soon, innumerable water needles were shot in all directions at a high speed. Chapter 167, A False Sense of Security. The wind clones tried dodging the incoming water needles, but there was no room as they were too densely packed. The shadow clone escaped underground. Makwami weaved more hand signs and slammed his hands on the lake. Water style, corrosive liquid jutsu. The water from the lake began spreading above the ground for hundreds of meters. This water was corrosive and harmful. If it came in contact with a ninja, it would begin feeling an itch over their body. However, if it hit a clone, the clone would be dispelled. Makwami observed as he thought, though we made this jutsu to counter the ninjas who hide underwater, it also works for those who hide underground. Now that clone will be trapped there. He began planning his escape. Meanwhile, Fujin's clone frowned. He thought, what a troublesome opponent. He managed to neutralize my clones very easily. Still, all his fighting plans are based on the assumption that I don't know lightning jutsus. A strong current through the water will reverse the battle situation. Unfortunately, I have to keep it hidden. The clone made a hand sign. A wind clone appeared behind it containing half his chakra. The remaining half of his chakra gathered on the clone's fist. He punched the ground above him diagonally. A shockwave was sent through the ground. It hit the underwater walls of the lake and sent stones flying at Makwami, who had just relaxed his guard slightly. Around 4 or 5 stones hit him. Unfortunately, the speed of the stones wasn't fast enough to make them lethal. Their speed was further reduced by the water. Though the stones barely hurt him, his instincts were screaming. He quickly made a barrier in the direction from where the stones came. The shadow clone's punch had created a small but linear hole. The wind clone used infinite breakthrough jutsu and poured all its chakra into it. However, unlike the usual infinite breakthrough jutsu that spread for dozens, even hundreds of meters wide, this one traveled in a narrow hole. It almost looked like a wind spear. The wind jutsu hit the barrier hard. As the impact was only on a small area, the entire barrier was pushed back. Makwami controlled the barrier and made it turn slightly to divert the direction of the jutsu. However, the wind spear pierced through the barrier. Fortunately, he managed to change the direction slightly. The spear passed through the side of his abdomen, cutting a half-inch semicircle through his right side. Makwami watched in shock as the left side of his abdomen began bleeding profusely. He thought, who the fuck is that kid? And which jutsus did he use to do something like this? However, he stopped thinking about Fujin and began thinking about his own vulnerable situation. They have an Inuzuka. He will smell my blood. Hiding has become 100 times more difficult now. He removed all his clothes as they all had some blood on them. He used the water to clean the wound. Once the wound was cleaned, he lit a fire and burned the wound to stop the bleeding. He gritted his teeth due to the pain. The fire cauterized the wound and stopped bleeding. He applied some bandages over the burned area and made a hand sign. 4 water clones appeared around him. Each of them picked up some of the bloody clothes and ran in different directions. Makwami ran in another direction without bothering to wear any clothes. He ensured that he left no trail behind. After moving some distance, he hid underground and used seals to hide properly. The last set of clones clashed with Grinaga, but they were defeated promptly. Fujin, who was chasing Riku, received the memories of his two shadow clones. He analyzed, these guys are tough. I don't think this mission is rank B anymore. Riku also managed to dispel the last two wind clones. They were escaping with confidence when something happened. Both Riku and Krenaga suddenly lost their footing. They fell to the ground and vomited blood. Both were shocked. What the heck? What happened? Did I get poisoned again? How? Both were confused. They didn't understand. Other than Katsumi, the remaining Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were also in the dark about this. They were aware that the rogue ninjas were poisoned. However, they never saw the rogue ninjas use antidotes. The sudden flaring of the poison in Riku and Krenaga was a hidden strategy of the Aburame clan. The entire clan used the same bug to poison the enemies. Hence, every major village had ready-made antidotes available for that poison. However, in reality, the Aburame clan had a large variety of poisonous bugs. One of those bugs had poison similar to the normal poisonous bugs. However, instead of being neutralized by the antidote, it would be temporarily suppressed and flare up a few minutes later. The Aburame clan keeps this a secret by only using it against enemies when they are confident that they will kill the enemies. Otherwise, they wouldn't use it. Due to this reason, no one was aware of this. And due to this reason, the Aburame clan would always be considered a clan that Hidden Leaf Village's enemies hated to fight during wars. Riku and Krenaga stopped escaping and tried to inspect themselves. They both speculated that they were poisoned with a different poison. So their antidote wasn't effective. However, even after speculating correctly, they couldn't do anything about it. Riku decided to stop escaping and hid behind a tree as it was very difficult for him to move. On the other hand, Krenaga turned around and rushed back to where the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were. Around half a minute later, Krenaga encountered Tamatsu, Katsumi and Ryota. A vicious look could be seen in his eyes as he looked at Katsumi. He threatened, "Give me the antidote for your poison. If not, I will kill you all." Tamatsu chuckled and asked, "Do you really think that we would just hand you the antidote?" However, he and Ryota were on alert. They had the same thought, why did he escape if he didn't have the antidote? Did he set up any trap here? Unlike them, Katsumi wasn't that worried. They began fighting. Fujin and Tadashi caught up with Riku as well. His blood was very easy to smell for Riku. While Fujin could sense him when they entered in range. They stealthily approached him from behind. They could hear him coughing. Tadashi grabbed a shuriken that had a string attached to it. He threw it around the tree from behind. It went around the tree and trapped Riku. Though Riku had stopped moving, his condition worsened. He vomited blood multiple times. Even moving had become difficult. Tears had formed in his eyes as he realized that he would die in that unknown place. He saw the shuriken and the string. But it was too late. He didn't have any energy to move. The string tied him to the tree. He tried struggling, however, two vacuum bullets hit him. One pierced his heart and the other pierced his neck. He died without troubling Fujin and Tadashi much. Tadashi said, "That was easy." Fujin nodded, "Yeah. Katsumi's poison is very strong." Tadashi grinned and said, "Yeah, it is. He bailed us out multiple times thanks to it." He went forward and stored Riku's body in a scroll. They began moving towards Tamatsu and company. Tadashi asked, "Any idea what's happening at other places?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No. They are both strong. They managed to defeat my clones. I think my clones managed to injure that water user, but I'm not sure." Tadashi replied, "Alright. Anyways, that Jounin is also poisoned. So Tamatsu and others should be able to win easily." Fujin nodded. They moved quickly and arrived where Krenaga was fighting in a few minutes. The scene surprised them. Tadashi quickly rushed towards Tamatsu and Katsumi and asked, "Are you guys fine?" Fujin also followed him. Both were bleeding. Katsumi's left leg was dyed in blood. Tamatsu's right arm also seemed to be bleeding in multiple spots. Krenaga's dead body was lying a few meters away from them. Tamatsu said, "It's fine. He was stronger than we expected. And the poison made him very desperate." They began applying first aid to them. Katsumi's left leg had multiple nails embedded in it. Krenaga had charged the nails with lightning and used them to attack from range as Katsumi always maintained a distance from him. Meanwhile, since Krenaga was targeting Katsumi, Tamatsu decided to engage him at close range. That resulted in 2 long and deep slashes on his right arm with the chakra sword. While applying first aid, Ryota said, "This guy was very strong. Especially with the chakra sword. It's lucky that he was poisoned, else we might have been in severe trouble." Tamatsu agreed, "Yeah, I thought I could take on him. Unfortunately, he was stronger." While the first aid was being applied, a few of Katsumi's bugs were moving inside Krenaga's dead body. They were cleaning all traces of the poison in his body. Due to this, if anyone inspects his dead body, no one would find the poison that was used. Hence, they won't be able to make the antidote. All of the Rain Clan ninjas who use this poison would use this method to keep their poisons a secret. If they weren't sure about the kill and the fact that they would get access to their dead bodies first, they would only use the normal poisonous bugs. Chapter 168, A New Team. After removing all traces of the poison, the bugs left the dead body and returned to Katsumi. Ryota had finished applying the first aid and he sealed Krunoga's body in a scroll. Ryota said, he is sure to have a good bounty. Fujin picked up the chakra sword and said, I don't think it would compare with this sword though. He began flowing his chakra through the sword and changed its nature to wind. He was surprised, wow. So smooth. I thought my swords were good. This one is probably better than the one Hiruzen asked to be made for me. Noticing that Fujin's attention was on the sword, Tomatsu coughed and said, that's our mission requirement, Fujin. Fujin looked back and chuckled, I know, just saying. Haha, he thought, oh well, if I need such a sword in the future and I can't get it any other way, I can just steal this sword from that old guy. It's not like he would ever use it anyways. Since Katsumi and Tomatsu were injured, they decided not to hunt that last rogue ninja. The group began returning. Katsumi couldn't walk properly, so he rode on Kenta. They returned the chakra sword to Kanda Kunio. Understanding the difficulty of the mission, Kunio increased the mission ranking from B2 and increased the mission rewards to 2 million ryo. He handed them the book that had theories and research on learning the Ice KK Genkai and made the arrangements to help them claim the bounties. He also invited their medical ninjas to treat Katsumi and Tomatsu. Tomatsu's wound healed properly. They bandaged his arm. It would leave 2 scars on his arm, but he didn't mind it. Katsumi's injuries, however, were serious. He was wounded down to the bone. They healed him as well as they could. The healer said, that's as much as we could do. Your village has the best healers. So I would recommend you to get treated by them as well. Also, I would recommend you take a few months break. Katsumi nodded and thanked them. They rested in the land of frost for some time. In this period, they went through the ice-style book. Fujin was the first one to read. He analyzed. This book is good. It contains research of over a dozen ninjas. And still, none of them managed to create the ice element. Kinda shows how tough creating a KK Genkai will be. Though I don't have the water affinity needed for the ice element, this book could give some insights if I try to create scorch or magnet elements. The others read the book as well. Only Ryota and Tomatsu were interested in a Kekkai Genkai and neither had the wind or the water element. So after reading carefully, the book was given to Fujin for keeping. After resting for a couple of days, they began moving back to Hidden Leaf Village. Their speed was a bit slower as they had to ensure that Katsumi didn't strain his leg. He rode on Kenda the entire journey. He was admitted to Hidden Leaf Village's hospital after returning. The group decided to meet after 2 days in the hospital. Fujin continued his training to improve his control over the lightning element. He brought some fruits and visited the hospital at the decided time. Others had already gathered. Fujin placed the fruits on the table next to Katsumi and asked, how is your leg? He said, it has been treated properly. Unfortunately, I have to rest for a couple of months for the damage to the bones to be healed and for the bone to become strong once again. Fujin replied, oh, that's bad. I'm glad that there are no permanent injuries though. Take a good break. Katsumi nodded. Tomatsu said, I have something to discuss. The entire team looked at him. Tomatsu said, we have been taking missions continuously for quite a long time. I was thinking that it would be best for our team to take a few months off. I was thinking about a 3-month-long break. The group was surprised. Tadashi asked, 3 whole months? Tomatsu nodded. He said, along with missions, it's also important to build up your strength. Take these 3 months to train newer skills or master the old ones further. In that time, Katsumi will also get healed, so we won't have any issues with team composition. Also, we do need a break from the missions. The group began analyzing. Ryota, Tadashi and Katsumi were thinking about the things they could learn in the 3 months. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, seriously? Another 3 months break? I didn't think completing 50 rank B missions would be so challenging. As no one spoke anything, Tomatsu said, the last mission gave all of us 2.5 million ryo. So we shouldn't have any monetary issues. Once we get stronger, we could try to do tougher missions more frequently. A substantial increase in strength could improve your chances to become elite chunins or even a special jounin. The prospect of promotion excited them slightly. They agreed. Tomatsu looked at Fujin who hadn't said anything yet. He said, Fujin, your strength is already very high. Perhaps if we had you in the team that faced Krunoga, we might have killed him without taking any injuries. And I understand that you may want to take multiple rank B missions to reach close to the 50 missions mark. Fujin nodded. Tomatsu continued, if you want to, you can form or join other teams in this time period. But we would love it if you join us again after 3 months. But we would understand if you don't. Fujin smiled and said, "You are thinking too much, Tomatsu. I'll be back in this team." Tomatsu and others smiled. The group talked for a bit before leaving. Fujin thought, now I have to find a new team again. Though this may not be all bad. I should try to form a new team. A younger team that would want to take continuous missions. That way, we could reach the 50 mission criteria soon. If I get promoted to Elite Chunin, my sword and sensor skills would get me promoted to Special Jounin rank 2. Then I could join teams that do rank A or even rank S missions. Still, doing more missions would mean getting less time for training. What to do? Fujin analyzed his situation. In the end, he almost pulled his hair as he couldn't decide. He thought, ugh. This is so fucking confusing. Missions give me combat experience that no amount of training would provide me. On the other hand, training will increase my strength and skills which would be useful for missions. Fuck it. I'll first master the control over the lightning element. Then I'll try forming the team and doing a month or 2 of non-stop missions. For the next 10 days, Fujin devoted the majority of his time to mastering his control over the lightning element. He practiced with 10 shadow clones at all times. Finally, he sighed in relief, finally done. I can freely control the electric current from 10 mA to 10.5 amperes. I can also control voltage from 200 volts to 840,000 volts. Time to head for missions. He left his basement. He was about to send clones when he heard his doorbell. He opened the door to see Miko. His eyes involuntarily twitched as he thought, I was just about to send a clone to her. He waved his hand and asked, "What's up?" Miko entered his house and asked, "Do you have any missions lined up?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No, my team just took a break." Her eyes sparkled. She said, "Great. I am recommending you to my team." Fujin observed her carefully. He asked, "What do you mean?" She said, "I was assigned to a team that is planning to undertake a rank A mission. Unfortunately, the member that specializes in Winjutsus is injured. And we need a replacement to take that mission. So I recommended you to my team. Come with me." Fujin locked his home and followed her. He asked, "They just agreed?" She sighed and said, "No, I had to convince them a lot. The injured guy is a jounin. But, they couldn't find any other option. So they had to accept my recommendation." Fujin nodded. He knew that wind users were too rare in Hidden Leaf Village. Not a single clan specialized in the wind element. He said, "Actually, I was about to look for you too." She looked back at him and asked, "Why?" He said, "My team has taken a 3-month-long break. I was thinking about forming a team with you, Teru and Hoka to undertake rank B missions continuously. We could undertake 15-20 rank B missions in around 2 months. It would help us secure the Elite Chunin promotion quicker." Miko's eyes widened. She asked, 15-20 rank B missions in 2 months? I only do 3 every month. Fujin nodded and said, "Most rank B missions are very easy. We could focus on doing missions that take less time to complete and are easier. Unless the mission gets upgraded to rank A, we should be able to complete it with ease. Once we get the Elite Chunin promotion, the promotion to Special Jounin wouldn't be far. So we can start taking rank A and even S missions." The thought of undertaking rank S missions excited Miko. She said, "Alright. Let's do it after this mission." Fujin smiled and said, "Great. I'll try to convince Hoka and Teru after this mission." Miko said, "I'll join you." Fujin said, "That will be helpful." The two reached the Uchiha compound. Miko led Fujin to a house where her team was gathered. Chapter 169, Missing Children. As soon as Fujin entered the room, he saw 6 Uchihas looking at him. He thought, ugh, I forgot that her squad is an all-Uchiha squad. I hope that it doesn't attract any unwanted attention. Among the 6 Uchihas, 3 seemed to be in their 30s, 2 in their 20s and the last one was just a year older than Fujin. One of them said, "So this is Fujin? Not bad, his chakra is quite high for his age." Fujin wondered, he can tell chakra without using his eyes or sensing? Miko said, "Yes, Uncle Akihiko." She looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, this is Uncle Akihiko. Just like Sensei, he is an elite jounin too. He will be heading this mission." Fujin nodded and respectfully said, "Pleased to meet you, Akihiko-san." Akihiko Uchiha smiled and said, "No need to be formal, Fujin. You can call me uncle as well." Fujin replied with a smile, "Alright, Uncle Akihiko." While he was speaking, he thought, not bad. I was afraid that all of them would be arrogant to the core. At that moment, the Uchiha, who was slightly older than Fujin, scoffed and said, "Miko, are you sure that he is strong? We don't want any slackers joining us. Besides, can he really replace Uncle Shinosuke?" Fujin looked at him and thought, never mind. I concluded too soon. Miko rebuked him, "Shunko, You can't even defeat me. Fujin is even stronger than me. Okihiko calmed the kids down. Calm down. Shunko, learn to work with your teammates. And Miko, don't insult your teammates. Fujin, don't mind Shunko. Fujin nodded. There wasn't much change in his expression, but he was surprised. Who'd have thought that she would admit that she was weaker than me? Okihiko asked, Miko, you and Fujin can do the fire-wind combination jutsu, right? Miko and Fujin nodded. Okihiko said, alright. Shinosuke could do the fire-wind combination jutsu with all three of us. But, that was due to us taking missions together for years. We won't be able to reach the same efficiency with Fujin in this little time. So this combination jutsu will be left to you guys. Miko grinned and replied, don't worry, we got it. Okihiko said, the mission is an emergency. It is a rank A mission issued by Hidden Grass Village. Over 100 kids younger than the age of 6 have suddenly gone missing and all their attempts at investigation have failed. Instead, some of the search teams have gone missing as well. Our mission is to investigate this event and rescue those kids. We will leave the village in 30 minutes. Gather your supplies and weapons and meet at the village gate as soon as you can. Everyone nodded and left. Miko looked at Fujin and guessed, you are carrying all the supplies that you need. Fujin nodded, yup. What about you? Miko grinned and said, same here. Let's race to the gate. She flickered before Fujin could reply. Fujin sighed and flickered as well. He very quickly caught up with Miko and commented softly, why do you arrange a competition that you have no chance of winning? He overtook Miko but didn't create a huge difference between them. Miko snorted at his confidence. She tried hard to catch up, but Fujin's physique as well as the mastery of body flicker jutsu was better than hers. Fujin reached the village gate. However, he wasn't the first one there. Okihiko and the other two older Uchihas were already at the gate. Miko reached a few seconds after Fujin. The three senior Uchihas saw them. One of them smirked and said, looks like both of you lost the race. Miko was annoyed by his smirk and taunt. But at the same time, she was happy that Fujin lost too. So she didn't complain and looked at Fujin with a smirk. Fujin shrugged his hands and asked, aren't you too old to be racing with preteens, mister? His smirk immediately fell, while the other two laughed at his expense. Miko introduced them, Fujin, he is Uncle Masaru. He likes teasing young kids. And he is Uncle Sora. Masaru immediately said in embarrassment, hey, don't speak nonsense. Meanwhile, Fujin wondered, is this entire world filled with pedos? Miko laughed at his reaction. Okihiko said, don't mind him, Fujin. He is very competitive and playful. Anyways, are you two ready? We will be moving at a full speed. We will only rest once before reaching Hidden Grass Village. Both Miko and Fujin nodded. In 5 minutes, the remaining 3 members arrived. The 8-member squad left immediately at full speed. They traveled without resting until they reached the border between Hidden Lee Village and Hidden Grass Village. They took a break at a border patrol camp in the Land of Fire so that all could rest at the same time without any worries about external threats. The next morning, they continued their journey and reached Hidden Grass Village a few hours after noon. On reaching, Fujin thought, I don't recall much about Hidden Grass Village. I only remember Karen and her mother. I wonder if there are any others of significance from this village. Fujin slowed down as they neared the gate, but the others didn't. Fujin was confused and increased his pace. A couple of guards guarded the village gate. They noticed a few ninjas moving towards them at high speed and got alert. They were already on edge due to the cases of missing kids. Okihiko and Sora activated their Sharingans. Sharingan Ganjutsu. Both guards were placed under a Ganjutsu. They collapsed. Fujin was speechless. He thought, what the fuck? And I thought that this guy was normal. Okihiko said, Masaru, stay here with the kids and interrogate them. Others, follow me. Okihiko, Sora and 2 others went inside the village. Masaru, Fujin, Miko and Shunko stayed back. Masaru said, I will release the Ganjutsu on them. Miko and Shinko, you cast a new Ganjutsu on them and interrogate them. I will observe. They nodded and stepped forward. Masaru made a hand sign and released the Ganjutsu. The guards woke up but were confused. Miko and Shunko casted new Ganjutsu on them. They asked basic questions and some tricky questions. Unfortunately, the guards didn't know anything. They were innocent. Their actions were noticed by the villagers. Seeing their guards being subdued caused panic among the villagers. A few ninjas stepped forward. But Masaru said, we have been assigned the mission to recover the missing children. This is a part of the mission. Stay back. Hearing that, the ninjas didn't come very close. However, they stayed in their position and observed the actions of Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Many of them were unhappy. A few thought, the Uchiha clan. They are so fucking arrogant. Under normal circumstances, they would have lashed out. But the missing children had put them on an edge. They gritted their teeth and endured the humiliation. While the interrogation was on, Ukihiko's group entered the central building in the village. They were quickly led to the room hosting the leader of Hidden Grass Village and the daimyo. The current leader of Hidden Grass Village was Ashikaga Hiroshi. He said, "Welcome to Hidden Grass Village, Ukihiko Uchiha. I am glad that you arrived so quickly." Ukihiko nodded and said, "It is an emergency after all. Can you brief me on all the details of this mission? We will begin investigations immediately." Hiroshi nodded and said, "Until now, 176 kids have been reported missing. There isn't anything common between these children other than the fact that they are aged between 2 and 6. Around 12 went missing from this village itself. The remaining went missing from civilian villages across this country." He led down a map on the table. The map had locations of villages and the number of children missing from each village. In all, they went missing from 7 more villages. And all these 7 villages were the villages closest to Hidden Grass Village. Ukihiko observed the map and asked, "Where did you investigate and what were the results of it?" Hiroshi answered, "We didn't find anything." He began marking locations on the map and said, "We have investigated all these areas but didn't find any clues. Instead, in this location, we lost 3 rescue teams. We sent a huge force to investigate it, but didn't find anything. It's as if they have disappeared from the face of the earth." Ukihiko and the other Uchihas frowned. This case was very tricky. They didn't say anything and kept observing the map to see if they could decipher any patterns. Hiroshi and the daimyo didn't disturb them. After a few minutes, a knock was heard on the door. Without waiting for any response, the door was opened and a man stepped in. He said, "Lord Daimyo, Lord Hiroshi, there are ko." As he was speaking, his eyes went to the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas in the room. He instantly stopped talking. Hiroshi was confused. He said, "Keep going." The man said, "The guards on the gate are being interrogated by a few Hidden Leaf Village ninjas." Before Hiroshi could say anything, Ukihiko said without taking his eyes off the map, "Don't worry, they are my subordinates." Hiroshi was speechless. He asked, "What do you mean don't worry?" Ukihiko said, "The children went missing from your village. No one is more suspicious than the guards. Don't worry, we won't ask for any personal or confidential information. But they have to be interrogated. I hope you can bring me the other guards as well to interrogate." Ukihiko's tough stance intimidated Hiroshi. He said, "All right." He commanded the man who delivered the message to gather the remaining guards. Chapter 170, a difficult task. Ukihiko's group couldn't find anything substantial on the map. They took the map and decided on a few locations to investigate. They also checked a file containing information about all the missing children but didn't find anything else. They first interrogated all the guards, but all guards were innocent. So the Hidden Leaf Village group left the village. The guards were very dissatisfied with being treated in such a manner. Hiroshi said, "I apologize for what just happened. But, I hope that you guys understand the severity of the situation and the concerns of the Hidden Leaf Village team. They came here less than 2 days after issuing the mission and left without even resting. So, I hope that you forgive them." Hearing that, the faces of the guards softened a bit. They all noticed that the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas seemed tired from traveling and still didn't take any rest. Elsewhere, Fujin's team was moving rapidly. Shunko asked, "We have no clues at all. How are we going to investigate?" Masaru answered, "Almost a couple hundred children have gone missing. No matter how good the kidnappers are, they will leave some clues behind. We just have to search until we find one." Ukihiko nodded, "We will start where the 3 rescue squads went missing. That place should have the highest chance of finding clues. If we don't, then we will investigate every missing child." Sora added, "We should start investigating the children who went missing more recently. After all, due to having so much success, they would get overconfident and leave some clues behind." Ukihiko nodded. Fujin also agreed with the analysis. He wondered, exactly who would kidnap young children in this world? If they had KK Genkai, then Hidden Cloud's village would have been the suspect. But these are just normal kids. Is someone planning on creating a root-like organization and hence kidnap these kids? Fujin analyzed the possibility and concluded, yeah, that could be the case. Hidden Grass Village's military isn't strong. They got hit by both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Stones Village in the Second and Third Great Ninja Wars. So creating a secret force here would be convenient. And they could keep kidnapping more children in the future to increase their numbers. But, which force would that be? I don't recall any major player from Hidden Grass Village in Naruto. Unless they were discovered and destroyed or they never got enough strength to be relevant. Another point to consider is, should I use such a tactic while trying to build my force in the future? Fujin analyzed the feasibility of his idea. After some time, he decided, taking in young kids and training them would require at least half a decade for them to be worth anything. It will be too much effort for little reward and very difficult to do without proper organization. More importantly, this act is completely morally bankrupt. While I am not morally upright and don't mind doing some evil stuff, kidnapping young kids and making life miserable for them is too much for me. Especially without any huge benefits. Not to mention, if I were to get caught in this act, I would certainly be hunted and killed. So not worth doing it. Especially considering the vast number of kids whose lives are already hell in this world. I would be better off just recruiting them. After all, those kids would genuinely admire and respect me and would be willing to work their hardest to get out of that terrible life. As Fujin was deep in thought, Miko looked at him and asked softly, "Hey, what are you thinking?" Fujin looked at her and answered, "I was thinking about which scums would kidnap little kids and separate them from their parents." Unfortunately, I couldn't get to any conclusion. Miko sighed, "Yeah, there are terrible people everywhere. If we find them, I will be torturing the shit out of them." Fujin chuckled at her anger. He said, "Now that I think about it, it's been quite a few months since I went on a killing spree." Miko looked at him with a deadpan expression and said, "You kill very quickly and efficiently. They feel no pain at all and die in an instant. Leave them to me. I have a new Ganjutsu that I want to test." A sadistic grin appeared on her face. Fujin said, "I think you would be a perfect fit in the T&I department of Hidden Leaf Village." Miko looked at him and said, "The Uchiha police force has our own T&I department. Though we don't use it much as we mostly police the common citizens." Fujin said, "Oh, I didn't know that." Akihiko announced, "Stay on alert. We are reaching that location." Everyone raised their alertness to the max. Akihiko stopped. Others stopped behind him. The area was covered with huge grass that was up to 5 feet tall. However, it was the same as everything around it. The only distinguishing factor was a few spears planted around the area to mark it. Akihiko said, "Hidden Grass Village Nins planted this area with spears to mark where the rescue teams went missing." Miko said, "The grass is very tall in this country. It will be difficult to investigate properly." Akihiko smirked and said, "Yes. And hence, it will also be difficult to cover up any traces left. Everyone except Fujin, use your Sharingans to find clues." All Uchihas activated their Sharingans and began investigating. Though no one said anything, it left Fujin standing alone awkwardly. He saw Shunko looking at him with a smirk aiming at belittling him. Miko too looked back at Fujin and grinned to tease him. Fujin looked back with amusement thinking, "Why are you so excited about doing manual labor?" He took out a scroll. Both Miko and Shunko watched with curiosity. He opened it and summoned an instant noodle cup, a thermos bottle containing hot water and a couple of chopsticks. He opened the instant noodle cup, poured water and stirred it slightly and waited for a couple of minutes. Now Miko and Shunko had dark faces. Both complained in their minds, "Why does he get to eat while we have to work? Heck, I haven't eaten anything since the morning." They tried ignoring Fujin. But, the smell of noodles began spreading. Fujin thought, "I'm glad that I bought so many instant noodles from the land of noodles." He began eating. While eating, he kept his eyes on the Uchihas who were working hard in the grasslands. Shunko immediately complained out loud, "Hey you! Why are you eating while we are working?" Fujin looked at him and slurped the noodles. He pointed at his eye and calmly said, "I don't have the Sharingan eye." "You do. Good luck with searching." Shunko was irritated at that response. He yelled, "Whyu?" However, Akihiko interrupted him, "Shunko, get back to work." A scowl formed on his face. But he didn't dare to disobey Akihiko. He looked at Fujin grudgingly and got back to work. Fujin wondered, Miko was very arrogant too when I met her. If not for Renjiro and perhaps me, she would have remained that arrogant. I wonder if Itachi was just fed up with all the arrogant pricks around him and decided to pull the plug. The group kept searching for a few minutes when Sora said, "There are some footmarks here." Everyone immediately appeared next to him. Fujin wondered, where are these footmarks? However, Akihiko said, "Good work." They began following the footmarks. Fujin followed, thinking, the investigative powers of Sharingan are impressive. Even after focusing chakra in my eyes, I can't see anything at all. They walked for around 40 meters before stopping. All Uchihas frowned. Masaru said, "The footsteps have ended here." Shunko asked, "But how? How could they stop here?" Akihiko said, "They walked from there until here. From here, they traveled through other means. They either went through under the ground, flew above it or teleported." Sora made a hand sign and disappeared underground. Miko asked, "How will we track them if they flew or teleported?" Akihiko said, "We can't. We will have to find a new clue." Sora appeared from the ground and said, "There are no traces underground." Akihiko said, "Looks like they are using reverse summoning. No wonder there were no clues to be found." Fujin asked, "How will we find them if they reverse summon themselves?" If we assume that they kidnapped the children by reverse summoning too, then there won't be any clues at all. Miko and Shunko too had the same query. Ukihiko answered, yes. There won't be any clues while they escape. However, there will be clues of them entering the village and reaching the kids. Fujin thought and replied, that makes sense. Except that there are probably hundreds of people who enter and leave the villages on a daily basis. Unless they entered the village through illegal routes, it would be very difficult to trace them. Masaru smirked and said, don't underestimate our eyes, kiddo. Just stay back and observe the magic. Ukihiko said, enough talking, this place is a dead end. Let's go to the villages and check. The group began moving quickly towards the nearest village. Chapter 171, The Impossible Trail. While moving, Ukihiko observed the map. He said, this village is Tsumigoi. It was the 5th village to have its children kidnapped. We will separate into 3 groups. I, Sora and Masaru will lead each group. Miko, Fujin, you two will come with me. Genji and Shunko will be with Masaru. Haru, you will work with Sora. Everyone nodded. Ukihiko continued, we will visit the homes of the missing kids one by one and see from where they went missing. We will investigate that location and check any trails from that location until we find the right one. The group moved at full speed and reached the village in less than an hour. They met up with the village chief and divided into the 3 groups. Each group had an official from the village leading them. Miko and Fujin followed Ukihiko. They reached a small home. The official knocked on the door. In a few seconds, a middle-aged woman opened the door. Fujin could observe that her health didn't seem very good. Inside the house, he could see a middle-aged man and 2 old people. She said in a weak voice, Kaito-sama. Is there any news about my daughter? Kaito was the official who had joined the group. He said, we are working all the time. We will find them soon. These Hidden Leaf Village ninjas have arrived here to look for them. Please cooperate with them. The woman looked at Ukihiko. Ukihiko asked, can you tell me where you last saw your daughter? The lady said, she had gone out to play with her friends. They all went missing. She began sobbing. Ukihiko asked, can you lead me to the playground? The woman nodded. Her husband came out and said, I'll also come with you. Ukihiko nodded. The group headed to the playground. On reaching, they saw that the playground had been sealed and barricaded. Kaito said, we restricted entry to the playground after the kids went missing. Ukihiko asked, did all children who were playing in this playground go missing? Kaito answered, no. Only 6 children went missing from this playground. More children were playing here, but they didn't notice anything. In total, 23 children went missing from the village. In addition to these 6, 11 more were playing in other playgrounds before going missing. Ukihiko nodded and said, Miko, check the playground for footsteps with me. Fujin, use your sensor skills to see if you can find anything odd. Miko nodded and entered the playground alongside Ukihiko. Meanwhile, Fujin wondered, did he just give me a useless task just to make me feel included? He spread his chakra field and observed by focusing the chakra in his eyes but couldn't find anything. Since it was pointless, he stopped wasting his chakra and just waited for Ukihiko and Miko to find something. Ukihiko and Miko had their Sharingans active the entire time. They looked at the entire playground to observe the footprints. Most of the footprints had already been messed up due to the winds and the investigation carried out by Hidden Grass Village ninjas. However, their Sharingans could still notice the footprints. After searching for around 10 minutes, both Ukihiko and Miko arrived at the same end of the playground. Ukihiko looked back and called everyone. Fujin, Kaido and the kids' parents walked towards him. Ukihiko looked at the parents and said, you guys can go home. I will try my best to find your daughter and bring her back safely. The woman broke down again, while her husband thanked him and left with her. Ukihiko said, there are many footprints leaving the playground. Most of them are at normal exits. However, this area isn't some place where anyone would leave the playground normally. There are footprints of 6 small kids and 2 adults here. And someone has tried to hide them with wind jutsu. As he said, he looked at Kaido. Kaido immediately said, I'm sure that no one from our village would do it. It is probably the kidnappers. Ukihiko nodded and made a shadow clone. He said, Fujin, stay here with my clone. Fujin nodded. Ukihiko, Miko and Kaido followed the footprints. Ukihiko's clone said, we will ensure that no one disturbs the playground. If anyone comes here unintentionally, make them turn back. If anyone tries to create trouble, then you have permission to kill. Though if you can avoid killing, then just knock him unconscious for us to interrogate. Fujin nodded. Ukihiko and Miko kept following the footmarks. They walked for around 200 meters before stopping. The place where they stopped was completely isolated. There were no homes in this area, it was completely covered by trees and had no roads in it. Hence, the villagers would never walk through here. Miko said, the footprints end here. Instead, More footprints are coming from other directions. Ukihiko nodded and said, yes. 21 of those footprints are of young kids. 8 of adults. Miko frowned and said, assuming that they brought all the kidnapped kids here, why are 2 footprints missing? Ukihiko replied, perhaps the kidnappers were carrying them. After all, some of the kidnapped kids are just over 2 years old. Kaido interrupted them and asked, were all the kidnapped kids brought here? Ukihiko nodded and said, most likely. He asked in excitement and hope, so can you track them from here? Unfortunately, his hopes would be dashed. Ukihiko said, it isn't that easy. Though there are many footmarks coming to this place, there are very few that go away. None of the kids walked away from here. So it will be difficult to trace them. Kaido frowned but didn't say anything. Miko asked, what now, uncle? Ukihiko said, let's wait for Sora and Masaru to arrive here. We will try to backtrack the footprints to see how they arrived here. We can be more sure of the result if all 3 teams reach the same conclusion. Miko nodded. They waited. After around 15 minutes, Sora's team arrived. Masaru's team arrived a few minutes later. All 3 teams had reached the same conclusion. Ukihiko said, let's trace these 8 footprints and see where they come from. It will be easy if some of them are from this village. Else, we will be out on a long trail. Sora and Masaru nodded. All 3 teams began tracing the footprints. Ukihiko and Miko soon returned to the playground where Fujin was. Ukihiko's clone dispelled itself. Ukihiko and Miko followed the trail of the footprints in the playground. Fujin followed behind. Soon, they left the playground. They walked through the streets. At some point, the footprints split in 2 directions. Ukihiko made a clone to trail the other footprint, but soon, they met again. After trailing everything, they reached the village gate. Miko sighed, we will have to search in the wild. Ukihiko nodded, and we can't even rest. Otherwise, we might lose the trail. Fujin thought, wow, I never thought that I would be the slacker in the team. That said, it doesn't feel bad. To just relax and even eat while others do all the hard work, haha. And they can't even complain. Masaru and Sora's teams also reached the gate. They too sighed at the amount of work they would have to do. Ukihiko looked at the officials and said, we found a trail, so we will investigate it. See to it that no one in the village damages the trails that we saw. They nodded. The Hidden Leaf village ninjas left the village. All of them made a soldier pill. The Uchihas ate it as using the Sharingan continuously was eating up their chakra. While Fujin ate it as they won't be waiting for any breaks. As they were moving, Shunko complained, it is very difficult keeping a track of the trail in this grassland. Masaru replied, yes. And finding a new trail is even more difficult. We couldn't find any proper trail to backtrack in the previous location. That is why, once you find a proper trail, don't let it go to waste. Shunko nodded helplessly. The task was already difficult due to the grassland. It was made even more difficult by the use of wind and earth elements to hide the footprints. And all other clues were eliminated by the kidnappers. There was no scent to use, just microscopic footprints that were difficult even for the Sharingan to see. The group trailed the footprints for over 14 hours. Finally, they reached the end. The footprints went towards a mountain. There was a small village being built on one side of the mountain. It looked to be built very recently. Additionally, the mountain had a huge cave. The mouth of the cave was 10 meters wide and 15 meters high. The Sharingan observed the chakra signatures inside the cave. Fujin too saw them. Masaru said, that's one big cave. Shunko wondered, who are these people? And are the kidnapped children here? Ukihiko answered, most likely. I'm guessing that they are imprisoned somewhere inside the cave. Don't engage in combat and stay hidden until we find the kids. As they were speaking, a group of people exited the cave. The Hidden Leaf village ninjas stopped talking and observed. They were already hidden properly and hence weren't worried that they would be noticed. However, Fujin's eyes widened as he saw those people. Chapter 172, Josh and 7 people exited the cave. All had weird symbols on their faces and wore robes. One of them said, we need to find around 175 children to complete the ritual. If we don't bring them here in time, then Zankaku-sama will skin us alive. Another said, but how can we do that? All villages in this country are on high alert. It's impossible to kidnap more of them. The man standing in the center said, in that case, we just need to go to the neighboring countries and kidnap 175 children before they become alert. However, the other members weren't entirely convinced. They said, but reverse summoning over long distances will need a lot more chakra. It will be very difficult. However, the man insisted, there is no other way. We will kidnap children from the land of waterfall. We will focus on the villages close to the border area. So the distance won't be much larger. As they were discussing, Fujin's mind was busy analyzing as well. Though I don't recall Hidan's tattoos well, their tattoos make me think of the marks that would appear on Hidan after he licked someone's blood. Safe to say that these guys are followers of Jashin. But, what the heck are they doing here? Wasn't Hidan from the land of hot water? Also, why do they already have those marks? Aren't they useless unless they stand in that diagram made from blood? No, I don't think these guys are as strong as Hidan. Otherwise, their group would be too strong. I guess that they have just made the tattoos manually and they don't have the same mastery of whatever this craft is as Hidan. Still, why are there so many Jashin followers? I thought Hidan was the only one. Or perhaps one of very few. That said, except for the one in the center, their chakra seems quite low. So I guess they just got wiped out before Hidan completed his ritual. Perhaps in this mission itself. Another point to consider is, wasn't Hidden Leaf Village completely unaware of the existence of Jashin? Shouldn't this mission have made them aware of the existence of Jashin or at least his followers and their rituals? So did they not report this mission accurately, or will Hidden Leaf Village be aware of them? Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, no, a religion that engages in kidnapping and sacrificing staying secret for so long in a world full of ninjas is unlikely. It's more probable that all 5 villages are aware of them. Just that either they didn't consider Jashin to be much of a threat or Jashinists managed to hide or escape from them. There is also the matter of Orochimaru. He is exploring ways to attain immortality. So did he also experiment with Jashin? That's one research I'd like to see. After all, though Hidan was weak, there wouldn't be any ninja who wouldn't want his survivability. Though Orochimaru left the Akatsuki before Hidan joined it, he should still be aware of Jashin's. At the very least, he should become aware of them after Hidan joins the Akatsuki. Oh well, I will consider this later. There is no point in thinking about this for now. As he was analyzing, Fujin saw them talk. Unfortunately, the distance between them was too high. So he couldn't hear anything. However, the same wasn't the case with his teammates. Each one of them understood the entire conversation by reading their lips. Shunko and Miko frowned. Anger could be seen on their faces. Shunko asked softly, "Can we kill them, uncle?" Ukihiko replied, "Not yet. The kids should be alive. Our main mission is to ensure that the kidnapped kids are safe. Don't attack anyone impulsively." Shunko nodded unwillingly. Ukihiko said, "The tents have 17 people. They are probably from this group. In addition to these 7, there are 20 more patrolling around the village and the mountain. However, my Sharingans can't observe any chakra inside the mountain. It looks like they have a seal master." Sora said, "Unless this group is backed by one of the 5 villages, their mastery of Fu-in-jutsu shouldn't be too high. I'll deal with the seals. But, I will need some time. And my actions could be noticed by the ones outside that cave." Fujin looked at Sora and thought, is he a seal master? Or do those broken eyes also neutralize Fu-in-jutsu? Ukihiko began analyzing a plan. Fujin said, "I could assassinate the ones under elite Chunin level silently." However, Ukihiko shook his head and said, "No, there is no guarantee of assassinating silently when dealing with ninjas. Just one miscalculation will blow up our cover." He looked at Sora and said, "Sora, you take a look at the seals and begin neutralizing it. Haru and Genji would go with you. For now, move under the ground so that your cover isn't blown." They nodded and made a few hand signs and disappeared under the ground. Ukihiko said, "The guy in the center of the group is at Jounin level. And there is another Jounin level opponent in the central tent. Fujin, how confident are you in assassinating at a quick speed?" Fujin replied, "I can launch a dozen air bullets at the same time and accurately. Unless the enemy's reaction speed is very fast, they will die." Ukihiko said, "That's good." He observed the Jashin worshippers entering the central tent. Inside the tent, there was a big circular table. And there were 6 people, one of whom was the Jounin level ninja that Ukihiko had talked about. The others were at Chunin levels. As they entered the tent, the Jounin level ninja in the tent asked, "Dotsuron, is there any command from the Grand Priest?" Dotsuron was the Jounin from the 7 kidnappers who had left the cave. He stood on the other side of the table, nodded and said, "Yes. We have to kidnap 175 more kids between the ages of 2 and 6, Yasuhiro." Yasuhiro frowned. He understood the difficulty of the task. He looked at his followers in the tent. His followers understood that he needed some privacy to discuss something important. All but 2 left the tent. Dotsuron too did the same. His followers also left the tent. So only Yasuhiro, Dotsuron and 4 Chunins were in the tent. Yasuhiro said, "We need to discuss from which villages we should kidnap more children. And also need to consider how many people we will need to successfully reverse summon from that distance." Dotsuron nodded. He was about to speak when suddenly he felt something. He quickly turned around and looked behind. A minute ago, when the majority of the Chunins left the tent, Akihiko decisively said, "We will move through the ground and enter the tent from below. Fujin, use your air bullets on the 4 Chunins in the tent. Leave the Jounins to me and Masaru. Miko and Shunko, you two follow as well. If Fujin fails to kill his opponents, you two would step in. Don't allow them to make a lot of noise and alert others." Everyone nodded and moved through the ground. Chakra glowed in Fujin's eyes as he noticed that the Chunins were standing on opposite sides behind the Jounins. He thought, I could target them all with air bullets, but the ones who are away from me will have more time to see and dodge. If they do dodge it, my air bullets will pierce through the walls of the tent and alert others. So I will have to aim such that my bullets pass through the roof of the tent instead. That way, no one will be alerted. He made a shadow clone. Fujin's clone got in position under the 2 Chunin standing behind Yasuhiro while Fujin got in position under the Chunins behind Datsuron. Masaru stayed next to Fujin's clone while Akihiko stayed next to Fujin. At the same time, both used air bullet jutsu. The Chunins never saw the attack coming. All 4 were hit successfully. The air bullets pierced through their body and went through the roof of the tent. At the same time, Masaru and Akihiko also made their moves. They left the ground and attacked Yasuhiro and Datsuron respectively. Yasuhiro and Datsuron both turned around quickly. However, they were disturbed by the sight of their followers being killed so suddenly. They saw Akihiko and Masaru and became ready to fight. However, their eyes met with the 3 Tomoe Sharingans. Both instantly fell into Ganjutsu. They stopped struggling and stood still. Fujin observed that and thought, I always knew how strong the Sharingan is. But seeing 2 Jounins fall under the Ganjutsu so easily with just 3 Tomoe Sharingans is still so shocking. Meanwhile, Akihiko and Masaru looked at Fujin and thought, despite all the praises she had, Miko probably still underestimated this kid. Killing 4 Chunins in an instant at the mere age of 11. Very few could claim to have such an ability at that age. Miko and Shunko left the ground. Shunko was shocked at how efficient Fujin was. Akihiko said, "Good work, Fujin." He looked at Masaru, who nodded and made a hand sign. The ground in the tent began moving. The bodies of the dead Chunins and any blood in the tent began moving inside the ground and new soil was excavated out. Soon, all signs of them were buried under the ground. Akihiko looked around and said, "There are still some blood drops on the tent. We won't be able to use this tent." Masaru nodded. Chapter 173, The Uchiha Way? Fujin, Akihiko and Masaru had moved very quickly and silently. The 7 Chunins who had left the tent didn't hear anything suspicious from the tent. They did hear some noise when the 4 Chunins fell to the ground, but it didn't alert them much as they guessed that their leaders were frustrated by the difficulty of the next mission. Inside the tent, Akihiko looked at Datsuron and asked, "Who are you?" Datsuron answered, "I am Datsuron, a follower of Lord Jashin." Akihiko asked, "Who is Lord Jashin?" As Datsuron answered, pride could be felt in his voice, "He is the god who we worship. He will save humanity." His reply surprised the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. They all looked at him like he was an idiot. Miko asked, "Is he being serious?" Shunko exclaimed, "Did he kidnap hundreds of children for a fake god?" Akihiko sighed and said, "There are lunatics like him all over the world." He asked, "Tell me how many people you have with you and their power levels." Datsuron said, "We are led by Zankaku. He is the Grand Priest and is organizing a ritual for Lord Jashin. He has 7 priests under him including me. Each priest has 3 to 7 devotees under them and every devotee has 3 to 7 servants serving them. A priest is as powerful as a Jounin, a devotee is as powerful as a Chunin whereas servants can go up against Gainins. In total, we have 37 devotees and 140 servants." The number alarmed the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Masaru muttered, 7 Jounins, 36 Chunins and 140 Gainins. They are as strong as a normal ninja clan. The others nodded. This mission could no longer be classified as a rank A mission. Fujin thought, 2 consecutive missions getting upgraded to the next rank. I wonder if this one would result in casualties as well. I need to be on guard. Akihiko asked, "How strong is the Grand Priest?" Datsuron said, "I am not aware of his strength." Akihiko frowned. Fujin said, "If we assume that he is as strong as an elite Jounin, then this mission would be very difficult." For once, Miko and Shuno didn't disagree with Fujin. Akihiko sighed and said, "If I knew that this mission would be so difficult, I wouldn't have brought you kids along. Sadly, we have no choice but to act. Stay on guard." He looked at Fujin, Miko and Shunko and said, "You are still very young. So you aren't aware of how the Uchiha clan operates in the missions. See how the events play out carefully. Especially Miko and Shunko. In the future, you will have to lead Uchiha squads into missions." Both nodded obediently. Fujin too heard carefully and thought, "I am intrigued. I hope he puts up a good show." Okihiko asked Datsuron, "Are the children you kidnapped still alive?" He answered, "Yes." Okihiko asked, "Where are they?" Datsuron answered, "They have been imprisoned in the cave." Okihiko asked, "Why did you kidnap them?" Datsuron answered, "Zankaku-sama is conducting a ritual. For this ritual to be successful, we have to offer young kids to Lord Jashin. If he is successful, he will receive the blessing of Lord Jashin." His answer angered Miko and Shunko. Masaru and Akihiko looked composed. Fujin analyzed, "Blessings of Jashin? Is this ritual the one that granted Hidan his immortality? Did he also have to kill hundreds of young kids or did he use a different method?" Okihiko continued asking, "When will the children be sacrificed?" Datsuron answered, "Zankaku-sama still needs another 175 children as sacrifices for his ritual to be successful. All sacrifices will have to be done at the same time." Hearing that, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas sighed in relief. Fujin said, "That means that they won't hurt the children. Instead, they would do everything they can to keep them safe." Okihiko nodded, "Yes. We have time. The only worry will be if this Zankaku realizes our threat and decides to kill the children before escaping. That possibility put some pressure on them again. However, with the knowledge that the children will be safe, they knew that they can proceed with the mission without taking undue pressure or risks." Okihiko looked at Datsuron and commanded, "Leave the tent. Make your remaining 4 followers follow you into an empty tent. And make them sit next to each other with their eyes closed." Datsuron followed his instructions and left. Okihiko looked at Fujin and said, "Fujin, follow me." He disappeared underground and followed Datsuron. Fujin followed him. Datsuron left the cave and looked at his followers and said, "Follow me." The 4 devotees that had arrived out of the cave with him followed him. One of them asked, "Where are we going? And what happened to TH?" However, Datsuron harshly said, "Just follow me." His tone surprised the devotees. They thought, normally he is very cordial with us. Did he get into an argument with Yasuhiro-sama for his mood to become so bad? Not wanting to upset him, they followed him silently. Datsuron soon entered an empty tent. His 4 devotees followed. Datsuron looked at them and said, "Sit down in a meditative position. Close your eyes and listen to what I have to say." They nodded and followed his instructions. As soon as they sat and closed their eyes, Fujin launched air bullets at everyone's hearts and brains. Not expecting any such attack, all 4 were hit. They all died without making a sound. Fujin and Akihiko appeared from under the ground. Akihiko made a hand sign that buried all the dead bodies. Fujin looked at Akihiko. His thoughts became heavy as he thought, his tactic. "Don't tell me." Elsewhere, Masaru looked at Yasuhiro and instructed him the same. He followed Yasuhiro along with Miko and Shunko through the ground. They used the same tactic. However, since Fujin wasn't with them, they had to cut their heads off from behind. They were able to do it successfully. Akihiko looked at Fujin and said, "Transform into one of the devotees." Fujin nodded and transformed. Akihiko checked his transformation and transformed into another devotee. He looked at Datsuron and said, "Lead us into the tents of others." Datsuron obeyed and left the tent as Fujin and Akihiko followed him. Masaru too used the same tactic. In no time, all the remaining 11 people in various tents were dead. The 2 teams met. Masaru said, "Now we just have to deal with those 20 who are patrolling." Akihiko nodded and asked Datsuron, "Can you call them back a few at a time?" Datsuron replied, "No. Yasuhiro is responsible for patrol teams." Masaru asked Yasuhiro. He said, "Our patrol teams move in pairs. I can call them all back one by one." Masaru said, "Do it." Yasuhiro immediately began recalling the patrol teams one by one. The patrol teams were made exclusively of servants. They were all very weak. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas killed them all without giving them any chance to alert anyone. With all but the 2 priests dead, they moved towards Sora who was analyzing the seals. Sora noticed them coming. Despite the disguise, he could recognize their chakra easily. He left the underground. Haru and Genji also followed him. Sora said, "The cave has 120 seals inscribed in it. I will need some time to disarm them one by one without alerting their seal master." Akihiko said, "We have these 2 under our control and they are ranked very high. So it may be better to just disguise as their followers and go in." However, Sora shook his head and said, "No, one of the seals is an identification seal. The tattoos on their body act as an identity card for the seal. We won't be able to replicate it with the transformation jutsu. Also, some of the seals are inscribed in a combination. So entering without disarming them could be lethal." Akihiko frowned. He asked Datsuron, "How frequently do you guys travel in and out of the cave?" He answered, "Everyone inside the cave is very busy with the ritual. So they don't come out frequently. I and Yasuhiro were responsible for deciding our targets and making the necessary preparations. Tomorrow, 2 more priests, their devotees and their servants would leave the cave. One of them is responsible for combat, while the other specializes in reverse summoning. We would have left tomorrow for the next round of kidnapping. Akihiko looked at Sora. Sora said, that should be enough time. It's already evening. So we can assume that we would have around 10 hours at the very least. It should be more than enough for me to get rid of the seals. Akihiko nodded and said, alright. We are already in enemy territory. So we can't rest. In case they decide to come out in large numbers for some reason, we will be in a tough spot if half of us are sleeping. So eat your food pills. We will stay up until the children are secured. Everyone nodded and ate their food pills. Fujin asked Sora, can I observe you while you deal with the seals? Sora was surprised by the request. He asked, are you interested in Fuinjutsu? Fujin nodded. Sora said, alright. You can follow me. Akihiko said, in that case, we will leave the task of protecting Sora from any sneak attacks to you Fujin. The rest of us will keep an eye on the cave entrance. Chapter 174, The Battle Yield. Everyone nodded. Except for Fujin and Sora, the others took positions that would allow them to keep an eye on the cave entrance and help them in ambushing the enemy. Akihiko and Masaru also interrogated Yasuhiro and Otsuon about the interior of the cave. They drew up a rough map and also marked where the children were imprisoned. They also learned that the seal master was a priest as well. And he would never leave the cave. Meanwhile, Sora began releasing the seals that he had observed and put fake seals in their place instead so that the seal master inside the cave wouldn't be alerted. Fujin followed him and observed his work properly. He was surprised. Fujin thought, wow. His mastery of the seals is way beyond mine. No wonder he was so confident. I wonder if he is a grandmaster in Fuinjutsu. Fujin observed him very carefully. Though Sora used some seals that Fujin didn't know, most of the seals he used were the ones that Fujin knew or had read in the library. Though the seals were similar, Sora used many different methods to use the seals. What intrigued Fujin the most is how he placed fake seals and the speed at which he made them. The fake seal was placed almost instantly. Fujin's knowledge about seals grew every minute. Sora noticed Fujin observing him. He thought, looks like he is intrigued by the seals. Unfortunately, Fuinjutsu is very boring. He will be bored in some time. However, to his surprise, Fujin didn't lose his concentration for hours. In the end, he couldn't resist the task. Fujin, are you interested in becoming a seal master? Fujin nodded and said, yes. I have studied some seals from the library. Though I am still a long way from becoming a seal master. If it was earlier, Fujin would have never exposed his skill with the seals. However, after inscribing his home in 10 times more seals than what the Jashinists inscribed on their base, it was only a matter of time before his skills became known. So he didn't bother hiding it actively anymore. Sora was surprised. He thought, now it makes sense why he has been observing my actions with so much concentration. He said, that's good. If you have any questions, you may ask me. Fujin immediately thanked him, thank you, Uncle Sora. Fujin was aware that an opportunity to ask queries to someone as skilled as Sora in Fuinjutsu would be very rare. Fujin asked him for every doubt that he had. Surprisingly, Sora answered every question patiently while doing his job. This continued until 4:30 a.m. when Sora was finally done. The group soon gathered together. Sora said, the seals won't alert them of our presence any longer. We can enter the cave. I also added some seals that would help us deal with any more seals they might have inscribed inside the cave. So I would be able to neutralize them in much less time. Akihiko nodded and said, good work. But, let's wait here for now. The 2 groups who would leave the cave will become suspicious if they don't find anyone here. So we will kill them first. Set up a battlefield here. I want them trapped outside the cave and also ensure that they won't be able to send any messages outside. One of them specializes in reverse summoning. So shut that down as well. Sora smirked and said, alright. He immediately got to work. He began inscribing seals in front of the cave entrance. Once they were done, he inscribed seals all around the place. There were seals to block sounds, chakra, light, etc., seals to create an illusion for anyone who'd watch from outside to prevent any suspicion, and seals that prevented summoning and reverse summoning. In addition, he also created barriers to surround the entire place. It included a barrier on the ground to prevent any earth element users from escaping underground. He also sealed the escape to the sky by creating another barrier to prevent anyone from sending messenger birds or messages through any such means. In half an hour, Sora had inscribed seals in the area between the cave and the tents. Fujin watched thinking, fuck. This is like those battlefield killer moves I read in novels. Stepping into this area and engaging in a battle with him would almost be a death sentence. Unless the enemy is significantly stronger than him, there is no way to get out. Worst case, he can still trap them here temporarily. Fujin immediately made a decision. I want it. But not this one. It is too slow. Once I reach the Grandmaster level, I'll create a battlefield that I can deploy in seconds. It will be my hunting ground. With his work done, Sora approached Akihiko and said, "It's done." Masaru smiled and said, "Let's kill those bastards." Other than Akihiko, Masaru and Fujin, the other four weren't aware of what was happening. Miko asked, "What exactly did you do, Uncle Sora?" Sora said, "I have inscribed seals in order to create the perfect ambush spot. Once they leave the cave, they will be trapped. We will be able to kill them all." The four were impressed. Akihiko said, "But we will kill them as soon as we can. No wasting time. I am having a bad feeling about this god of theirs. Sora, tell everyone their spots. And keep Fujin and Miko together. They will begin the ambush." Sora nodded. He assigned positions to stand for everyone. Once everyone was in place, he said, "As long as you are standing at the assigned spots, the enemy won't be able to see, hear or sense you. Of course, when you attack, they can guess from where the attack is coming." He looked at Miko and Fujin and said, "I will put up a barrier against the cave entrance once everyone leaves. Once you see the barrier, you can attack." They both nodded and stayed in their position. Their position was directly next to the entrance. Once the barrier was up, they would launch their jutsu. Everyone else was standing in such spots that they wouldn't get in the line of fire. They waited patiently for the Jashinists to leave the cave. They waited for half an hour, then 2 hours. However, no one left the cave. Miko was very annoyed. She complained, "When will those lazy asses come out of the cave?" Fujin sighed and said, "They aren't gonna come faster if you keep yelling." Miko's shoulder dropped. She muttered, "Maybe they would if I left this stupid battlefield." Fujin looked at her and wondered what Sora would think if he heard what Miko said. Thanks to the seals in their spot, other than them, the others didn't hear what they were speaking. So he alone had to hear her complaints. Finally, at around 7:30 a.m., some people began appearing from the cave. All Hidden Leaf Village ninjas readied themselves for a battle. They watched carefully as the Jashinists were leaving the cave. In all, 35 people left the cave. 2 of them were priests, 9 were devotees and 24 were servants. As they left the cave, they entered Sora's battlefield. However, not a single person felt anything strange. Some left in silence, some were chatting casually and a few were excited about kidnapping more children and separating them from their parents. They talked as if it would be the greatest offering to their god. Sora and Akihiko paid close attention to the entrance of the cave. Their Sharingans observed as deep into the entrance as they could. As soon as the last person entered the battlefield, Akihiko nodded. Sora made a hand sign and a barrier sealed them, cutting all access to the outside world. Fujin and Miko saw it. Both immediately built up a huge chakra. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu fire style, majestic destroyer flame. Miko converted a quarter of her chakra into fire and expelled it from her mouth. The Jashinists weren't expecting any attack. Suddenly feeling the heat on their back shocked them. They turned around to see a sea of flames heading at them. However, the very next moment, a massive wind hit the sea of flames. It made the fire burn even more fiercely and made it spread out. In addition, the winds themselves were extremely sharp. The wide range of the jutsu meant that none of them would be able to dodge it. The Jashinists who were closer to the cave had no chance of resisting. They were burned alive. Luckily for the 2 priests, they were among the first ones to leave the cave. They immediately made hand signs to use defensive moves. One of them used the water prison jutsu to protect himself, while the other slammed his hands on the ground to use earth wall jutsu. Some of the devotees also tried using jutsus. 3 tried escaping underground, 4 decided to hide behind their priests while 2 panicked and couldn't do anything. Unfortunately, the attempt to pour chakra into the ground to raise an earth wall by the priest was blocked by the barrier. The 3 devotees who tried to escape underground were also blocked. They were shocked. They looked ahead to see dozens of servants being engulfed by the fire. The priest looked at his fellow priest and immediately jumped into his water prison. The other priest allowed him in. The fire finally engulfed them. The priests sighed in relief when the fire didn't penetrate the water prison. However, all of a sudden a huge cut appeared on the water prison. It entered half a foot into the prison. The priests, who had just put their guard down, immediately began pouring their chakra into the water prison. Chapter 175, That's Just Pathetic. The fire died after around a minute. The priest finally stopped the water prison jutsu. They looked around them and were stunned. It looked like a picture from hell. All their servants were dead. The stench of their dead bodies burning lingered in the air. 6 of their devotees were dead as well. The remaining 3 had terrifying burns on their bodies. Fujin looked at their expressions. He could see the fear on their faces. He sighed and thought, in a world like this, I can understand people being cruel. After all, there are so many wars, so many evil schemes and thousands of people with superpowers. There will be people who have horrible pasts. There will be people who are ambitious. However, if you are cruel to ones weaker than you, then you should be prepared for the same happening to you when you meet someone stronger. These guys are cruel to those civilians and children but are terrified while facing us. Now that's just pathetic. The Jashinists were usually the ones who looked at others in contempt. However, if they could hear the contempt Fujin had for them, they might die just of shame. The remaining Jashinists noticed Fujin and Miko who had left their spots earlier. One of the devotees yelled, "Whory." However, even before they completed their question, a kunai pierced through the hearts of each of the remaining devotees. At the same time, Akihiko and Masaru flickered in front of the 2 priests and cast a Ganjutsu on them. Despite being on alert due to the crazy ambush, they weren't on guard against the Sharingan. Both immediately fell under their Ganjutsu. The ambush battle was won in less than a couple of minutes. Except for Akihiko, Sora and Masaru, the others were surprised at how quickly the fight was over. Miko exclaimed, they were defeated so quickly. Fujin thought, I was right. The utility of this battlefield is crazy. I have to make one too. Masaru smirked and said, that's the magic of Sora's battlefield. The enemies always get caught off guard. And against the fire-wind combo, only water or earth jutsus could protect them. But, the barrier blocks most of the earth jutsus. So it leaves just one element to defend within a fraction of a second. Akihiko looked at Fujin and Miko and said, your combination jutsu is very good. It pretty much finished the fight. After praising them, Akihiko and Masaru began interrogating the priests. Fujin looked at Miko and asked, which jutsu did you use? It was much stronger than your fireball or fire dragon jutsu. Miko smirked and answered, this is one of the strongest jutsus of my clan. It is called Majestic Destroyer Flame Jutsu. Fujin was surprised. He thought, no wonder that felt slightly similar. It's the one Madara used against the ninja army. I thought it'd be rank A or S jutsu. Then again, the scale of her jutsu is probably not even a tenth of what Madara did in the war even with my aid, and yet she looks so exhausted. Miko looked at Fujin who was in his thoughts and said, what are you thinking? Fujin replied, nothing. Your jutsu is very strong. And it combines perfectly with my infinite breakthrough jutsu. It is much better than when we use the great breakthrough alongside fireball or our elemental dragon jutsus. Miko nodded and said, yes, it spreads like a sea. That's why the combination got stronger. Fujin looked at her and said, yeah, but it also drains a lot of your chakra. Miko said, yeah. I lost a quarter of my chakra. Though it'll be fine as the soldier pill should regenerate my chakra soon. Fujin nodded. His chakra was already recovering. Akihiko and Masaru interrogated the priests similar to how they interrogated the other 2. The information they received was the same. Masaru said, we won't get any new information from them. Akihiko nodded, yeah. He grabbed a tanto and swiped it horizontally. The head of the priest he was interrogating flew in the air. Fujin observed carefully, thinking, I wonder if he'd get up like Hidan. Masaru asked, why did you kill him? Won't it be convenient to use them? Akihiko shook his head and said, they are supposed to leave today. If we use them to infiltrate the cave, it will raise suspicions. And since it will cause suspicion, it's better to just use the transformation jutsu. Besides, controlling Jounins costs a lot of chakra. Masaru said, alright. He killed the other priest. Datsuron and Yasuhiro were also beheaded. Fujin was surprised. He wondered, I was sure that they would use them to infiltrate. Was my analysis wrong? Anyways, at the very least, none of them has Hidan's immortality. I wonder if the Grand Priest would be any different. Akihiko laid a map on the ground and said, take a close look at this. Everyone gathered around the map. This was the map of the interior of the cave that he made after interrogating Datsuron and Yasuhiro. Shunko commented, this cave is huge. Akihiko nodded. He said, the cave has 3 layers and has a lot of room on each layer. The lowest layer is the one where the Grand Priest is making the arrangements for the ritual. All the remaining 3 priests, including the Seal Master, are helping him. The children are kept at that level too. Fujin asked, will we directly infiltrate into the lowest layer? Or will we kill off the devotees and servants on the layers above? Akihiko answered, though their numbers sounded high, their fighting power is quite weak. The priests aren't as strong as us Jounins, while the devotees and servants are very weak compared to any of us. A good fire-wind combination jutsu can wipe them all out. So I am not worried about their interference. We will focus on moving to the lowest level after making some preparations. The major issue is that all the children aren't kept together. As you can see, at the lowest layer, there is one central room and 5 rooms surrounding it, forming a perfect pentagon around the center room. The children have been divided into these 5 rooms equally. Sora, you and Haru will be responsible for keeping the kids safe when we reach the lowest level. You two will have to make shadow clones so that you can cover all 5 rooms. Others will help me in defeating the enemy. Everyone nodded. Ukihiko made a hand sign and disappeared underground. Others followed him. They entered the mountain. The group skipped the first layer and entered the second layer without any obstacles. However, the lowest layer was protected by some more seals. Sora said, I will need around 10 minutes to resolve them. Ukihiko replied, take your time. Just don't alert them. Haru, stay with him. Others come with me. The group split into 2 once again. After moving some distance, Ukihiko stopped and looked straight ahead at a cavern. He said, according to the intel, the devotees of the Seal Masters stay in this cavern. And, he is the only priest that has 7 devotees. Shunko asked, should we kill them? Ukihiko said, no, they are useful to us alive. He looked at the 3 Chunins and said, keep an eye on the entrance. If someone enters, let them come in and kill them silently. The 3 Chunins nodded. Deep in the cavern, 3 men were eating breakfast. However, their meal looked to be a lot for a morning breakfast. One of them said, the work has been so high lately. We had to stay up all night. Another sighed and replied, yeah, and we have to get back to work by noon. I hope Zankaku-sama's ritual gets completed soon. As they were talking, they saw a few silhouettes. They quickly looked at them and recognized them instantly. They stood up immediately and asked, Dotsuron-sama, why are you here? In front of them, Dotsuron stood along with 2 of his devotees. All 3 wondered what they were doing in this part of the base. But, suddenly the eyes of Dotsuron and his devotees turned red. The 3 weren't able to take their eyes off them and fell into a Ganjutsu. Masaru smirked, easy as always. Ukihiko nodded. The Uchiha has cast more Ganjutsu and left. The group moved around the cave. They put 5 devotees and 12 servants under Ganjutsu before returning back to where Sora was. Sora said, I can deactivate the seals now. Ukihiko said, wait a few minutes. Sora knew what Ukihiko was planning. He nodded. Soon, 3 devotees suddenly moved from the second layer into the lowest layer of the cave. Due to the seals, there were no physical guards present anywhere in the cave. After entering the lowest level, they went towards the seal master. Ukihiko said, deactivate the seals without letting him catch on. Sora deactivated the seals and placed fake seals in place. Immediately, all 8 of them headed to the lowest level while still staying underground. Sora and Haru split off from the group and headed to where the children were kept. The others headed towards the Grand Priest. Chapter 176, A Blood Dome? In the central room at the lowest level of the cave, the Grand Priest was meditating at the center of the cave. The Grand Priest was from the same generation as Hidden Leaf Village's legendary Sanins. His body was extremely muscular. However, he had numerous sword scars and burn scars all over his body. Even his face had 2 huge sword scars forming an X on his face. In addition, his left cheek had a burn scar that covered it entirely. The room was quite unique as well. There was a circle dug into the ground that surrounded the entire room. It was about 3 inches deep and 6 inches wide. 5 straight lines were dug from this circle into the 5 rooms that surrounded the central room with the same depth and width. In addition, an equilateral triangle was dug such that it was inscribed in the circle. There were also 7 pillars in the room. They were all equidistant from where the Grand Priest was meditating. Most importantly, blood flowed through the circle and the triangle. In addition, the ground and the walls were covered with mysterious symbols. The devotees and the servants were working on drawing even more symbols as the priests supervised. On one of the pillars, an old man sat. He had a long white beard that extended up to his abdomen. However, in contrast to his beard, his head was as bald as a desert landscape. Like the Grand Priest, he too had a few sword scars on his body. However, unlike him, the old man's body was very fragile. He wore a clean silver robe and observed everyone around him while stroking his beard. He thought, the preparations for the ritual are almost over. Soon, we will only be missing the children. Once Dotsuron and the rest bring the children, we will add the blood of the children from the 5 rooms to this room and begin the ritual. Then we can begin the ritual. The old man, who thought about killing 375 children with no remorse or pity, was the one who had placed seals in the cave. As he was observing everyone's work, he noticed 3 devotees approaching him. He looked at them and asked, why aren't you 3 resting? One of the 3 devotees laughed awkwardly and said, Isamu-sama, the ritual is so close to completion. We were excited and couldn't sleep. So we decided to help complete all the preparations before sleeping. The old man looked at them and thought, not bad. Unlike the other priests, All my devotees are extremely dedicated to Lord Jashin. He said, good, with your help, the work should be done in the next 3 hours. Aid your fellow devotees. The trio nodded and went past his pillar towards other devotees. Everyone continued working as normal. However, they were ignorant about the calamity that was about to befall them. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were hiding in the walls of the room. Fujin concentrated chakra in his eyes while others had their Sharingan activated. They were waiting for Sora and Haru. In a few minutes, Sora set up barriers to isolate the rooms that held the kids from the central room. As soon as the barrier was up, Fujin and Miko built up their chakra and exited the cave walls. Their entrance instantly attracted dozens of eyes. All the 3 priests looked at them too. The Grand Priest also opened his eyes. However, before anyone could act, their eyes could only see a firestorm. Fujin and Miko both use their respective jutsus. Fire style, Majestic Destroyer Flame Wind style, Infinite Breakthrough Jutsu. The combination jutsu threatened to consume everyone in the circular room. The sudden attack caused a lot of panic. Many tried making a jutsu, but the short time meant that most couldn't. Only 2 people managed to act in time. Isamu made a hand seal. Immediately, a barrier appeared across the room. It divided the room into 2, with Miko and Fujin on one side and all the priests and the Grand Priest on the other side. The Grand Priest Zankaku was the other one to act. He controlled the blood in the room to rise up and act as a barrier. However, the short time meant that he couldn't infuse much chakra into the blood to make the barrier sturdy. Fujin's winds blasted through the blood barriers. The firestorm hit Isamu's barrier and was halted. However, all the Jashinists on their side of the barrier were burnt alive. Many painful screams could be heard in the fire. Their screams unnerved the Jashinists. The kidnapped children also heard the screams and began crying. All the devotees and servants who were alive gathered around their priests. Everyone took out their weapons. Only Isamu's devotees were all alive as they were working behind him. The other 2 priests lost half of their subordinates. Isamu said loudly, "It looks like the rats from the land of grass have found our hideout. Don't panic. This is our base. They will be sacrificed to Lord Jashin." However, Zankaku looked menacingly at Isamu and asked, "How did you not know that there are intruders in our hideout, Isamu?" Zankaku's menacing tone frightened him. He looked back at him and said, "Zankaku-sama, I am not sure how they infiltrated so deep without alerting me. I had inscribed all the seals properly." He truly didn't understand how they infiltrated the hideout without triggering a single seal. After all, he had inscribed over 100 seals in the cave. Zankaku said, "Let us first deal with these insects. Then I'll take care of you." Isamu's expression was grim. He focused his eyes beyond the barrier. A firestorm was still raging in that part of the room. He thought, how the fuck did these rats appear here? I need to finish them off personally. Otherwise, I might be the unlucky person to suffer Zankaku-sama's wrath. He made a hand sign intending to activate the seals that he had placed in the room. However, at that time, 2 swords pierced through his body. This sequence of actions shocked all the Jashinists. They looked at Isamu with stunned expressions. Even Zankaku was shocked. He initially suspected that Isamu had betrayed them. But now Isamu was betrayed by his own devotees. Isamu's face was full of disbelief. He turned his head around and looked at his 2 devotees. He asked, "Why?" He died without understanding why his obedient devotees killed him. The remaining 5 devotees of Isamu were the ones who had the highest impact other than Isamu himself. They looked at their fellow devotees in rage and disbelief. One of them yelled, "Why did you kill our priest?" One of the killers shouted, "This perverted old leecher killed my mother." The other one shouted, "He killed my friends. He is as sick as that pedophile Jashin." Their words shocked everyone. They were filled with rage. Zankaku shouted, "How dare you commit blasphemy?" Akihiko saw these interactions and smirked. He thought, it's so easy to rile them up. Their small argument caused a distraction. Zankaku was about to kill them when he heard a cracking sound. He looked to see that the barrier that Isamu had erected was getting broken. Without Isamu providing chakra to it, the barrier could no longer hold the combination jutsu back. A frown formed on his face as he made a hand sign. All the blood around him rose and formed a dome with him at the center. The dome also covered the other 2 priests and their subordinates. However, the subordinates of Isamu were left without any protection. With Isamu dead, his devotees understood that they wouldn't get any help from Zankaku. They looked at Isamu's killers in anger while making hand signs to use a jutsu to protect themselves. However, the 2 who killed Isamu began attacking the devotees who were making hand signs. This enraged them even more. They shouted, "You killed our priest and now you 2 want to eliminate us too?" In a rage, 4 devotees attacked the 2 traitors. The 2 traitors resisted. They were about to engage in an all-out fight when two kunais pierced the back of two of those devotees. They turned around to see one of their fellow devotees killing them. They exclaimed, "You too?" At that instant, the barrier finally broke. The firestorm hit the Blood Dome and the subordinates of Isamu. All of Isamu's subordinates were burned alive like the others who had already died. However, the Blood Dome stayed strong. Fujin and Miko's combination jutsu wasn't able to pierce through it at all. Fujin thought, this is new. He is using the blood that was flowing in the room like a water element user would use water. I wonder if all water affinity ninjas can do this, or is this something different? Also, his chakra is very strange. I have never sensed a chakra like his. It's quite high but is unstable. And it gives a different feeling as compared to normal chakra. From within the Blood Dome, Zankaku too observed Fujin and Miko. Chapter 177, A Bloody Battle. Zankaku observed the two kids as he thought, hidden leaf headbands. And that girl is an Uchiha. There should be more. No wonder that old buffoon's followers betrayed him. As he was analyzing, Zankaku immediately looked at the ground below. He muttered, as I thought. Wanting to take advantage of the combination jutsu, Akihiko and the rest decided to do another surprise attack from the underground. However, due to having meditated in this room for several days and due to the preparations he had made for the ritual, Zankaku noticed a few ninjas infiltrating from the ground. He focused chakra on his right leg. His leg was covered in a red aura. He raised his right leg and slammed it down with all his power. He decided, it's impossible to conduct the ritual here. They will keep coming like flies no matter how many I defeat. But, I am definitely killing these fuckers who destroyed my ritual. He shouted, escape the cave. Zankaku kicked down at the center of the cave. Cracks began appearing. They expanded without slowing down. A shockwave was also sent into the ground towards Akihiko and company. They all were hit by the shockwave. Fujin and Miko watched as the cracks moved towards them. Both flickered and entered into the walls at the same time and used Earth instantaneous body jutsu to escape the collapsing cave. Akihiko and the rest were hit by the shockwave but weren't much injured. They too employed means to escape the cave. As the cracks spread, they also reached the 5 rooms where the children were held. Sora and Haru and their clones watched with grim faces. Sora had only created one barrier to stop any random attacks from entering there. Fujin and Miko's combination jutsu hit all the barriers that he had created. But, this barrier won't protect the kids if the entire cave was collapsing. Sora, Haru and the kids noticed as the ground began cracking. The children immediately began crying loudly. Sora and his clones desperately made hand signs. After making hand signs, they slammed their hands on the floor. A barrier appeared along the floor, barely protecting the kids from any harm. However, at that time, the walls had begun cracking. Haru and his clones immediately placed their hands on the walls and poured earth chakra into the walls to strengthen them slightly and prevent them from collapsing. Sora and his clones used this window of time to create more barriers. They first made a barrier along the ceiling to prevent any rocks from falling on the kids. They followed by creating more barriers to protect the children from all sides and ensure that the floor and the ceiling were connected properly. Right when the last barrier was erected, the entire cave collapsed. Fortunately, due to the barriers, the children were safe. Sora and Haru were breathing heavily. But a smile could be seen on their faces. The kids were sage. However, despite being safe, the kids were still wailing loudly. After all, the experience was very scary. Sora and Haru looked at them. Haru and his clone made a hand sign. They cast Ganjutsu on all the children and made them fall asleep. When the kids fell asleep, he and his clones all fell to the ground. Sora looked at him and said, "You have lost a lot of your chakra." Haru replied while breathing heavily, "Yeah, I poured almost all my chakra into the walls." Sora said, "Yeah, good job. If you hadn't, I wouldn't have managed to complete the barriers in time. Anyways, take a rest. The soldier pills should begin recovering our chakra, but we won't be able to participate in the fight above. We will ensure that the kids stay safe." Haru nodded and sat in a meditative pose. Sora too joined him. While meditating, he thought, that chakra spike just before the impact was different. I guess there is more depth to this god after all. That said, he will be no match against the Sharingan. This mission is over. Fujin and Miko were the first ones to leave the cave and appear outside. They saw as the mountain in front of them crumbled. Fujin said, "That guy is much stronger than I expected." Miko nodded, "Yeah, his chakra is almost as high as Sensei. And it doesn't seem humane." Fujin agreed, "Yeah, his chakra makes me feel sick. I wonder why that is." At that time, Akihiko and his group emerged from the underground. There were no casualties in their group. A few seconds later, the Jashinists also began appearing. Every Jashinist who was at the lowest level survived. However, in the above layers, all the servants died. Only the 7 devotees made it out alive. Their group now contained 1 grand priest, 2 priests, 8 devotees and 20 servants. Akihiko looked at the Jashinists and said, "Miko, save your chakra. Fujin, give me a big one." Without a word, Fujin used another infinite breakthrough jutsu at the Jashinists. Akihiko followed by expelling a huge amount of fire into Fujin's jutsu. Though their combination wasn't as good as Fujin and Miko's, it was still very threatening. The wide range meant that it couldn't be dodged. Zankaku snorted, "How many times will you use the same trick?" He joined his hands together, almost as if he was praying. His chakra suddenly spiked. A few gallons of blood appeared from the ground and began floating in the air. Bloody shield jutsu. Bloody death jutsu. The blood immediately took the form of a large screen to block the incoming jutsu. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas thought that would be it. However, small needle heads formed on the surface of the screen. Thousands of needles made of blood were launched at the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Fujin expected the firestorm to deflect all the blood needles. However, they just pierced through the firestorm with ease without changing directions. Masaru stepped forward and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth Wall Jutsu. A giant earth wall appeared in front of the group. However, the blood needles pierced through them as well. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were surprised. Fujin immediately flickered out of the way. So did the rest except Shunko. He was slow to react. His eyes saw the wall being penetrated, but his body was slow to react. His Sharingans watched the dense blood needles coming at him and he barely moved to dodge the attack. A bunch of blood needles scratched his body, leaving him with 10-12 cuts. Fujin wondered, what the heck is with this blood? It's almost as penetrative as my wind vacuum jutsus. A similar thought ran through the minds of the Uchihas as well. The jutsu was very lethal. Akihiko quickly scanned Shunko with his Sharingan. The wounds on him weren't lethal. He looked at Zankaku and had a bad feeling. A huge grin could be seen on Zankaku's face as he made the seal of confrontation with his left hand. Akihiko followed his gaze and looked at Shunko. His eyes widened as he saw the chakra gathering on the spots where the cuts had appeared. He yelled, "Shunko, move away." Shunko didn't understand why he said so but still jumped backwards. Unfortunately, 12 explosions took place on his body at the same time. His loud shriek could be heard. Akihiko immediately flickered next to him but stayed at arm's length. He created a shadow clone to check on him. The Jashinists smirked at seeing their leader handling the enemies by themselves. Their morale was raised. They all got on the attack. However, even before they could get on the attack, Fujin, Masaru and Miko got on the attack. They didn't know what had happened with Shunko. So they stayed clear of all blood controlled by Zankaku. Fujin attacked them with the air bullet jutsu from a range, while Masaru and Miko used Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenix's jutsu. Their aim was to restrict the movement and kill off the weaker enemies. Unlike the earlier instance, this wasn't a large-scale jutsu. So Zankaku didn't waste his chakra to put up a huge defense. Without his help, the servants were sitting ducks for the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. 12 servants died in this attack. The devotees and priests were safe, but their jutsus were disturbed. Akihiko and Genji looked at Shunko in this short window of time. They examined his injuries. Fortunately, his life wasn't in danger. He was still conscious. Akihiko said, "It looks like when he was cut, some of the blood that guy controlled was left on Shunko's body. Only that blood exploded. That's why the injuries aren't lethal." Genji nodded. He agreed with the analysis. Akihiko said, "Carry him away from here. He is in no condition to fight." Genji nodded, "Alright, I'll take care of him." He carried Shunko and flickered away. Akihiko looked at Zankaku with a serious look on his face as he wondered, what the heck is his jutsu? I thought he controlled external blood similar to water. But this looked more like the explosion release than a variant of water release. He noticed Fujin, Miko and Masaru keeping the enemy busy and decided, it doesn't matter. This farce has gone on too long. Time to end this battle. Chapter 178, Blood Can Heal? Fujin, Miko and Masaru were keeping the Jashinists busy. After his big jutsu, Zankaku didn't attack much. His priests and devotees were the ones who were counterattacking. Fujin kept flickering around the place. Seeing an opportunity, he flickered right behind the enemy lines and fired another round of air bullets. However, one of the priests turned around and countered with water bullets without using any hand signs. Each of his water bullets hit Fujin's air bullets and neutralized them. In addition, another 4 water bullets were headed at Fujin. Fujin fired a vacuum bullet at the priest and flickered away. The priest smirked and fired a water bullet to intercept the vacuum bullet. Both attacks clashed. The priest's smirk died when he saw Fujin's attack piercing through his as if it was just air. He immediately moved to his side. The vacuum bullet missed him by just a few inches. The priest could feel the suction force of the vacuum bullet as it passed him. A servant was behind him in line. The vacuum bullet pierced through his chest and left a hole in his right lung. The priest shouted, "Be careful of that boy's air bullets. They have a very high penetrative power." Fujin wasn't out of harm's way either. As soon as he flickered, his new position was belted with shurikens and kunais by the devotees. He had to flicker a few more times. On the other side, Masaru and Miko were fighting with the other priest and his devotees. Both spammed the Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenix's jutsu, but were stopped by earth walls raised by the devotees. The priest stayed behind his devotees while making hand signs. Lightning style, lightning fingers jutsu. He pointed his fingers at Miko and Masaru. Lightning bolts were fired at high speeds at them. Both dodged in a hurry. Some sparks hit Miko, causing the hair on her body to stand up. However, no harm was done. At that moment, a few blood drops gathered at the tip of Zankaku's fingers. He waved his hands as if to throw the blood. Those blood drops moved at a very high speed at Fujin and the other two. Fujin noticed it immediately. He immediately flickered and got out of the way. He formed 2 vacuum bullets in his mouth and fired them at Zankaku. Miko and Masaru dodged as well. But their positions were attacked further by the other priest. They had to keep dodging. Zankaku dodged Fujin's vacuum bullets with ease. Fujin frowned. These guys are good. I guess these two are his strongest priests. Winning against them won't be easy. Not to mention that this grand priest is definitely at least at elite Jounin level. What is Akihiko doing? Akihiko, who was observing the situation, made the confrontation hand seal right when Zankaku dodged Fujin's attack. When he moved, he had come closer to 3 devotees. All of a sudden, 2 devotees attacked the priest who was keeping Fujin at bay. They grabbed their kunais and attacked the priest's neck. At the same time, the 2 devotees with the earth element attacked the priest who specialized in lightning style. The devotees slammed their hands on the ground and the priest was attacked by multiple stone spears. As for Zankaku, the 3 devotees around him immediately rushed towards him. Fujin noticed this situation and was surprised. He thought, what the heck did these Uchiha Jounins do exactly? How can they control so many Chunin level ninjas so perfectly? First 3 in the cave, and now these 7 despite it being more than just a few minutes since they cast the Ganjutsu. I don't recall any ninja being controlled in this way in the original series. Except maybe the 4th Mizukage. Still, Obito had the Mengekyo. Fujin's thoughts were cut short as he was surprised by what he was witnessing. A water wall appeared behind the priest that he had engaged earlier. The kunais of his devotees were blocked. He made a hand sign and water spears appeared from the wall and impaled his devotees. The priest with the lightning element jumped out of the way. He fired 2 lightning beams that pierced through the heads of the devotees that attacked him. Blood appeared on the fingerprints of Zankaku. He smiled as he launched them at the 3 devotees surrounding him. 3 drops pierced through each of their chests. They coughed some blood. Unlike Fujin and Miko's surprise, Akihiko and Masaru weren't surprised at all. Akihiko analyzed, we already got 1 Jounin by this tactic. The others will keep their guard up. Anyways, their lower level fighting force is pretty much wiped out. It's still our advantage. Besides, the 4 devotees who attacked the priests died. However, the 3 devotees who attacked Zankaku were still alive. They all made a hand sign. A dozen explosion tags appeared on their bodies. Their eyes went red as they made them explode at the same instance. Zankaku, who was grinning at how easily he thwarted the Uchiha's tactic, was surprised. He yelled, "Fuck!" A thin layer of blood began forming on his body. The explosions went off. The bodies of the devotees were decimated. The explosion ripped through the thin blood layer and hit Zankaku's body with full force. The 2 priests, the remaining servants and the lone devotee were shocked. They yelled, "Zankaku-sama!" Akihiko and Masaru smirked as they thought, it's over. With the leader dealt with, they only had to deal with the 2 priests. Defeating them wouldn't be much of a challenge. Fujin was surprised. He thought, the Sharingan definitely has a lot more depth to it. I didn't think I'd reach such a conclusion despite knowing about Izanagi, Izanami and the crazy things Mangekyo can do. Fujin looked at the 2 priests and wondered if he could sneak attack them. He sighed, unfortunately, despite the shock, they are still at full alert. I guess catching a Jounin off guard in battle won't be possible. The smoke of the explosion finally cleared away. Zankaku was still standing on his 2 feet. However, all his clothes were destroyed. His flesh had burn marks all over his body. His right eye had been destroyed by the blast. A lot of his blood had spilled on the ground around him. Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at him as he thought, he is still standing. Have to ensure that he is dead. After all, who knows what crazy abilities these Jashinists have. Surprisingly, Zankaku saw his attack and moved out of the way. Soon, the blood on the ground rose and covered him, forming a cocoon-like structure around him. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were shocked. Not wanting to see anything crazy, Fujin shot multiple air bullets at him. However, his attack was intercepted by water bullets once again. Miko and Masaru too tried attacking, but they were intercepted as well. Akihiko decided to not attack impulsively and kept his eye on Zankaku. In a few seconds, Zankaku stepped out from the blood cocoon. However, when he did, all the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were shocked. Akihiko muttered, "How? Even the best medical ninja doesn't have this efficiency." Zankaku's wounds were all healed. Only horrible scars were remaining on his body. The only wound that still could be seen was his eye. It wasn't healed. Fujin wondered, was he healed by Jashin's blessings? Or is it due to his blood jutsus? After all, he hasn't completed the ritual to gain Jashin's blessings, right? If this healing is only due to blood jutsus and not due to Jashin, then it would be a very important jutsu to learn. Though it leaves scars on the body, I don't mind them. After all, what use is looking good if I am not even alive? Zankaku looked viciously at the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. He said, "Kill everybody." The Jashinists were excited at his order. However, suddenly, the priests and Zankaku attacked the remaining devotee and servants. All were killed off. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were caught off guard by this development. Akihiko thought, "Oh well, saves us the effort. Now we have the numerical advantage." Zankaku said, "Now no one will backstab us. You too, don't look into those red eyes. Else I will have to kill you too." The priests nodded and said, "Don't worry. We know how to deal with the Uchihas." Akihiko flickered behind Fujin and said, "You and Miko take care of the lightning user. Your wind manipulation should have an advantage." Fujin nodded. Both he and Akihiko flickered next to Miko and Masaru. Akihiko said, "Masaru, you take care of the water specialist. Miko, aid Fujin against the lightning specialist. Leave the main enemy to me." Both nodded. Miko stepped next to Fujin and said with a grin on her face, "Time to kill our first Jounin." Fujin smirked and replied, "Your first Jounin kill." Miko looked at Fujin and exclaimed, "You already killed one?" Akihiko interrupted them and said sternly, "Pay attention, they are making a move." They stopped speaking and focused entirely on their enemy. Chapter 179, Fierce Clash in the Grasslands. The two priests weaved hand signs quickly. Water style, waterfall jutsu, lightning style, false darkness jutsu. One of the priests expelled a huge amount of water at the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. It formed a huge wave and headed towards the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. The other fired his lightning jutsu into the water, electrifying it. A smile formed on Fujin's face. This isn't like that noodle thief. These guys are strong. Fujin gathered a huge amount of chakra. For the first time in a long while, he showed off his entire chakra. The sudden spike in his chakra gained the attention of the Uchihas around him. They were about to do multiple flickers when they felt Fujin's chakra spiking. Miko looked at him and wondered, when did his chakra grow so much? It is almost as high as some of the Jounins in my clan. Akihiko and Masaru were shocked as well. They both thought, what chakra? It's almost as if he is from the Senju or Uzumaki clan. Akihiko thought, if he doesn't get involved in the coup, then his future will be very bright. While Masaru thought, shit, his chakra level isn't far away from my own level. Fujin rapidly converted his chakra into the wind element. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He exhaled a huge wind. It hit the incoming electrocuted water wave. The high-speed winds halted the water wave. It pierced into the wave and neutralized the electric charges within it. However, the water wave also absorbed the winds and didn't allow them to move towards the Jashinists. Both jutsus neutralized each other. The water fell down on the ground and spread slowly in all directions. Fujin's jutsu also raised a huge dust cover over the battlefield. Seeing the opportunity, Fujin began forming a couple of vacuum bullets. He could sense their positions accurately. He was about to shoot out the vacuum bullets when his eyes widened. He and the Uchihas immediately flickered away. A fraction of a second after they flickered, dozens of blood drops passed through their previous location at a very fast speed. Fujin frowned, shit. That bastard used the same tactic. And was faster than me too. Zankaku had the same idea as Fujin. He too used the chaos created by the two wide-range jutsus to sneak attack. Unfortunately, all the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas had very good senses. So his sneak attack didn't have any effect. After flickering, Masaru weaved hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Earth-style, ground-splitting jutsu. The ground in between them began cracking. As a result, all the water due to the earlier jutsu began draining into the ground. Fujin observed it and thought, nice. Fighting a lightning user over water would have been annoying. As soon as the water began draining, Akihiko weaved hand signs. Earth-style, earth flow spears jutsu. Masaru's jutsu had loosened up the ground. Akihiko took advantage of it. Hundreds of stone spears began appearing on the ground. In an instant, They were launched at the Jashinists. The faces of the Jashinists became grim. They realized, first that massive wind jutsu. Now back-to-back large-scale earth jutsus. These guys aren't weak. Blood immediately began gathering around Zankaku. At the same time, one of the priests weaved hand signs and extended his arms forward. Lightning style, static wave jutsu. A lightning current was released from his palms in all directions, forming a net. The incoming stone spears hit it. Almost all the stone spears crumbled. The rest slowed down. The priest smirked. Earth jutsus are very weak against lightning. However, the debris was still headed towards the Jashinists. But, a blood dome formed around the Jashinists. The stones and pebbles were about to hit the dome when hundreds of needle-shaped blood drops were launched in all directions from the dome. They pierced through the stones, spears and debris, reducing or halting their momentum as well as attacking the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas dodged once again. Fujin, who had to stop creating vacuum bullets once again, frowned. He thought, shit. This bastard keeps attacking even while defending. It restricts my ability to use sneak attacks successfully. Miko noticed Fujin's frown and commented with a smirk, now you know how I and Hoka feel while fighting you. Fujin replied, pass smart comments later. Any idea how to deal with them? I'm afraid we will run out of chakra faster than that bloody priest. Even before Fujin completed his statement, both Akihiko and Masaru flickered towards the blood dome. While moving, they tapped a scroll-holding pocket on their jacket and retrieved a scroll each. At the same moment, both weaved the same hand signs. Fire style, exploding flame formation. They opened the scroll. The scroll transformed into hundreds of explosive tags with fire-style jutsu which were launched at the blood dome in the blink of an eye. The explosive tags began exploding as soon as they hit the dome. The explosions released a huge amount of fire that wrecked the dome and allowed the remaining explosive tags to enter the dome. Fujin saw the damage and wondered, is this a variation of Tobirama's jutsu? I wonder what Tobirama would think if Uchihas are so good with the jutsu he created. That said, he did have an Uchiha student. The Jashinists immediately moved backwards. However, Akihiko and Masaru controlled the explosive tags and aimed at them. They aimed the explosive tags such that they would have to separate from each other. The explosions forced them even further from each other. Fujin and Miko were watching them carefully. As soon as their target was separated from the other two Jashinists, Fujin flickered in front of him. The priest was surprised to see him. He was about to attack when Fujin blew very strong winds straight at him. Facing such a wide-range jutsu at such a close range meant that the priest couldn't dodge the attack. The winds hit him head-on and sent him flying and rolling backwards for more than 100 meters. Multiple cuts appeared on the body of the priest. In addition, getting dragged along the ground caused him even more minor wounds. Despite the wounds, the priest got in a fighting stance right away. However, his opponent wasn't just Fujin. As soon as he got up, his position was showered by shurikens. The priest immediately moved, but Miko flickered in front of him. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. The priest saw a giant fireball heading towards him. He frowned, these kids are relentless. I need to take the initiative back. He quickly made hand signs. Lightning style, false darkness jutsu. He fired a lightning spear at the incoming fireball. The lightning spear pierced through the center of the fireball and dispersed it. However, the priest had no time to celebrate. Miko was no longer behind the fireball and Fujin had appeared right next to him and was swinging his sword at him. The priest stepped behind and pulled out a black-colored retractable spear. It was a spear he used during rituals. As he moved it to block Fujin's sword, lightning began flowing through it. The sword and the spear clashed. The priest was expecting Fujin to be electrocuted. However, his eyes widened as he saw Fujin's sword cut through his spear. Realizing the danger, the priest leaned backwards. Displaying excellent flexibility, the priest almost leaned parallel to the ground by bending at his knees and leaning backwards completely. Fujin's sword slash went from above him. Even the winds alongside the slash didn't hit the priest due to how well the priest moved. A sword slash cut through the grass for over 100 meters without hurting anyone. As soon as the sword slash passed, the priest kicked at Fujin. Fujin, who was planning to bring his sword down, kicked his leg. Not wanting to face his sword in close range, the priest used the force of Fujin's kick to fly backwards. Fujin followed his kick with a vertical slash with his sword at his opponent who was still in the air. Seeing the attack, the priest dug the half-cut spear into the ground and used it as a base to move out of the line of attack. Miko, who was watching his every movement with her sharingans, realized the direction where he would be dodging. She launched multiple kunais with explosive tags at the place where he would land. However, the priest noticed the attack and extended his arms at them. Lightning sparks were released from his palms. They hit the explosive tags and disarmed them. They also slowed down the kunais and just sidestepped them. Fujin and Miko were about to press on the attack once again, but they halted after seeing their enemy's actions. Lightning had once again gathered in the palms of the priest without any hand signs. He slammed his hands on the ground. Lightning was discharged in a radius of 25 meters around him. Miko immediately flickered behind Fujin, who casually swung his sword and sent out a wind wave that neutralized the lightning discharge heading around him. The priest looked at his two opponents and took a deep breath. At last, he had broken their initiative. He said, "This one never expected that he would be pushed so much by little kids like you. Lord Jashin would be very pleased when this one sacrifices you to him." Fujin and Miko's eyes twitched as they thought, "This one? Who the hell speaks like that?" However, without replying, both Fujin and Miko pressed on the attack once again. The priest, who had just found some respite, was once again in a tough situation. Chapter 180, Akihiko vs Zankaku. Fujin and Miko both had spent a lot of their chakra due to the jutsus they used earlier. So they attacked the priest with Kenjutsu and Taijutsu. Due to the threat of Fujin's sword and Miko's Sharingan, the priest was having a tough time. Despite the advantages, Fujin or Miko didn't manage to land any hits on him. However, the priest couldn't help but complain in his mind, "What the fuck does Hidden Leaf Village teach in their academy?" I spoke in such a hilarious tone. And I provoked them. But they kept attacking me without a single emotion on their face. I expected these brats to say at least something to give me some time to catch my breath and attack first. Some distance away from them, Akihiko and Masaru too had entered into fights. They successfully separated all the Jashinists. Akihiko took on Zankaku while Masaru took on the remaining priest. As soon as he was far away from Zankaku, Masaru attacked the priest. He flickered in front of him and launched a fireball at him. However, the priest created a water wall to defend himself and counter-attacked with sharp jets of water. Masaru dodged while closing in on the distance between them. The priest frowned while moving backwards as he thought, "He is strong. I can't get into a taijutsu fight with an Uchiha. And I have to avoid looking into his eyes. So annoying. I hope Zankaku-sama wins quickly and comes to aid me." As the priest decided to stall and fight defensively, the fight entered into a stalemate. The priest's water jutsus completely shut down Masaru's fire jutsus. Though Masaru resorted to earth jutsus, they didn't have much effect on the priest. Some distance from them, Akihiko and Zankaku faced each other. Like all Uchihas, Akihiko launched a huge fireball at his enemy. He launched shurikens into his fireball to double up. Zankaku waved his arm. A blood wall appeared in the path of the fireball. The fireball hit the blood wall and exploded. Though the explosion didn't reach Zankaku, it cleared the path for the shurikens. Zankaku's attention was entirely on Akihiko. So he didn't notice the shurikens until they were very close. He immediately moved out of the way, but a few shurikens left cuts on him. Without giving him any respite, Akihiko pressed on the attack. He flickered in front of him and attacked with a dando. Zankaku grabbed a retractable spear and used it to block the dando. While he blocked, Akihiko's Sharingans noticed the cut wounds on his body closing by themselves. He kept attacking, however, his expression grew grim. Akihiko analyzed, his self-healing is off the charts. The only one I have heard about having such healing is the first Hokage. But how can this lunatic have such a healing ability? And what are its limits? If he can heal non-stop, then it wouldn't matter how many times we hit him. He will still keep healing. Zankaku looked at Akihiko's face and guessed his thoughts. He smirked and said, "That's right. No matter how many times you wound me, I will always heal. Your whole squad is doomed to die at my Han." He suddenly stopped speaking and stood still. Akihiko smirked, "It doesn't matter how much you can heal. Once you look in the eyes of an Uchiha, it's all over." While he was speaking, Zankaku looked into Akihiko's eyes. Akihiko didn't waste the opportunity and cast a Sharingan Genjutsu instantly. Akihiko stepped forward while thinking, "Now let me see if you can heal yourself after being beheaded." He raised his arm and swung his tanto at Zankaku's neck. However, all of a sudden, Zankaku attacked. He swung his spear with all his might. Akihiko's Sharingans noticed the movements and he immediately jumped backward. However, he couldn't dodge completely. The spear hit his right shoulder and left a deep cut up to his abdomen. He began bleeding profusely. A sadistic grin appeared on Zankaku's face. In order to not alert Akihiko, he used no chakra in that attack. That is why Akihiko was caught off guard. Akihiko quickly moved back while inspecting his injury. He looked at Zankaku and asked, "How did you break my Genjutsu?" Zankaku grinned and said, "I have been blessed by Lord Jashin. Do you think your pathetic eyes will be able to cast a Genjutsu on someone blessed by Lord Jashin?" While he was speaking, Akihiko analyzed, "While the cut is deep, he only managed to cut my flesh. None of my organs is hit. However, it hurts to move my right arm. I won't be able to fight with my right arm with my full strength or speed. What a shit situation to be in." Akihiko narrowed his eyes and replied, The ones who worship Jashin can't be put under a Ganjutsu? Bullshit, I slaughtered all your forces with my Ganjutsu. Zankaku didn't reply and began attacking. He noticed that his words didn't have any demoralizing effect on Akihiko. Instead, Akihiko was just taking the opportunity to rest and stall for time. Akihiko fought back while cursing in his mind, so he heals his wounds and is immune to Ganjutsu. How the fuck should I fight him? The two engaged in an intense taijutsu and kenjutsu battle. Zankaku held the advantage, but Akihiko managed to hang on and didn't take any more damage. Seeing him not making any headways, Zankaku controlled his blood and attacked Akihiko with a blood needle rain once again. Akihiko quickly flickered away while making hand signs. Fire style, Fire Dragon Jutsu. A huge 50-meter-long fire dragon was formed. It headed straight at Zankaku. Zankaku once again defended himself with a blood dome. The dragon hit the dome and exploded, but no harm was done to Zankaku. While Zankaku was defending, Akihiko made hand signs and placed his left palm in front of the cut. A gentle chakra was released from his palm and he began healing the wound. He immediately stopped the bleeding. He wanted to heal more, but he was once again attacked. He stopped using mystical palm jutsu and defended himself. As he defended, Akihiko analyzed, I can't defeat him. Though I know more jutsus, the blood he controls is very versatile. And his chakra is higher than mine as well. I guess I should just stall. Defeating him without Sora's Fu in jutsu wouldn't be possible. Seeing that he couldn't win, Akihiko fought with the intent of only stalling. Zankaku attacked very aggressively, but he couldn't get through Akihiko's defense again. He also tried to get away from Akihiko without any success. The entire battlefield turned into a stalemate. Whoever won first would turn the scales in their favor. Miko and Fujin were extremely annoyed. They held the advantage for the majority of the time. And yet, they didn't manage to land a single hit on their opponent. And while Renjiro's training had taught them to ignore all enemies' words, his constant taunts and slurs were getting on their nerves. Having fended off the latest round of attacks, the priest said, this one was born in the land of lightning. When this one fought in the great ninja wars, your parents hadn't even fucked each other. Run back to your academy, runts. Finally, Miko couldn't control her mouth. She attacked while yelling, by the time I am done with you, you won't be capable of fucking anyone. The priest blocked her kunai and dodged Fujin's sword and replied, I serve Lord Jashin. I haven't fucked anyone for over a decade. Fujin glanced at Miko. He thought, she is about to lose her cool. He looked at his opponent and thought, I haven't engaged much in trash talking. I should consider adding it to my skills. I can think of a bunch of strong opponents who would go berserk with a good trash talk. Not wanting Miko to lose her control, Fujin commented casually, I heard that you Jashinists have to sacrifice to your dumb god. Don't tell me that you have to sacrifice your private parts in order to be inducted into your little cult. Miko was surprised by Fujin's words. She wondered, when did he become so foul-mouthed? Even the priest watched Fujin with surprise. He said, of course not, we have to con. Fujin interrupted him and said, considering that you are so proud about sacrificing them, I guess that they were very pathetic. The priest immediately yelled, you little br. However, Fujin instantly flickered in front of him and slashed with his sword horizontally. The priest immediately moved backward and jumped out of the path of Fujin's attack. Seeing that his opponent was in the air, Fujin fired a dozen air bullets at him. While attacking, he thought, what a pro. Even his anger was fake. The priest immediately weaved a couple of hand signs and extended both his arms forward. Lightning arcs appeared between his palms. Lightning style, lightning beam jutsu. The priest fired a lightning beam straight at Fujin. The beam was very wide and completely covered the priest. All the air bullets crashed into the beam. They hindered the lightning beam slightly, but couldn't pierce through. Fujin watched the lightning beam coming at him. He didn't move. He focused chakra in his throat and converted it into wind. When the beam was just a meter away from him, he opened his mouth and fired a vacuum bullet. However, unlike Fujin's earlier vacuum bullets, this one was huge. It would be more appropriate to call it a vacuum cannon instead. It pierced straight through the center of the enemy's lightning beam and dispersed most of it. The priest was shocked. He tried to use the force of his own jutsu to move out of the way while in the air. Miko was surprised as well. Launching an attack in such a way meant that Fujin won't be able to dodge. However, realizing the risk Fujin took, Miko flickered close to the priest to attack him. It looked like this fight would finally have a result soon. Chapter 181, A Close Call. The recoil from his jutsu helped the priest move away from the line of Fujin's attack, however, it wasn't enough. The vacuum cannon grazed the right side of the priest's abdomen and tore a huge chunk of it. His wound began bleeding immediately. His liver and intestines were damaged. At the same time, whatever remained of the lightning beam rained down on Fujin. Fujin extended his left arm forward to block it. All the lightning charges hit his left arm and lightning flowed through his body. Fujin endured while thinking, not bad. Due to my training in the lightning element, this attack doesn't feel much. Though if I took the entire beam head-on, it would have hurt. Anyways, I now see why Renjiro emphasized the importance of undertaking missions. Though deciding to counterattack was risky, the danger allowed me to perform my jutsu even faster. I wanted to create a wind vacuum beam. The center of the beam would be made of vacuum. It would be only a few micrometers wide but would be very long as it would have to extend across the entire length of the beam. Instead, I managed to create a much stronger vacuum bullet. I will call it vacuum cannon after I train it properly. Though the result wasn't what I envisioned, it is still a very good improvement. While Fujin was enduring the electric shocks, Miko flickered next to the priest while weaving hand signs. Fire style, Rage of Sages, Flame of Phoenix's jutsu. She fired 6 small fireballs at the priest. 2 of these were headed at him while the other 4 cut off his escape routes. The priest, who had just suffered a huge injury, now had to face another attack. She smirked, it's over. Unfortunately for Miko, her calculations were horribly wrong. Humiliated at being injured to this extent, the priest entered into a frenzy. His eyes turned reddish as he exerted all his chakra. A high amount of lightning gathered on his palms. He screamed in rage as he attacked his surroundings indiscriminately. The lightning hit the fireballs and deflected or dispersed them. The grass around him was hit and it caught fire. Miko was very close to him and was in range as well. She tried to flicker but wasn't fast enough. Lightning bolts hit her and made her scream in pain. The lightning electrocuted her and left multiple burns on her body. She fell to the ground in pain and was unable to control her body properly. Seeing that his opponent was vulnerable, the priest grinned. He immediately moved towards Miko while pulling out another retractable spear and making lightning flow through it. Fujin's expression grew grim. He had just finished enduring the previous attack. He flickered instantly. While Fujin, Miko and Akihiko were engaged in intense battles, Masaru was under no threat. His opponent acted like a turtle and defended everything Masaru threw at him without counterattacking. A water wall was erected in front of the priest. On the opposite side, a dozen explosive tags exploded. The wall collapsed but the priest was unharmed. Masaru had a frown on his face. He cursed in his mind, not only does this bastard defend well, but he also does so without even looking at me. The priest was relaxed when he suddenly sensed danger. He immediately jumped up while weaving hand signs. Half a second after he jumped, a fire dragon erupted from the ground and moved straight at him. The priest completed his hand signs. Water style, water prison jutsu. A water prison formed around him. The fire dragon hit the prison and exploded, but the priest was safe. However, his expression wasn't good. He analyzed, who attacked me from there? Did he create a clone sneakily or is it someone else? He prayed that it wasn't the second scenario. If Zankaku or the other priest was defeated, then his death would be only a matter of time. Right after the fire dragon exploded, a dozen kunai with explosive tags were launched from the ground at the water prison. At the same time, Masaru flickered and tossed more explosive tags at the water prison. Under the intense attack, the water prison crumbled. However, the priest jumped out of harm's way. Masaru followed him and attacked him with kunai. Not wanting to risk looking into his eyes, the priest moved away from him while looking at his feet. Surprisingly, he saw the Sharingan eyes on the ground in front of his feet. In an instant, he fell into a Ganjutsu. At the very next moment, a kunai stabbed into his skull through his eye. Masaru smirked as a figure appeared from the ground. He said, if he avoids looking into 2 Sharingans, we can just use 4. The enemy will succumb eventually. Great job, Genji. Is Shunko safe? The person who had just interfered in the fight was Genji, who had earlier taken Shunko away. Genji nodded and said, I healed his wounds as best as I could and left a shadow clone with him. He isn't in any mortal danger. Though we can't expect him to join the fight and might have to carry him on the way back. Masaru replied. Great work. I will go and aid Akihiko. You aid the 2 kids. They are fighting above their weight class. Genji was surprised to hear that Miko and Fujin were fighting against a priest by themselves. He had observed Masaru's fight and had realized that the priest he was facing was stronger than him. He nodded and quickly moved towards them. Miko was in a state of shock. She had seen Fujin's attack wound their enemy critically. She pressed on with the intention to finish the fight, but the tables were turned in the blink of an eye. A lot of her skin was burnt due to the lightning shocks. Her body couldn't move properly. And her Sharingan saw the priest running towards her like a savage. She desperately tried to get her body to move but to no avail. The priest reached her and raised his spear up and slashed it down at full power. Terror spread through her mind as she realized that her life could end. Memories flashed through her mind. She thought about her mother, her father, her childhood friends, her relatives, her sensei, Hoka and Fujin. At that very instant, Fujin appeared in front of her and slashed his sword at the sphere. Miko's eyes shined as she watched Fujin. The priest also noticed him and the grin on his face grew wider. The two weapons clashed. Fujin expected his sword to cut through the sphere once again, but unexpectedly, it didn't. The priest yelled loudly and exerted all the force he could on the spear as he thought, I knew this kid would jump in front of her. Even though these kids are ruthless, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas are all softies. If they were from Hidden Clouds Village or Hidden Mist Village, I would have worried about the other cutting my head while I cut their teammate's head. But with Hidden Leaf Village, the possibility of such an action is minuscule. So I have poured all my remaining chakra into this sphere. The victory or defeat would be decided with this one attack. With one swing, I'll kill them both. Fujin realized that his opponent had focused all his chakra on the sphere. The force that the priest exerted began to push Fujin's feet backwards. But suddenly, Fujin controlled and focused his chakra. Some chakra gathered on his soles to stabilize his position. He was no longer being pushed behind. However, compared to his feet, a lot more chakra flowed through his sword. He pushed back with his full power. A crack appeared on the sphere. The priest's eyes widened as he saw his spear being cut into two once again. He watched as the sword continued ahead. He tried to move, but his body was too exhausted to respond in time. The sword reached him and severed his neck. His severed head had a look of disbelief as he watched Fujin. His last thoughts were, to think that I would die at the hands of a kid. The last priest under Zankaku was killed. Chapter 182, Evolution. Miko watched the priest's head fly in the sky. Her body and mind finally relaxed. For the first time in her life, she was genuinely grateful to someone. Genji reached this battlefield to see Fujin cut his opponent's head off. His eyes noticed Fujin's chakra flare at the last moment and left him astounded. Fujin sensed someone rushing towards him and immediately looked at Genji. Seeing that it was an ally, Fujin relaxed. He turned his attention to Miko in order to check her injuries. However, he suddenly stopped. A surprise could be seen on his face. Genji flickered next to him and looked at Miko. His expression grew grim on seeing her injuries, but suddenly shock could be seen on his face. Miko didn't understand why Fujin and Genji were looking at her like this. Soon, a huge smile broke on Genji's face. He exclaimed in excitement, Miko, your Sharingans have evolved into two Tomoe Sharingans. Miko was shocked to hear that. After a moment, the shock passed and excitement rushed in. She tried moving but the pain brought her back to earth. Seeing her grimacing in pain, Genji said, don't move, I will heal you as much as I can first. He began using mystical palm jutsu to treat the burns on her body. Fujin observed them as he thought, I thought I had huge gains from the fight. But mine don't even compare to hers. That Sharingan is a huge cheat. Though to be fair, my life wasn't at risk. Even if my jutsu had failed, I was confident about surviving that attack without affecting my ability to fight. On the other hand, her life probably flashed in front of her eyes. Fujin turned his attention to his dead opponent as he analyzed, this guy was very good. His every move was a scheme. And he managed to reset initiative and flip the table multiple times. My attack should have finished him off and yet he managed to reverse the situation. If I didn't know chakra flow or if my chakra reserves were close to empty, he would have managed to kill us both. Even assuming that I didn't make a move or was slow, Miko would have died. Perhaps in that case he wouldn't have exerted all his chakra in that attack. Either way, he perfectly calculated or guessed our moves and made the right plan. More importantly, I shouldn't underestimate someone just because they are critically injured. Even though no one will go off like Teodora, the final struggle can be very tricky. Especially when dealing with veteran jounins. He focused back on Miko and observed Genji's jutsu without disturbing him. Genji was slowly healing the burn marks on her body. Fujin realized, he doesn't seem to be very good with medical ninjutsu. Genji noticed that Fujin was observing him. Without taking his eyes off Miko, he said, don't worry, I'll take care of her. If you can still fight, you can go help out Akihiko and Masaru. They are fighting against the Grand Priest. Fujin asked, so Masaru won his fight? Genji nodded. Fujin looked in the direction that Akihiko, Masaru and Zankaku were fighting. He could feel that an intense battle was happening there. He said, I am very low on chakra. I won't be able to help much in the fight. And seeing the way he controls blood, I could be a burden instead. Genji was disappointed with that answer. However, he said, alright. Look after Miko after I am done healing her. Fujin replied, I will. Genji stopped talking. After a minute, Fujin asked, are you a medical ninja, Genji-san? Genji answered, no. I just copied the mystical palm jutsu and practiced it for a bit. Fujin replied, I see. He thought, as I thought. I guess most of the Uchihas have copied this jutsu. After all, It should be very convenient to heal yourself and your teammates without having to depend on a medical ninja that can't fight or defend well. Just like Genji, Masaru rushed towards Akihiko's battlefield. He went sneakily and hid in the tall grass as he observed the fight. His eyes widened as he saw Akihiko's condition. A huge scar was visible on his right chest. His jacket was dyed red by blood. A frown formed on his face. How is Akihiko struggling so much? Is the opponent so skilled that he can dominate him while needing to avoid looking into his eyes? As he was analyzing, he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute, he is directly looking at Akihiko. He isn't avoiding the Sharingan at all. But why isn't Akihiko casting Genjutsu? He thought hard and concluded, the only possibility I can think of is that Genjutsu doesn't work on him for some reason. Whatever, I'll know when I join the battle. He stayed put in his spot waiting for an opportunity to sneak attack. Akihiko and Zankaku kept fighting, unaware of Masaru's presence. Danto and Spear clashed multiple times without anyone landing hits. In one such clash, Zankaku exerted a lot of force and pushed Akihiko backwards. However, Akihiko just used Zankaku's force to move away from him. Tired of being stalled, Zankaku chased with full speed. Unfortunately, he moved very close to where Masaru was. As he was chasing, he felt heat on his right. He turned his head to see a long fire dragon heading straight at him. Due to how close they were, he couldn't dodge or defend. The fire dragon opened its huge mouth and chomped down on him. Inside the fire dragon, Zankaku screamed loudly as his flesh burned. In a few seconds, the fire dragon exploded. Akihiko moved away from the explosion and Masaru appeared next to him. He smirked and said, "Bullseye." However, Akihiko's expression didn't change. He said, "It isn't over. He can heal from all wounds. And Genjutsu doesn't work on him. So don't put your hopes on it." Masaru frowned. He pulled out a scroll and said, "No wonder you have been struggling so much." He made the confrontation hand seal. The scroll transformed into hundreds of explosive tags and rushed into the place where the explosion had happened. All of Zankaku's skin was burned. He was covered in blood. However, he still stood straight. The blood on his body rapidly healed him. New skin was forming. But it was horrible to look at. At that moment, he saw hundreds of explosive tags heading at him. He immediately formed a cocoon of blood around him. The explosive tags stuck on the cocoon and began exploding. The cocoon was destroyed. Zankaku tried running away, but most of the explosive tags exploded right next to him. Akihiko and Masaru observed him with their Sharingan. They saw as his flesh was blasted. But the blood that poured out of his body kept protecting and healing him. Masaru asked in an annoyed tone, "Does his body have an infinite amount of blood?" Akihiko answered, "My guess is that he produces it with his chakra. We may have to exhaust his chakra to truly win. Or we will need Sora's Fuinjutsu." Masaru asked, "Have you tried cutting him into pieces?" Akihiko answered, "Haven't been successful so far." As they were speaking, they heard Zankaku yelling in anger. A few dozen blood drops formed around him and he fired them in all directions. Akihiko and Masaru dodged quickly. Akihiko said, "That's why. Every time I manage to get an upper hand, he resets my advantage with a wide-range jutsu forcing me to evade." They saw an intact Zankaku walk out of the smoke. However, his body was horrible to see. He had no clothes on his body and his entire body was covered in horrible scars. Masaru said, "He looks disgusting. But this is indeed annoying. Our chakra is already about to run out." As they were about to engage in another round of battle, Genji was done healing Miko. He said, "I have healed your burns. They won't be harmful to you. But don't move around a lot. I can't deal with the damage the lightning might have inflicted on your inner organs. Fujin, look after her. I'll go help out Akihiko." Fujin nodded. He saw Genji leaving. He made a hand sign and a shadow clone appeared next to him. Without speaking, the shadow clone followed Genji's path. Miko asked, "Why did you make a shadow clone with so little chakra?" Fujin shrugged and said, "I'm interested in seeing how that battle ends. This guy is probably the strongest opponent we have ever faced. Other than that incident when we were returning from hot water, of course." Miko said, "That's true. I wish I could see it too." They didn't say anything for a few seconds. Suddenly, Miko said, "Fujin, thank you. I was very scared after I got hit." Fujin looked at her. He could feel that she was very grateful to him. He said, "Our team might have been disbanded, but we are still teammates. No need to be thankful for such stuff." Miko didn't reply and just smiled. Fujin asked, "How are your injuries?" Miko sighed and said, "My whole body is aching. That bastard fried my body inside out." Fujin replied, "Yeah, he was fierce. Veteran Jounins are still too strong for us." Chapter 183, How the fuck did Itachi kill them all? While Fujin and Miko talked, Genji and Fujin's shadow clone reached the battlefield. Genji hid the same way as Masaru had, while Fujin's clone stayed away and observed from a long distance. He had no intention of interfering in the fight. With Masaru's help, Akihiko finally had the upper hand. They inflicted injuries on Zankaku frequently, but all of his injuries healed automatically. Genji was stunned. He thought, how do I sneak attack someone who heals without any jutsu? Fujin's clone too was shocked. He watched the fight as he analyzed, this guy is strong. Ridiculously so. While Dan couldn't be killed, I don't recall him having such a healing ability. TSK, now I'm even more interested in his blood jutsus. I hope Hiruzen orders the Yamanakas to dig out all the information from his brain. Though asking it from Hiruzen would require some effort. He no longer rewards me sadly. After observing for a while, Genji decided, my sneak attacks work on the basis that I would injure my prey critically or trap him in a Ganjutsu. It's pointless to hide against an opponent like him. The kid made a good decision to not show up here. Genji revealed himself by throwing some shurikens at Zankaku. Zankaku barely dodged them. His expression grew grim as he saw another opponent. He asked, you killed all my priests? Disbelief could be felt in his voice. Masaru replied, that is the case. You are all by yourself. Stop your misery and surrender. Only then you would live. Hearing those words, Zankaku began to laugh loudly like a lunatic. He said loudly, do you think that killing those weaklings will make me surrender? I will sacrifice all of you to Lord Jashin and get even more blessings from him. As he was speaking, he began bleeding. Soon, his entire body was covered in blood. His chakra, which was getting exhausted, spiked once again. Without paying any attention to his defense, he moved towards the Uchihas. Akihiko and Masaru's expressions grew grim. Zankaku closed the distance and swung his arm at them. Multiple drops of blood were released from his arm at the Uchihas. They immediately flickered away. Zankaku chased them. Not wanting to waste chakra unnecessarily, the Uchihas tossed explosive tags at him to hinder his path. But Zankaku ignored it all and continued the chase. Fortunately, he wasn't as fast as the Uchihas. While engaging in combat, Akihiko said, Genji, what's the status of others? Genji threw a kunai at Zankaku and said, Miko and Shunko are injured. Fujin is fine but his chakra is very low. Akihiko instructed, okay, leave this battlefield. Team up with Fujin and get Sora out. Leave a clone to watch over Shunko and Miko. Genji replied, alright. He flickered away from the battlefield. Akihiko looked at Masaru and shouted, Masaru, let's go all out. We will keep him tied down here. Masaru nodded and launched a fire dragon at Zankaku. A blood armor formed on Zankaku as he rushed into the fire dragon. However, unlike a normal fire dragon jutsu, this one had dozens of explosive tags in it. The fire dragon caused a massive explosion while Zankaku was in it. His momentum was finally stopped. Without waiting for the dust to clear up, Akihiko flickered into the spot of the explosion. Zankaku's body was being healed when Akihiko attacked him once again. He was blasted back as he cursed in his mind, how many fucking explosive tags do these Uchihas have? Bastards have used more than 1,000 so far. Despite the damage, Zankaku counterattacked immediately. Akihiko and Masaru engaged in an intense fight. Fujin's clone watched as the battle went on. After a few minutes, Fujin was awed. He thought, holy fuck. These two are very good. I didn't expect Masaru to be this good as well. And Akihiko is a beast as well. However, he suddenly had a thought. A thought that troubled him a lot. He thought, if these guys are so strong, how the fuck did a 13-year-old Itachi kill them all by himself? Even with Obito's help, killing all of them in a single night would have to be a Herculean task. After all, Akihiko isn't the only elite jounin in the Uchiha clan. From what I remember, there are 4 more elite jounins other than him and Fugaku in the Uchiha clan. And they also have far more jounins than any other clan in Hidden Leaf Village. Not to mention, not everyone would give up and offer their lives like Fugaku and Mikoto. In fact, I doubt anyone did so. So is Itachi so ridiculously overpowered, or will there be some other factors involved as well? Fujin's clone tried thinking, but he couldn't figure it out. Even with 2 S-rank ninjas, killing so many strong ninjas in a few hours didn't seem to make any sense. Especially after he had just witnessed the abilities of some of the Uchihas. In the end, he concluded, either there were more factors involved in the massacre, or the gap between a rank A and rank S ninja is way bigger than what I remember. He sighed, if it is the second case, then reaching that level will be a lot tougher. While the fight was going on, Genji moved towards Fujin. He created a shadow clone and dispersed it to send a message to his clone, which was looking after Shunko. The clone carried Shunko and moved towards Fujin's location. Fujin and Miko were chatting casually. Miko finally managed to get up and sit. Suddenly, Fujin looked away in a direction. Miko asked, what happened? Fujin replied, Genji is back for some reason. Did they already win? At the next moment, Genji appeared in front of them. He said, Fujin, you'll be helping me get Sora out. Fujin raised an eyebrow. He asked, what's the situation? Normally Genji wouldn't have wasted time. But since he was waiting for his clone, he said, the opponent has a very high regenerative ability and is immune to Genjutsu. We need Sora's Fuinjutsu to trap him. Fujin and Miko were surprised. Miko said, I didn't think the opponent would be so strong. Genji's clone finally arrived. He was carrying Shunko on his back. Genji said, Fujin, follow me. Miko quickly said, I want to come too. Genji looked at her and shook his head. He said, no, you are too weak right now. If he assaults us when we are getting Sora out, you will be a burden. Without waiting for her reply, he left. Fujin followed him. They arrived at the place where the cave had collapsed. Fujin said, Uncle Sora should be alright. I guess he didn't come out as he needs to stay there to ensure the kids are safe. Genji nodded and said, yeah. I guess that he created some barriers to keep them safe. So getting the kids out will put them at risk. Let's just go down and see what the situation is. He made hand signs and disappeared into the ground. Fujin followed him. After reaching down, they both noticed 5 pairs of chakra signatures. Fujin said, the one in the north has the highest chakra level. The rest should be clones. Genji and Fujin went towards them. They moved until they reached the barrier. Genji knocked on the barrier. Sora and Haru were meditating to regain their chakra quickly. As soon as they heard the knock, both opened their eyes and looked at the spot Genji tapped. Seeing that it was allies, they relaxed. Sora made a hand sign and created an opening in the barrier. Fujin and Genji got in. Without wasting any time, Genji briefed Sora about the situation. Sora and Haru frowned after hearing about Zankaku's abilities. Sora made a shadow clone and said, the barrier needs me to monitor. So I'll leave a shadow clone here. Haru and Fujin stay here and ensure that the kids remain safe. Genji, come with me. Everyone nodded and followed Sora's instructions. Fujin and Haru were low on chakra, so Sora didn't involve them in the fight. Sora and Genji left, leaving Haru, Fujin and Sora's clones to look after the kids. Sora's clone said to Fujin, we shouldn't be in any danger here. The barrier can withstand all the weight above it and can withstand some attacks too. The only danger is if that Grand Priest decides to launch an all-out assault on a barrier. But that isn't likely to happen. So just relax and focus on recovering your chakra. Fujin nodded and sat in a meditative posture. Sora and Genji reached the battlefield and observed from a distance. Akihiko and Masaru were engaged in an intense battle. Both were breathing heavily, but so was Zankaku. His inability to land a hit on the 2 Uchihas in front of him annoyed him. Sora observed Zankaku's fighting style and jutsus carefully and began analyzing and calculating how he should trap Zankaku. Chapter 184, the result. After observing for a minute, Sora said, he is very strong. I'm surprised that someone so strong has managed to keep his identity and ability hidden for so long. Genji asked, can you trap him with Fuinjutsu jutsu? Sora replied, it'll be tough. Hopefully, Akihiko and Masaru will keep him occupied. Keep an eye on the battle. If he suspects something and tries looking for me, you'll expose yourself and attack him. Genji nodded. Inscribing seals around the battlefield would need time. And anything could happen in battle. His job would be to ensure that Sora's presence stays hidden. Sora began inscribing seals around the place where the fighting was happening. Genji followed him closely. Luckily, Zankaku's entire attention was on Akihiko and Masaru. Since Sora didn't leak any killing intent or take any actions that would directly threaten him, Zankaku stayed oblivious to his actions. Akihiko and Masaru were oblivious to Sora's actions too and fought intensely. Multiple fires were burning in the area due to their fire jutsus. A lot of the ground was dyed in blood. Akihiko and Masaru stayed away from such areas. Zankaku's blood manipulation had raised their alertness to the maximum. Fujin's clone, who was secretly observing, had to change his locations a few times due to Zankaku's wide area attacks accidentally targeting his locations. After a few minutes, Zankaku stopped attacking. He looked at Akihiko and Masaru. They were breathing heavily. Though there weren't any critical injuries on them, Zankaku knew that they wouldn't last for much longer. He said, you won't last much longer. Masaru was looking for opportunities to waste time. He said while breathing heavily, we can still go on for hours. You haven't seen anything yet. Zankaku laughed and replied, and how would you do that without any chakra? It's only a matter of time before you drop dead. But, I have an offer for you too. Akihiko squinted his eyes and asked, what offer? Zankaku answered, serve Lord Jashin. I'll accept you as my priests and teach you the ways of Lord Jashin. When I complete the ritual, I will become the strongest person in the world. Then you can rule the world alongside me." Both Akihiko and Masaru were speechless by his confidence. However, neither showed it on their face. Akihiko stayed quiet for some time before saying, "I need a few minutes to think." However, Zankaku said, "No, tell me your answer right now. Either you agree, or you die." Akihiko put on a thoughtful face. He looked at Masaru and asked, "What are your thoughts?" Masaru thought and answered after a few seconds, "His proposal is tempting. But what about our families? We can't abandon them." Zankaku heard his answer and said, "When you serve Lord Jashin, all your fellow believers are your family. If you want to, you can convert your current family too." Masaru replied, "That sounds good. But what if my wife or son doesn't want to follow Lord Jashin? You know the new generation doesn't believe in God." His question stumped Zankaku. However, Zankaku soon realized that something was amiss. He looked at them. 2 spears made of blood appeared in his arms as he threatened, "Enough wasting time. Give me your answer now." Masaru said, "Akihiko, I will trust your decision." Anger formed on Akihiko's face. He looked at Masaru and shouted, "Why the fuck do you always leave tough decisions to me? For one fucking time think with your own brain." Masaru barked back, "What the fuck do you mean? Didn't you go around saying that you are the leader since you were a kid? So make a fucking decision." Akihiko shouted back, "Why you runt?" However, his shout was interrupted by Zankaku throwing the spears at them. Both immediately dodged. Zankaku's face, which already was full of horrifying scars, was dark. He said, "Do you two think that I am a fool?" A smirk formed on Akihiko and Masaru's lips. Though they didn't say anything, anyone could see their answer. Zankaku was about to attack again when he felt a chakra behind him. He quickly turned around to see Sora some distance from him. A smile could be seen on his face as he made the confrontation hand seal. In the next second, a barrier appeared around Zankaku. Zankaku quickly moved and punched the barrier with full force, but there was no dent on the barrier. He quickly tried escaping underground, but there was a barrier on the ground as well. Soon, more barriers began forming. Zankaku was trapped in a 3-layer barrier formation. He was inside the first layer. Akihiko and Masaru stood in the second layer. Sora and Genji joined them. They stood outside the barrier under which Zankaku was trapped. Realizing the danger, Zankaku attacked the barrier with full power in order to break free. His attacks made the barrier shake, but it didn't break. Masaru smirked and taunted him, "You should have surrendered when you had the chance." Zankaku stopped struggling and sat down. He replied, "The barrier is strong, but not strong enough. Once my chakra recovers, I can break through it. And though I am trapped, you can't attack me either." However, Sora smirked and replied, "I am not a half-assed seal master like your priest." He grabbed a kunai with an explosive tag attached and threw it at Zankaku. The kunai traveled through the barrier like it was air. Zankaku's eyes widened. A blood barrier appeared in front of him. The explosive tag exploded, but he was safe. Sora said, "This barrier allows one-way travel. Meaning, we can attack you however much we want to. And you can only endure our attacks without being able to counterattack. How long do you think you will last?" Zankaku's expression became grim. Immediately, layers of blood surrounded him. A multi-layered cocoon formation of blood protected him. Masaru taunted, "Our chakra might have hit rock bottom, but we still have thousands of explosive tags. How long do you think you will last?" Without another word, the Uchihas encircled the barrier. Everyone began throwing explosive tags into the barrier. Huge explosions took place in the barrier. The Uchihas, who were standing outside it, didn't feel anything at all. Slowly, the layers of cocoons began breaking apart. Fujin's clone couldn't hear their words but sweat dropped as he saw that scene. He thought, how shameless. This is just bullying. They used so many explosive tags during the fighting. And now they have used at least 100 more. Do Uchihas don't know the difference between a normal paper and an explosive paper tag? No wonder Miko was spamming explosive tags in the Chunin exams. It's as if they have a printing factory to make them. After enduring a few hundred explosive tags, all of Zankaku's defenses crumbled. His body began taking the explosions head-on. His body tried to heal itself, but the amount of damage he was taking was too high. Akihiko was observing him carefully with his Sharingan. He kept observing until his chakra reserves ran out. He instructed, "Stop." Immediately all Uchihas stopped. Akihiko grabbed his dando. Chakra flowed through it. He threw it inside the barrier. Zankaku had no energy to move. The tando sliced through his neck and beheaded him. The 4 Uchihas observed him to see if he could still heal up. So did Fujin's shadow clone. He wondered, will he be alive like Hidan? Or does he not have the same sort of immortality that Hidan will have in the future? Zankaku's body didn't move. He was dead. Ukihiko looked at Genji and said, "Make a shadow clone and check him." Genji nodded and made a shadow clone. The clone entered the barrier and checked. Zankaku's body was in terrible shape. The explosions had destroyed a lot of his flesh. Whatever flesh he had was completely burned. Both his eyes were destroyed. His nose, ears and lips were destroyed too. Even his bones were cracked in many places. After inspecting, Genji's clone said, "He is completely dead." Ukihiko and Masaru sighed in relief. They had fought him the most and knew what frightening vitality he had. Ukihiko said, "Sora, seal his body properly. We will study him thoroughly." Sora nodded and began sealing Zankaku's body. Ukihiko said, "In the mission report, we will mention his abilities and say that his body was thoroughly destroyed by our explosive tags, nothing was left behind. Don't tell Haru or the kids about this either. You can tell Haru later, but no word to the kids." On hearing that, the three Uchihas became serious and nodded. Sora asked, "Is it due to?" Ukihiko interrupted, "Yes. The relationship between the village and the clan is deteriorating. Though Fugaku-sama is against the coup right now, it is probably unavoidable unless the village elders stop mistreating us. If the coup does happen, then the abilities of this guy would help us immensely if we can learn them." Everyone nodded. They had seen what fearsome abilities Zankaku had. If multiple Jounin-level Uchihas could control their blood in a similar manner or even get just the self-healing ability, then defeating them would become very difficult. Only an S-rank ninja could defeat them quickly. Fujin's clone didn't hear their words. After seeing Sora seal Zankaku's body, he dispersed himself. The Uchihas were unaware that the fight and the result had been witnessed by him. Chapter 185, The Dangerous Uchiha Clan. Fujin received the memories of his clone. He opened his eyes but closed them again. He thought, "Damn. I never thought they'd be so strong." That said, that Grand Priest turned out to be the real surprise. I never imagined he'd be able to face off against an elite Jounin and two Jounins at the same time and still have an upper hand. I can understand the healing ability, but why was he immune to Genjutsu? Fujin tried analyzing but didn't reach any conclusion. He sighed, "I hope Hiruzen is able to get the Yamanaka clan to read all his memories. Autonomous healing and Genjutsu immunity are skills that would be immensely helpful. Though considering that I never saw anyone use this in Naruto, it's likely that these abilities can't be gained without worshipping Jashin. I hope that isn't the case." Sora sealed Zankaku's body parts. He also collected as much blood as he could that was scattered on the ground. After he was done, Masaru asked, "What next?" Ukihiko looked at Sora and asked, "Are the kids safe?" Sora nodded. "Haru delayed the collapse of the cave until I could raise the barriers. He also put them to sleep. With all enemies dead, they will stay safe." Ukihiko said, "Great. We will pick up Miko and Shunko and rest in the barrier. In a few hours, the pills should bring our chakra back to full. We will return the kids and head back to Hidden Leaf Village before the effects of the soldier pill ends and exhaustion hits us." Everyone nodded. The group moved towards Miko and Shunko. Both were resting. Genji's clone noticed them coming. After confirming that they weren't enemies in disguise, he dispersed himself. Miko saw Ukihiko and asked, "Did we win, uncle?" Ukihiko nodded, "Yes, all enemies are dead." Miko asked, "Where is Fujin?" A worry could be seen on her face. Masaru chuckled and said, "Don't worry, he is with the kids along with Haru. We will be heading there as well and we'll take a break for 6 hours." Miko blushed on hearing the chuckle. She said, "All right, let's go." She walked ahead of the group. Shunko still couldn't move properly. So Genji picked him up and carried him. They arrived in front of the collapsed mountain. Ukihiko looked around to see a bunch of dead bodies. He said, "Collect and store all the dead bodies. We will hand them to the authorities of this country." Everyone nodded and began sealing the dead bodies. Except for the bodies that were buried under the mountain, the remaining bodies were stored in storage seals. They entered the place where Fujin and Haru were resting. Fujin and Haru got up on seeing others arrive. Haru asked with a smile on his face, "Is it over?" Ukihiko nodded. He looked at everyone and said, "We have killed all the Jashinists that we had investigated. All the priests, devotees and servants are dead. We collected most of their bodies. Their leader, the Grand Priest, had a terrifying healing ability. So he had to blow him to smithereens to defeat him. His body has been completely destroyed." Fujin was surprised. His thoughts ran at lightning speed. What the hell? Shit, these guys have the same idea as me. But they want to keep it with their clan instead of passing it to the village. Fucking hell. Their coup should be very close. So it's understandable that they want to build up some trump cards. But, should I let this opportunity slip? Though Fujin tried his best to not show any emotions on his face, Ukihiko noticed that something was off. He asked, "Is there any issue, Fujin? Fujin looked back while thinking. Shit, he sensed that something was off. He quickly said, "No, I just have one doubt. But I wasn't sure if it would be appropriate to ask." Okihiko said, "Don't worry, just ask. If it is inappropriate, I won't answer." Fujin nodded and said, "I was wondering how you could place so many ninjas under Genjutsu and control their actions. After all, I heard that it is difficult to control more than one at a time." Masaru smirked and commented, "That would have been inappropriate if it wasn't already known to every veteran ninja in Hidden Leaf Village." Sora explained, "The Genjutsu that we cast on them jumbles up their memories. We implant some false memories in their mind and make them surface at the right moment. So, we don't control them, rather they just make a move due to their false memories. For instance, the ones who killed the Seal Master all thought that he killed one of their loved ones." Fujin's face became serious. He said, "Wow, that is a very strong method. No wonder we won so easily." However, Sora shook his head and said, "Though this technique might seem very strong, it isn't that effective. In war, most enemy ninjas will frequently disrupt their chakra to ensure that they aren't placed under a Genjutsu by us. So, unfortunately, it isn't that effective anymore." Fujin instinctively wanted to disrupt his chakra but controlled himself. He thought for a bit and nodded, "That makes sense. Though if it did work as well as this time, Hidden Leaf Village might win all the wars without any problem." Okihiko nodded, "Yeah. Unfortunately, it won't happen again unless we create a more advanced Genjutsu. Anyways, we can discuss this later. For now, let's rest." Everyone sat in a meditative posture. Fujin recalled Sora's words and analyzed the implications of such a jutsu. Though nothing could be seen on his face, his thoughts became very grim. Damn. No wonder Denzo, and perhaps Hiruzen too, chose to let Tatachi cause the massacre. If a coup were to happen, I don't think the Uchihas would be a match for Hidden Leaf Village in a head-on confrontation. But with this jutsu, they could wreak havoc in Hidden Leaf Village. My memories from my previous world have faded a lot. But I remember this very well. Every single Naruto fan thought that the Uchiha coup was a stupid idea. The Uchihas were just no match against Hidden Leaf Village's entire might. They didn't even know that Fugaku had Mangekyo Sharingan. Everyone agreed that in a war against Hidden Leaf Village, they would be vastly outnumbered and lose pointlessly. But, with jutsus like these, their chances wouldn't be low. They could plant fake memories into multiple ninjas. When they launch a coup, they would trigger these memories and cause chaos within every clan and prevent or delay them from joining the war. After all, we aren't at a war. Normal ninjas won't go around disrupting their chakra for no reason. And since Uchiha control the police force, coming in contact with many ninjas isn't an issue for them. More importantly, the way Sora spoke, implied that they don't have a better way to control multiple enemies. But, he didn't speak about controlling just one. Assuming that they have stronger Genjutsus which can't be broken off normally, the Uchiha's chances of winning a coup would rise even more. If they could cast a Genjutsu on some clan patriarchs, then they could even get allies in the coup. Especially Fugaku with his Mangekyo. Obito was able to control a perfect Jinchuriki despite not having any Genjutsu-based Mangekyo ability. So Fugaku placing some clan leaders under his control isn't very far-fetched. In addition, if they were to plant some fake memories into Anbu or Root members, they could launch sneak attacks on Denzo and Hiruzen too. So the coup would definitely not be a one-sided affair. Instead, it would be a bloody war. A war that would shake the foundations of Hidden Leaf Village and likely trigger the Fourth Great Ninja War. A war that would likely wipe Hidden Leaf Village off the map. Fujin sighed in his mind. He had never taken the Uchiha coup seriously. Even though the information he gained wouldn't have any impact on how the events progress, he realized how deep the waters in this world ran. A clan that was isolated and schemed against for years still possessed the power to shake the entire ninja world. He concluded, "I never thought I'd say this, but Tatachi's actions make more sense now." With the Hidden Leaf Village leadership staying stubborn with their restrictions on the Uchiha clan and the Uchiha clan wanting to revolt, the end result would be the complete destruction of the village. His choices were to either see the village and his clan be destroyed, or just see his clan's destruction. That said, I wonder why Itachi and Shizue didn't compel the elders to drop the discrimination against the Uchiha. Wouldn't it have dropped all the plans of a coup? Fujin analyzed for some time before stopping. "Leave it. I can't think of a reason that I can be sure of. Perhaps there were more factors involved or the village elders convinced them that the Uchihas needed to be monitored and kept on the outskirts of the Hidden Leaf Village. Either way, this issue is way beyond my power to even consider interfering. For now, my main concern is, how the heck should I take that Grand Priest's body from them? Asking shamelessly is out of the question. I'll end up buried along with the Jashinists. Could I try to steal? No, they will keep it in the Uchiha clan compound. Not only do the Uchihas monitor it, even the Anbu and Root monitor that area. Should I try to tell Hiruzen? I could approach him innocently and tell him that the Uchihas lied. But, does he have the power to take the body back from the Uchihas in that case? Fujin analyzed this method carefully. After a lot of analysis, he concluded, it is too risky. For starters, the Uchiha clan and Hiruzen are at odds. Hiruzen might not even ask them for it. If he does, he will most likely mention that I reported it to him and the Uchihas might get very upset with me. Though they aren't going to live for long, I don't want to antagonize them when rewards aren't a certainty. Worst case scenario, what if Akihiko and the rest deny that and demand Hiruzen to verify my information? I'd be fucked if Hiruzen asks a Yamanaka to inspect my memories to get proof. Shit. There is no good way. Fujin thought more until an idea struck him, that might be possible. But it is still very risky, but at least my life won't be threatened directly. More importantly, there is no guarantee of success. And even if I succeed, I might not get what I actually want. He tried to think of more options before giving up. I can't think of any other way. Leave it, I'll just have to prepare better in order to ensure that my identity doesn't get leaked. Chapter 186, concluding the mission. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas rested for 6 hours. Everyone recovered most of their chakra. During this period, Miko and Shunko's wounds were healed twice more. The wounds that could be seen were all healed. Only the internal wounds remained as no one had the expertise to deal with them. When everyone was well rested, Akihiko said, work with Sora to get all the children out. I will contact Hiroshi. He left the underground barrier and opened a scroll and let it on the ground and made a hand seal. At the next moment, a man was summoned. He opened his eyes and looked at Akihiko and asked, are the children safe? The man was a clone of Hiroshi, the leader of Hidden Grass Village. Akihiko nodded, they are. But we are very far away from any village. You'll have to call your forces here to escort them safely. Hiroshi nodded and handed Akihiko 6 scrolls and said, you can summon them. They will make the arrangements. Akihiko took the scrolls. He was about to summon them when Hiroshi's clone bowed deeply and clasped his hands together in front of him as he expressed his thanks. Akihiko-san, he said, his voice full of emotion, I cannot express how grateful I and the entire Hidden Grass Village are for what you have done. We will never forget it. He stayed bowed for a few moments longer, his head lowered as a sign of respect and gratitude, before straightening up and looking at Akihiko with a deep sense of appreciation. Akihiko nodded and said, it's fine. We too don't want to see young children having to suffer. I am glad that they are safe. Hiroshi's clone smiled. Akihiko opened the 6 scrolls and activated them. 6 jounins of Hidden Grass Village appeared. Hiroshi's clone instructed them to follow Akihiko's instructions and asked them to arrange for the children to be sent back. All 6 jounins used whatever means they had to send messages to the villages from where the children went missing. When the villages got the messages, they immediately sent their forces out to bring the children back. Meanwhile, Akihiko informed Hiroshi's clone about the Jashinists that kidnapped the children. Hiroshi's face grew grim after hearing how strong and numerous the enemies were. He upgraded the mission rank to S. Akihiko passed a few scrolls to Hiroshi's clone and said, these contain dead bodies of kidnappers. You can use them to placate any anger towards you. Hiroshi accepted the scrolls and thanked him again. In the barrier, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas made a tunnel to exit underground. Haru cancelled his Ganjutsu. The kids began waking up. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas brought them out of the underground. They left the kids in the care of the 6 jounins and just stayed around to ensure that nothing unexpected happened. One of the 6 jounins had brought a lot of food materials. They cooked a delicious lunch for the kids to calm them down. The jounins also checked every child and verified whether every child was present. They sighed in relief after verifying that all children were safe and present. After a few hours, Hidden Grass Village ninjas sent by the villages began arriving in groups. They took the children from their villages and left after thanking Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. After the last group left, Hiroshi's clone handed Akihiko the mission rewards for the upgraded rank. He thanked Akihiko once again and handed a scroll to one of his jounins with all the details of his talks with Akihiko before dispersing into a rock. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas left. Shunko and Miko were having trouble moving at full speed. So Genji and Haru carried them on their backs respectively. After a day's travel, the group returned to Hidden Leaf Village. Akihiko said, great work with the mission. It was completed successfully. I'll report the mission to the Hokage. Sora, take the kids to the hospital. Masaru, inform their parents about it. Others can leave. Akihiko looked at Fujin and said, Fujin, I was a bit skeptical when Miko suggested your name. I accepted because we didn't have time to wait for someone else. But, you have done a great job on the mission. Keep training hard. Fujin nodded and said, thank you, Uncle Akihiko. Shunko saw Fujin with some jealousy in his eyes. Of the 3 Chunins to take part in this mission, Fujin was the only one who wasn't injured. While he and Miko had to be hospitalized, Fujin didn't even have a scratch on him. The group dispersed. Fujin walked back to his home while analyzing what he should do next. I have to talk with Teru and Hoka and check whether they are ready to form a team with me and Miko. Though I'll have to check up on Miko first and see when she will be fit for undertaking missions. I also have to do some research to come up with a proper plan to sneak in. If I can't find and learn methods that would assure me of safety and anonymity, then I might have to scrap those plans. No point in risking my safe environment for rewards that I might not even get. In addition, I also have to learn vacuum cannon. And since it needs so much chakra, I won't be able to use chakra for anything else when I train. Once I learn it, I will get back to training lightning style jutsus. The next set of jutsus will focus on enhancing my body. They should be exciting. Anyways, it's late afternoon. Though the traveling and fighting have been exhausting, my soldier pill should last until tomorrow afternoon. So I might as well train like crazy today. I'll take a 24-hour break when the drawback of the pill hits me. Though I should check on Miko in the evening. Fujin made a hand sign. A shadow clone appeared next to him. Without a word, he flickered away. Meanwhile, Fujin rushed to training ground 23. He went to the center of the ground and sat to meditate as he went through his memories of using vacuum cannon jutsu. He visualized the jutsus while analyzing. I wanted to make a very thin but long vacuum core. However, my attempt failed and I ended up creating a way bigger vacuum bullet core and hence managed to pour a lot of wind chakra into it. So it became faster and more powerful. Fujin got up and began forming the vacuum core. Soon, he poured wind chakra into the jutsu and expelled a vacuum cannon at the tree in front of him. The cannon hit the tree at the center. It didn't just create a hole in the tree, rather the impact of the jutsu exceeded the width of the tree. The top half of the tree was sent flying into the air. Any tree up to 150 meters in line with that tree was destroyed similarly. A smile formed on Fujin's face. Powerful. Very powerful. I don't think any normal defense can withstand this attack. The only ones that possibly could resist might be Raikage's defense and Susanoo. I wonder how this attack will fare against Gar's defense and Rashomon. Still, the preparation time of this jutsu is more than twice that of the vacuum bullet. The chakra needed is close to 8 times it. I need to modify the vacuum core to be more efficient for such a huge size. And I need to see if I can achieve a similar result by using less wind chakra. Otherwise, breaking defenses would be the only thing this jutsu is capable of. Fujin began working on his ideas. He tried changing various shapes for the vacuum core but didn't have any success in improving the jutsu. He trained until his chakra ran out. Not having any success, he went to his home and freshened up and rested for a bit. In the evening, he bought a few dango and went to see Miko. After reaching the room, he saw that Miko and Shunko were both resting in the same room. He walked to Miko's bed and said, "Hey? How are your injuries?" Miko snatched the box of dango from his hands and said as she opened it, "I am doing well. It's just that since I was hit by such a strong lightning jutsu, the doctors want to keep monitoring my internal organs for a few days. I'll be released in 4 days." She opened the box and began eating rapidly. Fujin's eyes twitched as he said, "You know that they can't run away, right?" Miko said with her mouth full, "They ran away last time." Fujin needed a few seconds but realized what she meant. He replied, "Ah, your mother. That makes sense." Ha ha ha. Fujin's laugh annoyed her but she kept eating till she finished every last dango. A smile appeared on her face. She looked at Fujin and said, "Now if she gets angry, I can put most of the blame on you." Fujin waved his hand and said, "Running away is my specialty. So don't worry, she won't have anyone but you to yell at." Miko snorted in displeasure. Chapter 187, Vacuum Cannon Jutsu. Fujin said, "I'll talk to Hoka and Teru about forming a team." Miko apologized with a dejected look, "Sorry, I can't accompany you right now. But we can go on missions after 4 days." However, Fujin shook his head and said, "No, take a week's rest. We will take missions when you are back to full strength. And don't worry about taking a few days to recover. I'll need some time to master my new jutsu." Miko asked, "Is it that cannon-like jutsu you used on our opponent?" Fujin nodded. Miko snorted with some annoyance, "You are getting stronger once again." Fujin looked at her with deadpan eyes. "My eyes didn't evolve mid-fight." A grin formed on Miko's face. She smugly said, "That's right." Fujin thought, "I have always been curious about how Sharingan works. As every 3 Tomoe Sharingan wielder is ranked at Jounin or higher rank. Is it just everyone's hard work or does Sharingan's advancement bring other benefits to the Uchihas?" Fujin asked, "By the way, do you feel anything different or any improvements after your Sharingan evolved?" Fujin's question surprised Miko. She fell into thought. Even Shunko paid full attention to Miko. After some time, she said, I feel like my chakra reserves have improved slightly. But the increase isn't very high. It's probably around 15 to 20%. More importantly, my chakra seems to be slightly denser. And, I am guessing that my eye powers will be stronger. Fujin nodded and replied, that's a great improvement. He analyzed. Not too overpowered, but still very good nonetheless. Assuming that the improvements are higher when advancing to 3 Tomoe Sharingan, it would make sense why every Uchiha with 3 Tomoe Sharingan would be a Jounin. Especially considering that any advancement in Sharingan needs them to suffer emotional trauma or something similar. Anyone who experiences that will be more likely to train intensely. Miko stared at Fujin, who was lost in thoughts. She asked, what are you thinking? Fujin casually replied, nothing. I am just wondering whether you'll have any chance against me now. Immediately a tick mark appeared on Miko's forehead. She muttered, one of these days, I'll trap you in a Ganjutsu and do things to you that you could never imagine. Fujin was caught off guard by her reply. He thought, shit, since when did she become a pervert? Ninja village my ass, it should be called a pervert village. Fujin said, yeah, right. Anyways, I'll see you later. Get well soon. He was about to leave when Shunko said, Fujin, when I am healed, I want to fight you. Fujin stopped and looked at him and asked, why? He said, though I don't want to admit it, you perform better than me in the mission. I want to fight with you to prove that I am stronger. Fujin looked at him with a deadpan expression, what's in it for me? He turned around and said, I have no interest in fighting you. Fujin's attitude offended Shunko. He felt that Fujin was insulting him. He shouted, are you afraid of fighting an Uchiha? Fujin replied without turning around, not really. I just don't have any time to waste. After speaking, he disappeared from the room. Shunko was very annoyed. He asked Miko, is he always this arrogant? Miko was thinking, a fight between these two? It would be fun to see Shunko go crazy in rage in a few minutes. As annoying as Fujin normally is, he reaches the highest level of annoyance while fighting. Shunko asked again, Miko? Miko looked at him and said, you are just weak, Shunko. Miko's reply annoyed him even more. He said, do you think that a civilian orphan is stronger than all Uchiha? Miko replied, not all Uchiha, just you. If it was Itachi who asked, I am sure that Fujin would have accepted. Shunko immediately complained, hey, it's not fair to compare me with Itachi. However, Miko crushed every bit of his pride when she replied, why? Aren't you the same age as him? Shunko was left without any words. He just turned his head away from Miko and sulked alone. Comparing him with Itachi was indeed very unfair. After all, Itachi was an Anbu captain. A rank that signified that he was strong enough to be considered as Jounin and even go against elite Jounins. After leaving the hospital, Fujin treated himself to a huge meal and returned to training. After experimenting with all shapes, he reached the conclusion that staying with the same shape as the vacuum bullet core would be ideal. He used the jutsu again but frowned, no, though this shape is ideal, something doesn't feel right. He sat in meditation to analyze where the problem was while he recovered his chakra. After running multiple calculations, it finally hit him, right. I am maintaining the exact ratios I use in the vacuum bullet core. I don't need to maintain the same ratios. I only need the deepest layer of the vacuum core to be huge. Shit, this is so basic. Why did I miss such a simple thing? He thought for a bit before sighing, I got too excited. I need to keep myself calm and not lose myself in celebrating little achievements. He formed a vacuum core in his mouth. It had the shape of a cone in the front while its body was cylindrical. A very thin chakra film surrounded it. It was encased by another layer of vacuum which was divided into 6 parts. However, compared to what Fujin was doing earlier, this layer was very thin. Its thickness was the same as it would be when Fujin used the vacuum bullet jutsu. Thin threads of chakra flowed through this layer of vacuum. Soon, it was covered by another thin chakra film and winds began flowing around it. Fujin opened his mouth and launched the jutsu at the tree in front of him. A smile formed on Fujin's face as it ripped through all the trees in front of Fujin. He thought, good. I only needed 5 times the chakra this time. I saved 37.5% chakra without sacrificing the speed or power of the jutsu. With some practice, I should be able to perform it at the same speed as vacuum bullet jutsu. And, if I have enough time, I could make it more deadly by forming a much larger central vacuum core. With the form perfected, Fujin spent the rest of the night alternating between practicing vacuum cannon, meditation and physical workout. He finally stopped at 8 a.m. He left the training ground while breathing heavily, good. I only needed 20% more time as vacuum bullet. With time, it will improve even more, but there won't be any point in wasting more time to try to reduce the time needed forcefully. Satisfied with his progress for the day, Fujin went to a kairaku. He sat on the stool and rested his arms and head on the table and said, "Bring me one bowl of every ramen." Since it was early morning, Tsuki was preparing the essentials. He was surprised to have a customer so early in the day. Ayame came out to see Fujin. She and Fujin interacted often as Fujin visited a kairaku rather often and they were of the same age. She was about to say hi excitedly when she saw his state. She asked in a worried tone, "Fujin, why do you look so bad?" Fujin looked at her and replied without lifting his head, "Nothing much. Just ended up training a bit too much." Ayame puffed her cheeks and said, "I told you to not train so much but you always keep training." Fujin sighed and replied, "Will you continue lecturing or get me something to eat?" Ayame sighed at the unenthusiastic reply and left to help her father prepare the noodles more quickly. Fujin ended up eating 8 bowls of ramen before leaving for his home. He made his way to the bathroom and turned on the faucet, letting the cold water fill the tub. He grabbed all the ice he could find in his home and poured them into the tub and jumped into rest. With a deep breath, he lowered himself into the frigid water, feeling the cold seep into his bones. Despite the sudden cold, he felt a sense of relief wash over him, the cold water soothing his tired muscles and calming his mind. After resting for some time, he made a shadow clone and dispersed it. The clone that he had made earlier received his message. After a few minutes, he dispersed himself and sent all the memories back to Fujin. Fujin felt a slight headache but soon relaxed in the icy water. He spent an hour in the bathtub before heading to his bedroom and fell asleep. He ended up sleeping for 18 hours straight to compensate for exhaustion and the drawback of the soldier pill. Chapter 188, Unexpected Guest. Fujin woke at 4 a.m. and stretched his hands. He looked out of the window to see that it was still dark outside. He thought, "Damn, it feels like I have been sleeping for days." He began freshening up while thinking, "I am really not in the mood to train today." Fujin wondered if he should take another day off. In the end, he sighed and left for the training ground thinking, "I won't get strong enough if I train only when I feel like it. I need to continue grinding. It's pretty much the only reason I have an advantage over my peers." He began with his intense morning workout. As he trained he thought, "No wonder there are so few S-rank ninjas. I come from a world where such powers were a dream of pretty much everyone. And yet I am getting tired of the continuous training. For those who are born in this world, to keep training like this is very unrealistic. Only the select few who choose to keep training non-stop or are blessed with godly talent would even have a chance of reaching that level. No, even those guys eventually stop training. Though Hiruzen is as strong as he is, I doubt that he has trained seriously in years. After all, pretty much all Kage bury themselves in politics and administration. No wonder Guy surpassed them all. After all, no matter what level he was at, he kept his training at maximum intensity every single day. Having motivated himself, Fujin trained as hard as he could. After the morning workout, he practiced the vacuum cannon jutsu a few times and rested for half an hour. After catching his breath and eating a few ration bars, he went to his basement. He decided, time to learn the next set of lightning jutsus. Rank D Burst Jutsu, Rank C Lightning Transformation Jutsu and Rank B Electric Skin Jutsu. Fujin made the hand signs for the Burst Jutsu. He transformed some of his chakra into lightning and began expelling electric currents from his body. If someone saw Fujin, they would see lightning flowing through Fujin's body. Fujin focused his attention and analyzed, another easy jutsu. Though it makes sense. After all, the only purpose of this jutsu is to teach new Gainins how to control lightning chakra properly. Its only battle use is that if someone is stupid enough to touch me while I am releasing such electricity, then they would be electrocuted. However, Fujin tried taking a step forward but had a lot of difficulty in doing so. He sighed and released the jutsu, however while using this jutsu, the user can't move. The electric currents hinder my movements instead of assisting them. So anyone who uses this in battle is pretty much a sitting duck. Still, this jutsu should be quite useful to get my body used to electric shocks and allow me to understand how to release lightning from any part of my body. Fujin repeated the jutsu 4 more times. He didn't have any difficulty using it. He tried making the jutsu more usable by releasing lightning from just one part of his body but failed to do so. He concluded, looks like this jutsu won't be helpful for that. I guess that the way to do this would be to first manage to do this jutsu without any hand signs. Once releasing lightning becomes second nature to me, doing that will become very easy. But, I should learn the other 2 jutsus first as they are quite similar but better. Fujin decided to learn the lightning transformation jutsu next. He weaved the hand signs for the jutsu. Soon, lightning appeared on his body. His entire body was covered with lightning. He tried to take a step forward but suddenly stopped, that fucking hurts. The lightning around his body dispersed. Fujin shook his left leg while thinking, so embarrassing. The lighting around my body zapped my left leg. I guess it makes sense as the lighting I released was much stronger than with the burst jutsu. Fujin waited until his left leg felt normal. Though it stung him, it was only for a few seconds, so he wasn't injured. He analyzed. I am not ready to use this jutsu yet. I should treat my body with the burst jutsu continuously and slowly increase its power output. That way, my body will slowly get used to electricity. Once I develop a sufficient degree of endurance, I can try the lightning transformation jutsu. A shame really? I was kinda excited to try this and the electric skin jutsu. Lightning transformation will allow me to move at tremendous speeds. Though I can't change directions, I can bounce off other objects till I reach my target. Electric skin jutsu also works on similar principles. It conducts electricity on the skin and boosts the power of any lightning jutsus used. And the lightning could electrocute someone who'd try to touch me just like the other two jutsus. After I master these two jutsus, I will be able to move at speeds comparable to body flicker and zap my enemies on touch. Though it isn't comparable to Raikage's lightning chakra mode, it will still be very handy and should help me dominate weaker ninjas. This speed will be the basis of my lightning combat system. Fujin began training his body to endure lightning with the help of the burst jutsu. He increased the power of the jutsu gradually such that he would be able to endure but his body would feel pain. The jutsu used very little chakra, so Fujin kept at it for hours until he realized something. Shit. While it ached initially, now this pain feels good. He was left speechless by the development and a bit worried as he muttered in a sigh, I hope I don't develop any weird fetishes. I have no interest in becoming another perverted ninja. Fujin kept training until he was interrupted when he heard his bell ringing. Fujin wondered, who'd come to see me at this time? He stopped training and spread his chakra field. Outside Fujin's door, a man was standing. He had a very peculiar expression on his face. He muttered, when did this brat learn Fu-in jutsu? And why the hell is his house covered in hundreds of seals? Even I can't be sure that I have identified all the seals. Fujin was surprised by who he sensed. He muttered, he is back? I wonder where he was for so long. Fujin left the basement and made a hand sign. The entrance to the basement was sealed and disguised. Fujin walked to the door wondering, will he be able to sense the basement? Fujin opened the door and said very respectfully, hello sensei. Welcome to my humble house. Renjiro's eyes twitched once again. He thought, your home is anything but humble. Knowing his student's antics, he sighed and said, I see that you haven't changed one bit. Fujin tilted his head and asked, why would I change, sensei? Renjiro ignored his question and entered the house. He said, I have a lot of questions to ask you. Let me start with this. He looked into Fujin's eyes and asked, why did you get such a huge house and that too so far away from the center of the village? Fujin replied, houses are expensive. And since I had the money, I decided to spend a lot just one time instead of worrying about switching houses later. Also, there isn't really anything else that I would like to spend my money on. I would have liked to buy the elemental stones, but I don't know where to buy them. Renjiro replied, makes sense. You wouldn't be able to buy the elemental stones in the market. Lord Hokage has some facilities that allow Anbu to use elemental stones. So if you get an offer to join Anbu in the future, take it. Fujin thought, Anbu. Unless the level of a rank B mission gets elevated to rank A, almost all rank B missions are quite boring and not so useful. Looks like joining Anbu would be the way to get exposure to better fights. Though I would prefer to join after the route is disbanded. Fujin asked, Sensei, how can I join the Anbu? Renjiro answered, it isn't in your hands. If Lord Hokage thinks that you are worthy of being included in Anbu, he will call you and ask you. Fujin said, oh. Alright, I'll wait then. Renjiro chuckled on hearing his reply. Fujin's words showed that he had no doubts about his capabilities. Renjiro asked, so, when did you become an expert with Fu-in jutsu? Fujin looked at Renjiro thinking, as expected, he discovered them. Fujin replied, I learned it sometime after our squad was disbanded. Renjiro stared at Fujin but Fujin didn't say anything. Renjiro asked, Fu-in jutsu is extremely complicated. I have seen extremely talented ninjas slam their foreheads on failing to learn Fu-in jutsu. You want to tell me that you learned Fu-in jutsu in slightly more than half a year? Fujin replied, complicated? I found it pretty fun and easy to learn. Though it has a lot of theory and symbols, I sped up the learning process with shadow clones. Renjiro was surprised. He asked, you spammed shadow clones to learn Fu-in jutsu faster? You do know that it can be dangerous, right? Fujin nodded, yeah, it gives headaches. So I was careful with the number of clones and what they were learning. While speaking, he looked up at Renjiro. Renjiro identified the look in Fujin's eyes. He had seen it numerous times. Fujin continued, but my biggest headache was to use the shadow clone jutsu a dozen times every single time. Sensei, could you teach me the multi-shadow clone jutsu? Renjiro was left speechless. He thought, I have just returned from a 3-month-long mission. And this brat doesn't even take 3 minutes to ask me for a jutsu. And he does it so naturally too. Chapter 189, Another get-together. Renjiro replied, sure. Right after you show me what you are hiding under your home. Fujin wasn't surprised. He nodded and replied casually, sure. That sounds like a fair deal. He walked to the staircase and made a hand seal. Renjiro followed, thinking, meaning that it's not a fair deal. The stairways to the basement appeared. Fujin and Renjiro entered the basement. Fujin showed him the meditation room, gravity room and dodging practice room. Renjiro was impressed with his student. He said, you have done a great job with the seals. These are among the best training rooms I have seen. That said, no one puts so much effort into training rooms either. Fujin said, to be honest, the advantages they provide aren't very significant. I just had a lot of time on my hands and needed to practice inscribing seals. Renjiro replied, though the benefits provided by the rooms are very small, they will add up over time. Fujin nodded, yeah. Renjiro asked, why are the other rooms empty? Fujin replied, I don't have any ideas regarding any more training rooms. If I get my hands on some elemental stones, I can make a few elemental training rooms like in the tower in the Forest of Death. But that doesn't seem like an option for now. I'll just set up what I want in those rooms if I have any good ideas. Renjiro nodded. He realized that Fujin had left a lot of space for any future use he might have. Both headed down to the lowest level. A weird expression formed on Renjiro's face once again. He asked in a confused voice, why is this entire floor empty? Fujin had already cleared all the mannequins. He said, I designed this place to try new jutsus and have some space to move around freely. Renjiro looked at Fujin and asked, is this all you were hiding? Fujin looked back at him and asked, what were you expecting, sensei? An elemental stone mine? Renjiro's face went dark because of Fujin's question. He thought, his tongue sure has gotten sharper. He commented, nothing much, just something worth hiding. Fujin smirked in his mind while thinking, who'd hide something worth hiding in their home? That's the first place anyone would look for in case they are ever suspected. Fujin ignored his comment and asked, anyways sensei, you promised to teach me the multi-shadow clone jutsu. Renjiro replied, I am tired. I'll just show you the hand signs and how it is done. You can practice by yourself. Renjiro made the hand signs. Soon, 5 shadow clones appeared around him. Renjiro explained to Fujin how the shadow clone and multi-shadow clone jutsus were different. Fujin followed his instructions and weaved the hand signs. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Immediately, 5 shadow clones appeared around him. Fujin smiled, another jutsu down. This one will be very helpful. Renjiro said, that's good. Just practice until you have it down. Also, this is a forbidden jutsu as it can lower your chakra to dangerous levels. So be careful of how many shadow clones you try to make. Having taught Fujin for almost a year, Renjiro wasn't concerned about him messing up as long as he knew how cautious Fujin was. Fujin nodded, alright sensei. He dispersed his clones. The two began leaving the basement. Fujin asked, by the way sensei, where were you for so long? Renjiro replied, I was assigned a rather long and difficult mission. I returned yesterday. What about you? How many missions did you go on and anything interesting? Fujin and Renjiro began chatting. Fujin filled him in on his missions. Fujin's mission experience was as he expected. He was surprised just twice. The first time was when Fujin told him about a 13 million ryo bounty he claimed. The second time was when he talked about the Jashinists. During the conversation, Fujin asked, are you aware of them sensei? Renjiro nodded and answered, yeah, I had encountered one of their factions before the Third Great Ninja War. But they weren't very strong. I remember them because they had sacrificed all the young children from a village to their god and slaughtered all the adults. Unfortunately, they didn't have any information on where other Jashinists would be. Otherwise, we would have wiped all of their branches. Fujin said, now that I think about it, even these guys never mentioned any other Jashinists. I wonder if their Grand Priest had any details though. Renjiro replied, no point in thinking about him. It's been a long time since we ate together. Let's go to yakiniku. My treat. Fujin and Renjiro had food before leaving their separate ways. Fujin decided, since I am here, I might as well see if Hoka and Toru are free. He made a few hand signs. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. 2 shadow clones appeared next to him. Both flickered away. Fujin analyzed, my chakra was divided equally. I'll have to learn how to control the amount of chakra I allot to this jutsu and distribute it among the clones. Though from my experience with the shadow clone jutsu, it'll be better to do so after I use this jutsu a few hundred times. Fujin's clones moved towards Toru and Hoka's houses. Unfortunately, Hoka wasn't home. Fujin's clone talked with Hoka's father and asked him to tell Hoka to come to visit him when he is back. Fujin's other shadow clone met with Toru. Toru was intrigued by the idea, but he asked for a few days to answer. Fujin's clone replied, "Alright. Let's meet up at my home 5 days from now at 1 p.m. Miko should be completely healed by then." Toru quickly replied, "Alright. We will have food at your home again in that case." Fujin's clone nodded and said, "Sure." He dispersed into smoke. Toru looked at the smoke and muttered, "Will he ever come to visit in person?" Fujin received his clone's memories. He made a shadow clone and sent him to inform Miko about the meeting. Fujin created another shadow clone which flickered towards the library. With all the tasks completed, Fujin returned to training his body with the burst jutsu. For the next 5 days, Fujin focused on physical training and conditioning his body with the burst jutsu. His physique improved at a very rapid speed. He practiced vacuum cannon and multi-shadow clone jutsu a few times daily. In addition, one of his shadow clones stayed in the library for over 12 hours daily. During this time, he was visited by Hoka once. He too liked the idea and gave the same reply as Toru. Finally, the day arrived. Fujin was training with his chakra field spread. He opened his eyes when he sensed Toru. He stopped training and left the basement and sealed it up in a few seconds. A minute later, Toru rang the doorbell. Fujin opened the door. His eyes immediately focused on the bag in Toru's hands. Toru noticed Fujin's gaze and said, "My mom felt bad that you cooked everything last time. So she sent some ready-to-fry prawns with me." Fujin took the bag and said, "She is wiser than you." Toru smirked and said, "Oh, I am so glad that you like that." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows wondering what Toru was up to. Toru continued, "She has invited you to have dinner at our home tonight." Toru thought, "I know he doesn't like socializing a lot. So I was worried I'd have to hear my mother nagging." Luckily he dug the pit himself. At the same time, Fujin thought, "I was kept hanging for 2-3 months due to not having any connections. So it's better to accept the invitation. If I am lucky, I might get a mission invitation similar to how Miko got me on a rank A mission." Fujin replied, "Alright. I'll show up." Toru smiled but suddenly his smile froze. He suddenly had a weird expression as he asked, "Just to confirm, you are going to come yourself instead of sending a clone, right?" Fujin looked at him with a deadpan expression. He asked, "Did you and Yori swap your brains?" Toru chuckled awkwardly and said, "It's just that I only see your clones making a visit." Fujin replied, "That's just for sending messages. Why would I send a clone to eat?" As they were chatting, Miko and Hoka showed up. Fujin invited them all in. Miko asked, "What's in that bag?" Fujin replied, "Toru's mom sent some prawns." He made a shadow clone who grabbed the bag and said, "You guys continue discussing. I'll bring chicken and prawns in a few minutes." Hoka replied, "Great." Miko teased, "Fujin, your clones are much better at cooking than you." Suddenly, all three looked at Miko without speaking a word. Realizing how stupid her sentence was, she immediately became embarrassed and quickly went into the circular room while saying, "Why are you three standing at the door? Let's go in and discuss what we will do quickly." The boys followed her. Toru commented softly, "She is very quick to change subjects." Fujin and Hoka nodded in agreement. Chapter 190, A Heated Debate. Fujin, Toru, Hoka and Miko took their seats around the round table. Miko asked Fujin, "Did you tell them about the dialogue we had?" Fujin nodded, "Yup." Miko looked at Hoka and Toru and asked, "So, what do you think, guys?" Toru answered, "It is a good idea. My current squad takes a lot of breaks between missions. If we form a team, then we can take missions continuously and reach the required number of missions for elite Chunin promotion quickly. But, even if we reach the required number of missions, we won't get promoted anytime soon. And, taking missions with our current squads ensures that we may be able to handle the mission even if it goes wrong." Hoka nodded in agreement. Fujin said, "That's true. But the current rank B missions are very boring and don't challenge us much. My idea is that we should take rank B missions that have a low chance of going wrong and do them rapidly. Even if we don't get promoted at the end of it, we may get asked to assist with rank A missions more often if our mission record is good." Toru replied, "That is true. I'm guessing that your plan is to reach 50 missions quickly with our team and then try being a part of stronger teams." Fujin nodded, "Yeah. That would be ideal for us. Though it'll be better to finalize such a decision after we reach that stage. We may as well continue with this team if we can take tougher missions." Miko agreed, "Yeah, that's true. So, is everyone on board?" Hoka nodded, "Yeah, I talked with my parents and teammates. I am in." Toru nodded, "Same here. But, why didn't you invite anyone else?" Fujin answered, well, the only other two I could think of were Hana and Yori. And their skills would be very similar to Hoka and Miko respectively. Not to mention that Hana is still in her Genin squad. So I figured that it'd be better to go with just us four. All four of us are good at taijutsu. We cover all elements except lightning. We will have 2 jutsus and 1 sensor in the squad. So pretty much all aspects get covered. Toru thought for a bit and said, alright. Since no one asked anything else, Miko said, so now the main question is. She looked at all three and said, who will be the team leader? Hoka and Toru too looked at everyone. Meanwhile, Fujin thought, I never considered this. Makes sense though, as every team needs to have a leader. Hoka, Miko and Toru prepared themselves for an intense debate. Hoka asked Miko, what do you suggest? Miko replied, of course, it should be me. Hoka saw her with a deadpan expression as he thought, why am I not surprised? He asked, why? Miko answered, because I am the only one who is an expert at ninjutsu, taijutsu and ganjutsu. You guys don't have any skills in ganjutsu. Hoka argued back, what does ganjutsu have to do with leading? My ability to see up to a kilometer is more important. This way, I can pass orders quickly and get us more time to react. Miko said, you can do that even when you aren't a leader. Toru entered the debate saying, yes, and you can use ganjutsu even if you aren't the leader. The most important aspect of a leader is experience. And I have been a ninja for a year longer than you three. The three entered into a heated debate. At some point, the Sharingan and the Byakugan got activated. Chakras began flaring. Fujin didn't speak and just watched with amusement. He thought, wow, this looks awfully like those pre-interview debates for placements in my previous world. The trio continued arguing for 15 minutes when Hoka's eyes fell on Fujin. He saw that Fujin was eating the fried chicken alone and realized that Fujin never spoke a word. He asked, why are you eating chicken and not talking? Aren't you interested in becoming the team leader? Fujin answered in his mind, unfortunately I don't have popcorn. He said, it's more amusing to see you three arguing. Don't worry, I won't let the food go cold. Miko suddenly realized. She complained, hey. Don't eat all the food. Fujin shrugged and continued eating. The change in the subject made the trio calm down. Toru realized that arguing was pointless and said, it doesn't look like we will reach any conclusion. Fujin replied, you sure? Maybe another 15 minutes of debate might provide a result. Miko, Toru and Hoka's faces went dark. They realized that Fujin was mocking them. Miko said, alright, stop being a prick and tell us what great idea you have. Fujin put up a sad face and sighed, but I wanna see you guys debating. All three stared at him. Having teased them enough, Fujin said, I don't recall where I read or heard this quote, but it went something like this, a great team is where no one knows who the leader is. Fujin's words made the three of them enter into thought. After a while, Hoka asked, do you mean that we shouldn't have any team leader? Toru shook his head, no, having a team leader is compulsory. Otherwise, we won't get the missions. Miko said, well, we can just lie. Fujin interrupted their conversation and said, no, it means that everyone should be capable of leading. So we will take turns in leading the missions. This way, all four of us will become capable leaders. Toru replied, nice idea. I never thought in this way. Hoka and Miko nodded. Miko said, so now we just have to decide in what order we will lead. Once again, Miko, Hoka and Toru looked into each other's eyes. Fujin looked in anticipation while eating chicken. He could almost see sparks flying between them once again. However, Miko suddenly looked and pointed at Fujin and yelled, stop taking pleasure from our arguments. Hoka and Toru too looked at Fujin with irritated looks. Fujin said, hey, unlike you three, I live alone. There aren't many opportunities to see something this fun. Miko, Toru and Hoka ignored Fujin's lousy excuse. Though they knew that he was an orphan and felt bad about it, they never saw Fujin complain about it or feel down due to it. Hoka said, alright, you have had your fun. Now say what you think. Fujin said, the order that I think is ideal would be me first, then Hoka, followed by Miko and lastly Toru. Toru and Miko immediately complained, why are we last? Fujin replied, Toru, I put you last because you have never gone on a mission with us before. In fact, in the last 2.5 years, we have fought just once. So by leading last, you will be able to understand more about us three. Toru thought about it and nodded his head. He said unwillingly, alright, that sounds reasonable. Fujin looked at Miko and said, you are second last because you just got injured. Though you have healed, it will be better for you to take it easy for a couple of missions. Miko wanted to argue, but she recalled the medical nuns asking her to take it easy for a week or so. She too begrudgingly agreed. Hoka asked, why am I after you? Fujin smirked and said, Because you like to engage in pointless battles instead of taking the easy way while I do the opposite. Hoka immediately complained, hey, that's not fair. I only do it when our opponents are very weak. And it doesn't give them any chance at success. Hoka expected Fujin to counter back, but instead, he saw Fujin shrugging. Fujin said, well, that's pretty much all I got. The only other way I see is if we fight to decide the leader. Normally, Hoka would be excited to face Fujin. However, he frowned and said, you will just keep your distance and fight with clones, right? Fujin smirked and said, as I said, I prefer the easy way. Hoka was annoyed by his smirk. But he thought rationally, fighting with Fujin would only make me more annoyed and I won't win. Worse, if the fight becomes intense, I'll be left with a lot of cuts on my body. We may have to delay our missions if that happens. Hoka sighed and said, leave it. I'll be the bigger man and let you lead first. Toru and Miko immediately realized their opportunity and said the same thing. Fujin watched them with a deadpan look as he thought, man? Woman? Should I get them a mirror? With the order of team leaders decided, the group began enjoying the food. They discussed their abilities and thought of some combination of jutsus they could use. After discussing everything they wanted to discuss and finishing off all the food, Fujin said, we will start taking missions from the day after tomorrow. Let's meet up outside the mission center at noon. Everyone nodded and left. Chapter 191, Terrifying Efficiency. Fujin continued his training and visited Toru's house in the evening. Fujin expected that Toru's parents would be jounins as well. Surprisingly, his father was an elite chunin while his mother was a normal civilian. Fujin thought, well, that's a bummer. I thought I could make some connections with another veteran jounin. That said, it makes sense that not everyone's parent is a jounin. I guess my expectations were just high due to knowing Miko's and Hoka's parents. Since he didn't have any benefits to gain, Fujin let go of any schemes and just chatted casually with Toru's parents and enjoyed a delicious dinner. 2 days later, the group gathered outside the mission center. As usual, Fujin was the last one to arrive, earning him stares from all his new teammates. Miko said, you know, a team leader has to be the first to show up. Fujin raised his eyebrow and asked, says who? He thought, I remember someone who was 3 hours late on average. To stop Miko from exploding, Hoka said, Fujin. Fujin shrugged and said, it's still 5 minutes to noon. We can agree on an earlier time if you want to show up early. Toru sighed at Fujin's stubbornness and said, leave it. Let's go get a mission and register our squad. Everyone entered the mission center. They saw Shichiro and approached him. Shichiro noticed them as well and smiled, why are you guys here? Fujin said, I want to register a new squad and accept a mission as well. Shichiro observed the 4 youngsters. He asked, are you 4 forming a squad? They nodded. Shichiro was surprised. He thought, this is the first time I am seeing such a young team. Fujin asked, is there an issue? Shichiro said, not really, but are you guys sure? Miko said, we wouldn't be here otherwise. Shichiro said, alright. Let me get the paperwork. Shichiro got busy. The group waited and watched him doing all the work. Miko suddenly had an idea. She looked at Toru and asked softly, Toru, will we have to do more paperwork while changing the leader? Toru thought for a bit and nodded, yes, but we can avoid it by not doing it officially. A grin formed on Miko's face. She said, let's keep changing our leader officially for every mission. It's about time that we got some revenge for those insane number of bandit hunting missions. Fujin and Hoka immediately nodded. Hoka said, that sounds great. Fujin added, I agree. Toru looked at the 3 of them in surprise and asked, how many bandit missions were you guys assigned? Fujin replied, too many. Miko followed up, I did 75. Fujin was surprised. He looked at Miko and asked, 75? Why so many? Miko said, he kept giving me bandit hunting missions till I joined an Uchiha squad. I was so mad at him back then. Hoka said, me too. Miko looked at Fujin and asked, how many bandit extermination missions did you do after we disbanded? Fujin replied, just 1. Miko and Hoka looked at him with surprise. Hoka asked, why just 1 for you? Fujin replied, I remember threatening him that I'll plant evidence stating that he is the boss of those bandits if he gave me another mission like that. Miko and Hoka were surprised. Miko grumbled, I threatened him with violence and ganjutsu, but they never worked. Also, my parents asked me to take those rank C missions. Toru watched their conversation. He finally asked, why did you do so many bandit hunting missions? Fujin said, our sensei took us to do a lot of them and we kinda gained a reputation. Leave it, it's embarrassing. Anyways, I like your idea, Miko. Let's do that. Shichiro was finally done. He handed Fujin a paper and said, these are the details of your team. Fujin read the paper. It had some basic details about those 4 and Fujin was mentioned as the team leader. While Fujin was reading the paper, Shichiro asked, "Which missions are you interested in taking?" "I have a bunch of bandit extermination missions lined you." He suddenly stopped talking and involuntarily stepped back. 3 pairs of eyes stared at him. One pair was as black as the abyss itself. Another pair of eyes were red and spinning. The last pair of eyes were as white as they could be. He quickly said, "I'm just kidding, no need to look at me like this." He picked up a file and handed it to Fujin and said, "You can select a rank B mission from this file." Suddenly, his voice became serious as he warned, "Don't bite off more than you can chew." Fujin nodded. He looked through the missions. Most of the rank B missions were escort missions for merchants or important officials. Fujin wasn't interested in taking missions that would be slow to complete. He began looking for target elimination missions. After looking through all of them, he thought, as I thought. None of them is in the land of fire. He removed 3 mission papers from the file and handed them to Shichiro and said, "We will take these 3 missions." Shichiro was surprised once again. He accepted the mission papers and asked, "3 at the same time?" Fujin nodded, "Yeah, they are close to each other." Shichiro read the papers. "All are missions to eliminate rogue forces in the land of river. Given the data, it's unlikely that either of these would be tougher." He looked at the youngsters in front of him and said, "All right. Good luck and ensure that you stay safe." Fujin nodded and accepted the papers and left along with his team. Fujin shared the mission papers with his squad and said, "I have selected 3 missions in the land of river. They are very close to each other and not very far away from the land of fire border. So if anything goes wrong, we can retreat to safer places quickly." Everyone nodded. After they were done reading, Fujin said in a serious tone, "I am the leader of these missions. And my policy is always safety first. I am fine if our mission fails, but none of us must die or be crippled. So always emphasize more on our safety rather than the mission. Is this clear?" Hoka, Miko and Teru were surprised by the seriousness in Fujin's voice. Miko teased, "Wow Fujin, you sound exactly like sensei." Hoka agreed, "That's true." Fujin sighed at their antics and asked again, "Is it clear?" All 3 nodded and said, "Yup." Since everyone agreed, Fujin asked, "Is everyone prepared to go?" Everyone nodded. The squad immediately left Hidden Leaf Village. The group traveled the whole day at top speed and took a break at a patrol camp close to the border at night. They got up early the next morning and continued their journey. At around 8 a.m., they finally arrived close to their destination. They stopped around 2 kilometers away from their destination. Fujin looked at the map and said, "They should be around 3 kilometers to the west from here. Keep an eye for traps." Hoka activated his Byakugan and Miko activated her Sharingan. The squad moved forward. Finally, Hoka said, "I can see them. They have built a small camp ahead." Fujin asked, "What sort of camp?" Hoka replied, "Mostly bamboo huts next to a river. There are 35 people in the camp. Only 12 have chakra with 3 at Chunin level and 1 at elite Chunin level." Fujin said, "All right, that should be manageable. Let's get close and stick to the plan." The group immediately flickered through the forest and stopped at the outskirts of the camp. Fujin asked softly, "Are there any who aren't in the camp?" Hoka checked the surroundings and answered, "I can see 4 people in a 1-kilometer radius. But they don't have chakra." Fujin thought for a bit and replied, "All right, let's ignore them. We will destroy this camp directly. Prepare your jutsus." Everyone quickly made hand signs. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fire style, majestic destroyer. Flame jutsu. Instantly, a massive fire approached the camp. Since they didn't detect anyone, everyone was caught off guard. Only their leader acted quickly and weaved hand signs. Water style, water wall jutsu. The water from the river suddenly flowed out and formed a wall between the camp and the incoming fire. The fire-wind combo jutsu hit the water wall and went straight through it. Their leader shouted, "Everyone, escape underground." The few ninjas who knew earth style quickly escaped underground. The fire engulfed the entire camp and burned everything down. Over 30 died by being burned alive. Their screams were all that could be heard in the vicinity. However, the attack wasn't over. Hoka saw the 4 rogue ninjas escaping underground and said, "Now." Both he and Teru slammed their hands on the ground. Earth style, stone spear jutsu. Immediately, spears formed around everyone who had escaped underground. The rogue ninjas had just relaxed slightly on escaping death. Not a single one was prepared to defend. A dozen spears pierced into the body of all 4 of them. Hoka watched and said, "They are all dead." Fujin spread his chakra field to recheck. He said, "Yeah, none of those 35 survived. And there is no one in a 1-kilometer radius who can use chakra." Miko sighed and said, "That doesn't feel like a rank B mission at all." Fujin replied, "It is a rank B mission. Just that they feel too easy. This was the reason for forming this team, remember?" Teru said, "Yeah. Let's complete the remaining 2 missions today as well. Everyone began moving towards their next target. After completing a rank B mission in less than a minute, the newly formed squad completed another 2 rank B missions on the same day with terrifying efficiency. Chapter 192, A Date? Having completed the 3 missions, the group returned to Hidden Leaf Village on the evening of the following day. Miko asked, "Will we be going on a mission tomorrow?" Teru said, "I think it'll be better if we take a day's break. Otherwise, the constant travel might wear us down." Fujin agreed, "Yeah. Let's have a day's break between missions. We can have a longer break if the mission is tiring or if someone gets injured." Hoka agreed with Fujin. Miko said, "Alright. Let's meet at noon." As she spoke, her eyes landed on Fujin. She corrected herself, "No. Let's meet 30 minutes before noon on the day after tomorrow outside the mission center." Fujin's left eye twitched on seeing how she changed the time after looking at him. He thought, well, it doesn't really make a difference to me. It'll be the same if you show up 15-20 minutes before the decided time. The group left. Fujin was flickering to his home when he noticed. Someone's following me. He immediately began sensing and saw who was following. Why is she chasing after me? He stopped moving. A few seconds later Miko appeared. Fujin asked, "What's up?" Miko asked while breathing slightly heavily, "Do you have to run at this speed to your home?" Fujin replied, "Not really. Just saves some time. Anyways, why did you follow me?" Miko began a bit fidgety. She said, "Well, I never thanked you properly for saving my life. I thought about how I should thank you properly but couldn't think of anything. So Fujin interrupted her saying, "I already said that you don't need to thank me. We are teammates. I got your back and you got mine." Miko was about to nod in agreement but suddenly stopped as she realized, wait, did I ever have to save him? No, I have never seen his life ever be at stake. She said, "That's all good, but I still want to thank you. I asked my mother how I should thank you and she suggested that I treat you to dinner." Fujin was surprised. He asked, "What did she say?" Miko replied, "That I treat you for dinner." Fujin's left eye twitched once again. He thought, is her mother trying to set us up? Did she find out about Dango and wanted to get revenge on me or something? Seeing that Fujin wasn't speaking, Miko got upset and asked, "What's the issue?" "I'm treating you to a free dinner. Just come." Fujin was about to say no, but hearing what Miko said, he thought, well, if she puts it that way, then how do I logically say no? Fujin said, "I am not a fan of eating dango for dinner." Miko complained, "Hey, who said I eat dango for dinner? I wanted to go to that sushi restaurant." Fujin sighed in his mind, "Leave it, I'll agree. It will be annoying if she tries to find more ways to thank me if I keep refusing." He said, "Alright. Let's go." Miko cheered upon hearing him agree. She said, "Great, follow me." She walked in front of Fujin. Though Fujin couldn't see, a blush appeared on her face. Fujin followed thinking, never thought I'd go on a date at 11 in this world. Though to be honest, I never thought I'd go on any date at all. Oh well, since I am on one, I might as well enjoy it. En route, Miko tried making small talk with Fujin. Fujin replied, but there wasn't much to talk about. After all, Fujin's life in this world was very monotonous. He didn't have a life outside of being a ninja. After many failed attempts of finding a common topic to talk about, the duo reached the restaurant. While ordering, they finally found a common topic to talk about. The topic was food. While eating, the two talked about all the delicious foods they came across outside Hidden Leaf Village when they were on rank B missions. Fujin mainly talked about the noodles from the land of noodles while Miko talked about an array of sweets. The two chatted for over an hour while enjoying sushi. By the time they left, it was very dark. Fujin said, "I'll drop you home." Miko asked, "Alright." The two walked to the Uchiha clan compound. Fujin walked with her to the entrance before saying goodbyes. As he watched her leave, Fujin sighed, "She has a crush on me. I guess it happened when I saved her life." Fujin turned around and began walking home. He sighed again, why does life have to keep getting complicated? Over the next month, their team completed 19 rank B missions. They chose every mission very carefully. As a result, all the missions were completed with extreme ease. Fujin, Miko and Hoka already had very strong teamwork. Teru blended in with ease resulting in even more combination jutsus. Due to completing missions together, their bond also got stronger. On one of the rest days, while Fujin was training his body to get used to stronger electric shocks, he heard the bell ring. He stopped training and sensed to ring the bell. Fujin thought, oh if, so much stuff happened that I completely forgot about them. His sweat dropped a bit thinking, for some reason, I'm a bit worried about my future subordinates now. He created a shadow clone and continued training. The clone went out and greeted the visitors. He opened the door and saw Daisuke and the other 4 orphans standing with him. Daisuke immediately greeted Fujin. Hey Fujin. How have you been? Fujin's clone replied, good. It's good to see you guys again. Daisuke replied, we tried visiting you 2 days ago, but it looks like you were on a mission. Fujin's clone nodded, yeah, I returned last night. Anyways, have you completed the leaf training exercise? Daisuke replied, yup. That's why we wanted to visit you. Fujin's clone thought for a bit, it's just over a month and a half since I asked them to do it. Isn't it a bit too fast? However, he soon realized, no, they have been using chakra for a lot longer than we were back in first and second years in the academy. So their speed makes sense. Fujin's clone exited the home while asking, all 5 of you can keep the leaf on for over an hour? Suddenly, he noticed them getting a bit nervous. Daisuke said, well, 4 of us can. Buncho is still a bit short. He can stick the leaf for 48 minutes. But exams are coming close. We only have around 3 months left. So we couldn't wait any longer. Fujin's clone said, it's fine. 48 is decent as well. Your next task is to learn how to climb trees with only your feet. His words confused them. Tatsuya asked, what do you mean by just our feet? Fujin's clone walked towards a tree and said, like this. He began walking on the tree. All 5 students were surprised at his action and got excited to do it themselves. After all, this was infinitely more fun than meditating with a leaf stuck on your head. Fujin's clone said, to be able to do this, you have to concentrate chakra on your feet. And your chakra has to be the right amount. If it's low, then your foot won't stick to the tree. If it is high, then you will damage the tree and be pushed away. Fujin's clone got off the tree and said, now you guys try it. Immediately, all 5 tried climbing the tree. 2 seconds later, all 5 fell down. Fujin's clone chuckled at that sight. He said, this isn't as easy as it looks. So keep practicing until you can climb properly. Once you do, you won't have any issues in mastering those 3 jutsus needed for the graduation exam. Fujin's words surprised them again. Bunjiro asked, will we be able to do all 3 jutsus easily? Fujin's clone replied, well, you will still need to train. But learning it will become very easy. Daisuke excitedly said, alright. Thank you Fujin. Fujin's clone replied, no worries. You guys can continue training in the tree climbing exercise. Once you can do it flawlessly, you can come back to me. Also, unlike the leaf concentration exercise, you can't leave this one halfway. Everyone said, don't worry, we will climb to the top of the tree. Fujin's clone nodded and said, good. See you guys later. They said their goodbyes and left. Fujin continued his training feeling better about his capabilities to teach his future subordinates. Fujin's squad continued missions as usual for another week. When they returned from their last mission, Miko received shocking news after she went home. She went home in a cheerful mood. However, on entering her home, she saw that her parents were dejected and serious. She asked, Mom, why are you sad? Her mother looked at her. She wondered how she should deliver the news. After a minute of silence, she sighed and said, Shizue is dead. He committed suicide. Miko was shocked. Chapter 193, Dilemma, Emotional or Rational Choice? Fujin had completed his morning workout and was about to enter the basement when he heard the doorbell. He checked and opened the door and said, Hey Miko. Come in. Miko entered his house. Fujin noticed. She is uncharacteristically silent. And her mood seems down. He asked, What's up? Miko said, I won't be able to come for missions for some time. Fujin could feel the sadness in her voice. He wondered, what's up with her? I haven't seen her so down until now. He asked, why? Did something happen? As he asked her, he could see tears forming in her eyes. Fujin sighed in his mind and helped her take a seat. He also grabbed some water for her to drink. Miko drank the water and said, Shizue died. Mother said that he committed suicide. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, so it's time? Fujin knew that Shizue had mentored Miko at some point in the past. She had stated about learning the body flicker jutsu from him. Fujin said, that is sad news. Were the 2 of you clothes? Miko nodded, we didn't hang out much for the last couple of years, but he used to mentor me a lot before it. He taught me fire dragon jutsu and body flicker jutsu. Miko continued talking about Shizue for over 5 minutes. Fujin just patiently listened to her while sitting next to her. After she was done, both sat silently for a minute. Finally, Miko got up and said, could you tell Teru and Hoka that I won't be able to come for missions? Fujin nodded and said, don't worry. I'll tell them. Miko thanked him and left. Fujin saw her leaving his home and involuntarily said, Miko. Miko turned around and asked, yes. Fujin sighed and asked, would you like to go on missions to take your mind off this? Miko was happy that Fujin asked her this. However, she said, no. My parents instructed me to not go on any missions for some time. But thanks for asking, Fujin. Fujin thought, they instructed? I see. They want her to participate in the coup. So every Uchiha ninja should be called back using the excuse of Shizue's death. No wonder there wasn't any Uchiha survivor other than Sasuke. He said, alright then. Take care. Miko nodded and left. Fujin saw her leaving and sighed. He closed his door and muttered, I ended up asking her that. He sat down as he thought, when I realized that I was in the Naruto world, I decided that I won't form any relationships or be emotionally attached to anyone. I decided that I won't even make a lot of friends and won't be emotionally attached to any that I make. After all, this is the dangerous world of deadly ninjas. And I know for a fact that at least 80% of all ninjas would die in the Fourth Great Ninja War. This means that any friend I have will have an 80% chance to die before I reach 22 years of age. Meaning that unless I'm lucky or become insanely strong to protect everyone I care about, every 4 out of 5 friends of mine will die in the next 10 years. So getting emotionally attached to them could result in me breaking down, similar to how Kakashi broke down after the Third War. And I don't want to suffer emotionally like him or hundreds of others who went through the same shit that he did in this world. Fujin stopped thinking for a few seconds before letting out another sigh. Unfortunately, though my plan was right, I didn't take human nature into account. Due to having spent so much time with them, I guess I have become quite fond of Ranjiro, Miko and Hoka. Maybe Toru and Genji as well. Looks like I am not as emotionless as I want to be. He chuckled and continued introspecting. Fortunately, it hasn't reached a stage where I would do something crazy for them. But, leaving my emotions aside, is there anything I could do for Miko? Fujin began thinking. After a while, he concluded, there are only 2 ways to directly get involved. One would be to stop Hitachi and Obito head-on. Another would be to convince Hiruzen to lift the restrictions on Uchiha and reintegrate them into Hidden Leaf Village. Unfortunately, the first option is pure suicide. I don't know if I can be strong enough to face either of them 10 years from now. If I do anything right now, I'll just die pointlessly. As for the second option, even that is very pointless. All it will do is expose the fact that I know about the coup Uchiha has planned and attract suspicions from all the elders and Hiruzen himself. The attention would mean that I could be watched in the future and my freedom will get restricted. Not to mention, I have no confidence in being able to convince them to integrate Uchiha back into Hidden Leaf Village. After all, I doubt Hiruzen wants to see something like this happen and he still hasn't been able to do anything to stop it. So my only reasonable option is to only save Miko. And the only way to do it would be to force her to go on a mission against her parents' wishes. Could I do it? And what would be the risks? Fujin began analyzing again. After a while, he concluded, I might be able to make her go on a mission with us. If I choose a long mission that would take us around a month to complete, she will stay out of Hidden Leaf Village when the massacre happens. As for the risks, there are 2 critical risks. The first is Denzo. If he is insistent on eliminating all Uchihas, he could send his root agents to kill any Uchiha out of Hidden Leaf Village. If he does, we will have to confront them. And I am not confident about my team's chances against them. Especially if he sends a squad of only Jounin-level root agents. The other risk is Miko herself. Assuming we stay safe and return to Hidden Leaf Village, there are 2 possibilities I see with her. The favorable possibility for me is that the trauma caused by the news of the death of her parents and her clan makes her awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. Assuming that she still has a crush on me, she could be a great asset to have as a friend as long as she doesn't go crazy. Though Denzo may want to have her in that case, I doubt Hiruzen would allow him that. After all, though the elimination of the Uchiha clan could be considered a great feat for Denzo, it is also the death of his political career. Hiruzen won't let go of such an opportunity. I know that he will shut down the route, but with my few interactions with that old fox, I am sure that he will do a lot more. I'm guessing that he inducted the majority of Denzo's root ninjas into Anbu and only left Denzo's most faithful subordinates with him in case Hiruzen ever needs Root's help in the future. However, the chances of awakening Mangekyo are infinitesimally low. The more likely possibility is that she will reach 3 Tomoe Sharingan. And that would make her a huge threat. After all, Uchiha's stone tablet states that they should kill the person closest to them to awaken Mangekyo. If Miko reads that, I'll have to forever watch my back around her if she considers me the one closest to her. Fujin began deciding his course of action. He struggled for a long time between his emotional and rational mind. Finally, rational thoughts won over emotions as he decided, I need to stop being emotional. Though I would like to see Miko stay alive, I shouldn't be putting my life and future in grave danger for her. After all, the events that will play out will be controlled by forces far beyond my capabilities. He made 2 shadow clones to deliver the message to Hoka and Teru. Fujin thought, it's unfortunate, but I always knew that this was about to happen. and there is nothing I can do to stop this. Now, it's time to put the plan into action. I wonder who has the body of the Grand Priest. Is it with Sora or Akihiko, or did they hand it to Fugaku? To avoid constantly thinking of Miko and having a change of heart, Fujin began planning to get the Zankaku's body from the Uchihas. Chapter 194. All parties prepare to create a workable plan. Fujin had one clone in the library the entire time that he wasn't on missions. His clone looked through the entire library to find any methods and seals to help him find a way to infiltrate the Uchiha compound. After researching and practicing for a month, Fujin had found all the means to create a plan and try his luck while ensuring his safety and anonymity. He began the preparations. While Fujin was making his preparations, the Uchiha clan too began their preparations. All active Uchiha ninjas were called back. Every single Uchiha ninja returned back to Hidden Leaf Village. They began to prepare themselves for the war. Meanwhile, Denzo met Itachi in secret and explained to him what would happen when the Uchiha revolted, once again. He convinced Itachi to take action against his own clan. However, while the two were talking, their actions were seen by one person. In his room, Hiruzen watched their whole interaction in his crystal ball. Surprisingly, neither Denzo nor Itachi sensed anything off. Tiredness could be seen on Hiruzen's face as he sighed on seeing his friend's actions. I would have stopped him. Unfortunately, the relationship between the village and the Uchiha clan has deteriorated beyond repair. His expression became firm as he decided not to interfere. While it's true that they were relocated to the outskirts of the village and monitored by Aunt Boo, no Uchiha was ever mistreated by us. I can understand that they would be dissatisfied with such a treatment. However, this is no excuse for launching a coup that would destroy the village. On deciding the fate of the Uchiha, Hiruzen's eyes fell on Denzo. My old friend, it looks like you have completely fallen into darkness. This will be the last time you will interfere in the matters of my village. While the undercurrents were flowing in Hidden Leaf Village, Fujin was busy in his basement making a lot of complicated seals. A day after Miko told him the news, Fujin completed the first step of his plan. He took a deep breath. Finally, it's done. He made a hand sign. A shadow clone appeared next to him. The clone made multiple hand signs. Fujin observed the clone by concentrating chakra in his eyes. He could see that the chakra signature of the clone was slowly changing. Soon, it was very different from Fujin's chakra signature. His scent also changed. Fujin thought, good, now it will be difficult to link the clone to me. After the clone completed the process, Fujin applied another scent to the clone to make it look like he was hiding his real scent. Next, the clone used the transformation jutsu to transform into a honey badger. Fujin thought, normally, seeing this animal in the streets of Hidden Leaf Village would raise suspicions. But, the Uchiha clan compound is on the outskirts of Hidden Leaf Village. If it appears there, it won't cause any suspicion. After all, there are many of these in the forests inside Hidden Leaf Village. After the clone transformed, Fujin began making seals on its body. He first applied seals that would increase its affinity to earth nature manipulation. This way, it would have an easier time moving underground and would also reduce any chances of it being related to Fujin, as Fujin wasn't known for his earth element. He followed it up by applying numerous stealth seals on the body of his transformed clone. Soon, the honey badger couldn't be seen, heard, smelled or sensed. Fujin checked his work several times until he was satisfied. Finally, he nodded and said, "You'll be responsible for the first task." The honey badger didn't reply. Fujin made a hand sign and sealed him in a special storage scroll. He created a wind clone who took the storage scroll with him and flickered multiple times in the forests next to his house. After coming to a very secluded place far away from his house, the wind clone opened the scroll and let the honey badger clone out. The honey badger clone checked his surroundings and moved stealthily towards the Uchiha clan. He moved under the ground so as to not leave any trails. The wind clone also left. After going away sufficient distance, he destroyed the storage scroll and dispersed himself. The honey badger quickly moved towards the Uchiha clan compound but did not enter it. He had no intention of testing his seals against the Sharingan. Instead, he went to the route that Uchiha kids would take while going to and coming from the academy and stayed there. The honey badger clone thought, the first task consists of 2 missions. The first is to keep an eye on Sasuke Uchiha. The day Sasuke returns very late from the academy will most likely be the day the massacre happens. And, the second task is to see if anyone notices me. If someone does, I will drop all plans of stealing that dead body. While this clone kept an eye, Fujin created 5 more honey badger clones. They would roam through the forests and training grounds in Hidden Leaf Village to see if anyone notices anything suspicious in them. Fujin had calculated, honey badgers are rather common in Hidden Leaf Village. So a few more of them shouldn't raise any eyebrows. However, if someone is still able to somehow figure out that they are my clones, I can just admit that they were made by me and I was practicing stealth for missions. After all, I haven't done anything wrong yet. If no one notices anything strange, then I'll deploy them around the Uchiha clan. The honey badger clones would roam around Hidden Leaf Village all night and disperse themselves when the sun rose. Fujin experimented for 2 days before deciding that they were safe to be used. From the third day, all 6 of his honey badger clones used to stay around the Uchiha clan compound. In addition, Fujin would maintain 2 wind clones at one secluded spot a few kilometers from the Uchiha clan compound. With the preparations done, Fujin just waited for the right moment. A few days later, in an underground base under Hidden Leaf Village, Denzo stood with a subordinate. The subordinate respectfully asked, "What job do you have for me, Denzo-sama?" Denzo looked at him and said, "Your triatomini bugs can induce sluggishness, right?" The root ninja was from the Aburame clan. He replied, "Yes, Denzo-sama. They can cause slight sluggishness with their poison. And since it poses no direct threat and doesn't have any color or smell, it is almost impossible to detect." Denzo said, "Good. Your mission is to poison the drinking water that reaches the Uchiha clan with this poison. Use very small quantities. Your main priority is that this poison isn't noticed. Once you're done, go to Training Ground 49 and wait for me." The root ninja was surprised by the mission. However, it wasn't his place to question Denzo. He nodded and left. Denzo watched him leave as he thought, he was a good subordinate. A shame that he has to die. Denzo called another subordinate of his and instructed him to approach the Aburame ninja in the Training Ground 49 and kill him and dispose of his body as well. Though Denzo's subordinates had his curse seal, no seal was perfect. Considering the importance and severity of this matter, Denzo decided to take this step. This way no one other than him and the elders would know about the truth of the Uchiha massacre. The root ninja from the Aburame clan did his job exceptionally well. Since it only caused a slight sluggishness, no Uchiha ninja realized that they had been drugged. After all, they didn't have to move at full speed in their normal lives. Denzo made a few more moves that day. He ensured that no Hyuga, Inuzuka or Sensor ninja was in the vicinity of the Uchiha clan compound to prevent any interference. In fact, he had ensured that most of their active ninjas were on duty outside Hidden Leaf Village. Finally, on that evening, Itachi Uchiha and Obito Uchiha appeared in the Uchiha clan compound. Almost everyone in the village was oblivious to the massacre that was about to unfold. Only 3 were aware of it and waited patiently. Denzo was busy with his root ninjas to ensure that Itachi wasn't interrupted. Meanwhile, he also had to ensure that his root ninjas weren't close to the Uchiha clan compound and get caught in the fighting. Hiruzen had recalled all Anbu ninjas that were keeping an eye on the Uchiha clan. While Fujin was waiting in his basement for his clones to send him a message. Chapter 195, The Massacre. Since it was getting late, most of the Uchiha clan members were in their homes with their families. For them, it was like any other evening. Their jounins were aware that they would have to fight a tough war very soon. So they cherished their peaceful days with their family unaware of the tragedy about to befall them. As soon as Itachi and Obito appeared in the clan, both immediately began the massacre. Obito freely moved through the walls and attacked the unsuspecting Uchihas. Itachi too flickered into their homes. Since he was the son of the clan leader, no one expected him to attack when he did. They began slaughtering the Uchihas with extreme ease and stealth. While slaughtering, Itachi showed up in Akihiko Uchiha's house. Akihiko was having dinner with his wife and children when he suddenly got up and turned around to face the intruder. He squinted his eyes on seeing Itachi, wondering what he was doing here. Most of the top-tier ninjas in the Uchiha clan were disappointed in Itachi and slightly suspicious of him. Unlike others who didn't expect any attack from the son of their leader, Akihiko was on guard and asked, "Why did you show up unannounced?" Without replying, Itachi attacked him with his blade. Akihiko didn't have any weapons on him. He tried to move out of the way. Unfortunately, his body reacted a split second slower. That was sufficient time for Itachi's blade to slit his throat open. Akihiko's family were shocked. However, before they could scream in horror, Itachi dealt with them too. Some distance away from Akihiko's house, Obito entered Miko's home. They too were having dinner. Both of Miko's parents were at the jounin rank. Sensing that someone had broken into their home, they both got up and prepared themselves. Miko noticed her parents' actions and got alert as well. She asked softly, "What happened, mother?" Her mother replied, "Someone has broken into our house. Stay on guard." At the next moment, Obito appeared in front of them. Not identifying the masked intruder, Miko's father made hand signs rapidly without caring about his house. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball appeared in front of Obito, who thought, interesting. Their house had seals to alert them. Unfortunately, I can't let this fireball explode. He stood without moving and let the fireball reach him. However, Instead of the fireball hitting him, the Uchiha family was surprised to see the fireball being sucked into his mask. Taking advantage of the surprise, Obito went on the attack without giving them any time. Obito's speed was much higher than the three. Combined with their sluggish moments, they didn't last even a few seconds against him. Miko saw in horror as both her parents were beheaded. Tears rolled down her eyes. Her eyes began transforming as another Tomoe appeared in her eyes. Obito watched her eyes and commented in a deep voice, "Interesting. To awaken 3 Tomoe Sharingans at your age. Very impressive." However, Miko was in no mood to hear any praise. She screamed, "Return my parents to me." She attacked Obito with all her might. However, a rod pierced through her heart in the next second. Miko coughed out blood as her memories flashed in her eyes. As she died, she heard Obito's deep voice, "Unfortunately, you don't have the time to grow." As she fell down, she remembered the scene of Fujin saving her the last time. Unfortunately, she knew that it wasn't possible this time. It was already too late. She closed her eyes and fell to the ground. Obito thought, a family with 3 pairs of 3 Tomoe Sharingans. How rare. In a flash, he took the Sharingans of all 3 of them and stored them before continuing his massacre. Itachi and Obito continued massacring unopposed. After some time, Fujin opened his eyes in his basement. The honey badger clone that kept eye on the route from the academy to the Uchiha clan saw Sasuke running towards home. Fujin's other shadow clones also received the memories. They prepared themselves to move after a few minutes. Fujin left his basement and got out of his house. He analyzed, "From what little I remember, there was some time gap between the massacre and the Anbu ninjas reaching the Uchiha clan compound. That is the only window I have." Fujin became a bit restless, but he didn't move away from his home. This entire mission was left to his clones. In the Uchiha clan compound, Itachi finally entered his house ready to confront his father, only to see his parents not willing to fight. Fugaku said, "I see, you have aligned with the other side." Itachi controlled his emotions as he said, "Father, Mother, I." However, Mikoto interrupted him, "We know already." "Itachi." Fugaku said, "Itachi, just promise us this. Take care of Sasuke." With tears in his eyes, Itachi said, "I will." Fugaku sensed Itachi's struggle and said, "Do not fear it. You chose this path, right? Compared to you, our pain will be over in an instant." He continued, "Even if our philosophies differ, I am still proud of you. You are a truly kind child." With tears in his eyes, Itachi pierced his blade into his mother and father. Fugaku looked at his wife as he died. With his last breath, he said, "Destroy our eyes." Itachi understood his father's wishes. Though he didn't fight against his son, he didn't want his eyes to end up in the hands of those who schemed against his clan and led them down this path of no return. Respecting his father's wishes, Itachi destroyed both their eyes. With Fugaku and most of the Uchiha clan dead, the coup was finally averted. It was at this moment that Sasuke entered home with fear in his eyes. He saw his dead parents. After a small fight, Itachi placed Sasuke under Tsukuyomi and flickered behind Obito and said, "It is over." Obito nodded and both disappeared. Fujin's clones stayed patiently for a few minutes. They didn't look at anything and instead focused chakra in their ears to pick up any sound. A few minutes after all sounds died down, they entered the Uchiha clan compound through the ground. This was one of the main reasons why Fujin chose the honey badger disguise. They were known to be excellent diggers. On entering, all clones had a specific job. One clone headed towards Akihiko's house while another headed towards Fugaku's house. One clone kept an eye on the entry route to warn others when the Anbu came. The last 2 searched the Uchiha clan compound to see if they could find Sora's house to see if he had the scroll. The clone heading towards Fugaku's house reached there first. He focused chakra in his eyes and checked if there were any active chakras around him. Fortunately, there were none. He thought, "Good. If Fugaku does have Mengekyo, then I want it." He got closer to his house while still staying underground but suddenly stopped as he felt danger. He focused chakra in his eyes once again as he wondered why he felt the danger. On noticing, he frowned, "Shit, his house is covered in seals. And I can't identify many of them." He analyzed the seals and concluded, "These seals shouldn't stop me from entering the house. But knowing what seals can do, I am afraid that there will be some consequences. It's fine if I am dispersed, but I don't want my main body to be implicated. That said, the rewards here are the greatest. Be it his Mengekyo or the fact that the Grand Priest's body is most likely to be with him." He decided to keep analyzing until he cracked the seals or the Anbu arrived. Meanwhile, the clone that was heading to Akihiko's house didn't face any obstacles. Though Akihiko's house also had some seals, they were rather simple and Fujin's clone had no issues getting around them and entering the house. After entering, The honey badger clone saw the dead bodies of Akihiko and his family. He immediately began searching for any and all scrolls in his house. He found multiple scrolls. Fortunately, one of the scrolls looked just like the scroll Sora had used to seal Zankaku. He immediately took it and checked it. He sighed in relief. This scroll still has his body. He put the scroll on his back. Fujin had inscribed a storage seal on the back of his clones before letting them go. After storing the scroll, the clone walked back to where he had seen Akihiko. He used his paw to open his eyes and saw that his eyes were still intact. He thought, good, his eyes are still intact. I saw that some of the Uchihas were missing their eyes. I guess that Obito took the eyes of the ones he killed while Itachi didn't. He summoned a container from the storage space on his back. He took both his eyes carefully and stored them in the container. He observed his eyes while analyzing. Though I have no intention of implanting a 3-Tomoe Sharingan in my eyes right now, it'll be good to have them. If I change my mind in the future or have any particular need, I can rely on these. Since he got what he wanted, he left the house. He went towards Fugaku's house to meet up with the clone outside his house. The clone noticed him approaching. He appeared behind the clone and tapped his back thrice. That was the code for saying that he had found the body of the Grand Priest. The clone that was working on the seals around Fugaku's house looked back at his house unwillingly before leaving. They quickly dispersed to find the other clones and soon dispersed into 5 separate directions. One clone headed towards the Akimeki territory, another towards Nara territory and one headed towards the Senju territory. They dispelled themselves after reaching close to their territories. The last 2 clones moved towards the forests. One dispersed himself near the Hidden Leaf village border wall while the last one moved towards Fujin's wind clones. On reaching the spot, he came out of the ground and handed them the storage scroll and a storage container. He went underground again and continued to move towards the border wall of Hidden Leaf village and dispelled himself close to it. This way, all 5 clones were dispelled. The wind clones used wind instantaneous body jutsu to reach another spot where Fujin's shadow clone was waiting for them. Fujin's shadow clone collected the items and returned home while the wind clones followed the same procedure as the honey badger clones. Fujin saw his clone returning home. He accepted the items and returned back to his basement. Chapter 196, Aftermath and Survivors? After entering the basement, Fujin sat down in meditation to analyze his actions. Alright, almost everything went as I planned. My honey badger clones didn't leave any traces behind. However, if anyone still picks up on their trail somehow, they will be led to the Akimeki, Nara and Senju clans. So the suspicion will be cast on them and there wouldn't be any clue to reach me. Even if they speculate that those clans were being set up, they would suspect that the ones who meddled left the village from the spots my last 2 clones dispelled themselves. And as a precaution, I did the same with my wind clones. So I should be safe. Fujin opened the scroll and summoned 2 items. One was the scroll with Zankaku's dead body while the other was the equipment that had Akihiko's eyes. Fujin first focused on Zankaku's dead body. Impressive. The storage seal Sora used stops his body's condition from deteriorating. I was worried that stealing the body won't help me much if I can't use it soon. But with this, I can work on this even after a few years. That's good as I have no means to extract information from this dead body right now. Fujin shifted his attention to Akihiko's eyes. I didn't make any plans to steal Sharingan. After all, I can't use them. I guess my clone just couldn't resist after seeing that they were available so easily. Now, what do I do with them? Fujin began analyzing. After a few minutes, he concluded, directly implanting them is out of the question. I won't be able to hide this and it would draw too much attention. The only way to use it would be if Hiruzen gives me permission. But considering what Itachi sacrificed to do this, I doubt Hiruzen would go around giving permissions to implant Sharingans. Not to mention, that I can't tell him that I have a pair of Sharingans and instead will have to ask him to give me another. So, the only viable way I can use one of these is if I lose one of my eyes in a mission. Once one of my eyes is blinded, I won't draw any suspicion from putting on an eye patch. After some time, I can implant Sharingan secretly. But, is it worth doing it? Almost immediately, Fujin shook his head. The only advantage a Sharingan can provide me is allowing me to copy jutsus. And since I'll have to keep my Sharingan a secret, there won't be much opportunity to use them for that purpose. Not to mention, fighting with just one eye will be tougher. Considering the fast-paced nature of battles, it could even be lethal. I'll have to keep my chakra field active in all battles which would drain my chakra. And, there is also the matter of Kakashi. 12 years old Kakashi was a monster. His talent was almost unmatched. One could easily compare his talent with the Sanins and Minato. Yet, when he became a Jounin sensei at around the age of 26, he wasn't an S-rank ninja. Despite learning 1,000 jutsu, he still couldn't create a jutsu stronger than Chidori. And he could only use Chidori 4 times a day. So there is a big question on how much strain a Sharingan will put on chakra reserves. If Kakashi not living up to his potential was caused due to the Sharingan, then it's a big no for me to have. That said, there were other factors involved with Kakashi too. Like him being depressed and spending hours in front of that stone. So the drop in his training time due to those factors could also be a reason why his strength wasn't that high. So I'm not sure how much of a role Sharingan had in restricting his growth, but I don't want to try it right now. In the future, when the growth in my chakra reserves stagnates, I could consider this option. Having made his decision, Fujin looked at the two items thinking, now, the main question is where and how do I hide these two items? Around 8 minutes after Fujin's clones left the Uchiha clan compound, Hiruzen led a team of his Anbu ninjas and entered the Uchiha clan compound. Denzo joined him as well along with some of his root ninjas. However, as soon as they entered the clan, they stopped. The Anbu and the root ninjas had performed many shady missions. But seeing the entire street littered with the dead bodies and blood of the members of the strongest clan in the village shocked them. One of the Anbu asked, how could something like this happen in Hidden Leaf village? Hiruzen frowned and said, scatter and quickly check everyone. Find the survivors and give them proper treatment or take them to the hospital. Both the Anbu and the root ninjas scattered and began checking, leaving just Hiruzen and Denzo standing. Denzo said, it's unfortunate, but Itachi did what had to be done. Now our village won't plunge into chaos. Hiruzen looked back at his old friend and said, you went around me and did this without consulting or even informing me. Denzo didn't like the tone Hiruzen was speaking in. He said, Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen interrupted him, no need to say anything. As of this moment, I am officially dissolving Root. The Root Shinobi will be placed under my command in the Anbu. The foundation system of recruiting and training orphans will be abolished as well. Hiruzen's words shocked Denzo. He realized that this would mean the end of any influence he had in Hidden Leaf village. Even if he managed to keep some core root ninjas under his command, he would be left with a very limited force if he couldn't train more root ninjas. He quickly protested, Hiruzen, Hidden Leaf village needs root to survive. We are the unseen ones who support the great tree of Hidden Leaf village from the depths of the earth. Without the root, Hidden Leaf village would face a lot of issues without any means of handling them. Hiruzen replied, your actions cost Hidden Leaf village its strongest clan. Hiruzen looked at Denzo and stared at his bandaged right eye and said, and it cost us 2 loyal and patriotic youngsters with the Mangekyo. They could have kept the village safe for the next few decades. Unfortunately, due to your actions, we no longer have them. Denzo was about to argue back, when Hiruzen said, say no more. My decision is final. The Anbu began returning. The first one to return was Kakashi. He was carrying Sasuke. He said, Lord Hokage, I found him. He is still breathing but is unconscious. Hiruzen looked at Sasuke and realized, it looks like he was placed under a strong Ganjutsu. Did Itachi also gain a strong Ganjutsu like Shizui? He said, take him to the hospital and have the doctors look after him. Ensure that he stays safe. Kakashi nodded. However, he couldn't help but ask, Lord Hokage, who killed all the Uchihas? Hiruzen replied, we will have to investigate. I'll let you know when we find the culprit. Kakashi wanted to ask more but knew that it wasn't the right time. He nodded and left with Sasuke. After a few minutes, more Anbu returned. One of them stepped forward and said, Lord Hokage, in the area we investigated, all Uchiha except small children have been killed. On investigating, we realized that all Uchiha who were ninjas or academy students were killed. Only the ones who haven't enrolled in the academy are alive. But they have been knocked unconscious. Hiruzen frowned and said, I see. Take all the kids away from here. It's best if they don't see any of this. You investigate and tell me the total number of survivors. The Anbu ninja nodded and got to work. Hiruzen gazed at Denzo. Denzo looked back at him thinking, as long as I can eliminate Itachi, I would have been able to integrate all the Uchiha orphans into Root. So the threat of the Uchiha clan would forever be neutralized and instead, they would be the most loyal and patriotic in the village. In addition, by using the death of their family, I could easily awaken Sharingan in most of them. In a decade, I would have had the strongest special force among all the 5 villages. But, it looks like he figured out my plan and hence decided to disband Root. The Anbu and the Root ninjas sent all the kids to the hospital. The Anbu that had been tasked by Hiruzen reported, Lord Hokage, in all 34 children are still alive. 19 are girls and 15 are boys. Hiruzen replied, good work. I'll leave the safety of the Uchiha children to you. Ensure that they stay safe in the hospital. The Anbu nodded and flickered away. With just the 2 of them together, Hiruzen asked, did you have to kill the ones in the academy? Denzo replied, in a war, we send students from the academy to the battlefield. It's unknown if some of the Uchiha families decided to train the academy students and have them participate in the coup. If they know about the truth, then it will only result in another Uchiha coup after they grow up. So I wanted to get rid of all of them. Unfortunately, Itachi was insistent on letting his brother and the children alive. Hiruzen snorted at Denzo's reply and left. Denzo saw him leaving and had a headache. He thought with a frown, now, how do I still keep the root with me? Hiruzen seems determined to take it down. I don't think words would change his mind. Chapter 197, The Deterrence of Itachi Uchiha's Denzo was contemplating his options. Two root ninjas flickered next to him and began reporting all their findings to him. They began moving towards a root base. Suddenly, one of the root ninjas said, Lord Denzo, while we were inspecting the Uchiha clan compound, we found a secret message. We wanted to let you know first. That attracted Denzo's attention. He asked, what is the message? The root ninjas spoke. However, his voice was now different. And there was no reverence or respect for Denzo in the voice. He said, if any of the Uchiha children end up in root, I will sell all the secret information I know about Hidden Leaf Village to enemy villages. Denzo's eyes widened as he saw the root ninja turn into crows while speaking. A frown formed on his face when the other root ninja spoke in the same voice, and if anything happens to Sasuke, I will act myself. He too dispersed into crows, leaving Denzo all alone. He muttered, damn Uchiha. While Hiruzen and Denzo were busy handling the situation, Fujin was inscribing a seal on his right forearm. He inscribed it right on the part that would be covered by his bracers. After completing it, Fujin inspected it as he thought, good. This seal is completed. Though inscribing storage seals on your own body isn't recommended, it isn't really difficult to do. Anyways, I have sealed the Sharingan eyes in Sora's storage scroll as well. I'll hide this scroll in the seal. So there is no way anyone would find it. In the event that someone somehow understands about this seal and suspects something, I can always destroy the seal with a mere thought. He stored the scroll in the seal on his forearm and made a hand sign. Soon, the seal disappeared. Fujin wondered, I wonder how the space that stores tailed beasts is created. And if I can store other things, like this scroll, there. Itachi stayed in the village until he saw Hiruzen was alone. He approached him and had a discussion with him. After getting assurance from Hiruzen that his brother and other Uchiha orphans will be looked after, he left the Hidden Leaf Village and became a rogue ninja. Hiruzen put Hidden Leaf Village under maximum security. The next day, news spread throughout Hidden Leaf Village that shocked everyone to the core. Itachi Uchiha had slaughtered his entire clan. Only a few dozen young children were left alive. When the news spread throughout the world, every single ninja village was shocked. After the death of Senju Tobirama, the Senju clan declined in power. The Uchiha clan was estimated to be the strongest clan among all 5 major villages. And yet, such a clan was annihilated by a 13-year-old boy. Both minor and major villages began having meetings to ensure that their village's security was up to the mark and discussed countermeasures in case Itachi Uchiha showed up in their village. Only one village thought about more than just defense. That village was Hidden Cloud's village. In the Raikage's office, most of Hidden Cloud's village's strategists and elders were present. All were considering whether they should take any action against Hidden Leaf Village. After all, the sudden loss of their strongest clan would have shaken Hidden Leaf Village. After some time, one old man said, Lord Raikage, I don't think it's in our best interest to attack Hidden Leaf Village right now. Though they lost the Uchiha clan, their overall strength is much higher than when Orochimaru left the village. Most of their Chunins who survived the Third Great War have been promoted to Jounins. And they have raised thousands of new ninjas. Besides, though the Uchiha clan had a lot of Jounins, they didn't have any S-rank battle power. If we go to war, the 2 Sanins would return to Hidden Leaf Village. The 4th Raikage said, though their strength has increased, ours has increased even more. However, his viewpoint was opposed by another elder, and so have the strengths of other villages. If we go to war, Hidden Stone's village will wait until we exhaust our strength and jump in at the worst time. The Raikage frowned. At that time, one of the younger advisors spoke, we need to probe them to see what their response will be. If they cower like last time, then this might be a good opportunity for us to attack quickly and with full force. The Raikage looked at him and asked, Hari, do you have a target for probing Hidden Leaf Village? The advisor, Hari, grinned and said, I have just the perfect target for it. He opened up a map and explained the plan to everyone in the room. The people in the room were first shocked due to the information he provided. However, soon greed could be seen on everyone's face. One of the elders said, great work. If we can get this, we don't even need to attack Hidden Leaf Village for now. After all, the profits from this would be mind-boggling. However, Hari said, no, this doesn't compare to what we can gain from Hidden Leaf Village. However, since this is so valuable, Hidden Leaf Village's response will tell us about their current capability and morale. If it is strong, we can dispatch more forces to secure this and negotiate another deal with them like the last time. If they let us have it, then we will use this place as a base for our future assault. The Raikage said, alright, it's decided. We will go with this plan. Darui, you will lead a team of 50 ninjas and claim this. Hari, you will accompany them as the advisor. Darui and Hari nodded and were about to leave when another old elder asked, Lord Raikage, what do you think about kidnapping some Uchiha orphans? With their clan dead, there won't be anyone to protect them. The task will be a lot easier than kidnapping the Hyuga princess. I fell into thought. After some time, he said, no, even though the task might be easier, it's full of hidden risks. We don't know why Itachi Uchiha massacred his clan. Nor do we know why he left the kids alive. If he intends to hunt them later, then all our efforts will be wasted and instead, we would have pointless casualties. Considering what he has done, it's safe to say that he has the Mangekyo Sharingan that Uchiha Madara had. If we attract his attention in the middle of a war, our casualties will go up several times. The mention of Itachi Uchiha lowered the excitement in the room. Hari said with a grim face, Lord Raikage, we need to find a way to kill him. After all, he slaughtered the entire Uchiha clan and is only 13 years old. If we give him time to grow further, he'd become an even bigger threat. He might become a menace for the entire ninja world. However, Raikage dismissed his concern. Right now Hidden Leaf Village would be the most pressed to kill him. Hiruzen should have sent all his Anbu and Jiraiya after him. Let them exhaust their strength on him while we make our moves. Hari nodded and left with Darui. Back in Hidden Leaf Village, Hoka and Toru showed up at Fujin's house the morning after the massacre. The news of the Uchiha massacre shocked them. Fujin invited them in with a sad expression. They all sat in a room without speaking. Finally, Hoka asked, did you go to the Uchiha clan compound? Fujin replied, I did, but they have barricaded the whole area. And they didn't answer any questions. Toru replied, same here, but I got some news from my parents. Hoka said with a dejected voice, yeah. Most Uchihas were killed. It probably also includes Miko as there was no news about her. Only a few dozen children survived. Fujin was surprised. Though he didn't show anything on his face, he looked at Hoka and asked, some children survived? Hoka nodded. Toru said, from what I heard, only those who hadn't entered the academy were left alive. Lord Hokage will make an announcement in the afternoon. Fujin said, I see. However, he was in shock. Sasuke isn't the only survivor? Shit, did I somehow change the future? Fujin went quiet and began thinking. Hoka and Toru assumed that he was sad and stopped talking as well. After thinking about every possibility, Fujin concluded, no, none of my actions should have any impact on Itachi's, Obito's or Denzo's actions. Even assuming Itachi saw me being shameless in front of Hiruzen, I doubt I'd be the most shameless or selfish person he saw. So it shouldn't have any impact on his actions. Regardless, how will this affect the future? Fujin kept analyzing. The biggest impact should be a sense of responsibility on Sasuke's shoulder. Since he is in the second year of the academy, he should be the eldest and the strongest Uchiha in the village. So he will have to take responsibility for the other Uchiha orphans and lead them. And, the question that this raises is whether he would still go rogue and train under Orochimaru? Fujin thought for a bit before realizing, wait, I recall that Sasuke had two goals. One was to restore the Uchiha clan and the other was to kill Itachi. But, since there are other orphans alive, Sasuke wouldn't have to worry that his death would cause the Uchiha clan to go extinct. He can completely focus on taking his revenge and restoring the honor of his clan by killing Itachi. From this perspective, the future shouldn't change. The only complication that could arise is if the sense of responsibility somehow changes him. Though that might not be a bad change. After all, Shippuden Sasuke was an asshole. Even assuming that he doesn't accept Orochimaru's offer and doesn't get strong enough, Itachi will still die at his hands. And if he does go to Orochimaru, then he can't possibly get worse as compared to what I remember. Sigh, leave it. There is no point in trying to speculate so much. I always expected that things might not go down as I remember. I'll just act according to what happens in the future. While Fujin, Hoka and Toru were sitting together in silence, there was another meeting happening in Hidden Leaf Village. It was between Hiruzen and the elders who were discussing how to handle this event. Chapter 198, Hiruzen's arrangements in the Hokage office. Hiruzen, Denzo, Koharu and Hamura sat. Everyone had a serious look on their face. They had been up all night ensuring that the village stays calm. Hamura said with a sigh, Itachi stopped the coup. What are you planning to announce to the village, Hiruzen? Koharu said, we will also have to build a new police force. And we have to come up with a reasonable explanation to give to the clan leaders and the council. Hiruzen replied, I have thought about it. But first. He looked at Denzo and said, I hadn't issued the mission to Itachi. So effectively right now, the route will be disbanded. The route ninjas will be placed under my command in the Anbu. This news surprised Koharu and Hamura. They looked at Denzo. They wanted to oppose but realized why Hiruzen took this step. After all, Denzo had overstepped his boundaries too much. However, they didn't want the route to be dissolved. Both looked into each other's eyes, tactically agreeing to ask Hiruzen to cut Denzo some slack. However, their short gaze didn't escape Hiruzen's eyes. Denzo began arguing, Hiruzen. However, Hiruzen cut him off right away and firmly said, no more discussion. My decision is final. You still remember who the Hokage is, right? As he spoke, his chakra began exerting pressure on the entire room. Denzo, Hamura and Koharu immediately felt an intense pressure bearing down on their old bodies. Breathing became tougher for them as they looked at Hiruzen. The Anbu who were on guard outside the room also felt an intense chakra. They looked towards the room with sweat gathering behind their masks. They didn't know what was happening in the room but their minds, which were in chaos due to the unimaginable massacre the night before, calmed down. All had the same thought, as long as we have Lord Hokage, we have no reason to worry. In the room, the elders analyzed whether they should resist Hiruzen's chakra. After all, Hiruzen hadn't displayed his full power. If they decided to, they could counter the current pressure. However, Hamura and Koharu decided against it. If they did, Hiruzen would just overpower them. Hamura and Koharu were reminded of the massive difference between their strength and authority when compared to Hiruzen. Hamura said, alright. Koharu also nodded. Hiruzen stopped exerting his chakra. The pressure in the room was slowly lifted. Hiruzen said, Sasuke Uchiha has woken up. He talked about his interaction with Itachi. Itachi claimed that he did this to test his power. We will report that to the village and the council. Though some clan leaders will realize that something is off and might even figure out the truth, I doubt they would speak of it. Everyone in the room understood that Hiruzen was speaking of Shikaku. He continued, as for the police force, establishing a new one will require a lot of work and manpower. Also, the common people were upset at how the Uchiha policed them. So I have decided to abolish it too. Instead, the Anbu will take up that responsibility. Koharu said, even with the route, the Anbu won't have a lot of manpower. Are you planning to expand the Anbu? Hiruzen nodded. In a month and a half after the flames of this event settle down, I'll recruit more Jounins into the Anbu. The Uchiha clan had the highest number of Jounins and elite Jounins. We will have to invest a lot of resources into the existing Jounins and raise them to the Jounin rank as soon as we can. Even if we don't promote them officially, we have to ensure that they have Jounin-level fighting capabilities. Hamura asked, what about the other villages? Though preventing the coup has conserved our strength, other villages may have some evil ideas as we have lost the Uchiha clan. Hiruzen replied, Hidden Sand Village is still weak and Hidden Mist Village is involved in their internal battles. They aren't in a position to do anything. The only concerns are Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Clouds Village. But, they are wary of each other. So they won't make a move. Denzo interrupted him, I disagree. Hidden Clouds Village must have already begun making plans to take advantage of us. Have you forgotten what they did after Orochimaru left? Let me keep the control en route and I will ensure that they can never start anything. Hiruzen shook his head and said, even if they do, they will only probe us. As long as we respond according to what they do, we should be fine. Besides, instead of getting greedy for our lands, they would be more concerned about a rogue S-rank ninja who could massacre the entire Uchiha clan. By the time anyone is ready to make a move, we would already have defenses in place to deter them. The group discussed and debated a lot of other issues before they began talking about the remaining Uchiha children. Hiruzen said, Itachi requested that they would be looked after properly and be integrated properly into the village so that this event never has to be repeated. He also hoped that the surviving Uchihas would be well trained. Koharu said, well, we first have to move them out of the Uchiha compound. Letting them live there will just bring back the nightmares. Hamura nodded and said, we will also have to ensure their safety. Otherwise another incident like the Hyuga one could happen. Hiruzen nodded and said, I thought about this issue. I have decided to have 4 Anbu squads keep a watch on them at all times. The elders were surprised. Koharu said, 4? 16 Anbu ninjas for just 35 children? That's a huge waste of our manpower, Hiruzen. Hiruzen replied, it is. But it's the least we can do for Itachi after what he has sacrificed for the village. Koharu immediately stopped speaking. Compared to what Itachi had done, 4 Anbu squads were really not worth mentioning. Hiruzen continued, I will move them to their old clan compound so that they won't be on the outskirts of the village and have an easier time navigating to the academy. In addition, I will employ some civilians permanently to look after them until they graduate. I'll also hire some retired ninjas to train them properly. Considering the trauma that they went through, it is likely that most of them will awaken the Sharingan. So with proper training, in 2 decades, at least half of them will become Jounins. The elders were satisfied by Hiruzen's arrangements. They ended the meeting and got to work. In Fujin's house, Teru asked, "Do you two want to continue as a team?" Hoka and Fujin were silent. After some time, Hoka said, "No. Miko completed our team with her skills with fire style and Ganjutsu. We could find someone who is good at fire jutsus, but finding someone who is also good at Ganjutsu will be very difficult." Fujin nodded in agreement. Hoka sighed and continued, "Not to mention, we will miss her if we stay in the same team. It could affect our concentration on the mission and be bad for us." Teru said, "Yeah, I had the same worry." He looked at Hoka and Fujin and said, "I was a bit skeptical of the team when you approached me, Fujin. But I joined as it seemed like a fun idea. I am glad that I agreed that day. It's unfortunate that it ended this way. Who would have imagined something like this would happen?" Fujin and Hoka sighed and nodded, "Yeah." The 3 said goodbyes. All 3 were sad. Fujin sighed, "No point in being dejected and wasting time. After all, it was my decision to not interfere. It's time to get back to training. And time to take the next step." He entered his basement to continue his training. In the afternoon, Hiruzen made an announcement. The entire blame was put on Netachi's head. His image was painted as a bloodthirsty lunatic. Following the announcement, they participated in the council meeting. 3 days after the massacre, a funeral was held for the deceased Uchiha clan members. All the Uchiha orphans had woken up and were present. All of them were crying. The entire place was filled with their cries. And with all the Uchihas dead, they didn't have any relatives to comfort them. A lot of other ninjas also showed up. Fujin, Hoka, Teru and Renjiro were also present. So were all the academy teachers. Renjiro looked very sad. Fujin observed the Uchiha orphans. Unsurprisingly, other than Sasuke, he didn't recognize anyone. After the ceremony and mourning, everyone began leaving. Only a few stayed back. Renjiro, Fujin and Hoka stood in silence in front of Miko's grave, paying their last respect to her. After some time, Renjiro broke the silence. Fujin and Hoka could feel the sadness in his voice. He said, "I never spoke about this with you. Before you, I had trained another group of academy students." Fujin and Hoka listened to his words carefully. Chapter 199, Renjiro's Past and Hoka's Conviction. Renjiro continued, "They weren't as talented as you 3. But they were very cheerful and worked hard. After 2 years of training under me, they were all promoted to Chunins. I was very proud and fond of them. Unfortunately, at the start of the Third Great Ninja War, the army they were a part of was ambushed by an elite army of Hidden Cloud's village led by the current Raikage and the Jinchuriki of Eight-Tailed Beast. The entire army was annihilated with no survivors. We never even got their dead bodies back." He stayed silent for some time. Fujin and Hoka didn't disturb him. He continued, "In the war, I was deployed on the coastline the entire time. So I never had any opportunity to seek justice for them. Even if I did, I doubt I'd be able to take revenge on a future Kage and a perfect Jinchuriki. The sorrow made me determined to never take another squad of fresh Gainans as students. Until Lord Hokage forced me to train you guys. Seeing your talent, I was convinced that as long as you 3 grew up safely, there won't be many who could kill you. At worst, you will always be able to abandon the mission and escape." He stopped talking for a minute before sighing, "However, I never imagined that my student would die in the village rather than on the battlefield." He placed his hands on Fujin's and Hoka's heads and said gently, "Ensure that you 2 stay safe and alive. Don't make me attend the funerals of all the students I trained." Fujin and Hoka said, "Yes, sensei." Renjiro had a sad smile on his face. He left, leaving Fujin and Hoka alone. Both stood in front of Miko's grave silently for some time. After a few minutes, Hoka asked, "Do you have any plans, Fujin?" Fujin shook his head and said, "No. I just plan to focus a lot on training. The next time something like this happens, I hope to have the power to make a difference." Hoka heard him. He didn't understand how Fujin could have made a difference in this matter. But he understood why Fujin wanted to become stronger. He said, "Let's both train Fujin. I want to hunt down Itachi Uchiha." His words shocked Fujin, who immediately looked at him. Though he was very serious a moment ago, he couldn't help but think, "Shit, Renjiro will lose another student." He eliminated that thought from his head and said, "He slaughtered his entire clan. I went on a mission with Miko earlier and saw how strong the Jounins in their clan were. I doubt we both together could beat one. And yet Itachi, who was only 1 year older than us, killed the entire clan." Hoka frowned. He thought and said, He let the power go into his head. As long as he doesn't keep getting stronger and we keep training, we will eventually catch up with him. Then we can make a move. Once again, Hoka surprised Fujin. This time it was the conviction with which he spoke. Fujin looked into his eyes and stared at him. However, Hoka's gaze didn't falter. Fujin smiled and said, "Yeah, eventually we will be stronger." He raised his fist and said, 3 years. Hoka was confused. Fujin continued, "I will gain the Jounin rank officially in 3 years and challenge Sensei to a fight. I know you have never managed to beat me. If you want to hunt Itachi, beat me when we meet after 3 years." This time Hoka was surprised by Fujin's confidence. Hoka smiled and bumped Fujin's fist. Both left in different directions. Fujin smiled thinking, if he stays true to the decision he made today, Hoka will get strong. Very strong. I wonder what an S rank Hyuga would be like. But regardless, chasing after Itachi is suicide. Not to mention his own prowess, there will also be Kisame or Juzo with him. And with Setsu monitoring everything, Obito too could get involved. So it's best that I don't let Hoka seek a pointless death. After all, Miko is already dead and it isn't really Itachi's fault. If anyone has to be blamed, then it would be Obito, the village elders and the Uchiha clan higher-ups. Fujin walked to his home. His little chat with Hoka motivated him to increase his training intensity significantly. He entered the basement and decided, my body is sufficiently trained to resist and endure electric shocks. It's time to train lightning transformation jutsu. Fujin clenched his fists. Immediately lightning covered his entire body. The long time that he had spent training his body with the burst jutsu helped him to generate lightning and flow it through his body without making any hand signs. Fujin took a step forward. In a blink of an eye, he reached the walls of the basement. He immediately focused chakra on his feet and exerted force on the ground to stop himself from crashing into the wall. When he stopped, the wall was only an inch from his nose. He thought, shit. If I wasn't already used to traveling at high speeds, this would have ended badly. This jutsu speed is good but it doesn't provide any control. No wonder the scroll said that the only way to move freely with this is to use obstacles like trees or rocks to change direction. And though the speed this jutsu provides is high, it isn't as fast as flickering when it comes to traveling and also takes a lot more chakra than it. However, on the plus side, in a battlefield that doesn't have a lot of space, this jutsu will be quite strong. Especially if the fight is inside a cave or if the battle situation doesn't allow me to move away long distances using flicker. Having analyzed the advantages and disadvantages of the jutsu, Fujin began training it. 6 hours later, Fujin was standing with his back to the wall. He observed all the pillars in the basement. In addition to the pillars, there were 6 mannequins in the basement. Lightning began flowing through Fujin's body. He bent at his knee slightly and disappeared from his spot. In the basement, lightning could be seen bouncing between pillars. Fujin suddenly appeared before one of the pillars. His left fist was clenched. Chakra had been concentrated on the fist. Fujin punched the mannequin. The force of Fujin's punch caused the mannequin to explode. Chunks of metal got launched across the room and crashed into the pillars and the wall. Due to the seals Fujin had inscribed on the pillars and walls, the metal pieces bounced back without damaging them. A smile could be seen on Fujin's face. He analyzed, Senjutai Jutsu style along with this jutsu is a very powerful combination. I doubt many would survive this unharmed. However, his smile faded as he concluded, unfortunately, this is the limit of this jutsu. No matter how much I try, I can't keep this jutsu on continuously. After I attack once, all the lightning flowing in my body disappears. I tried generating more lightning, but even that didn't work. It looks like this is the limitation of lightning transformation jutsu. Sigh, I thought I could match Raikage's speed aspect with this jutsu. Though it's understandable as it is only a rank D jutsu. So either Hiruzen or whoever tried to copy the Raikage only reached this level of efficiency or they are hiding what they achieved and only put a subpar version in the academy. Fujin stopped practicing and went to the meditation room. He sat in meditation to analyze whether he could modify the jutsu to ensure that it stays on for a long time as long as he continues pouring in chakra. After an hour, Fujin let out a sigh. He concluded, no. The limitation is due to the way the chakra is manipulated. If I have to go past it, I'll have to change the way chakra flows. Unfortunately, I have no experience in this. I am not sure if I could do something like this even with Winjutsus. Even if I start experimenting, I'll probably need years of experimentation until I get lucky and find the right way. It's not worth it. I will just have to stick with this until I find a more advanced version or become an expert in lightning element to create my own jutsus. Fujin decided to rest for the day. The next day, Fujin began training the electric skin jutsu. Fujin weaved the hand signs. An electric layer formed along his skin. Fujin observed. It doesn't boost me physically like the lightning transformation jutsu. But if anyone hits me, then the attacker will get zapped just like in the burst and lightning transformation jutsu. Alright, let's see how this works. He began making hand signs. Lightning style, lightning beam jutsu. A beam of lightning was released from Fujin's hands. It hit a mannequin head-on and destroyed it. Fujin analyzed, looks like the power of my jutsu has increased by almost 50%. I guess the Jashinist priest that Miko and I fought used this to increase the power of his lightning jutsu before he went on a rampage during the final clash. If I can use this without any hand signs every time before I use a lightning jutsu, it could be considered as me permanently boosting the power of my lightning jutsus. Yeah, I should do that. While I am training, I'll use this jutsu every time before using a lightning jutsu. Over time, I will be able to do this instinctively and without wasting any time. Chapter 200, Telescope Jutsu vs. Seals. Fujin was happy with the progress he was making. He decided, I should take a few months off and learn all the jutsus that I decided to learn. After all, I completed a lot of missions in the last month. Combined with my team disbanding, it shouldn't raise any eyebrows. Having made a decision, Fujin began making hand signs. Lightning style, false darkness jutsu. He stretched his arms forward. Lightning was launched from his palms. Fujin aimed it at a mannequin. However, right before the jutsu hit it, Fujin changed its direction. It barely missed the mannequin. Fujin analyzed. This jutsu's power output is much weaker than lightning beam. But, with training, I'll be able to maneuver this jutsu more freely. So in a usual battle, false darkness will be much more effective. Lightning beam, on the other hand, will be more effective when used on a stationary object, an immobilized enemy, or when I want to use it to confront an enemy's jutsu head-on. Fujin continued training false darkness jutsu until he ran out of chakra. For the next 2 days, he trained the jutsu until he could perform it seamlessly. Fujin weaved the same hand signs and performed the jutsu. He aimed the lightning at a mannequin. Right before he hit it, he changed its direction to another mannequin. He repeated it once again and changed its direction to third mannequin and scored a direct hit. Fujin smiled while breathing heavily. He concluded, shit, it isn't easy to train 2 rank B jutsus at the same time. It puts a lot of strain on my chakra reserves. Lightning jutsus use a lot more chakra than wind jutsus. Still, it looks like this jutsu is down. Though I haven't reduced the hand signs required, it's fine. Reducing or even eliminating hand signs will require months of training. I can do that slowly over a few years. Anyways, it's time to practice the next jutsu. Fujin weaved hand signs. Lightning appeared on his body. After a second, the lightning changed its shape. It began taking the shape of needles. However, suddenly they collapse. The lightning on his body dispersed as well. Fujin frowned. This jutsu is tough. He kept trying. On his 14th try, he finally managed to make the lightning on his body change shape to needles. His body had dozens of lightning needles pointing away from him. He made another hand sign. Immediately, all the lightning needles were launched. They traveled around 5 meters before dispersing into the air. Fujin sighed, this jutsu is tough. Though I guess the difficulty makes sense. After all, it isn't simple like just generating and launching lightning. The scroll said that hundreds or even thousands of small needles can be formed. And they can be launched for around 40 meters around the user. In addition, the user can also control the part of the body on which the needles are formed. This way, the user can avoid hitting allies. Fujin kept training the electric needle spread jutsu. 5 days later, Hiruzen was sitting at his desk going through the paperwork. The Uchiha massacre had increased his workload numerous times. He had to check files on every dead Uchiha ninja, classify them as dead and analyze any impact their death might have. He had been working on it for over a week. With a sigh, he closed one file and handed it to his assistant. His assistant handed him the next file. The file was titled, Uchiha Miko. Hiruzen opened and read all her data. He analyzed, she didn't have much contact outside her clan. Just her Genin squad. Renjiro should be fine. He is used to dealing with such events. He looked at his assistant and asked, Takao, have Hoka or Fujin taken any missions after the incident? Takao grabbed some files and began checking. Hiruzen looked at Miko's file again and wondered, why did Fujin leave Tomatsu's squad and form one with his teammates and classmates? Hiruzen said, also check on Tomatsu's file and see what he is doing. Takao said, yes Hokage-sama. While Takao was taking a look at the files, Hiruzen decided, I wonder how that greedy kid is doing. Hoka has his parents to look after him. So he should be fine. But Fujin is an orphan. I don't think he understands how to deal with a loss. Hiruzen looked into the crystal ball on his table and channeled his chakra into it. Soon, a picture appeared on the crystal ball. It was Fujin's house. A peculiar expression appeared on Hiruzen's face as he thought, I heard Takao say that Fujin's house was too extravagant. I now see why he said so. Even my house isn't as big as his. He focused on the crystal ball to peer into Fujin's house. However, Hiruzen was surprised. My telescope jutsu can't look into his house? Did he hire a seal master to inscribe anti-spy seals? No, I have specifically instructed every seal master to not inscribe seals that stop my jutsu. Only a few with authority like the clan leaders or strong ninjas can go around it and get those seals on their houses. So how did Fujin manage to convince a seal master to inscribe this seal on his house? Hiruzen was intrigued. A smile formed on his face. Fujin's shamelessness and his talent in wind nature manipulation had already impressed Hiruzen. So did Fujin's performance against Kaminari. He didn't expect Fujin to surprise him once again so soon. He concentrated on the crystal ball. Soon, the seals that were inscribed on his house began appearing in the crystal ball. Every seal was glowing lightly in different colors. The walls of Fujin's house began fading in darkness, only leaving the seals visible in the crystal ball. Hiruzen had a smile on his face at the start. However, soon his smile faded away. Half a minute later, shock could be seen on his face. Takao found the information and approached Hiruzen. He said, "Hokage-sama." However, he stopped talking when he noticed the shock on Hiruzen's face. The Uchiha massacre had put him on edge. Seeing Hiruzen shocked worried him. He quickly asked, "Did something happen, Hokage-sama?" Hiruzen snapped out of it and shook his head. He said, "No, everything is all right. Report what you found." Takao didn't understand why Hiruzen said no. But it wasn't his job to inquire about that. He began reporting, "Fujin and Hoka haven't taken any mission post the incident. They had created a team with Uchiha Miko and Senjutaro. Senjutaro has returned to his old team. So I believe their team has disbanded. I have some additional information regarding Fujin. Apparently, there is a record of him using Training Ground 23 every day when he wasn't out of the village on mission. But for the last 10 days, he hasn't used the training ground." Hiruzen narrowed his eyes on hearing that. He thought, I guess losing his team member did hit him hard. Unfortunately, this is a part of being a ninja. It'll be a shame if he loses his interest in being a ninja due to this. Takao continued, "As for Tomatsu, their last mission was tougher than the estimated rank B. One of their team members got injured. They seem to have taken a break after that mission." Hiruzen said, "All right. Send a messenger to Tomatsu. Ask him to visit me at the earliest." Takao replied, "I will get it done, Hokage-sama." He left the room. Hiruzen turned his attention to the crystal ball. He thought, which crazy person inscribed over 2,500 seals on his house? It's as if every seal in the library under rank A is inscribed on his house. No wonder I couldn't peer into it. Should I ask Fujin about it? He thought for a bit and concluded, no. He may get offended or on guard if he learns that I was trying to spy on him. Worse, he might accuse me of violating his right to privacy and ask for some compensation from me. I'll ask Renjiro when he gets back from the mission. Later that day, Fujin was visited by Tomatsu. Fujin was surprised. He stopped his training and greeted him. Tomatsu entered his house and said, "Hey, how have you been, Fujin?" Fujin replied, "I am alright, Tomatsu." "How is Katsumi?" Tomatsu said, "He has recovered well. We are planning to start taking missions again. I came here to see whether you are interested in returning to the team." Fujin was surprised. He thought, it hasn't been 3 months since we took a break. Did Hiruzen ask every team that is available to take missions? He looked at Tomatsu and said, "I would love to, but I have been on missions continuously for the last month and a half. So I am planning to take a few months off. I'll rejoin the team when I am ready." Tomatsu watched Fujin carefully as he spoke. He got a bit worried as he recalled his conversation with Hiruzen. Hiruzen was worried that Fujin was depressed and hence wanted Tomatsu to take him along with him on missions to distract him and revive his interest in training. Tomatsu said, "Fujin, I am aware that you might be hurt due to losing a teammate. However, the best way to deal with situations like this is by interacting with others. If you stay alone and keep thinking about it, you'll be more depressed." Fujin was confused. He thought, what the hell? He is worried about me? If so, why did he take 10 days to visit me? No, I don't think I ever told him that I formed a team with Miko and others. Tomatsu continued, "Come with us for this mission. If you still think that you need rest, you can take it after this mission." Fujin thought for a bit. But he couldn't find a reasonable excuse to say no. He agreed. Tomatsu smiled and said, "Good. Come to the mission center tomorrow morning." Fujin nodded. Tomatsu took his leave. Chapter 201, A Chakra Metal Mine. Fujin looked at Tomatsu's back as he analyzed, this definitely doesn't sound like Tomatsu. Someone must have given him the information and asked to make me go on a mission. But who? Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, it's either Renjiro or Hiruzen. Most likely the latter. Oh well. This team doesn't do missions continuously. I should still have plenty of time to train. And I can always ask for breaks when I need more time to train. Anyways, I have to give credit to Hiruzen. From the way Tamatsu spoke, it looks like he thought that I didn't train. So Hiruzen probably knows that I didn't visit the training ground recently. He probably thought that I had stopped training. Though I am a bit talented, I doubt he has the time to keep tabs on me considering the amount of work this massacre should have put on him. So it's safe to assume that he is looking for everyone who is affected and checking on everyone. Still, this should be a lesson for me. While the decision to only train lightning jutsus wasn't bad, deciding against training in the open raised some suspicion. Had I continued with my morning exercises, Hiruzen might not have paid any attention to me and left me alone. I'll have to keep this in mind when I take any action in the future. Concluding his thoughts, Fujin returned to the basement. He made hand signs. Lightning style, electric needle spread jutsu lightning appeared on his skin and immediately transformed into small needles. There were around 125 lightning needles on Fujin's body. He made another hand sign. The needles were immediately launched outwards for 20 meters. Fujin nodded, this is much better than when I started. Though the number of needles can get higher, I don't have much use for them. What I need more is to increase the distance to which these needles go. And, I also have to work on generating needles on only one part of my body. Otherwise, the chakra cost of this jutsu will be needlessly high. The next day, Fujin showed up outside the mission center. Tamatsu, Tatsumi, Ryota, Tadashi and his dog Kenta were already there. Tamatsu went in to accept the mission while others decided to catch up. Most of the conversation was centered around Katsumi recovering from the injuries. Tamatsu returned and said, I accepted a mission in the land of hot water. A noble has made some discoveries in the territory under his command. He wants us to provide protection and help with the inspection. There will likely not be any fighting, but he issued the mission as a precaution. We may have to stay there for a few weeks. Tadashi said, a relaxed mission to get us started. Nice pick, Tamatsu. Tamatsu nodded as he thought, yeah. If Fujin is distracted, then his life would be at risk if we take a difficult mission. The squad moved out and began rushing towards the hidden hot springs village. After a day and a half's travel, the squad finally reached and entered the village. As they were walking, Fujin couldn't help but notice the ridiculous number of hot spring baths in the village. Ryota noticed Fujin's gaze and chuckled. He asked, first time here? I too was surprised by the high number of hot springs in this village on my first visit. The village truly lives up to its name, haha. Fujin replied, I entered this country multiple times, but this is my first visit to this village. I did expect a high number of hot springs, but this is a bit too much. How do these shops even stay in business if so many exist? Wouldn't they keep undercutting each other's prices? Tamatsu answered, the daimyo has issued a minimum price for using the hot spring baths. Every bathhouse has to abide by it. This way they don't go into a loss. Fujin muttered, it's still too much. After all, if customers don't visit them, they will still have losses. Tamatsu nodded, yeah, many bathhouses do shut down. That said, most of the bathhouses are sponsored by rich nobles who want to have the entire bathhouse to themselves when they come here for a vacation. This is why you see so many of them. Fujin thought for a bit and said, that makes more sense. However, he couldn't help but think, a certain pervert must be visiting this village all the time. As they were talking, they reached a mansion. Tamatsu interacted with the guard and introduced himself. Soon, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were guided inside. They were led to a room where only a middle-aged man was sitting. The man saw them and quickly greeted them, welcome to the Hidden Hot Springs Village, friends from Hidden Leaf Village. Have a seat. I am Matsushita Yujuk. I issued the mission. Tamatsu nodded and sat opposite him. Yujuk looked at his servants who brought them here. The servants bowed and left them alone. When the doors were shut, Tamatsu asked, so, what is our mission? The mission statement wasn't very clear. Yujuk said, that is because I wanted to keep this mission as secretive as I could. Tamatsu became a bit serious on hearing that. The other Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were intrigued as well. Yujuk picked a map and laid it on the table in front of him. It was a map of the land of hot water. There was a small piece of land marked on the map. Yujuk said, this province is under my command. It is around 150 kilometers to the east of this village. One of my workers, who were farming, came across something interesting. I hired an expert to check and I think that we have discovered a mine. Tamatsu was very alert. This matter seemed very serious. He asked, what sort of mine is it? Yujuk answered, we will need to conduct a detailed exploration to be sure. Our preliminary exploration indicated that this mine includes rare and precious metals. Tamatsu calmed down. He thought, though precious metal mines can earn a lot of money, They won't attract too much attention. However, Yujuk said, and I suspect that the mine might have some chakra metal reserves as well. His words shocked everyone in the room. Chakra metal was extremely precious in this world. Tomatsu muttered with a grim face, why didn't you issue an S-rank mission? Yujuk said, I am not sure that it is indeed the case. We may have just gotten lucky during the preliminary exploration. So I don't want to attract a lot of attention. I have talked with our daimyo. If this mine does have chakra metal reserves, then we will give Hidden Leaf Village the mining rights. We will also give Hidden Leaf Village the first preference while selling it. So your mission consists of 2 parts. Firstly, I want your team to ensure that no bandits interfere with the mining process and that no information is leaked out. We haven't allowed the information to leak out, so unless we are very unlucky, rogue ninjas won't interfere with the process. As for the second part, I also want you to contact the Hokage secretly and ask him to send out more squads here as soon as we confirm that the mine has chakra metal reserves. Tomatsu analyzed the situation. This mission can be very risky. If the details get leaked, then we may invite a lot of trouble. But, if the mission is successful, the village will have huge profits. It would help out the village a lot. Especially after such a disastrous loss, this news can improve our morale. Tomatsu made a decision and said, alright, we will take the mission. I'll send a message to Hokage-sama. But have your exploration team work very rapidly. Yujuk nodded, yes, I'll have them work as fast as they can. They began discussing the specifics of the mission, the explorers and other factors. After the discussion was completed, Yujuk smiled and said, you must be tired from a long trip. I'll arrange dinner for you. You can rest here for the night and go for the mission tomorrow. Tomatsu smiled and said, thank you. They got up and left. After having dinner, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas gathered in a room. Tomatsu said, Ryota, write an encoded message to Hokage-sama. I'll send it to him. Write everything that was discussed with Yujuk. Ryota said, on it. He began writing on a scroll. Tomatsu said, I wanted to take an easier mission to end our break, but this one can go bad. Unfortunately, saying no isn't an option as this can help our village a lot. We will stay on our guard the entire time while protecting that area. However, if we spot enemy ninjas, be it Ogre of any other village, in numbers that we can't take on coming towards the mine, we will escape. Is that understood? Everyone nodded. Tomatsu said, good. Take a good rest tonight. We will have to be on full alert from tomorrow onwards. Everyone went to their beds to get a nap. Tomatsu stayed with Ryota until he was done. He borrowed a messenger hawk from Yujuk and sent the message to Hiruzen. The next morning, the Hidden Leaf Village group set off. Chapter 202, A Deadly Trap. Fujin and his team were running towards Yujuk's province. Since it was to the east of the Hidden Hot Springs village, it was close to the border of the Land of Frost where their squad had done their previous mission. After a couple of hours of running, they reached close to Yujuk's province. Since they were close, Tomatsu began instructing his squad. Yujuk's exploration team has already established a base. We will meet up with them and decide on a plan to continue. Katsumi, you will set up a perimeter around the entire area with your bugs. I want to know about everyone who enters and leaves the area. It will be tough, but I want you to maintain it all the time. Katsumi replied, alright. I'll get it done. Tomatsu looked at Tadashi and said, you and Kinta will keep patrolling the area. Remember every worker sent when we reach there. If later on you smell any nuisance, alert me immediately. Tadashi replied with a grin, don't worry, we got it. Right, Kenta? Kenta barked in agreement. Tomatsu nodded and said, Ryota, Fujin and I will stay on standby. If you two find something off, then you will pass on the message to us and tell us what you think will be the appropriate action to take. Everyone nodded. Tomatsu was about to say more when all the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas suddenly stopped and jumped backwards. They landed on a branch and saw dozens of kunais raining down in front of them. All 5 frowned. In the next second, 20 silhouettes appeared from behind the trees. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were surrounded. As they saw their headbands, everyone's faces grew grim. Fujin muttered, I couldn't sense them until now. They are all at Chunin and Jounin levels. Tadashi said softly, they have disguised their scent to smell similar to the trees. Fujin said, at least 30 more ninjas are forming a second perimeter. And a few more are probably still hiding. Everyone's faces grew grim. One of the ninjas who were surrounding them spoke in a teasing tone, I wonder why Hidden Leaf Village ninjas are rushing so hurriedly towards the Land of Frost. Tomatsu said, we have a mission in this country. Why have you Hidden Clouds Village ninjas encircling us? The Hidden Clouds Village ninja said, if your mission is to explore the chakra metal mine, then I have unfortunate news for you. Hidden Clouds Village has decided to take control over the mine. His words angered everyone except Fujin. Fujin's mind was busy calculating whether they could avoid a confrontation or at least ensure a safe escape. However, he noticed the other 19 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas getting ready to attack. He could feel bloodlust from some of them. The more he calculated, the more he realized how dear the situation was. In the end, he just had one thought: shit. Tomatsu quickly analyzed the situation. He didn't want to give up the mission, but success against such huge numbers was impossible. He said, "Alright. We'll withdraw." However, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas didn't move. The guy speaking had an evil smirk on his face as he said, "If we let you go, Hidden Leaf Village will send a larger squad to confront us. Unfortunately, you have to die." He immediately jumped forward to attack. The other 19 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas also attacked. In addition, a few Hidden Clouds Village ninjas kept hiding in the forest and observed the fight. Tomatsu shouted, "Stay together. Protect each other and focus on retreating." He knew that their chances of survival weren't great. He wanted to use teamwork to break through and run away. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas all attacked Hidden Leaf Village ninjas with shurikens. They had launched so many shurikens that dodging them all would be impossible. Ryota shouted, "Careful, those shurikens are charged with lightning." The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas smirked on hearing that. Despite knowing, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas wouldn't be able to dodge due to the high number of shurikens. As long as the shurikens hit them or even their weapons, their body will be paralyzed for a few seconds. Even if they barely manage to avoid the shurikens, their bodies will still feel the electric charge and slow them down momentarily. This would be enough time for Hidden Clouds Village ninjas to win the battle. Chakra gathered on Fujin's palm. He said, "Ignore them, focus on making a breakthrough." His team decided to trust him and began moving back in the direction of the Hidden Hot Springs village. The chakra on Fujin's hands transformed into the wind. A gentle breeze began flowing through the area. All the shurikens were redirected by the wind and stayed away from them. They passed the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas from a safe distance and instead moved towards the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. The smirk on Hidden Clouds Village ninjas' faces suddenly disappeared. All took evasive maneuvers. A few grabbed swords and flowed lightning chakra through them and used them to block or deflect the shurikens. Taking advantage of the small opening, Tomatsu instructed, "Tadashi, create an opening. Ryota and I will assist you. Katsumi and Fujin, focus on defense." Tadashi and Kenta stepped forward. Man-Beast Ultimate Taijutsu, Fang over Fang both began spinning around rapidly and doubled up on one of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. Ryota and Tomatsu followed him. Their goal was to stop the ninjas next to the one Tadashi targeted from interfering. As long as Tadashi injured that ninja, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas could get out of the encirclement. Fujin grabbed a sword in his right hand while thousands of bugs began appearing around Katsumi. With Tadashi leading the attack and others aiding him and protecting each other, the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas finally felt some chances of success. However, as Tadashi reached close to that ninja, he suddenly grinned. He made a hand sign while saying, "You couldn't have chosen a worse opponent to break through." Lightning style, gyroscope jutsu. His chakra suddenly spiked and 2 rings of lightning appeared around him and began spinning around him at very high speeds. Fujin's eyes widened as he sensed the immensely destructive power in those lightning rings. His chakra suddenly increased a lot. He had suppressed his chakra earlier to pretend to be a chunin. But, he is a full-fledged jounin. Unfortunately, he didn't have any time to warn. Tadashi and Kenta directly hit the lightning rings. The jutsu was so powerful that their attack was immediately stopped. Both screamed in pain as their bodies were zapped by lightning. Ryota and Tomatsu were shocked. They began moving towards Tadashi. However, they were blocked by the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas they were trying to block earlier. 2 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas attacked each of them and stalled them successfully. Fujin and Katsumi wanted to help, however, they were helpless. 4 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas weaved hand signs at the same time. Tadashi and Kenta were hit by the lightning rings. Lightning style, false darkness jutsu. 4 lightning spears were headed at them from the back. Fujin immediately shot air bullets at 3 of the incoming attacks. The air bullets pierced through the lightning spears and dispersed the jutsu. Katsumi controlled his bugs to stop the last attack. The lightning directly hit those bugs. Hundreds of bugs died, but they managed to stop the jutsu. However, despite stopping the jutsus, their situation grew grimmer. While Tadashi and Kenta were being zapped and others were stalled, 2 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas flickered next to Tadashi and Kenta. Fujin and Katsumi turned around to continue their escape. However, they were shocked. 1 Hidden Clouds Village ninja stabbed his sword through Kenta's neck in front of them. Tadashi watched in horror as Kenta whimpered and howled in pain and collapsed on the sword. After a moment of disbelief, his eyes turned red in rage. He looked at the Hidden Clouds Village ninja in front of him and shouted, "Motherfucker! I will kill you all." His body was still being zapped. However, he gritted his teeth unmoved despite the pain. He formed a claw with his right hand. His nails grew long and became very sharp. His hand transformed and looked very muscular and savage. He attacked the ninja who had formed the lightning rings that trapped him and Kanta with his claw aiming to crush his skull. Unfortunately, he was highly outmatched and his body was still slow due to the shocks he had to endure. The Hidden Clouds Village ninja moved to the side and dodged his attack with ease. He grabbed his sword and pierced Tadashi's heart in one smooth motion. Tadashi's eyes were wide open. He couldn't believe how easily he and his partner were killed. The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas wanted to help. However, they were all tied down. They didn't have any opportunity to save Tadashi. They could only watch helplessly as a teammate died in front of them. Chapter 203, Counterattack. Fujin hadn't been with this group for long. Even though he didn't like to lose a teammate here, his focus was still on escaping. His mind was rapidly calculating ways to escape from his horrible situation. However, the other three had been with Tadashi for years. Their eyes grew red in rage. Tomatsu yelled while weaving hand signs, "Since you want to kill us, I'll take as many of you with me as I can." Fire style, burning ash. He spewed a stream of chakra-infused ash from his mouth. It spread in all directions but had a small space at the center where the four Hidden Leaf Village ninjas stood. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas tried approaching but moved away immediately on seeing the flammable ash spreading in the area. A few launched lightning and water jutsus into it. However, in the next second, Tomatsu lit a fire in the ash and the entire smoke screen blew up. The explosion cancelled out every jutsu aimed at them. Two Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were just outside the range of the explosion. They were hit with stones and sticks, causing some injuries. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were preparing for another round of attack when suddenly, the fire caused by the explosion increased threefold in size and intensity and began spreading out at a rapid speed. Fujin had released an infinite breakthrough jutsu in all directions causing the fire to spread rapidly. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas weren't expecting that. All 20 ninjas were too close to perform any jutsu or run away. They were hit by the fire. The ones who were hiding in the forest quickly retreated or used defensive jutsus. Hidden Clouds Village advisor Hari, who was hidden in the forest, muttered, "They have a strong wind user. Be careful of him." The three who were with him nodded. They didn't expect the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas to hit back so fiercely. At the center, where there was no fire, Tomatsu said, "We will use the chaos caused by this fire to escape." Ryota opposed, "But Tadashi." Tomatsu cut him off. "Tadashi wouldn't want us to follow him so soon. We will live and take our revenge another day. Hokage-sama will surely create a unit to take back the mine." Ryota unwillingly nodded. Fujin said, "It won't be easy. There are at least 30 more ninjas out there. And I can feel that a few more are hiding in my chakra field." Tomatsu said, "We will give them another fire-wind combination jutsu. Hopefully, that will deter them." Fujin nodded. He thought, "I hope that will work. Unfortunately, I have a bad feeling about this. Some of the chakras I sensed are much stronger than any of us." Screams of pain could be heard as the fire burned their flesh. 8 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas couldn't endure and collapsed. They would soon be cooked inside out and meet their death. The other 12 quickly escaped from the fire and began dousing the fire burning them. Though they survived and weren't fatally injured, they wouldn't be able to fight properly anymore. They were in terrible pain from having their flesh burned. Many of their delicate organs like eyes and ears were damaged as well. The other Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were disturbed by seeing this sight. The situation changed too abruptly. 1 second they had a complete advantage, while in the next second their whole 20-man unit was defeated. Finding the exact moment, Tomatsu said, "Now." All 4 flickered instantly. They were planning to use this chaos to escape. Once they managed to get out of the encirclement, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas wouldn't want to chase them through the lands of another country. Unfortunately, Hidden Clouds Village had plenty of censors among their numbers. As soon as the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas left, one censor shouted, "They are coming here." The censors among other groups sensed them as well and began moving towards them. Though there were 30 ninjas in the second perimeter, they were spread in all directions to ensure that the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas couldn't escape. The place where the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were headed only had 6 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. The leader of that 6 ninja squad noticed them approaching. He calculated, "We only have to stall them for a few seconds. Then others will catch up and they will be in a helpless situation once again." The Hidden Leaf Village ninjas also knew about it. Tomatsu weaved hand signs rapidly. Fujin noticed his hand signs and timed his jutsu perfectly. Fire style, fire wave jutsu, wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. The jutsus combined. Extremely hot air moved rapidly towards the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. 2 ninjas stepped forward while waving hand signs. Water style, water wall jutsu. Earth style, earth wall jutsu. 2 walls appeared in front of them. The fire-wind combination jutsu easily broke through the water wall. Evaporated water formed a smoke screen in the area. However, the earth wall stood firm. The jutsu hit it and began moving around the earth wall. Though the Hidden Clouds village ninjas were barely safe behind it, they were trapped as the forest around them was burning. The Hidden Leaf village ninjas didn't mind the result. They avoided the fire and escaped in a different direction. Unfortunately, the Hidden Clouds village ninjas didn't allow them to escape so easily. 4 ropes made of lightning suddenly appeared through the fire they had caused. They moved at a rapid speed and didn't allow Hidden Leaf village ninjas to use any jutsus. They had to split up to dodge. Unfortunately, the lightning ropes also changed directions to chase them. Fujin noticed the rope coming towards him. Chakra flowed through his sword as he slashed at it. The wind element chakra flowing along his sword easily neutralized the jutsu. However, he quickly turned around and looked behind. 2 jets of water were heading at him. Katsumi once again sacrificed some of his bugs once again to stop the lightning whip. Ryota slammed his hands on the ground. A small rock shield appeared in front of him. The lightning rope hit the shield. However, instead of piercing through or damaging the shield, the lightning was directed into the ground. Lastly, Tomatsu just kept hiding behind trees until the lightning rope ran out of power. The group wanted to run away once again. Unfortunately, the remaining Hidden Clouds village ninjas had begun to catch up. Ryota was about to move towards Tomatsu. However, 2 hands appeared from the ground and grabbed his legs. He looked down as the Hidden Clouds village ninja said, "Got you." He began dragging Ryota underground. Ryota quickly made a hand sign and touched the ground. The ground suddenly became harder, trapping the Hidden Clouds village ninja underground. Soon, spears began forming underground. A few pierced into his body. The Hidden Clouds village ninja was horrified. At that instant, a lightning spear flew towards Ryota. Ryota's attention was drawn towards it. However, it was too late for him to move. Fortunately, a shield of bugs appeared in front of him to block the lightning spear. However, the lightning spear changed direction and hit the ground. Ryota's earth jutsu was dispelled and the ground softened. The Hidden Clouds village ninja, who was under the ground, quickly escaped. Katsumi and Ryota looked at the attacker, who was a woman. She was tall, fair-skinned with a curvaceous figure and had a stoic, aloof expression on her face. She has blue eyes and straight, shoulder-length blonde hair cut in an asymmetrical bob style. At the same time, Fujin and Tomatsu were attacked as well. Right after Tomatsu neutralized the lightning whip, he heard a voice behind him, "You are very good." Tomatsu quickly turned around. However, an intense light was emitted at him, blinding his eyes. Tomatsu closed his eyes and grabbed a kunai. However, instead of fighting, he flickered away. Unfortunately, his opponent was faster than him. He flickered as well and launched lightning at Tomatsu. Due to having his eyes blinded, Tomatsu couldn't observe the jutsu properly. The lightning hit his body, causing him immense pain. He barely managed to open his eyes to see another attack heading towards him. At the last moment, he snapped out of the lightning shocks and dodged C's attack. He wanted to counterattack, however, 5 more Hidden Clouds village ninjas appeared and surrounded him. He fell into a desperate struggle. Fujin too was attacked at the same time. When he dodged the lightning whip, he was the closest to the fire they had set up. 2 jets of water were heading straight at him. Fujin created and fired 2 vacuum bullets. Both hit the water jets and pierced through them. Fujin sensed they are trying to break out of the fire and join the fight. He opened his mouth and exhaled strong winds at the fire in front of him. The fire was instantly magnified and became chaotic. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas who were planning to break through were scared by the sight. Immediately an earth dome formed around them to protect them from the firestorm. Fujin was planning to take this opportunity to run away. Unfortunately, another attack was headed towards him. He turned his head to the right. His eyes widened as he saw a python made of black lightning heading towards him. He immediately flickered while cursing, "Motherfucking Darui." Chapter 204, Fighting with his full power. Right when Fujin flickered, the black lightning python also changed direction and chased after Fujin. Unfortunately, it was much faster than Fujin. Fujin thought running would be pointless. He concentrated chakra into his left palm and quickly charged it with wind chakra. He stopped moving and raised his left palm. The black lightning python quickly reached him and hit his palm. Fujin was pushed behind along the ground, but the chakra on his hand stopped most of the jutsu. However, some lightning still hit his palm and electrocuted him. Fortunately, Fujin had already trained in the lightning element. He could endure those shocks without affecting his ability to fight. Darui was surprised by Fujin's action. He thought, "This kid is impressive. We didn't plan on participating in this fight." Unfortunately, they killed 8 and injured 12 more ninjas. Boss will be very pissed at us if we let any more die. After a few seconds, the lightning python ran out of chakra and lightning and collapsed. Fujin clenched his fist to crush the lightning python in his palm. At that instant, 2 more Hidden Clouds village ninjas arrived around Fujin. Fujin could sense a dozen more getting close. one of the two ninjas appeared in front of Fujin. He swung his sword vertically, wanting to hack Fujin into two. The other ninja appeared behind Fujin, on his right side, and attacked Fujin with a sword as well. Fujin immediately punched the sword in front of him with his left fist. The chakra he had concentrated in his palm to block the lightning python still existed. And due to being zapped, his fist was charged with Darue's black lightning. At the same time, he swung the sword in his right hand to clash with the enemy's sword. Both Hidden Clouds Village ninjas timed their attacks perfectly. They clashed with Fujin at the same time. Fujin's left fist hit the sword's edge. The Hidden Clouds Village ninja grinned, expecting Fujin's fist to be split open. However, his eyes widened as he heard a cracking noise. His steel sword had cracked. In front of his eyes, he saw his sword being broken into pieces. Fujin's fist continued moving forward and punched the ninja in his stomach. The ninja's eyes popped out as he felt the full impact of a chakra and lightning-enhanced punch. The punch wrecked his internal organs and sent him flying. He spat out a lot of blood as he flew backwards and lost consciousness. At the same time, when Fujin's fist met the sword, his sword clashed with the enemy's sword behind him. Fujin's sword cut through the enemy's sword like a hot knife cuts through butter. At the same time that Fujin punched the enemy in front of him, his sword cut the enemy behind him in two. A frown formed on Darue's face as he saw another one of his subordinates die. He was waving hand signs when Fujin countered his opponents. Lightning style, Black Panther. He released black lightning in the form of a panther which reached Fujin almost instantly. Fujin had sensed Darue building up his chakra. He saw the Black Panther rush towards him. Having experienced the Black Python, Fujin didn't bother dodging. Instead, he gathered chakra in his mouth and throat. Right when the Black Panther was only a few meters away from him, Fujin opened his mouth and launched his strongest jutsu. Wind style, Vacuum Cannon Jutsu. The vacuum cannon hit the Black Panther head-on. Darue's eyes widened as he saw his jutsu being pierced through with utmost ease. The Black Panther began dissipating. Though some of it still continued towards Fujin, he dodged easily. Darue immediately moved out of the way while observing the jutsu. The vacuum cannon reached his position and continued forward, destroying every tree in its path. Darue instantly recognized Wind Vacuum Jutsu. Someone other than Denzo learned this technique in Hidden Leaf Village. And it's a strong jutsu as well. No wonder my jutsu was overpowered so easily. 6 ninjas were running towards Fujin and planning to attack him together. However, they saw the trail of destruction Fujin's jutsu left in its path and were left tongue-tied by it. They immediately stopped approaching Fujin and looked at Darue for instructions. They didn't want to be at the receiving end of such a jutsu. Darue became very serious. He said, "Leave him to me." He grabbed his giant sword and moved towards Fujin. Fujin moved as well, such that Darue and the other Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were in a straight line. Wind style, Air Bullet Jutsu. He fired a dozen air bullets at Darue. Darue dodged them with ease and attacked Fujin with his sword. Lightning could be seen flowing along his sword. Fujin attacked back with his sword. The metal swords produce a loud sound. At the same time, the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas who were behind Darue were caught off guard. They saw a dozen air bullets heading their way and scurried out of the way. However, some were still hit. Many of them had small cuts due to the bullets. The unluckiest one had a hole in his right arm. Fujin and Darue both flowed chakra through their swords. However, Fujin was surprised. He expected to have an advantage due to the wind element. However, Darue had poured a lot more chakra into his sword as compared to Fujin. So his sword stayed intact. He applied force. Though Fujin's physique was very good, Darue was much stronger than him. He was pushed back. His face became grim on realizing how outmatched he was. In an instant, a vacuum bullet formed in his mouth and was launched at Darue. Darue noticed it and immediately got out of the way and attacked Fujin once again with his sword. Fujin defended himself but was getting overpowered. He frowned. His chakra and strength are both stronger than mine. I can't engage him in head-on combat. I have to resort to short clashes and hope that one of my bullets injure him. Fujin used the force of Darue's sword to move away from him. Darue attacked even more aggressively. However, instead of countering him with his strength, Fujin began parrying his attacks and using air and vacuum bullets to attack Darue. Darue dodged them all, but Fujin had 2 goals with his attacks. He would not only aim the bullets at Darue but would also send a few towards the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas watching the fight. One of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas began cursing, "Damn kid. He is aiming to injure us all." Another said, "We should move away. He is trying to distract Darue. We will be sinners if Darue gets wounded because of us. We will disperse in different directions and surround him from a distance so that he won't be able to escape." Everyone nodded and dispersed. Darue relaxed when he saw his allies leave. He looked at Fujin and analyzed while fighting, "This kid is good. Though he is weaker than me, a single mistake could cost me my life. Darui continued attacking with his sword, but he also began using lightning jutsu. Fujin dodged or countered his jutsus with wind jutsus and both entered into a fierce fight. The other Hidden Clouds village ninjas kept an eye on the battle from a distance. While Fujin was engaged in a fierce clash, Ryota and Katsumi were dominated by Samui. Even together, they weren't a match for her. To make matters worse, other Hidden Clouds village ninjas joined the fight. Ryota and Katsumi's faces became grim. Katsumi struggled to make a decision as he fought. In a minute, both he and Ryota had numerous injuries on their bodies. He sighed and said, "Ryota, escape." Ryota was stunned. "What do you mean?" Katsumi said, "Your earth jutsus aren't of much help. I'll buy time by stalling them with my bugs and join you later." Ryota knew that there was no way for Katsumi to return alive. He wanted to argue, however, the Hidden Clouds village ninjas pressed on the attack once more. Tens of thousands of bugs appeared from Katsumi's body. He shouted, "Leave." The bugs immediately went on the attack. Ryota unwillingly decided to make a run. Knowing what fate awaited Katsumi, he didn't dare to look back. Unfortunately, while he was running, he was suddenly attacked by shurikens. He dodged immediately. Two Hidden Clouds village ninjas appeared and attacked him. Ryota moved back and slammed his hands on the ground. A bunch of spears appeared from the ground and attacked the Hidden Clouds village ninjas. However, the two ninjas used lightning jutsus to counter his move. The three entered into a fierce fight with Ryota trying his best to escape. Samui looked at the bugs and said, "They may be poisonous. Don't let them bite you. Hit him with fire and lightning jutsus." The Hidden Clouds village ninjas around her nodded and attacked from a distance. Katsumi tried his best. He used all sorts of bugs. Some were resistant to lightning, some were incredibly poisonous. He defended himself with defensive bugs while trying to use the poisonous bugs to bite the Hidden Clouds village ninjas. However, the Hidden Clouds village ninjas didn't let a single bug bite them. They bombarded Katsumi with lightning and fire jutsus along with explosive tags. Katsumi's bugs began dying by the thousands. In a couple of minutes, most of his bugs died. Katsumi watched with a grim and sad face. Like Kenta was a partner for Tadashi, his bugs were a partner for him. He sighed, "I tried a lot to escape. Unfortunately, there is no way out. I am completely surrounded. It looks like I'll be joining you soon, Tadashi." A few seconds later, a flash of lightning appeared in Katsumi's eyes. Samui appeared in front of him and cut his head off with one swing of her blade. Katsumi became the second Hidden Leaf village ninja to die here. However, despite his death, his bugs still kept attacking. Samui instructed, "Deal with the bugs. I'll help the others." She left and moved towards Ryota. Ryota was still fighting the two Hidden Clouds village ninjas. He had managed to escape a couple of times, but they caught up to him again. During the fight, one of the Hidden Clouds village ninjas landed a kick on Ryota's abdomen and sent him rolling. Ryota immediately got on his feet, however, he felt someone was behind him. He quickly turned around and was shocked to see Samui. His throat dried up. His hands began shaking. He asked in a trembling voice, "Where is Katsumi?" Samui replied in just one word, "Dead." Ryota's mind was in disbelief and rage. However, before he could do anything he felt pain in his abdomen. He looked down to see a sword piercing out of his abdomen. One of the two ninjas he was fighting took the opportunity of his distraction and stabbed his sword into his back. Ryota heard a sadistic laugh as the ninja said, "Don't worry. All your friends and family will join you soon." Suddenly, rage appeared on Ryota's face. He didn't speak a single word and just made the confrontation hand sign. Samui's eyes widened. She jumped back immediately while shouting, "Move away from him." Chapter 205, Crazy Suicide Bombers. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas were confused. In the next moment, Ryota's body exploded. The ninja who had stabbed his back didn't have any time to move. His body took the entire brunt of the explosion. The other Hidden Clouds village ninja was a bit far away. He moved a bit but he too was caught in the explosion. When the dust settled, Samui saw a very gore picture. Ryota's body was blown into pieces. The ninja that stabbed him had no flesh on the front side of his body. His face, chest, abdomen and other parts were completely exposed. He fell down dead. The last Hidden Clouds village ninja was crying in pain. His body was on fire. Samui immediately doused the fire and began helping him. At the same time, she was shocked at how decisive Ryota was. Ryota knew that despite Katsumi buying him some time, escape would be very difficult. He recalled Fujin saying that there were more than 30 ninjas still encircling them. And all of them were at least as strong as Ryota himself was. So in the time between him leaving Katsumi behind and the two Hidden Clouds village ninjas attacking him, Ryota had stuck 20 explosive tags on various parts of his body and on the inside part of his clothes. When he saw Samui, he knew that his death was inevitable. So he decided to die in a way that would hurt his killers the most. If he knew that his last move killed the Chunin from Hidden Clouds Village and ended the career of another Hidden Clouds Village Chunin, he'd probably smile. As Samyu applied some first aid to the injured ninja, her face was very grim. She thought, we had planned to kill the Hidden Leaf Village squad while taking no casualties. At most, we concluded that some might take a few minor injuries. However, 8 of our ninjas died in the initial counterattack while 12 got injured. Now one more is dead and another is critically injured. I hope that the remaining 2 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas don't manage to kill anyone. Soon, another Hidden Clouds Village ninja arrived on the spot. He was shocked to see the gore. Before he could say anything, Samyu instructed, apply first aid to him. I'll send a medical ninja over here to help you. The ninja nodded and got to work. Samyu left to ensure that the remaining 2 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas don't mess up anything. Fujin and Darue were still in a fierce fight. Darue was much stronger than Fujin, however, Fujin had managed to fight back without getting injured. In fact, he had made more killer attacks during their fight than Darue. As he fought while multitasking, a smile appeared on his face. Fujin had never been a fan of taking risks. He always chose the easy way out and won his battles efficiently. So he had never experienced such a battle. A battle where one wrong move would end his life. Where one misstep could maim him. Between the second and the third phases of the Chunin exam, Renjiro tried to simulate such an experience for Fujin. However, Fujin always knew that his life wasn't in danger against Renjiro. So he viewed it more as a pain in the ass rather than experiencing any thrill. However, in this deadly fight, all his senses worked beyond what Fujin had ever experienced. Every single move he made was flawless. The battle made his blood boil in excitement. His movements kept improving as the fight moved on. Fujin felt that he was getting faster and faster. However, it was just his body moving more efficiently. Fujin was surprised. I expected to hate the situation I am in. I never expected that I would instead find it enjoyable. Darue was surprised when he saw the smile on Fujin's face. He had seen such a smile very few times in his life. He sighed in his mind, another battle freak. Great. The smile reminded Darue of a few people who he had seen in his life who loved to fight without caring about anything else. Instead of fear, they would fight like a maniac. One of those few people was the current leader of Hidden Clouds Village. Despite being weaker in strength, Fujin managed to hold on against Darue without getting a single injury. However, though he had a smile on his face, he didn't lose himself in the battle. He analyzed, my chakra reserves are almost empty. I only have a little more than a quarter. I won't last much longer in such an intense battle. Unfortunately, despite performing well, Fujin never found any opportunity to escape from Darue. Fujin's chakra field was active as he analyzed, I need to find a way to get rid of the ninjas watching the fight. If I try to escape, they will attack and I'll be pincered between Darue and whoever attacks. It'll only result in me dying faster. Just like Fujin, Tomatsu was also engaged in fierce fighting. He was completely outmatched by his enemies as well. However, while Fujin managed to ensure that he didn't get injured and kept the other Hidden Clouds Village ninjas at bay, Tomatsu was ganged up on by 7 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas in addition to C. Injuries piled on his body. He had lost his left eye. His right arm was completely burnt from intense lightning shocks. Over 100 small cuts were visible on his body. He was pretty much on his last legs. Tomatsu looked at the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas and realized, this is the end for me. But, if I am going to die, I'll take at least a few of them with me. He began making hand signs. However, at the next moment, a kick landed on his abdomen. He was sent flying away. He flipped in the air and managed to land on his feet. The kick disrupted his hand signs. However, he landed a few meters away from every Hidden Clouds Village ninja. Realizing the opportunity, he immediately flickered away. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas followed him in a hurry. And a chase began. Unfortunately for Tomatsu, he was very exhausted and injured. His speed was much lesser as compared to Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. He took out a giant shuriken and threw it at Tomatsu. Due to his tiredness, Tomatsu didn't notice it. He stepped on a branch and jumped aiming to get away. Just when he jumped, the shuriken hit his left thigh and cut clean through it. Tomatsu felt the pain and looked down at his left leg in horror. He lost his footing and crashed down. As he fell down, he saw Fujin and Darue fighting in front of his eyes. Both Fujin and Darue also saw him and were surprised. They stopped fighting for a moment. Fujin immediately flickered and appeared next to Tomatsu. Unfortunately, he had already lost consciousness. Soon, C and the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas with him also arrived. Samyu as well appeared next to Darue at this moment. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas were surprised to see that Fujin was unharmed. Fujin's expression became grim. His already bad situation had taken a turn for the worse. He thought, shit. Darue was already out of my league. And I am sure that C and Sammy are both stronger than me. Not to mention the 15 others that are along with these three. Now, what the fuck should I do? Fujin's brain calculated all possible options at the speed of light. Fortunately for him, Hidden Cloud's village ninjas didn't attack him right away. C asked Darue, how is he still alive? Darue shrugged and said, the kid is strong. I couldn't injure him. The Hidden Cloud's village ninjas who just arrived were surprised. Darue was very reputed in the Land of Lightning. The fact that a kid much younger than him could last so long was shocking. C observed Fujin, who was crouching down next to Tomatsu while observing all the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas. C shook his head and said, the kid has almost exhausted his chakra. Let's fini. However, Darue interrupted by asking, what is your name? Fujin looked at him but didn't answer. Darue didn't mind that and continued, you have exhausted most of your chakra. Though you are still unharmed, if you fight, your death is the only possibility. Surrender now. In the future, your Hokage could make a deal with the Raikage to get you back. Fujin didn't reply. He thought, though his words are honest, becoming a prisoner would be the stupidest move. I'll have no control if Hidden Cloud's village decides to torture, maim or kill me. Not to mention, hoping for Hiruzen to rescue me would be beyond stupid. That old fox might show that he is a very emotional person, but there are layers of deception hidden under his thick skin. Seeing that Fujin didn't respond, C said, since you don't want to surrender, you'll have to. However, as he spoke, Fujin's frown disappeared. Instead, a smirk appeared on Fujin's face. Soon, that smirk turned into a wide grin. The Hidden Cloud's village ninjas were surprised. One of them asked, did he lose his mind? For the first time, Fujin spoke, you know, I was always very afraid of risking my life. I always decided to take the easier way out and do my job efficiently. However, fighting you has made me experience a thrill that I never imagined. Darue, though you may not have heard of me, I have heard of you. Doesn't the Raikage think of you as his second right hand? Fujin's grin grew wider. It grew so wide that it looked as though his face might split into two. His grin creeped out some of the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas surrounding him. Fujin continued, though I will die, taking down 18 Hidden Cloud's village ninjas including the Raikage's right hand with me would make me a hero in Hidden Leaf Village. Ha 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 ha. Samyu's eyes widened on hearing that. She had already seen a crazy Hidden Leaf Village ninja. However, before she could act, the seals on Fujin's bracers lit. In the blink of an eye, 400 explosive tags appeared around Fujin and formed a sphere around him. They completely blocked Fujin from the line of sight of the Hidden Cloud's village ninjas. However, they could still hear Fujin's laughter. The Hidden Cloud's village ninjas immediately became grim. They decided to move away. However, even before they could move, a breeze flew from inside the sphere made of explosive tags. The winds made the explosive paper tags spread throughout the area. Hidden Cloud's village ninjas were horrified to see hundreds of explosive tags heading towards them. Chapter 206, Schemes and Hidden Dangers. The Hidden Cloud's village ninjas were horrified at the sight of hundreds of explosive tags coming at them. Many Hidden Cloud's village ninjas began running away. A few escaped underground. Darue, C, Samyu and another Jounin had grim faces. They immediately made hand signs and cast a lightning net in front of them. A few explosive tags hit the lightning net and were disabled. However, soon the explosive tags began exploding just before touching the lightning net. The lightning net was damaged by the explosion. The Hidden Cloud's village Jounins increased the amount of chakra they poured into the lightning net to repair it and make it hold on. However, the number of explosive tags was too high. The lightning net was soon ripped apart. The Hidden Cloud's village ninjas immediately escaped into the ground. As soon as they did, the explosions covered the entire place. A loud sound could be heard for miles around the spot where the explosion occurred. Trees, branches and stones were sent flying by the explosion. A smoke screen of dust, soil and smoke spread for hundreds of meters. A massive fire lit up and spread through the forest at a rapid speed. The smoke rays due to the forest fire could be seen from all the nearby villages. After a couple of minutes of the explosion, a head popped out of the ground. It was Darue. Soon, C, Samyu and the other Jounin appeared out of the ground. All their faces had been covered in dust. Soon, 8 more Hidden Cloud's village ninjas also crawled out of the ground or ran back towards where Darue was. C couldn't help but mutter, what a crazy guy. Who carries so many explosive tags with them? The other Hidden Cloud's village ninjas were cursing Fujin too. Darue looked at C and said, sense the position of others. C nodded and began sensing. He led the other Hidden Cloud's village ninjas to where the missing Hidden Cloud's village ninjas were and began treating them one by one. Meanwhile, Darue and Samyu began checking what happened to Fujin. Samyu said, I should have warned you. Another one of them killed himself the same way. Darue said, It's not your fault. There was barely any time. Besides, considering the number of explosive tags he had, we can say that he always planned to die in this way. They arrived at the spot where Fujin and Tomatsu were before the explosion went off. They didn't find anything interesting at first. However, soon a shock appeared on their face. Samu said, "There is nothing here." Darue nodded, "Yeah, even though the explosions were powerful, at least their blood and bones should have remained here." Samu said, "This means that he escaped." "No, they escaped." Anger formed on Samu's face. Hidden Cloud's village had taken a lot of casualties in this confrontation. By comparison, Hidden Leaf village only lost 3 ninjas. Soon, a man arrived at their location along with 7 ninjas. He was Hari. He had watched the fight between Fujin and Darue but had to escape in a hurry when he saw the explosive tags. Hari asked, "Who was that lunatic brat?" Darue replied, "He never told his name." Hari asked, "Is he dead?" Darue said, "Most likely not. He was standing here before the explosives went off but there are no signs of blood or remains. He probably escaped just before the explosions went off." Hari frowned. He analyzed for a minute before saying, "When we saw those explosive tags, it attracted all our attention. He must have flickered right before the tags exploded. And he carried the other Hidden Leaf village ninja with him." Samu said, "We need to hunt him. I'll form a squad and go after him." However, Hari shook his head and said, "No, it's already been around 5 minutes since the explosive tags exploded. He should have escaped a long distance." Samu countered, "His chakra was depleted and he is carrying an injured ninja with him." Hari replied, "It's fine. Though I didn't expect us to have such a heavy loss, the goal of this mission is to see what action Hidden Leaf village takes after knowing that we took a mine that should have been under their control. I plan to leak the information later, but this is fine too. That youngster will report what happened here to the Hokage and do that task for me. For now, assist C in saving and healing all the injured ninjas." Darue and Samu nodded and began helping C. After a few hours, they healed all the injured ninjas and tallied their losses. In all, 14 ninjas died during the fighting, 3 were critically injured and wouldn't be able to continue being a ninja and 13 were lightly injured. All the dead and critically injured ninjas were of the Chunin rank. Hari sighed on knowing the losses as he realized, "My plan was to cause losses to Hidden Leaf village and see their reaction to it. However, on the first step of my plan, we faced a setback. Now there will be voices of opposition in Hidden Cloud's village on starting a war with Hidden Leaf village. After all, just a small clash caused us so many losses. Everyone will be worried about how many losses we will suffer when we face the full might of Hidden Leaf village. Still, Lord Raikage should be able to push forward for war if he wishes to." Far away from the Hidden Clouds village ninjas who were healing their wounds, Fujin was running across the land of hot springs. In his hand, he was holding Tomatsu. The wound on his left thigh was cauterized and bandaged while the other wounds were just bandaged so that blood won't fall from his wounds. A few hours ago, when Fujin was surrounded by 400 explosive tags, he exhaled a gentle wind that guided all the explosive tags towards the Hidden Clouds village ninjas. At the same time, he created a wind clone to control the explosive tags and grabbed Tomatsu by the back of his neck and used wind instantaneous body jutsu to flicker a long distance away. He repeated the jutsu a few times to end up miles away from the spot of the explosion. He turned around to see the massive smoke rising into the skies from that spot as he thought, "I have 1 spiked shield and 1 normal shield in my forearm bracers. In addition, I have put both my swords in there as well. But I couldn't come up with any good ideas on what to store in the remaining 4 seals. Luckily I filled them up with explosive tags just in case I needed them. I still have 200 more tags. If they chase after me, I'll use them to scare those Hidden Clouds village ninjas off. But first..." He took out a bottle and put a few soldier pills in his mouth. He made a hand sign and a shadow clone appeared next to him. He picked up Tomatsu and all 3 began escaping again. As they were running, the shadow clone burned the wound on his left leg so that the bleeding would stop. He also applied some bandages to his smaller wounds. Fujin ran, flickered, and used wind and earth instantaneous body jutsus for over an hour before taking a break. He was very exhausted. His clone bandaged Tomatsu properly and dispelled itself. Fujin looked at the unconscious Tomatsu as he thought, "I had initially thought of escaping by myself. Carrying him is a big burden. But, the last time Hidden Clouds village did a foul play, Hiruzen sacrificed Hisashi to avoid a war. If Hidden Clouds village cried foul again and Hiruzen decided to compromise once more, I would have been the one to be sacrificed if I returned alone." A frown appeared on Fujin's face. During the escape, this thought troubled him a lot. He analyzed, "The thought of going rogue has appeared in my mind several times in the last hour. But, though I am strong, without Hidden Leaf village's resources and library, my future path will be highly restricted if I go rogue. Not to mention, I might be hunted by both Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Clouds Village. And if by chance I survive and get stronger, Akatsuki might show up asking me to join them. Sigh, what a mess. His eyes wandered towards Tomatsu. He has lost his left leg. So his career as a ninja is pretty much over. If Hiruzen decides to sacrifice someone, sacrificing him would make much more sense than sacrificing a promising youngster. The only issue with this line of thought is that Tomatsu is from the Sarutobi clan. If Hiruzen has a soft spot for his clan and isn't willing to sacrifice them, my head will be on the chopping block. Fujin sat in meditation as he decided on his next actions. After a few minutes, he opened his eyes and decided, I will go back to Hidden Leaf Village. Despite losing the Uchiha clan, Hidden Leaf Village's strength should be stronger than 4 or 5 years ago. So it's unlikely that Hiruzen will take the same step. Even if he decides to compromise, he will first offer the Chakra Metal Mine to Hidden Clouds Village. And that should be more precious than the head of any ninja. Also, I doubt Hidden Clouds Village would want the head of a young ninja over a Chakra Metal Mine. However, if Hiruzen does decide to put up the same question in front of me as Hizashi, I'll act sad but determined and ask for some time and escape from Hidden Leaf Village during that time. Though it will be very risky, the alternative isn't risk-free either. Having rested, Fujin stood up and looked at the sky while thinking, Hiruzen, you better not disappoint me this time. He picked up Tomatsu and began his journey once more. He had figured that the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas weren't chasing him or were too slow. So he moved at a consistent speed to ensure that his body doesn't get tired once again. He moved for hours and finally sighed in relief as he stepped into the land of fire. Chapter 207, A Demand for Fujin's Head. It was a normal boring day for Yamanaka Hiroto. He had just finished patrolling and was wasting his time in the patrol camp while chatting with Hyuga-jun. However, he suddenly stopped and spread his chakra field. It spread for 500 meters but he couldn't sense anything. Hyuga-jun asked, did you sense something? Yamanaka Hiroto replied, I can't sense anyone. But someone just sensed our camp. Check with your Byakugan. Jun immediately activated his Byakugan. Hiroto asked, who is it? A frown formed on Jun's face as he replied, it's one of our ninjas. And he is carrying another who is very injured. He is around 1 kilometer to the east. Fujin had roughly memorized the locations of patrol camps from his previous missions. After arriving in the vicinity, he spread his chakra field to sense any ninjas in the vicinity. On sensing 7 ninjas in one place, Fujin flickered towards them. In a minute, he appeared before Hiroto and Jun. Hiroto quickly said, identify yourself. Fujin replied, Suzuki Fujin. You can ask questions later. My teammate got very injured during the mission. Do you have a medic? Jun nodded and said, alright, follow me. He quickly led Fujin into the camp and knocked on a door. He said, Imeko, we have a very injured person. Come quickly. Imeko immediately opened the door. She was the medical ninja in the camp. She was surprised when she saw Tomatsu's condition. She quickly laid him on a bed and began healing him. While Imeko treated Tomatsu, Jun and Hiroto interrogated Fujin. They were suspicious of Fujin because Fujin didn't have a single injury on him despite his teammate being so injured. He asked for Fujin's ID number and other standard questions to confirm that Fujin was indeed a ninja from Hidden Leaf Village. Finally, he asked, where is your remaining team? Fujin put up a sad face and said, they are all dead. Hiroto had expected such a result. He thought, I guess that he is safe because of the sacrifices of his teammates. He sighed and patted Fujin's shoulder and said, it's fine. Sometimes missions go wrong. Fujin nodded. Imeko took around 20 minutes to heal Tomatsu. She left her room and approached Fujin and asked, are you injured as well? Fujin shook his head, no, I am fine. Imeko nodded and left to keep an eye on Tomatsu. After an hour, Tomatsu gained consciousness. He quickly got up and sat up straight. However, his injuries made him grunt in pain. He looked around himself and was surprised that he was still alive. Imeko stopped him from moving much and quickly asked him how he was feeling. Tomatsu answered her questions. When he was done, he asked, how did I get here? And where are my teammates? The medical ninja sighed and said, your teammate Fujin brought you here. I'll call him. She left the room to call Fujin. However, she was impressed by Tomatsu. Despite losing his left leg, his first thought was the well-being of his team. Meanwhile, Tomatsu was surprised that Fujin was able to escape along with him. However, recalling Tadashi and imagining the fates of Ryota and Katsumi, tears began rolling down his cheeks. He quickly wiped them off thinking, I shouldn't appear weak in front of Fujin. I'll have lots of time to grieve for them later. Soon, Fujin arrived in the room where Tomatsu was resting. He could see the wetness in Tomatsu's eyes due to the tears he was holding back. Tomatsu looked at Fujin and said, I am glad that you are safe, Fujin. Fujin nodded and looked at his cut leg. He asked, how are you? Tomatsu saw his sight and said sorrowfully, I'll be fine. After half a minute of silence, he asked, "Do you know what happened to Katsumi and Ryota?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "No. I didn't see either of them after we split up. I only saw you and managed to barely escape." Tomatsu was shivering on hearing Fujin's answer. With the last ray of hope, he asked, "You are a sensor. Did you sense them?" Fujin sighed and replied, "No. I was attacked by a ninja called Darui. He was much stronger than me. We flickered many times during the fight and were a long distance away from where we were ambushed. So I couldn't sense them." Tomatsu sighed and stayed silent for a few minutes. No one spoke. Finally, the sorrowful expression disappeared from Tomatsu's face and instead, he looked determined. He asked, "Fujin, how long have I been unconscious?" Fujin was surprised to see the sudden change in attitude. He answered, "Around 10 hours. I reached this camp around an hour ago." Tomatsu looked at his leg and said, "I'll be a burden if I come along with you. Fujin, run towards Hidden Leaf Village as fast as you can and inform Lord Hokage what happened." He looked at Fujin and said with determination, "This is a very important mission for our village, Fujin. I'll leave it in your hands." Fujin realized, "I see. He wants revenge." That said, knowing Hiruzen, it's highly unlikely that he will choose violence. Unfortunately, those three won't ever get justice. Though I guess, we already had our revenge as at least 9 of them are dead. Fujin said, "All right. I'll go quickly. You take care of yourself, Tomatsu." Tomatsu nodded and said, "Don't worry about me. I'll be fine." Fujin could see that despite his determined expression, Tomatsu was having a hard time controlling his sorrow. He was holding back just to not demoralize Fujin. Fujin immediately left. A few minutes later, Tomatsu broke down in tears. Fujin rapidly moved across the land of fire. On the way, he couldn't help but sigh. Poor guy was trying so hard to control his tears. I wonder how many such instances occur daily in this world. How many squads meet their end due to a mission going wrong? I kinda had it lucky so far. Unfortunately, it looks like my luck ran out today. I need better means to escape from such situations. This time I was lucky that Tomatsu crashed into my battlefield and Darui decided to not finish me off immediately and instead gave me the option to surrender. I didn't even have a chance to escape until then. I don't want to depend on luck next time as not everyone will be merciful like Darui." While moving, Fujin analyzed the options available to him. The first jutsu that came to his mind was obviously the Flying Thunder God. However, he rejected it. "No, Hiruzen say that I'll have to be a grandmaster at Fuinjutsu before being allowed to learn it. Right now I could barely even be considered a master. Becoming grandmaster will require a lot more time. Not to mention, I'll need the Jounin rank to be able to access the seals kept in section of the library." Fujin analyzed more but couldn't think of any idea other than the one he had at the back of his mind. Fujin sighed, "I guess that's the only available option. Unfortunately, even that is very risky. I still need some time to be ready for it. That said, if Hiruzen decides against my well-being, I should take that risk. It might allow me to escape from Hidden Leaf Village very easily." While Fujin was moving at full speed through the forests in the Land of Fire, a message was sent back to Hidden Cloud's village to the 4th Raikage. The coded scroll was decoded and the translated message was sent to. I opened the scroll and began reading. Soon, anger appeared on his face. He raised his arm and smashed his table into 2 while yelling, "What the hell are these guys doing?" Mabui had seen A do such acts hundreds of times. She wasn't affected and calmly asked, "What happened, Lord Raikage?" A handed her the scroll and said in disappointment, "They ambushed 5 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas with 58 ninjas and still lost 13 ninjas and had many more injured. Not to mention, they still let 2 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas escape." Mabui was surprised by what A said. She wondered, which strong squad did they encounter to have such losses? She quickly checked the scroll to see who the Hidden Leaf Village ninjas were. She was surprised once again. She asked in confusion, "Who is Tomatsu?" A looked at her and said, "It's your job to tell me." She felt awkward hearing A's reply. She stopped reading the scroll, handed it back to A and quickly excused herself and checked their records. Mabui returned after a few minutes and said, "Tomatsu is an elite chunin in Hidden Leaf Village. He was promoted to the chunin rank after the 3rd Great Ninja War. But, his record isn't stellar enough to produce such a result." A said, "It wasn't his doing." Hari said that a young ninja was able to hold his own against Darui and is an expert in wind manipulation. He was the main reason for the casualties. Find who this brat is as they didn't know his identity. Mabui thought for a bit and said, "In the Chunin exam that happened before the last one in Hidden Leaf Village, the champion was an orphan who specialized in wind manipulation. It was when the Hidden Mist Village rebels had participated in the Chunin exam. Other than him, I haven't heard of any young ninja who specializes in wind manipulation from Hidden Leaf Village." A thought for a bit and instructed, "Find his name and pass it to the negotiators." Send the negotiators that we have prepared to Hidden Leaf Village and ask for heads of Tomatsu and that brat. Also, send a message to Darui and call him, see and Samu back. And, don't let this news leak." Mabui nodded and left the office. Chapter 208, Countering Schemes with Schemes. A frown formed on Raikage's face as he analyzed, such losses would increase opposition to starting a new war. If those oppositions delay us, then we will lose this window of opportunity. The best way to regain the morale is to make Hiruzen hand over those two ninjas. It'll show how weak Hidden Leaf Village is to everyone. I managed to make him cower the last time. I'll do it once again. Mabui did her job efficiently. She handed the leader of negotiators a letter from Raikage. Within an hour, a group of negotiators left Hidden Clouds Village along with an escort group. They would first stop at the chakra metal mine where the conflict happened to confirm the report they sent back and then send the Raikage's letter to Hidden Leaf Village to set up a meeting and place their demands. It was nighttime when the negotiators left Hidden Clouds Village. Their group had a few civilians, so the group moved much slower as compared to a ninja squad. Meanwhile, Raikage began preparing his army in Hidden Clouds Village so that they could move at a moment's notice. Fujin was unaware that his fears had partially come true. He traveled the entire night and reached Hidden Leaf Village at 7 in the morning. As soon as he entered Hidden Leaf Village, Fujin maintained a sad expression on his face. He immediately went to the Hokage's building and went to Hiruzen's office. He knocked on the door. Hiruzen heard and said, "Come in." Fujin entered. He saw a lot of papers and files on Hiruzen's table. Takao was present as well and was arranging them. In addition, 4 Anbu ninjas were hiding in the room. Hiruzen was surprised to see Fujin so soon. He had talked with Renjiro the day before and was surprised to learn that all the seals on Fujin's house were inscribed by Fujin himself. While he was happy to know how talented Fujin was, he couldn't help but think about what he had told Fujin when Fujin had asked for the Flying Thunder God Jutsu. He thought, Tomatsu's message said that the mission might take weeks. Why is he here so soon? Did the mission go wrong? Or did he want to send a secret message? He asked, "Did something happen, Fujin? Close the door and tell me." Fujin closed the door and began reporting. He began speaking slowly in a sad voice and watery eyes. "Grandpa, we were ambushed during our mission. Inuzuka Tadashi and his ninja dog Kenta were killed. Aburame Katsumi and Hatake Ryota are missing. Squad leader Saratobi Tomatsu was injured and lost his left leg." Hiruzen and Takao immediately became very serious, though for different reasons. Takao had been on edge due to the Uchiha massacre. Meanwhile, Hiruzen knew about the real nature of the mission. Hiruzen calmly said, "Fujin, stay calm and tell me everything properly. Don't miss a single detail." Fujin took a deep breath and said, "Our mission was to the land of hot water. It was issued by Matsushita Yuzuki, a noble from that country. He said that he had discovered a mine in his territory and suspected that it was a chakra metal mine." Takao and the Anbu in the room were shocked to hear that. A chakra metal mine could very well cause a war. Fujin continued, "We moved quickly towards the area that Yuzuki had marked. However, when we reached very close to it, we were ambushed by more than 50 Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. They first encircled us with 20 ninjas. Another 30 ninjas stayed a bit away to form a second ring of encirclement. A few more ninjas were hiding their chakras. I am not sure how many, but there were at least 3. All were at Chunin or Jounin ranks." Everyone was surprised on hearing it. They couldn't help but wonder how Fujin made it out alive. Fujin continued, "When we tried to escape the first encirclement, they killed Tadashi and Kenta. However, they got too aggressive and were hit by Tomatsu and my fire-wind combination jutsu. 8 of them died while the other 12 were injured. We tried to escape once again but were intercepted once again and forced to split up. I am not sure what happened with Ryota and Katsumi after that. I was attacked by Darui." The group's eyes widened once again hearing Darui's name. Hiruzen thought, "That's the kid A and his father trained personally. Though he isn't as reputed as Kakashi, he is the leader of their young generation." Fujin continued, "A few more Hidden Clouds Village ninjas attacked me along with him, but I managed to kill one, fatally injure another and keep the rest at bay and entered a deadlock against Darui. I tried defeating him, but he was very strong. He dodged all attacks and didn't give me any opportunity to escape. After a few minutes, Tomatsu entered our battlefield and collapsed unconscious. Darui stopped fighting while I checked on Tomatsu. However, I was surrounded by 18 ninjas. They lowered their guards since I was probably the only one left. So I used a few hundred explosive tags to buy some time and escaped while carrying Tomatsu with me. I am not sure if the explosions caused any casualties, but I didn't sense anyone chasing after me. Right now, Tomatsu is being treated in a patrol camp. He asked me to rush to the village to pass all the information to you." Hiruzen and others were shocked by what Fujin had done during this mission. Hiruzen analyzed. Surviving a fight against Darui at his age without any visible injuries is very impressive. Not to mention being able to escape after being surrounded by 18 ninjas. The others too had similar thoughts. Fujin saw the expressions of Hiruzen and Takao and was satisfied with their expressions. He had intentionally told how impressive he had been and how much potential he had. This way Hiruzen would be very reluctant to sacrifice him. Hiruzen asked Fujin more questions. Fujin answered them all. He took every opportunity to mention his achievements without exaggerating them or coming on as a show-off. He also intentionally called Hiruzen Grandpa to evoke whatever emotions Hiruzen had. After getting all the data, Hiruzen said, "It's unfortunate what happened to your squad. But you have done a good job. Saving one teammate and coming back alive in such a hopeless situation is very good. For now, go back and get some rest. And don't take any new missions. I might call you back after some time." Fujin nodded and said, "All right, Grandpa. I'll take my leave." He left the office. He left towards his home while thinking, "I did all I could think of. I hope that the worst-case scenario doesn't occur." After Fujin left, Hiruzen began staring at the map in front of him. Takao said, "Lord Hokage." However, Hiruzen said, "Keep the files and paperwork related to the Uchiha clan away for now." Takao thought, "That's not what I wanted to talk about." However, he realized that Hiruzen didn't want to be disturbed. So he moved all the paperwork and files away from his desk. Hiruzen observed the map while analyzing the situation. He analyzed, on the surface, it looks like Hidden Cloud's village found this mine and wanted to mine it secretly. Fujin and his team were just unlucky to have taken this mission. But, knowing Hidden Cloud's village's actions after Minato's death, I doubt it is so simple. Be it the Hyuga incident or their prisoners showing up as bandits, both were completely unprovoked aggression towards Hidden Leaf village. So is A scheming once again? He kept analyzing, why did Hidden Cloud's village send over 15 ninjas for a simple ambush? Just Darui's squad could have easily defeated them. Even assuming that they set a perimeter around the mine, Tomatsu's group should have been better at sensing. They wouldn't be ambushed if it was unanticipated. Suddenly, an idea entered Hiruzen's. He analyzed it to see how viable it was. After calculating, he let out a long sigh. "I see. That's why Darui was present. They aren't there to guard the mine. But, he is leading the vanguard army. There should be a lot more ninjas assembled at the mine. I guess they didn't anticipate Fujin to be able to bring back the news." No, he said that no one chased him. So though they didn't anticipate such a fight back from him, they wanted him to deliver the news back to me. They want to see my reaction. Hiruzen began putting the pieces together. If their plan was to test my response, they would first need to cause Hidden Leaf village losses. Yujuk should be working with them. I doubt the entire land of Hotwater will be involved as they have suffered a lot due to Hidden Cloud's village. So it is probably just him. Either Hidden Cloud's village threatened him or he has ambitions of his own. After Tomatsu's squad died, Yujuk would have sent us more mission requests and baited more ninjas to their death. Hidden Cloud's village would then threaten me and see my response. Now their plans will be disrupted. If I am right, I will now send a negotiator to Hidden Leaf village asking me to compensate them for the loss and perhaps ask for Tomatsu and Fujin as well. Hiruzen's face kept getting more and more ugly as he unraveled Hidden Cloud's village's plan. He snorted, "The Hyuga incident worked in your favor because I never anticipated such a disgusting act. Do you think that such a scheme will work against Hidden Leaf village again?" Hiruzen said, "All of you, summon 7 Anbu squads along with another 3 Anbu squads made of former root ninjas and return here quickly. Takao, bring Kakashi here." The 4 Anbu ninjas hiding in his office flickered and got to work. Takao nodded and left the office as well. Hiruzen grabbed a scroll and began writing in it. After writing the message, he closed the scroll and sealed it. He weaved hand signs and slammed his hand on the desk. A monkey appeared in front of him. Hiruzen handed him the scroll and said, "Deliver this scroll as soon as you can. Preferably do it today." The monkey took the scroll and checked it. He said in a childish voice, "Got it." He disappeared in smoke along with the scroll. Soon, 13 Anbu ninjas showed up in Hiruzen's office. One of them hid back in the room. Hiruzen passed a scroll to them and said, "In the land of Hotwater, there is a noble called Matsushita Yujuk. His details are in the scroll. Kill him and everyone with him. Burn every document in his mansion and don't leave any evidence behind. Preferably use lightning jutsus to destroy some property before escaping." One of the Anbu ninjas accepted the scroll. Hiruzen passed them more instructions. They took their leave. Soon, another group of Anbu arrived. This time, there were 31 ninjas. 12 of them were formerly en route. Hiruzen assigned another mission to them. After understanding the assignment, they left the office as well. Finally, Kakashi and Takao arrived at the office. Kakashi was just dismissed from the Anbu by Hiruzen a few days ago. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi and said seriously, Kakashi, I'll provide you with 200 ninjas. I want you to lead them towards the border with the Land of Hot Water. You have two objectives. First, keep the existence of your force a secret. No one should be aware of your movements. Second, do a few drills to make the force prepared for war. Kakashi was surprised by the order. He asked, Lord Hokage, did an incident occur? Hiruzen nodded. He briefed Kakashi on what Fujin had reported. Kakashi understood the situation and sighed. They want to make a move because the Uchiha clan no longer exists, right? Hiruzen nodded and said, it's unlikely that a war will happen, but I want us to be prepared just in case. Kakashi asked, can I take Guy along with me? Hiruzen nodded, sure. Kakashi said, alright. I'll contact him. We will be ready to leave immediately. Hiruzen replied, good. I'll arrange for the ninjas to join up with you. Kakashi left to meet up with Guy while Hiruzen got busy arranging 200 ninjas to go along with Kakashi. Fortunately, he already had everyone on high alert due to the Uchiha massacre. He was able to get it done very quickly. Chapter 209, Hiruzen's Never-Ending Schemes. Though Hiruzen received the message almost half a day later than the Anbu squads he dispatched moved much faster than Hidden Cloud's village's negotiator group. Under the cover of the night, Kakashi left Hidden Leaf village along with Guy and 200 ninjas. They disappeared into the vast never-ending forests in the Land of Fire. A few hours later, 3 Anbu squads arrived outside Yujuke's mansion. No one in the Hidden Hot Springs village detected them. Yujuke was sleeping in his bed. He had a smile on his face as he dreamt about being the new daimyo of the Land of Hot Water. As Hiruzen had guessed, he was working together with Hidden Cloud's village. He wanted their support to overthrow the current daimyo. In return, he will help them kill Hidden Leaf Village's ninjas and will remove Hidden Leaf Village's influence on the country after he becomes the daimyo. Unfortunately for him, an Anbu ninja appeared next to him while he slept. He grabbed a tanto and pierced it into Yujuke's heart, leaving him permanently in the dream world. Yujuke died without knowing who killed him and how. In a few minutes, everyone in the mansion was killed. Not a single being was left alive. Instead, blood was flowing on the ground. The Anbu also burned or confiscated all the documents. After confirming that their work is done, they destroyed the pillars supporting the mansion with lightning jutsus and escaped. The village, which was resting peacefully, suddenly woke up due to loud noise. However, before anyone could figure out what was happening, the Anbu ninjas had already escaped. They kept moving towards the Land of Frost. The daimyo of the Land of Hot Water was woken up due to the massacre and destruction. He reached Yujuke's destroyed mansion and frowned. He had found a chakra metal mine a week ago. And he is already dead? He had said that he will employ Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. Is this their work? Daimyo analyzed for a bit before concluding, no, this isn't the way the Hokage acts usually. Besides, why would he even do this when we were offering Hidden Leaf Village the most benefits? At that time, Takashita Takuai appeared in front of the daimyo and reported, Lord Daimyo, everyone in the mansion, including Lord Yujuke, has been killed. They are all killed with swords. From their wounds, it doesn't seem like they even had a chance to struggle. The documents are all destroyed, though we don't know if some of them have been stolen. And the pillars have been destroyed with lightning jutsus. Daimyo asked, lightning? Do you mean that Hidden Cloud's village is behind this? Takuai answered, it's either them or someone who wants to frame them. Daimyo analyzed the situation. This sort of activity is something Hidden Cloud's village would do. Did they find the mine as well? If so, it would make sense that they want to silence Yujuke and secretly mine the mine themselves. But, such a thing is impossible to be kept a secret. Are they planning to wage another war in my country? The daimyo frowned. He said, Takuai, come with me. He brought Takuai to his own office and told him about the mine in Yujuke's province. Takuai was shocked. He exclaimed, there is a chakra metal mine in our country? The daimyo corrected him, a mine that might have some deposits of it. The quantity won't be much, but it might be sufficient to cause a war. Takuai frowned. He said with a bitter expression, our country will be ravaged once again. The daimyo nodded, that is why I wanted to keep it a secret. I suspect that the mine has been taken over by other forces. Most likely by Hidden Cloud's village. I want you to lead a force of 15 ninjas there stealthily and check. You are not to engage in any combat. After you confirm, leave immediately and return back. Takuai nodded. He left and immediately assembled a team and went towards the area the daimyo had instructed him to. In a couple of hours, they reached the location of the mine. However, they stopped a long distance away from the mine and kept an eye. An hour later, they saw someone move. They followed that person secretly and noticed 3 squads of Hidden Cloud's village ninjas. The Hidden Cloud's village ninjas spotted them as well and raised an alarm. Takuai and his squad immediately escaped. Some Hidden Clouds Village ninjas gave chase but stopped when they entered too deep into the land of hot water. A few hours later, after taking multiple detours, they returned to the capital. Takuai immediately reported to the daimyo. The daimyo's face became grim as he confirmed his fears. He immediately began writing letters. The content of the letters included the fact that they have discovered a mine that might have minute deposits of chakra metal. It also mentioned the fact that Hidden Clouds Village had forcefully occupied the mine and is hunting everyone who goes there. He sent these letters to every daimyo and every kage except the Raikage. When Hiruzen received the letter the following morning, a smile formed on his face. He thought, the result of killing Ujuk was exactly what I envisioned and desired. Though Hidden Mist Village is in a mess and might not make a move, Hidden Sand Village and Hidden Stones Village will not want to see such a mine in the hands of Hidden Clouds Village. The villages and daimyos still remember the trauma of the last war, so they wouldn't want a new war. Everyone will apply pressure on Hidden Clouds Village. If they step back, then the control of this mine should be handed to the Land of Iron. If they don't, then they will have to face the combined might of all villages. Both the scenarios are favorable for Hidden Leaf Village. In order to ensure that his speculations come true, Hiruzen wrote a letter to the Land of Iron's leader, Mifune. The letter stated Hidden Leaf Village's desire for peace and its support for having the Land of Iron mining the newly discovered mine as a neutral country. The second group of 7 Anbu squads sent by Hiruzen headed straight towards the Land of Lightning. Though the trip took longer, they infiltrated the Land of Lightning before the group of negotiators left the country. They stayed far away from Hidden Clouds Village. Instead, they disguised themselves and mixed among the common people. Yujao was among these Anbu ninjas. She transformed herself into a middle-aged woman and went into the market. She began buying groceries as normal. As she did, she began having short interactions with the other ladies in the market who were also buying groceries. During one such conversation, she sighed and said, I heard that Raikage-sama wants to start a war with Hidden Leaf Village. The lady was surprised. A couple more around them heard her as well. She asked, he does? Haven't we been very peaceful lately? Yujao nodded and said, I heard that he sent 16 ninjas to the Land of Hot Water to kill 5 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas. However, they were defeated by an 11-year-old kid. 13 of our brave ninjas died due to it. The other ladies were shocked to hear it. They joined the conversation, is it true? Yujao nodded and said, yeah, my husband used to work in Lord Raikage's office. He still has some contacts there. I am worried that if we suffered so much at the hands of just an 11-year-old kid, how many losses will we have against the whole might of Hidden Leaf Village? The scenario Yujao painted shocked the ladies. They talked a bit more before leaving. Yujao quickly changed her disguise and went to another market. In the same way, all the other 27 Anbu ninjas spread misinformation in the villages in the Land of Lightning. They hyped up Fujin's actions while making everyone think subconsciously that Hidden Clouds Village's forces were weak. A few even propagated the fear of Hidden Leaf Village invading the Land of Lightning if the Raikage went to war. Slowly, the people who heard the information began gossiping with the ones who hadn't. The news spread through the entire Land of Lightning like a raging wildfire, igniting conversations and emotions of common people. As the rumors spread, they became more and more preposterous. Fear spread among the people in the Land of Lightning. Unfortunately for he would remain unaware of this development until it was too late. While the Anbu ninjas were doing their task, a monkey was roaming in the Land of Rice. He had been searching for a man for 2 days. Finally, he managed to locate him. The area was a complete mess. It looked as if someone had blown up an underground base. The monkey landed next to the man and handed him the scroll. He said in his childish voice, Lord Hokage wants you to act on this immediately. The man opened the scroll and read its contents. His eyes widened before returning to their usual size. He sighed and said, another war. All right, tell him that I'll get it done. Chapter 210, A Natural Calamity. The monkey ended his summoning and disappeared into a cloud of smoke. The man looked in the direction of the Land of Hot Water. His location was already quite close to the Land of Hot Water. He sighed once again and began moving towards the Land of Hot Water. Within a few hours, he reached the area where the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas had set up a perimeter. He began sensing the area and scratched his chin while planning. Sensei's analysis was on point. There are over 250 ninjas from Hidden Clouds Village over here. Now, how should I deal with them? He formulated a plan and decided to stay hidden until the night. None of the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas noticed him. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas had a change in leadership. Hari still stayed as the advisor as this was his idea. But Darui, C and Samyu were called back to Hidden Clouds Village. Instead, 2 elite jounins were sent to replace them. Soon, it was night. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas changed shifts. Around 16 ninjas began manning the perimeter while the others went to sleep. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas guarding the mine hadn't faced much threat. Hari had kept their losses against Fujin's squad a secret from them. And other than a local squad spotting them and running away, there wasn't any other incident. So the ninjas were very relaxed. However, they suddenly heard a sound. They quickly looked above and were shocked. In the night sky, a huge shadow could be seen hiding among the clouds. One ninja gulped and asked, "What is that?" The ninja next to him replied, "It looks like a toad shadow." "But how can a toad fly?" Another said, "Wake up Hari-sama and others quickly. They need to see this." However, they suddenly felt raindrops falling down on their faces. Just a second later, their eyes widened. They watched in horror as massive fire rained down on their entire base. A minute ago, Jiraiya summoned the giant toad Gamabunta and jumped high into the sky. They got right on top of the mine. Gamabunta released a huge oil jutsu that covers the entire mine. Meanwhile, Jiraiya made a clone and used strong fire and wind jutsus at the same time. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas didn't expect such a massive attack. Over 180 ninjas were asleep due to it being late in the night. All of them were hit by the massive attack. A few felt the heat and woke up. Unfortunately, before they could figure out what was happening and defend themselves, they were engulfed by fire and boiling oil. They didn't even have a chance to defend themselves and died screaming in the fire. Hidden Clouds Village's advisor Hari also caught on fire along with the rest. He tried calculating what was happening and how his excellent plans turned into such a disaster. Unfortunately, he would die before reaching a conclusion. The ninjas who were on patrol too weren't strong enough to defend against such an attack. A majority of them died without forming any jutsus. A few used defensive jutsus, but the huge scale of the jutsu meant that they didn't last even a few seconds. Only a dozen or so ninjas managed to escape underground. Unfortunately, as soon as they escaped into the ground turned into a swamp. All of them were trapped in it. Soon, the hot oil mixed in the swamp. They had the worst fate among all the Hidden Clouds village ninjas as they slowly felt their surroundings heating up and cooking their bodies. A few yelled in terror, however, the swamp poured into their mouths and gagged them when they opened it to yell. Gamabunta landed a bit away from all the fire. The trees in the vicinity were destroyed due to his landing. A massive fire was spreading through the area. At the same time, it began raining heavily. Jiraiya asked, "Bunta, are any of them alive?" Gamabunta replied, "A few in the swamp are still struggling. Though they should die soon." He looked at Jiraiya and asked, "Is it already the start of the Fourth Great Ninja War?" Jiraiya replied, "Sensei said no. I guess he wanted this to be done to prevent it. We have to extinguish all our traces before leaving and make it seem like a natural calamity or an accident." Gamabunta complained, "So we have to now douse this entire fire?" Jiraiya replied, "Yes, and we also have to destroy this mine." Gamabunta sighed. Soon, the last of the Hidden Clouds village ninjas died. Gamabunta jumped into the sky once again and shot huge water bullets down at the mine. The water bullet doused the raging fire. The power behind the water bullet damaged the mine as well. Gamabunta repeated this a few more times until the entire mine collapsed. The dead bodies of Hidden Clouds village ninjas were already cremated by the fire. Whatever was left was crushed by the powerful water bullets. When the mines collapsed, the camps and the remains of all the Hidden Clouds village ninjas were buried deep within the mine. It would be difficult to distinguish their ashes from the soil. Even the swamp that Jiraiya's clone had created was destroyed by the water bullets. Half an hour later, Jiraiya and Gamabunta observed the mining site. It was completely wrecked. There were no signs of human settlements. Instead, it looked as if God had condemned this place. The ground was sinking into the mine and the entire area was flooded with water. The rains had intensified and lightning was striking occasionally. Satisfied with the destruction, Gamabunta went back to Mount Myabaku while Jiraiya escaped. The entire mine had been destroyed and not a single person knew what happened there. The ninjas from the land of hot water were asked to stay clear of this place. The daimyo didn't want to take any unnecessary casualties. However, there were 12 people who were staying in the surrounding villages who noticed the anomalies happening around the area of the mine. They immediately rushed towards the mine. While rushing, those 12 ninjas met with each other and went together. When they reached the location, shock could be seen on their faces. However, soon their faces returned to normal. One of them said, "This is exactly like Lord Hokage said it would be." The others nodded. This group was the 3 Anbu squads that destroyed Yujuku's mansion a couple of nights ago. One of them said, "It's time to execute the next step of the mission." They immediately rushed towards the Land of Frost. The remaining 7 Anbu squads who were spreading rumors in the Land of Lightning had completed their task and withdrawn to a location in the Land of Frost. The group of 3 Anbu squads who were rushing into the Land of Frost were heading exactly to that location as directed by Hiruzen. On meeting up, the Anbu who witnessed the havoc that Jiraiya had left told the rest about the destruction they had witnessed. After telling all the specifics, all 40 Anbu ninjas headed back towards the Land of Lightning. They infiltrated the Land of Lightning once again with the same mission but different rumors. Once again, the Anbu ninjas began spreading a variety of rumors in various disguises and in numerous villages. All of them said that their great lord Raikage had found a chakra metal mine. They said that the mine would make Hidden Cloud's village the strongest ninja village in the world. However, the following part was reported differently by the Anbu ninjas. Around half of them said that the other villages weren't happy and were afraid of how ambitious the Raikage was. So the fourth Mizukage showed up with his elite ninjas and killed all Hidden Cloud's village ninjas who were protecting the mine. He still wasn't satisfied, so he transformed into the three-tailed beast abomination and destroyed the entire mine. Some said that the gods were angered by how power-hungry the Raikage was. So they decided to punish Hidden Cloud's village for his crimes by unleashing a catastrophic calamity on the mine and the ninjas guarding the mine. A couple of Anbu said that the 11-year-old boy who had earlier killed 60 Hidden Cloud's village ninjas was angry that Hidden Cloud's village killed his teammates. So he returned to destroy the mine and slaughter everyone. In this way, multiple imaginative rumors were spread throughout the country. The common citizens were intrigued and worried by such news. They couldn't help but discuss it further among themselves. In no time, these rumors began spreading alongside the previous rumors. Unknown to him, A's reputation kept taking a hit. Around the time that the Anbu ninjas infiltrated the Land of Lightning again, Mabui headed into the Raikage's office. Her face was grim. Chapter 211, A's rage noticed Mabui's expression and a frown formed on his face. Mabui said, "Raikage-sama, we have bad news." I asked, "What happened this time?" Mabui said, "Various rumors are spreading throughout the country about the clash between Hidden Lee village ninjas and our forces." I shouted in anger, "What? I told you to keep it a secret. How did that information spread?" Mabui quickly answered, "I kept it a secret. I am sure that Advisor Hari did too. I did some analysis and I believe that the rumors haven't started in our village. Instead, they have entered our village from the outside." I asked, "What do you mean by outside?" Mabui said, "I believe that someone is spreading the rumors in other villages in our country. The rumors reached our village while spreading through them." I was stunned. However, he soon realized. He got angry and once again smashed his desk while shouting, "That damned Hiruzen." Mabui sighed in her mind thinking, "I just replaced that whole desk." However, she agreed with his analysis. She too believed that Hidden Leaf Village was spreading these rumors. She said, "Raikage-sama, the rumors themselves are worrying. While some rumors say the truth, a majority of them say that our 16-inch force was defeated by one young Hidden Leaf Village ninja. Some even say that they were defeated by a kid who hadn't even graduated yet from the academy." A's eyes widened. His rage grew further. He stood up. A lightning cloak appeared around him as he cursed, "First those bastards spread rumors and then they dare to defame us?" Before he could speak more, Mabui said, "That's not all, Raikage-sama. There is another worrying situation." I asked, "What else?" Mabui said, "I haven't received any communications from Advisor Hari. His report should have arrived a couple of hours ago." I calmed down and became serious on hearing that. He had sent 2 elite jounin, dozens of jounins, more than 200 chunins and an advisor to the mine. If anything happened to them or the mine, then the losses would be severe. He didn't want to act on emotions on such a serious matter. He said, "The messenger birds could get lost at times. Are you sure that it is something to be worried about?" Mabui replied, "I just have a bad feeling, Raikage-sama." I thought for a bit and said, "Wait till this afternoon. If Hari doesn't send a message once more, then have Darue's team check on them. In the meantime, arrange for some ninjas to explore the villages in our country. Eliminate any of those Hidden Leaf Village scum spreading rumors." Mabui nodded and immediately left. She informed Darue's group to be ready. And she dispatched a dozen squads to scout the country for anyone spreading the rumors. The Anbu from Hidden Leaf Village were aware that they would be suspected this time. So they just spread rumors for around 6 hours before escaping. The Hidden Clouds Village ninjas had to search the huge country and didn't know where to start. So the Anbu ended up escaping even before the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas reached anywhere close to them. Having completed their mission successfully, all 10 squads left the Land of Lightning safely and began returning to Hidden Leaf Village. A's day kept on getting worse. A lot of elders and clan leaders kept visiting him asking about the rumors spreading through the village. Though they had passively agreed earlier, the losses made them rethink their positions. They didn't want to fight a war if their losses would be horrendous. I had to pacify them all and tell them the exact details of the clash. His frustration grew with every meeting. At noon, Mabui returned to his office. She was about to report but stopped seeing how terrible A's mood was. I noticed her and said, "Get on with it and tell me what more bad news you have." Mabui reported, "Raikage-sama, Hari hasn't sent the message once again. I have dispatched Darue's squad to check on them. A thought about what to say, but no words left his mouth. He was tired of dealing with all the shit on the same day. He had continuous meetings all morning and hadn't even had the time to have breakfast. He got up and said, "All right. You handle the matter." Mabui saw as Raikage walked towards the wall behind him. He formed a fist and punched a new door in the wall. Mabui watched with a deadpan expression thinking, "I knew it." She asked, "Where are you going, Raikage-sama?" I said, "I need a break. I will be sparring with B. If anyone has any complaints or worries, send them there if they dare to come." He immediately disappeared. Normally, Mabui would chuckle whenever this happens. Whenever A was overburdened by village politics, he would go to B and fight against his tailed beast form. No elder or clan head or advisor would dare to go close to their fight. It was A's way of telling them to shut their mouths and demonstrating his and his brother's power. Unfortunately, Mabui couldn't chuckle. She was troubled by the situation herself. She sighed, "What a mess. We haven't even started the war yet and just made 2 moves and still have to deal with such a headache. We underestimated Hidden Leaf Village due to the previous incident. I hope that nothing bad happens again." B was writing a few rap lines in his book when A landed in front of him with a huge force and sent dust flying. A looked at B and said, "B, we are sparring. Use your full strength." B had heard the rumors going around in the village. He knew that A would be extremely frustrated. He said, Yo. Brother, what's good? You look mad stressed, man. Come spar with your brother B and let's ease that tension." A was even more annoyed due to B's rapping. He immediately activated his lightning chakra mode. At the same time, 8 Tails' giant octopus tentacles appeared behind B as he transformed into 8 Tails. Both began sparring at their full power. Their spar continued through the entire afternoon and destroyed a few mountains while creating a few new valleys. After ending the spar, they went to B's home for a late lunch. The spar and a break from others helped A relax. But B could still see that he was worried and his mind wasn't on the food he was eating. In order to get it off his mind, B asked, "So, what's the dealio? Why you lookin' like you just saw a ghost or something?" A sighed and explained the situation. He explained his plan to start a new war with Hidden Leaf Village, Hiruzen's tactics and annoyance caused by the elders and clan leaders from their village. B nodded and said, "Oh snap, now that is quite a mess indeed. But you still wanna push forward, huh?" A nodded and said, "It is for our village's prosperity." B argued, I feel you. But let me ask you this, do we need to keep being so aggressive? The village has been chillin' lately, why not take a step back and enjoy the peace?" I said, "This peace is only temporary. A new great war will eventually start. Hidden Leaf Village and Hidden Sand Village are in an alliance. If Hidden Leaf Village manages to convince Hidden Stones Village and Hidden Mist Village to make a move against us, we will be in a tough spot. Anyways, I have to leave. I can't leave the office for too long." Having finished his food, A began leaving. B looked at his back and said, "Just remember, brother, even if something goes wrong, we got each other's backs. We'll fix it together." A smiled and nodded before disappearing. He soon appeared in his office. However, his smile disappeared even before he entered his office. He entered his office from the same hole that he created and saw every elder, clan head and advisor in his office waiting for him. He looked at Mabui who had a helpless expression on her face. Before I could say anything, an old man asked, "Lord Raikage, is it about time for you to inform us about the important events? Or do you plan to keep us in the dark until the very end?" A frowned. Though he didn't always inform others about his plans, he was confused about why they decided to gather together and confront him. More importantly, the identity of the old man was very sensitive. He was Inazuma, an advisor to his father, the 3rd Raikage. He asked, "What do you mean?" Mabui stepped forward and informed, "Raikage-sama, some of the ninjas I dispatched returned back to the village. They said that there are a lot more rumors spreading around in the country." I asked, "It's just some rumors. I can understand common people being scared of them, but why are you giving it unnecessary attention?" Inazuma said, "It is due to the nature of those rumors. Though some of them are ridiculous, all of them say one thing in common." Inazuma stopped speaking and observed A's expression. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge what A was thinking. I waited for a few seconds and shouted aggressively, "Stop testing me and just speak." Inazuma said, "They say that all the ninjas we sent to the mine have been wiped out. The mine itself has also been destroyed." I was stunned. Chapter 212, Elite Jounin Promotion? I immediately shouted, "Who is spreading such nonsense?" Mabui replied, "I believe it's the same group that spread the earlier rumors, Raikage-sama." Inazuma interrupted their conversation and said, "Stop speaking among yourself and tell us whether it is the truth or not." Losing 255 ninjas will be a huge loss even during wartime. We have never ever had such a loss during peacetime. I looked at Mobui and said, inform them. Everyone in the room got a bit nervous. As they expected, I was hiding something. Mobui said, we haven't received any communications from Hari since this morning. I have dispatched Darue's squad to check whether they are fine. We will need to wait until they return to find out if something has happened or if the communications have been cut off somehow. The room got restless on hearing that. They began feeling that those ridiculous rumors had some truth to them. One of the elders complained, how can you hide such huge news from us? I snorted, messages not reaching is a very common thing. I didn't think there was anything to be concerned about. You old fellows need to stop wasting your and my time on the rumors Hiruzen is spreading and instead prepare for war. However, Inazuma argued, first we need to know the truth of this incident. If our ninjas have all been killed, then we won't support the war. Instead, our focus should be on getting justice for the lives of our ninjas. Every leader in the room agreed with him. They discussed important matters for some time before ending the meeting. After they left, A's rage went through the roof. Mabui quickly said, calm down Raikage-sama. I said, these old cowards are the reason why I couldn't launch a full-scale offensive against Hidden Leaf Village during the Hyuga incident. These bastards will stop me again this time too. Anger could be felt in his voice. He looked at Mobui and said, send a few more squads after Darui. Hiruzen must be scheming something to spread rumors like these. Mabui nodded and left. Later that day, the negotiator group that had left Hidden Cloud's village a few days ago reached the location of the mine. However, they were shocked by what they were witnessing. One of them asked, hey, isn't his place supposed to be a mine? The person next to him nodded, it is. And more than 250 ninjas are supposed to be guarding it. The ninjas in the group immediately began inspecting the place. They searched a lot but didn't find a single ninja on the site. The mine was destroyed as well. They immediately began sending messages to Hidden Cloud's village. After sending messages, they moved away quite a distance from the site and set up a camp. The entire group was highly alert. Around the same time, a small toad landed in Hiruzen's office and handed him a scroll. Hiruzen opened and read it. A small smile formed on his face. He said, Takao, call Fujin here. And you can go home. Takao nodded and left. Hiruzen analyzed, now every move I planned has been played. A's position will be a mess. He shouldn't be able to start the war. If he tries to blame Hidden Leaf Village, I will refuse the fact that we took any such mission to the mine. The only loose end is that he might have the dead bodies of Katsumi and Ryota. If he does, he can use them as evidence. Though even if he does, I can think of a dozen methods to turn that against him and turn the situation in our favor. Though it was getting late, Fujin was still in the training ground. Sweat could be seen on his face and his breath was heavy. Fujin calmed himself down and bit his thumb, making it bleed. He made the snake hand seal once again and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning jutsu, Rashomon, a large gate with a frightening demonic face on it, appeared from the ground in front of Fujin. Fujin began breathing heavily once again, but a smile could be seen on his face. He thought, great. I managed to successfully summon it 5 times in a row. This jutsu can be considered as being learned. He made a hand seal and a shadow clone appeared next to him. The clone flickered on the other side of the gate and shot a vacuum cannon at it. The vacuum cannon hit the gate right at the center. It caused a small dent in the Rashomon gate up couldn't break through it. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, I didn't think that this jutsu would be able to make a dent in Rashomon. Is my Rashomon weaker? Fujin thought for a while but couldn't reach any conclusion. He thought, the only memories of Rashomon I have are Orochimaru and Hashirama using it. Both are in a different league compared to me and they were trying to stop Kurama's attacks. Leave it. I haven't seen anything stop my vacuum bullet so far. This strength should be plentiful. Fujin suddenly got alert and looked towards his left. His eyes began glowing blue as he thought, what is he doing here? Fujin's clone and the Rashomon gate disappeared. In a few seconds, Takao appeared in his eyesight. Takao saw Fujin and said, Fujin, Hokage-sama has called you to his office. Fujin said, alright. Thank you for delivering the message. Takao observed the training ground. The Rashomon gate had disappeared, but Takao could see how ruined the ground on the training field was and how tired Fujin looked. He said, Fujin, losses happen frequently in our life. Being a ninja is tough. Don't blame yourself or overwork due to it. Otherwise, you might hurt yourself. Fujin nodded and replied, thank you Takao-san. I will keep it in mind. Takao nodded and left. Fujin sighed, I am more worried about my life. I can't possibly rest. Besides, the pressure seems to be good. Rashomon is quite a difficult jutsu. Still, I managed to learn it in less than 3 days. Fujin left towards the Hokage building as he analyzed, now, What exactly does Hiruzen want from me to call me so late in the night? Fujin arrived in the Hokage building and knocked on the door of Hiruzen's office. Hiruzen said, "Come in." Fujin entered. Hiruzen was alone in the room. Though Fujin didn't know, even the Anbu ninjas weren't in his office. Fujin said, "Takao-san said that you called, Grandpa." Hiruzen nodded and said, "Take a chair and seat in front of me, Fujin. I want your opinion on something." Fujin grabbed a chair and placed it in front of the desk. Though his actions were normal, in truth, Fujin was very nervous. Hiruzen placed a sheet of paper in front of Fujin as soon as he sat down and said, "I received this news a few minutes ago." He placed another sheet of paper on the desk and said, "I received this news today as well. Read these two papers and tell me your thoughts about them." Fujin was confused by Hiruzen's actions. He had thought of a lot of possibilities, but he never imagined that Hiruzen wanted him to analyze some reports. Fujin grabbed the first sheet of paper and began reading. Immediately his eyes widened at what was written. He looked at Hiruzen in disbelief, but Hiruzen didn't have any expression on his face. Fujin began reading again. The paper mentioned that the Chakra metal mine was completely destroyed and no one was around the mine. Fujin immediately began reading the second paper. His expression became peculiar on reading it as it mentioned the rumors spreading through the land of fire. Fujin easily figured out that they were talking about him. He couldn't help but wonder, I am this awesome. Why didn't I know about it? I don't think that even the children of the Sage of Six Path were this amazing. Reading the two sheets of paper relaxed Fujin a lot. He knew that everything on those two sheets was planned and executed by Hiruzen. His worries faded away knowing that Hiruzen didn't plan to cower once again. Hiruzen asked, "So, what are your thoughts on these events, Fujin?" Fujin looked into his eyes and said in an innocent tone, "Grandpa, if the things written here are true, then you need to promote me to Elite Jounin rank immediately and pay me the rewards for a few rank S missions." Chapter 213, A Sleepless Night. Hiruzen was stunned by the reply. A look of disbelief could be seen on his face. Even his mouth was left slightly open. He guessed that Fujin would figure out that it was his schemes that did this and hence called Fujin to verify his strategic acumen. He expected that Fujin would be awed by his schemes. However, he never expected such a shameless response. Fujin's reply stunned Hiruzen so much that he forgot to breathe for a moment and began coughing. Fujin innocently asked, "Grandpa, are you alright?" He picked up a water bottle nearby, poured the water into a glass and handed it to Hiruzen. Hiruzen accepted it and drank it. He couldn't help but stare at Fujin and curse, "This greedy brat. I should have sent him to root. I saved Denzo from so much trouble and didn't get anything in return." Meanwhile, Fujin enjoyed the range of emotions displayed on Hiruzen's face. After all, it wasn't often one got to see such emotions on Hiruzen's face. Hiruzen said, "Jokes aside, what did you analyze?" Fujin put up a sad face and replied, "I wasn't joking." Hiruzen didn't reply and stared right at him until Fujin felt uncomfortable. Fujin shrugged and said, "It was worth a try." Fujin became serious and began analyzing what Hiruzen had shown him. "The most obvious thing is that all of these were ordered by you." Hiruzen nodded and asked, "Why and how did I do this?" Fujin answered, "I had suspected that Yujuk or perhaps even the daimyo of the Land of Hot Water was allied with Hidden Cloud's village. That is why I didn't escape to their village despite it being closer. Seeing that Yujuk's mansion is destroyed and Hidden Cloud's village is suspected, I guess he was involved with Hidden Cloud's village. Since he is dead, I guess that it was a punishment for betraying us and causing the deaths of my comrades. As for destroying the mansion, that was done to pin the blame on Hidden Cloud's village. The rumors should have been spread by a special division that specializes in such stuff. Since the report said Land of Lightning and not Hidden Cloud's village, I guess that they spread the rumors in villages without any ninjas and the rumors spread from there on. This should cause panic in the country and put a lot of pressure on the Raikage against starting a war. As for the destruction of the mine, I can see why you did it. I have heard that Hidden Cloud's village's military is very strong. And the location of the mine was closer to them than our village. So we may have been at a disadvantage if we fought a war over it. But, I don't know how you could cause such destruction." Hiruzen was impressed by Fujin's analysis. He thought, brilliant. Though some of it was incorrect, the analysis is great considering how young and inexperienced he is. He said, "Good analysis. You don't need to worry about how the mine was destroyed for now. Your analysis of the rumors was on point. As for the rest, it is lacking in some parts." Hiruzen explained to Fujin the reasoning and intention behind most of his moves without giving Fujin any critical information. Fujin listened carefully. As he kept listening, he was more and more impressed by how clever, cunning and thorough Hiruzen was. His schemes were planned intricately and came one after another continuously. And his every move made life miserable for A. Fujin almost felt pity for A. All his schemes were recognized by Hiruzen in one glance, and instead, he had to face schemes that were on a whole different tier. Fujin couldn't help but wonder, if he is so good at scheming, why did he take a loss during the Hyuga incident? Were there any other factors involved? Hiruzen let his words sink into Fujin. When he saw Fujin look at him, he said, "You have done a great job for the village. If you didn't make it out alive and bring the news to me, I wouldn't have known what they were planning. We may have experienced a lot of losses in that case." Fujin replied with a sad expression, "It wasn't just me, Grandpa." Hiruzen nodded and said, "It's unfortunate what happened to others. Tomatsu should be brought back to Hidden Lee Village in a couple of days. As for the rest, remember their sacrifice. As a ninja, you will see many of your comrades die to protect you and the village. Never forget what they sacrificed for you, Fujin. Every time you go to missions and every time you train, remember the ones who sacrifice themselves to protect you. Work so hard that whenever they look down from heaven, they will have a smile on their face knowing that you won't let us feel their absence." Fujin was surprised by Hiruzen's speech. He looked at Hiruzen as if his words made him understand something. Hiruzen was satisfied by Fujin's reaction. However, he might puke in anger if he knew Fujin's thoughts. Fujin was thinking in surprise, this old guy. He doesn't let go of a single opportunity to brainwash and influence others. Fuck. I was only acting to be shameless. I knew he wouldn't promote or reward me. But this guy. Shamelessness is buried into each and every cell of this old man. It can never be taken away from him. Hiruzen was blissfully unaware of Fujin's thoughts. He instructed, "Don't tell anyone about our discussion. No one should know about this. I will talk with Tomatsu too. You guys never took the mission to the land of hot water. You guys never went to the Chakra metal mine. You never fought with Darui or the others, and you never killed any Hidden Clouds village ninja. Is that understood?" Fujin nodded. He knew the importance of the discussion they had and would obviously not play around with that knowledge. Especially since it would also implicate him. Hiruzen said, "One last thing. You are not allowed to take any missions that would require you to leave the village." Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. He said, "I was planning to take a few months off and train a few jutsus from the library to strengthen myself. But can you tell me why?" Hiruzen replied, "Though we will deny your acts, your name has gained a lot of fame in the Land of Lightning. They will place a bounty on your head. So leaving the village will become very risky for you." Fujin's eyes widened. He muttered, "I forgot about the bounties." Hiruzen said, "Continue training. In a couple of months, I will invite you to join the Anbu ranks. You can take missions with the Anbu as your identity will be hidden." Fujin couldn't help but think, so many surprises in so little time. "I never thought that I'd be tired of being surprised." He said, "Alright, Gramps. Sensei had informed me about the Anbu. I'll keep training until you invite me." Now that the route was dissolved, Fujin had no worries about joining the Anbu. The two bade farewell and Fujin left. As he walked, he analyzed, "What a mess. Still, I am glad that Hiruzen told me about his schemes. They were crazy good and fun. I can imagine the mess that Hidden Clouds village would be in, ha ha ha. Also, Jiraiya and his toads are probably even more impressive than what I remember. After all, mines are supposed to be huge and there should be a lot of Hidden Clouds village ninjas defending it." But looking at the confidence with which Hiruzen spoke, it is safe to say that Jiraiya completely wiped them out without getting injured. Though Hiruzen didn't mention Jiraiya, it wasn't difficult for Fujin to figure out that it was him. He ended his thoughts and took a deep breath. A huge pressure was lifted off his shoulders as he knew that his life wasn't under threat anymore. He had a huge meal before going home and taking a nice long and peaceful sleep. Unlike Fujin, one person was guaranteed to have a sleepless and tiring night. Had just gone to bed when he heard someone banging on his door. He got up annoyed and opened the door to see Mibui. Her expression was very grim. Asked, "What's the issue that you have to disturb me at this time?" Mibui didn't say anything and just handed him the scroll. Opened it and began reading. His eyes widened as a look of disbelief appeared on his face. He shouted, "What the hell?" Mibui didn't say anything. She too was shocked when she received the communication from the group of negotiators. Quickly instructed, "Issue a council meeting in 15 minutes. If anyone doesn't show up, I will go wake them up myself." Mibui replied, "I'll arrange it, Raikage-sama." She left and dispatched the Anbu to every council member's house. In 15 minutes, all gathered in the meeting room in the Raikage's building. Many were annoyed at being woken up at this hour and forced to come to a meeting. When the meeting started, they all aggressively began demanding why they were called. Didn't say anything and just handed them the scroll he received from Mibui. There was a pin-drop silence in the room when they read the details in the scroll. Every single person had a grim face. The silence was broken when someone said, "The rumors were true." Disbelief could be heard in his voice. However, corrected him, only the result was true. We don't know what the cause is. The room became silent once again. After some time, Inazuma said, among the three the rumor of the youngster destroying the mine can be dismissed. And it is very unbelievable that a natural calamity can kill every ninja we sent. I said, I don't see why the Mizukage would come here to destroy our mine. He already has a revolt to suppress. I believe Hiruzen is trying to confuse us through these rumors. Chapter 214, Daimyo's words didn't waste any time blaming Hiruzen for the incidents. The rest of the room agreed with him. After all, the Mizukage was already embroiled in a war. So why would he waste his energy making such a long trip to attract a new enemy? However, a clan leader still had doubts. He asked, but does Hidden Leaf Village still have the capability to unleash such destruction? After all, their senins are away, their Hokage is old and their Jinchuriki is still a child. Besides, the destruction caused completely matches the destruction caused by Three Tails' past rampages. However, his point was quickly countered by another. According to our intel, the Toad Sage Jiraiya manages a spy network throughout the ninja world. Hiruzen contacting him and asking him to make a move so quickly isn't far-fetched. Not to mention, his toads can do similar destruction as mentioned in the report. The group discussed more and reached the conclusion that this was accomplished by Jiraiya. They began discussing what action they should undertake. Kept pushing for a full-scale war, however, the majority of the people in the room tried opposing such a call. Though Jiraiya's actions enraged them, they also brought back horrible memories of the war. They didn't want to start a new war. Their discussion soon became heated and they began getting an upper hand when a knock was heard. The group became silent and frowned. Said, "Come in." The door was opened and a Chunin entered the room. Scolded him, "What is so important that you had to interrupt a council meeting?" The Chunin was intimidated. However, he steeled himself and said, "Lord Raikage, we have received an emergency message from Lord Daimyo." The entire room became alert on hearing that. Frowns formed on many faces. The messenger continued, "He will be visiting our village in the morning and wants to conduct a council meeting as soon as he arrives." A's face had a very ugly expression. He asked, "Is that all?" The Chunin nodded. He left the room after A dismissed him. As soon as the door was closed, A's eyes wandered into the room. He observed everyone's expressions to see if any of them contacted the daimyo. Unfortunately, he couldn't gauge anything. Inazuma said, "Since we will be having a meeting tomorrow morning once again, it will be better to plan our actions after it." Ace was upset on hearing that. However, his expression improved as Inazuma looked at everyone in the room and said, "It is obvious that everyone in this room will have different opinions. However, don't forget that we are all a part of the same village. We will show a united front to the daimyo. If you have any complaints or disagreements, raise them after he leaves." No one opposed him. The meeting ended. However, all of them would stay up all night to prepare for the meeting that would take place in a few hours. Around the same time the meeting ended, Darui, Samu and C reached the location of the mine. When they saw the scene, they were shocked. C muttered, "What the hell happened here?" Darui had a grim expression. He said, "More importantly, where are Advisor Hari and the rest?" Suddenly, they looked to their right. A Hidden Clouds village ninja appeared next to them. He was from the negotiating group. He brought Darui and the rest to where they were camped and both sides exchanged information. They split into two groups. One group stayed to protect the camp while the other group began investigating the mine for any clues and began assessing the damage done to the mine. After a thorough investigation, Seaside, there is no clue related to the ninjas that were stationed here. And the mine is so damaged that it might take more than a year to fix it and begin mining once again. Darui nodded. They sent another report while investigating even more. The next morning, the daimyo of the Land of Lightning showed up in Hidden Clouds village. He wasted no time in entering the council room. The council members gathered immediately and began the meeting. The daimyo was an old man. He looked at A and said, "I am guessing that you know why I am here, right?" A said, "Is it due to the rumors?" Daimyo nodded and answered, "In part." A snorted, "The rumors are nothing but a ploy played by the Hokage to create panic in our country." Daimyo replied, "I don't doubt that. So can you tell me the truth? Or do you plan to keep me in the dark like the last time?" A's face became dark. The daimyo noticed it and didn't push any further. I asked, "What do you want to know about?" The daimyo said, "About the mine, the clash with the Hidden Lee village ninjas and whether the mine was destroyed. Also, tell me about your next plans." Not seeing any point in keeping the incidents a secret, I informed the daimyo about the truth of those events. He ended by saying, "As for the plans, we are still deciding. However, I want to invade Hidden Leaf village and make them regret killing my subordinates." The others in the council frowned but didn't oppose him. The daimyo said, "Right now, every citizen in our country is terrified." He looked at A and said, They are terrified about your actions. I guess that most of your ninjas are doubting you too. How do you plan to wage a war under these circumstances? Rage appeared on A's face when he heard the daimyo saying that his ninjas might be doubting him. However, before he could explode, Inazuma said, Lord Daimyo, it's just the rumors that have created confusion. We can easily quell those rumors by starting new rumors and increase our morale through it. The daimyo replied, true. But which rumors would help you resolve this? He placed a few letters on the table. Inazuma frowned. The daimyo said, these are letters that I have received from every other daimyo. The daimyo of Hot Water has complained about you mining in his country illegally. The other daimyos have also condemned your actions. The Hidden Clouds village ninjas frowned upon hearing that. The daimyo continued, they will soon be sending their forces to the mine. If they find proof of Hidden Clouds village's illegal mining activities, then a trade embargo will be placed on the Land of Lightning for 6 months. The mine itself will be handed over to the Land of Iron for mining. They have already sent their samurais over to take control of the mine. The Hokage has expressed his support for this and has promised to send his forces to aid the samurais. Though there hasn't been any word from the Sushi Kage and Kazi Kage, their respective daimyos have promised to send ninjas to the mine as the chakra metal extracted will be divided equally among the ones who contribute forces to defend the mine. The mood in the room became heavy as the daimyo kept delivering one bad news after another. The daimyo observed the mood in the room with satisfaction. Finally, he said, Raikage, I know I can't force you to not wage a war. However, I want you to know what you will be facing if you start a war. At the very least, you will have to face the combined might of the Land of Iron and the Land of Fire in the Land of Hot Water which supports them. In the worst-case scenario, you will even have to face the armies of the Land of Wind and the Land of Stone as well. Additionally, if you wage a war, the trade embargo won't be placed for just 6 months. The daimyo stood up and said, I would recommend you to extinguish any proof of your activities there and withdraw back. We could join them and gain our share of the chakra metal and our economy wouldn't have to suffer from the trade embargo. I'll leave the final decision to you. Having said what he wanted to, the daimyo left the room. His officials followed him. He was aware of A's short temper and didn't want to be at the receiving end of it. So he didn't antagonize him too much. The atmosphere in the council room was very gloomy. Though many of them didn't want a war, being forced to stop this way was very humiliating. Even O was troubled. While he was confident about defeating Hidden Leaf Village's armies, he didn't have any confidence in a victory against the combined forces of Hidden Leaf Village and the Land of Iron. The council brainstormed on the available options. They came up with a lot of different ideas. Unfortunately, every single idea was deemed too risky to implement. In the end, they had to swallow a bitter pill and quit. A sent messages to Darui and the negotiating group to get rid of all clues that could point to them and return back to Hidden Clouds Village. They followed his instructions. A couple of days after the Hidden Clouds Village ninjas left, an army consisting of 1,000 samurais led by Mifune, 200 Hidden Leaf Village ninjas led by Kakashi and 50 Hidden Hot Water Village ninjas led by Tokuai appeared at the site of the mine. Chapter 215, Taking All the Blame. Just like others before them, this group too was shocked by what they were witnessing. The Land of Hot Water forces didn't dare to approach this place after confirming Hidden Clouds Village's presence. Though they heard the news of floods coming out from here, they stayed away from Hidden Clouds Village ninjas. So they never knew about the destruction of the mine. Even Kakashi was unaware of the truth as Hiruzen didn't inform him about Jiraiya's actions. Tokuai analyzed the entire landscape and cursed, the entire mine has been destroyed by those bastards. Mifune and Kakashi didn't say anything as they too reached the same conclusion. Mifune sighed, we will first have to clean up this place and make new arrangements. Though the surface of the mine has been destroyed, the valuable materials inside it should be safe. However, he frowned and said, but Hidden Clouds Village has crossed all limits this time. Not only did they mine illegally, they even destroyed the mine before leaving. Tokuai looked at Mifune and requested, Lord Mifune, we have to make Hidden Clouds Village pay for their actions. Otherwise, they will keep behaving like this. Mifune thought for a bit before shaking his head. He said, it won't be easy. I believe that they destroyed this mine to clear all their traces. Without any proof, we won't be able to take any action. Besides, though we have threatened Hidden Clouds Village, I doubt any of us want a war with them. Kakashi nodded, yeah. It's best if war is prevented. Otherwise, everyone's losses will far exceed the value of this mine. But, we could still make them pay economically. Mifune replied, true. But let's leave it to the daimyos. He looked at everyone behind him and instructed, begin cleaning this place. Also, see if you can find any evidence to prove that the Hidden Clouds Village forces were here. The samurais and the ninjas got to work. Mifune said, clearing up this mine will take a lot of time. I can't wait here that long. I will wait here until all the countries reach an agreement. Once all countries have signed up, every major village will deploy 15 ninjas to protect this mine, and I will leave 200 samurais here for the same." Tokuai and Kakashi nodded. Everyone got to work. However, they didn't find any clues that could be linked to Hidden Cloud's village. With the dropping plans for the invasion, all villages agreed to share the mine. The Land of Iron will be responsible for mining and distributing the chakra metal and other precious metals at the same level among the villages that protected the mine. So Hidden Leaf Village, Hidden Clouds Village, Hidden Stones Village, Hidden Sand Village and the Land of Iron would get those metals equally. Hidden Mist Village couldn't provide the troops and hence was left out. All these 5 countries would pay half the price of chakra metals to the Land of Hot Water. In addition, Land of Hot Water will get all the normal materials mined from the mine. Later on, A would come to know that everyone blamed him for destroying the mine to cover his tracks. However, since no one had any proof, no one spoke out loud. The realization that he was being held responsible for the enemy's actions sent the Raikage into a seething fury. Not only did he lose more than 260 capable ninjas, he even had to take the blame for Hiruzen's actions. And the worst part was that he couldn't defend himself. To defend himself, he would first have to admit the fact that Hidden Cloud's village was mining illegally inside another country. So it couldn't do anything but suffer in silence. While the countries were busy discussing the mine, Fujin was busy training. He had met up with Tomatsu once but spent the remaining time on training. In a week's time, he had already learned Iron Skin Jutsu and Bringer of Darkness Scan Jutsu. However, he hit a wall. Fujin was sitting on the training ground with his back against a tree. His chakra was almost exhausted. A frown could be seen on his face. He analyzed, "What is the issue? I have been trying this jutsu for over a week but have made no progress at all." After learning the 2 jutsus, Fujin began learning Wild Lion's main jutsu. This was the same jutsu that Jiraiya frequently used. It could grow hair and allow the caster to freely manipulate them. Unfortunately, Fujin was stuck at the very first step. No matter how he manipulated his chakra, he couldn't get his hair to grow at all. Fujin analyzed a lot before sighing, "It's no use. I guess that there are more complexities involved before I'm able to use this jutsu. I am not sure what those are, but the most likely possibility could be that I would need a medical ninja to artificially enhance whatever promotes hair growth. Only then I might be able to cast this jutsu." Considering that Jiraiya had Tsunade and Orochimaru in his team, it could explain why he could do it easily and why I haven't seen anyone else use this jutsu. Fujin let out another sigh. "It looks like my plans to have a triple-layered defense with Rashomon, Wild Lion's mane and Iron Skin will need to be stalled. Though it's fine. Just Rashomon and Iron Skin combined with Winjutsus is quite strong." Fujin decided to give up on Wild Lion's mane and Needle Jizo Jutsus for the time being. He left for home and decided to continue learning lightning jutsus. The next day, he did his physical workout and returned to his basement. He made a few hand signs. Lightning appeared on his body and immediately transformed into needles. He made another hand sign and over 100 electric needles were launched from his body. Fujin analyzed, "Good, L will have to improve the speed of this jutsu but otherwise it is learned. Now I have only 2 jutsus to practice. Unfortunately, one will require a partner or at least a victim, so I can't learn it for now. It leaves just one. Though this one is very strong." Fujin made a shadow clone. The clone positioned himself opposite Fujin. Fujin weaved hand signs. The air around Fujin suddenly became heavy as he began exerting a huge amount of chakra. He extended his right arm ahead and pointed his index and middle finger at his clone. Lightning appeared around his 2 fingers and a huge portion of his chakra began transforming into lightning and gathered in his 2 fingers. After 40 seconds, around 24% of Fujin's chakra had been transformed into lightning and concentrated in his hands. He shouted, "Now!" His shadow clone immediately bit his thumb making it bleed, made a snake hand seal and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning Jutsu, Rashomon at the same time, Fujin launched an arrow made of lightning straight at the Rashomon gate. The arrow hit the gate and created a huge explosion. The force of the explosion immediately pushed Fujin backwards. Fujin covered his face and tried to look at the spot of the explosion. Chakra gathered in his eye as he tried to observe through the intense light. He couldn't help but think, the scroll was right. Luckily I took the warning seriously and decided to use Rashomon. Otherwise, my house would have been heavily damaged despite all the seals. After a few seconds, the explosion died down. Fujin could see the Rashomon gate. It still stood but its surface was filled with cracks. Fujin stepped closer and observed the gate. His eyes widened as he realized, incredible. The cracks go up to halfway in the gate. It's even more impressive compared to the damage from my vacuum cannon. Fujin analyzed for a minute and concluded, in terms of pure destructive power, this is my most powerful jutsu. But, in terms of usability, it is one of the worst. Though the destructive power is high, the chakra it needs is more than 10 times that of the vacuum cannon jutsu. Worse is the preparation time. The scroll stated that this time can be reduced with training, but it will still take a long time. At the very least, this jutsu will require 5 seconds of charging time. So in a normal situation, it will be quite useless. I guess this jutsu is most effective when there are teammates to provide that time. But considering that I plan to use lightning jutsus while in disguise, I don't have that option. Though I guess that I could still use shadow clones for that purpose. Fujin analyzed the pros and cons of the jutsu and decided, if I train this jutsu, my training will be over in 4 attempts. I won't be able to train anymore on that day. So though it looks cool, it will be harmful if I waste months trying to slowly master this jutsu. I can think about practicing this jutsu once my chakra has multiplied a few times over. For now, I should focus on mastering other jutsus. Having made his decision, Fujin decided to master the Iron Skin Jutsu. Chapter 216, Bounty. Fujin decided, I need to reduce the hand signs required for this jutsu. No, I want to eliminate them. Only then this jutsu will show its true worth. In addition, I also need to learn how to apply this jutsu to just one body part. It will save chakra and increase the versatility of this jutsu. Fujin was about to begin practicing when his doorbell rang. He answered the door. It was a messenger asking him to visit Hiruzen. Fujin flickered to Hiruzen's office. Since the door was open, he just walked in. Hiruzen noticed Fujin and handed him a book and said, check this. Hiruzen had already opened the page for Fujin to see. Fujin was surprised to see what he did. However, soon a smile appeared on his face as he thought, 20 million already? Not bad. Not bad at all. Though I guess that this is more due to Hiruzen's rumors rather than my achievements. Hiruzen looked at Fujin's smile and coughed to get Fujin's attention. He said, that isn't a good thing, Fujin. Fujin had a wry smile on his face on hearing his remark. He thought, shit, that fight with Darui makes me want to fight more such fights. I need to meditate and eliminate that thought. They may feel fun but are super harmful to my life. Fujin said, yes. But I don't need to be worried inside our village, right? Hiruzen nodded. There hasn't ever been any incident of anyone claiming bounties inside Hidden Leaf Village. You don't need to worry about that. Fujin nodded and said, alright, I won't be leaving Hidden Leaf Village until you think I am ready. Hiruzen replied, good. You can return to your training. Fujin thanked him politely and left. Since he didn't need to worry about it for the time being, Fujin ignored the bounty for now. If his speculations were right, Hiruzen would keep him among the Anbu for years. During this time, his identity will stay hidden. By the time he quit the Anbu, he was confident that his strength would be in a different league. When Fujin reached his house, he saw that there were 5 children his age waiting outside his house. He wondered, did these guys learn tree walking? The group of 5 orphans had arrived outside Fujin's house a few minutes earlier. They saw the tag that said that Fujin wasn't at home. Tatsuya sighed, it looks like he is on a mission. Our exams are less than 2 months away. The others nodded. Daijuk said, I hope he returns soon. At that instant, Fujin snuck up behind them and asked, who should return soon? They didn't expect someone to appear behind them suddenly and were startled. They quickly moved away from Fujin. Fujin chuckled at seeing their reactions. He asked, are you guys done with the tree walking exercise? Everyone nodded. Daijuk said, we all managed to learn it last Wednesday. Fujin nodded and said, good, how much time is left for the exams? Daijuk said, we have just around 7 weeks. Fujin thought for a bit and concluded, just 7 weeks. That's not enough time to teach them what I had planned for them. And once they graduate, I doubt they would have much of a reason to come to me. Seeing Fujin in a thought made them nervous. After all, their future was online. Tatsuya asked, Fujin, why are you thinking so hard? Fujin looked at them and decided, leave it, it's not my job to guide them thoroughly. It depends on their fate and will. I'll just point them in the right direction. Fujin said, I had initially planned to teach you guys a few more things. Unfortunately, I don't think you have enough time. So I'll just tell you what my plans were. If you have enough time, you can try to work on it. Otherwise, you can just focus on the 3 ninjutsus needed to pass the academy. Fujin's initial words increased their worries a lot. They took a few seconds to process what Fujin had said. Suddenly their eyes widened. Bunjiro asked, do you mean that we can pass the exam? Fujin nodded and said, as I said, these exercises have improved your control a lot. So learning those 3 basic jutsus should be very easy now. Just train hard and you will get it down rather quickly. They became excited on hearing Fujin's words. However, Bunjiro was intrigued by Fujin's words. He asked, what were your plans for us, Fujin? Fujin said, I was planning to have you improve your chakra control more. The next step would be to walk on water. Water isn't hard and stable like a tree. So it will be much more diff. Fujin was cut off as Ryuma exclaimed in excitement, "We can walk on water?" Fujin nodded and continued, "But as I said, it is difficult to learn. Another plan I had was to make you learn at least one elemental jutsu. If you guys master the 3 jutsus quickly and have time, buy a chakra paper from any weapon store. It will tell you what your chakra nature is. Then go to the section E of the library and pick up a simple jutsu of that nature and learn it. It will improve your rank in the exam considerably." The orphans quickly thanked Fujin for his guidance. They asked a few queries which were resolved by Fujin before leaving. Fujin saw their backs as they left. His smile faded away as he thought, not everyone in this group is serious about training. Otherwise, they would have been done with these basic exercises a long time ago. But, the others in the group waited for that person probably due to their friendship and hence stalled their progress as well. Fujin couldn't help but analyze their situation. On one hand, is their long friendship which they probably relish a lot. On the other hand, if they cut off the slackers, they can progress much faster and increase their strength. That's a rough dilemma to face. Fujin turned around and headed into his home. Though many would struggle to decide between those two, Fujin had no doubts. In my previous world, success could be compared with the amount of money you had or earned. It didn't matter if one earned a bit less and enjoyed more time with family and friends and enjoyed your life. I would have chosen family and friends over money any day. But in this world, power reigns supreme. Sacrificing power to stay with friends who hold you back is foolish. After all, that little bit of power could be the difference between life and death. Of course, there is no need to terminate all friendships. They just have to train with the ones who train at the same pace and intensity as themselves or train solo. They can still remain friends but have to keep training out of their friendship. Though I guess I too share a bit of the blame as I asked those 5 to came to me together instead of individually as I didn't want to spend a lot of time on them. If I had told them to come whenever they reach the assigned goals, perhaps the result would have been different. Still, this is a good thing to know. One slacker can pull the whole group down. When I create an organization, such people will have to either be kept out or kept away from those who want to work harder and get stronger. And I shouldn't put some stupid restrictions like coming to me at the same time just for my convenience. Instead, making it a competition between them will give me much better results. I can even add some rewards similar to how Hiruzen rewarded me. That way everyone would work hard for the reward and also due to peer pressure. Fujin ended his train of thought and continued his training. 2 weeks later, Fujin was breathing heavily. He had 4 shadow clones around him. A smile could be seen on his face. He thought, finally. I have reduced the number of hand seals to perform iron skin jutsu to just 1. And I can harden any part of my body I want to. He took a deep breath and dispelled his clones. He sat against a tree as he received their memories and experience. He analyzed, as I kept practicing this jutsu, the amount of chakra needed to sustain it dropped a lot. So I could use shadow clones to speed up my training. Otherwise, I might have needed around a month and a half to master this jutsu. Anyways, now that I have this jutsu down properly, it's time to try that. Fujin sat in a meditative pose. He grabbed a soldier pill and ate it. He meditated until his chakra reserves were back to full once again. His eyes opened. Determination and excitement could be seen in it along with a hint of fear. He stood up and weaved hand signs. Boar dog bird monkey ran. He slammed his hands on the ground. Chapter 217, The Wolf Valley. Fujin weaved the hand signs and slammed his hands on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Fujin immediately disappeared from Hidden Leaf Village. The scenery around Fujin changed instantly. He was in the air and began falling. Fujin landed on his feet as he thought, so this is how space time travel feels? I kinda assumed that it would be uncomfortable or weird. Instead, it just feels like flickering. As soon as he landed, a lot of eyes turned towards him. Fujin too looked around himself. His chakra field was already spread out. He thought, so I am in the land of wolves, huh? Now, are they friendly or aggressive? Fujin had landed in a wolf valley. It was a huge place surrounded by massive mountains. Fujin sensed hundreds of wolves in his chakra field. And he could see that his chakra field didn't cover even 1% of the total area of the valley. The spot where Fujin landed had 9 wolves around him. They looked at Fujin with curiosity as he appeared out of nowhere. However, the curiosity didn't last long. A few seconds later, a wolf howled loudly and pounced on Fujin. Immediately, the other wolves also howled and pounced on Fujin. Fujin easily dodged them and asked, "Who is your leader?" Unfortunately, he didn't get any response as they kept attacking him. Fujin sighed, great, they don't understand human language. His expression became grim as he sensed the hundreds of wolves in his chakra field running towards him. He thought, I hope at least some of them understand human language. He kept dodging without attacking back. He was afraid that the leaders of the pack might treat him as an enemy if he attacked back. More importantly, he wasn't aware of how strong the leaders would be. If they were anything like the toads or the snakes, it would bring a catastrophe on him if he killed them indiscriminately. Fujin kept dodging until the number of wolves surrounding him became too high. With no other option, he flickered away. Unfortunately, the entire place was crawling with wolves. No matter where he flickered, he would be swarmed by wolves in a few seconds. Luckily, none of them could use chakra. So Fujin wasn't in any danger. Suddenly, Fujin's attention was attracted. He sensed a wolf pack heading towards him. Every single wolf in this pack had a much higher chakra. It was as high as a normal chunin would have. In addition, their size was much larger than a normal wolf. As soon as that pack appeared, the normal wolves cleared the path. They ran straight towards Fujin. A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought, finally. I was getting bored. And they should understand human speech. The new wolf pack didn't waste any time attacking Fujin. However, Fujin disappeared from their sight. The lead wolf suddenly howled as Fujin was standing on his back. Fujin stated, I am not here to fight. So, can any of you bring me to your leader? Unfortunately, he didn't get any response as the other wolves jumped at him. Their claws ripped through Fujin and their jaws took huge bites. Both their claws and jaws were enhanced with chakra. However, the injured Fujin disappeared in a cloud of smoke. This confused the wolves. Fujin, who was hiding underground, thought, okay, so they don't speak or don't want to speak. Fujin could sense more wolf packs with higher chakra heading towards him. He made shadow clones. Each of the clones headed towards the incoming packs and tried conversing with them. Unfortunately, none of the wolf packs talked back to him. They just kept attacking him like wild beasts. Fujin's clones didn't bother putting up a fight. After getting no response, they just let the wolf packs kill them. As Fujin received everyone's memories, he sighed, looks like they don't talk at all. I'll hide here until someone who can talk appears. The wolves knew that Fujin wasn't dead. They kept searching, but couldn't find even a trace of Fujin. It was as if he never arrived there. After half an hour, another wolf pack arrived. These wolves all had Jounin levels of chakra. And they were very large. They were all as big as a truck. And the wolf leading the pack was larger than the rest by almost 50%. As soon as they entered Fujin's chakra field, they sensed that they were being sensed. They immediately looked in the direction Fujin was hiding and ran towards him. However, 3 shadow clones suddenly appeared in their path. The wolves stopped. One of Fujin's clones said, I am not here to fight. I came here to sign a summoning contract. The wolves stopped their aggressive posture and relaxed a bit. Fujin's clones were relieved as well, finally, someone who understands the language. However, at the very next second, the gigantic wolves opened their mouths and exhaled strong winds at Fujin's clones. The clones were on their guard. One immediately used infinite breakthrough jutsu to counter the attack. The winds clashed against each other and formed a small hurricane which soon began dispersing. The gaze of Fujin's clones changed. They decided, talking is useless. Either these guys will just keep attacking or this is a test to see my martial might. They saw as the wolves ran into the hurricane to reach the clones. Their heavy bodies meant that the hurricane couldn't stop them. Immediately, all 3 shadow clones fired vacuum bullets into the hurricane. The bullets ripped through the hurricane and reached the unsuspecting wolves. 6 wolves were hit by it. Though Fujin had decided to fight, he didn't want to cause a massacre. The vacuum bullets hit the sides of the wolf and cut through the surface of their flesh. All 6 wolves had a 12-meter-long deep slash on one of their sides. They howled in pain and ran away from Fujin's clones. However, the remaining wolves made it through the hurricane to attack Fujin's clones. However, as soon as they made it to the opposite side, his clones made a hand seal. Their fists turned black and became very hard. At the same time, chakra became visible around their fists. They flickered on top of the wolves and punched their head with their full strength. The sudden impact on the skulls immediately made them lose consciousness. The clones flickered multiple times and knocked out all of them with ease. They couldn't help but think, though their chakra is high, their fighting style is very lousy. That's disappointing. I hope that there are better ones in the valley who know Sage Mode. Otherwise, it will be too disappointing. Seeing the bigger wolves knocked out or running injured silenced the remaining wolves. Fujin expected the weaker wolves to run away or call for stronger reinforcements. However, his guess was wrong. Every single wolf around him howled and rushed blindly at his clones. The clones sighed at their disappointing intelligence. The 3 clones stood with their backs to each other and began preparing the same jutsu. As soon as the wolves reached within arm's distance, all 3 clones used the jutsu. Wind style, triple infinite breakthrough jutsu in an instant, high-speed winds spread in all directions. The wolves who were rushing forward were stopped. Instead, the winds pushed them back. Many wolves tried holding on to the ground. However, eventually, all the nearby wolves were sent flying through the air. Even the unconscious bodies of the giant wolves were sent flying. The clones looked at the sight and thought, if we had made these winds sharper, this whole valley would have been covered in blood by now. Painful howls spread throughout the valley as the wolves crashed on the ground. A few of the weaker wolves ended up dying due to the impact. However, the ones who were alive got up and charged at Fujin's clones once again. In addition, more wolf packs kept joining them. The clones sighed and fought back. 2 days later, Fujin was hiding underground. However, his expression wasn't good and his chakra was very low. Fujin was still in the Wolf Valley. He kept making shadow clones and sending them to fight for 2 whole days. The entire valley was covered by the bodies of wolves. Almost all of them were injured. Quite a few were dead as well. Unfortunately, there was no end to the wolf tide. During these 2 days, Fujin's clones had fought over 100,000 wolves. However, not a single wolf that attacked Fujin's clones for over 2 days had the skill to even injure him. On the other hand, any winjutsu would result in a huge number of casualties to them. His clones would fight until they ran out of chakra and Fujin would create new ones to replace them. However, after 2 days of fighting, Fujin's chakra finally hit rock bottom. Even soldier pills couldn't generate chakra at enough speed. Fujin sighed, it looks hopeless. Though the number of wolves is very high, there are no high-level wolves. My clones have scouted every single mountain around the valley in these 2 days, but I never found any wolf interested in talking. So either these guys have no brains or their leaders are hiding somewhere and don't think that I am someone worthy enough to make them show themselves. Of course, this could still be a test, but my chakra is almost dry. Chapter 218, Bad Luck. Fujin finally gave up on the wolves. He made a hand sign and ended his jutsu. In the next second, he appeared back in the training ground. Exhausted, he went home and took a long rest. A few days later, Fujin once again tried his luck. Summoning jutsu. Fujin disappeared from his basement. He looked around and the scene made his skin crawl. He couldn't help but curse, first that never-ending wolf tide. And now this? No wonder so few have the summoning jutsu. It's fucking dangerous. As soon as Fujin appeared, he saw innumerable mosquitoes around him. He couldn't even estimate their number. He nervously asked, do you have a leader who would be willing to discuss a summoning contract? Fujin thought, though I don't like mosquitoes, they have a lot of potential. If I can summon millions of mosquitoes, I can have similar skills as the Ibrahim clan without having to host insects in my body. However, I first need to see the effectiveness of these mosquitoes. For starters, how much chakra would it require to summon a sufficient number of mosquitoes? And, do they have poisons like the bugs? Or do they have other means of attack? Unfortunately for Fujin, the mosquitoes just dived at him without exchanging any words. Fujin sighed expecting such a response. Winds began flowing all around him. A dome of wind formed around Fujin which spun at a high speed. The mosquitoes attacked the dome and were ripped into small pieces as soon as they entered it. Their remains were tossed outside right away. Hundreds of mosquitoes died every second. Fujin sighed once again, another suicidal bunch. Fujin lost all interest in the group. He made a hand sign and cancelled the summoning jutsu and returned to his basement. He muttered, no wonder so few ninjas have summons. If most of the summons are like them, it will be waste of time and risky at the same time. He hadn't wasted much chakra against the mosquitoes. He used the summoning jutsu once again and disappeared. This time, he landed in a rocky area. There were huge boulders around Fujin. And on top of those boulders were hyenas. Fujin was standing in the center and there were 8 hyenas surrounding him. Fujin looked at them and wondered, so will these guys talk? This time, Fujin didn't have to wait for long to know the answer. All 8 hyenas stood up and stared at Fujin. One of them exclaimed, a human popped up out of thin air. Another hyena licked his lips and said, yeah, we didn't even have to go hunting for him. Another said, since this is a free meal, he should be delicious, right? Fujin was relieved to hear them speak. But soon his left eye twitched. He said, I was trying to sign a summoning contract. Who is your leader? The first hyena that had spoken asked excitedly, do you mean that we can summon humans like you and not have to hunt for meal ever? Fujin's left eye twitched again. He sighed and said, just take me to your leader. The hyena said, sure. However, at the next second, he pounced on Fujin. Having dealt with 2 annoying groups, Fujin was high on alert and low on patience. He dodged and kicked the hyena away. Surprisingly, the hyena flipped in the air and landed on his legs on a boulder. He exclaimed, this one fights well. Brothers, we will have a good hunt tonight. Fujin muttered, great, another group of battle maniacs. He spread his chakra field. Surprisingly, there were only 16 hyenas in a 1.3 kilometer radius. Fujin wondered, is this a small pack? Or is the territory of these hyenas so huge that only 16 live in such a large area? As soon as the hyena yelled, the remaining 8 arrived and encircled Fujin. However, none of them attacked Fujin. Fujin prepared himself for another fight. However, his eyes widened. Lightning began appearing on the bodies of every hyena. It flowed on their bodies. Fujin thought, what the hell? They can use lightning? In the very next second, Fujin flickered. A paw pierced into the back of the afterimage he left. Fujin's face became grim. They are too fast. All 16 hyenas ran towards him at a very high speed. Their speed wasn't any lower than the speed at which Fujin flickered. Fujin kept flickering to prevent himself from being surrounded. At the same time, one sword appeared in his left hand. Without looking, he slashed it at the hyena on his left. The hyena didn't bother dodging as the sword was quite far from him. However, his eyes widened as he saw a sword slash coming at him. He immediately got out of the way and barely dodged the sword slash. Unfortunately, that wasn't all. The sword slash was surrounded by sharp winds that hit the hyena. The winds cut into his flesh, making him bleed all over. The hyena was enraged and began chasing Fujin once again. He shouted, "Be careful of his sword slashes." The other hyenas made a note of it mentally and kept attacking. Fujin also observed the hyena as he was on a run, so the lightning just increases their speed and perhaps their attack too. Their defenses aren't enhanced. However, his hide is too tough for a hyena. Normal attacks won't have much effect on it. He kept running while attacking with flying slashes. Fujin was very impressed by the hyenas. They are good. Very good. They have excellent coordination, very high speed and a strong attack. And they keep fighting despite injuries without letting them affect their speed. With the addition of their cunningness, they might just be the perfect summons. Fujin swung his sword towards the rock below him and sent a flying slash towards it. The slash cut the boulder and sent dust and small pieces of rocks flying towards the hyenas. Due to their high speed, the hyenas couldn't dodge and ran into the rocks and dust and were blinded momentarily due to the dust. Fujin used this opportunity to flicker a far distance from them and stopped moving. The hyenas took a couple of seconds to get rid of the dust in their eyes and chased after Fujin once again. Fuji stood on a boulder as he saw the hyenas come at him. They moved so fast that if a normal person saw, he wouldn't see anything except lightning flashing across the boulders. Fujin built up around 5% of his chakra. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin exhaled a massive and strong wind at the hyenas. Seeing their bloodlust, Fujin didn't hold back. The attack left deep cuts in the ground as it moved towards the hyenas. The hyenas saw the strong winds heading towards them and barked loudly. However, to Fujin's ears, they sounded like cackling laughter. Fujin was surprised as all the hyenas let out an electric wave that clashed with Fujin's attack. Fujin had the elemental advantage, however, he was facing 16 opponents by himself. Both attacks cancelled each other. The hyenas continued their hunt and moved right through the dust raised by the clash of their previous attacks. Fujin used the smoke screen to fire air bullets at the hyenas. As soon as the hyenas exited the smoke screen, they felt air bullets heading towards them. They immediately dodged, however, they were too close to the attack. 2 air bullets hit the legs of a couple of hyenas and left a hole through it. Another 8 air bullets left cuts on the hyenas. Only 5 hyenas were completely unharmed. They immediately went on the attack while the others took time to breathe. A hyena appeared in front of Fujin and swung his paws at his head. At the same time, another 2 hyenas appeared on Fujin's side. Fujin moved backwards as defending would mean that those 2 hyenas would attack him. The paw hit the boulder on which Fujin was standing and completely destroyed it. As Fujin moved back, he swung his sword at them and launched another sword slash. The hyenas immediately jumped to dodge. However, Fujin fired air bullets at that very instant at the hyenas who were airborne. This time, the hyenas weren't unaware of the threat. They opened their mouths and fired small lightning balls at the incoming air bullets. The attacks cancelled each other out. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows. I will run out of chakra at this rate. And they aren't allowing me any time to cancel my summoning jutsu and return back to Hidden Leaf Village. As he was thinking, one of the hyenas, who was earlier injured, appeared at Fujin's right and pounced on him. Fujin saw as his lightning-enhanced paw moved towards his body. At the same time, the 5 hyenas facing him also pressed on the attack. Fujin extended his right arm towards the incoming paw. As his hand moved forward, chakra appeared in front of his palm. It took the shape of a ball and began rotating at a very high speed. At the same time, chakra flowed erratically through the sword in his left hand as he swung it at the hyenas coming at him. The hyenas expected another flying slash. However, this time no slash was sent flying. Instead, strong winds were generated that were incredibly sharp and spread in all directions in front of Fujin. The hyenas noticed the deep cuts the winds left in the ground and were terrified. They immediately ran in the opposite direction. The winds lost their power after traveling 25 meters, but that was sufficient time for Fujin. The paw and the Rasengan clashed. The hyena expected to crush the ball and the human as well. However, the Rasengan easily overpowered the paw. The lightning around the paw dissipated as the Rasengan hit it. The hyena let out a painful howl as the Rasengan hit. The momentum of the hyena carried it into the Rasengan. The Rasengan caused his leg to bend towards its stomach. Fujin slammed the Rasengan into his stomach and sent the hyena backwards along with the Rasengan. After moving for a couple of meters, the Rasengan exploded. The hyena's skin was the thinnest in his belly area. The explosion ripped through the skin and blew his internal organs. Blood and flesh hit the rocks behind the hyena. When the smoke cleared, the hyena's dead body could be seen on the ground. His once solid stomach had been ripped open, exposing the shattered remnants of its internal organs to the elements. The flesh around the stomach hung loosely like a torn and deflated bag. The gruesome sight made the remaining hyenas shudder in revulsion. They all looked at each other. Fujin noticed it and prepared himself for an even fiercer confrontation. However, his eyes widened and a stunned expression could be seen on his face as he saw the hyena's action. Chapter 219, This World is Freakishly Scary. Fujin's eyes widened and a stunned expression could be seen on his face as he saw the hyena's actions. After looking at each other, every hyena nodded and looked at Fujin with a fierce expression. However, at the very next moment, every single hyena escaped in different directions as fast as they could move at the same time. Merely in a couple of seconds, they escaped Fujin's range of sight and soon after they escaped Fujin's chakra field, leaving him standing alone with the remains of a dead hyena. After a few seconds of disbelief, Fujin sighed and muttered, "Such shameless beasts." Despite what he said, he couldn't help but think that they would have been the perfect summons for him. He looked at the dead hyena and thought, it looks like there are only these 16 hyenas here. The mountains shouldn't have any more hyenas. Even if they do, considering that I have killed one of them, I don't think I'd be able to sign a contract. He sealed the dead body of the hyena in a scroll while thinking, in my previous life, I recall reading a lot of fantasy books that stated that eating the meat of strong beasts was very helpful for developing a stronger physique and improving aptitude or energy. I wonder if it also applies here. I know eating Kurama's meat can provide a lot of benefits. I wonder if the same also applies to summoning animals. It'd be very helpful if my flesh became as sturdy as his and my lightning affinity improved. He made a hand sign and cancelled his jutsu and returned to his basement. He left his house and went to a store from where he had previously bought recipes. The shopkeeper looked at him and politely asked, "How can I help you?" Fujin asked, "Do you have a recipe for cooking hyenas?" The old shopkeeper looked at Fujin with a weird expression. Fujin ignored it and asked, "Do you?" The shopkeeper replied, "Wait a few minutes." He began searching through his records and finally found what Fujin was looking for. After searching for the book, he returned and handed it to Fujin and said, "Surprisingly, I do have one. It also involves details of how to properly clean it." Fujin thanked the old man and paid for the book before leaving. He cleaned and prepared the hyena's flesh for a few hours before cooking some of it and storing the rest in the fridge. As he ate, he noticed, there is not much difference in taste as compared with goat meat. Fujin spent the next few days resting and eating the hyena's meat. However, he was disappointed as he didn't notice any change after 3 days. He thought, what a bummer. I haven't felt any improvement in my physique or the power of my lightning jutsus. I guess only the flesh of tailed beasts will provide benefits. Though it makes sense, I suppose. I doubt I am the first one to eat an animal that can use chakra and an element. If it did provide any benefits, this would have been common knowledge and every clan would be procuring such meat to strengthen themselves. I'm sure summoning animals would have already gone extinct by now due to everyone's greed. Having had enough rest, Fujin prepared himself for another attempt to get a summon. He ate a soldier pill and used the summoning jutsu. He disappeared from his basement. Unlike his previous 3 attempts where Fujin appeared a bit high in the air, this time he felt something around him. He felt a massive pressure on him and his clothes and body got wet instantly. Fujin opened his eyes to see that he was underwater. In front of him was a giant wall or an underwater mountain. Multiple small and colorful fishes were swimming around him. Fujin immediately held his breath and cursed in his mind, shit. He spread his chakra field to see how deep he was in the water. His chakra field spread to its max limit. Fujin's eyes widened in terror as he looked at the wall in front of him. He realized, this isn't a hill. It's a fucking whale. A fucking 200-meter-long whale. Despite his chakra field spreading for 1.3 kilometers in all directions, Fujin's chakra field didn't escape the water. Realizing how bad his situation was, he immediately weaved hand signs. As he did, he noticed another giant whale swimming towards him. The small fish that were around Fujin immediately began running away. However, the giant whale opened its mouth and a strong suction force was felt by Fujin. The water, the fish and even Fujin himself were sucked towards the whale's massive mouth. At the last moment, Fujin disappeared and returned to his basement. He dropped to his knees and began breathing heavily as water fell from his clothes and body on the floor. After taking a few deep breaths, he sat down and muttered, "So freaking scary." He took deep breaths and calmed himself down and analyzed, no wonder so few have summons. If encounters like this one are common, then unless the summoner is a formidable ninja, surviving will be very difficult. If I had appeared there half a minute later, then I'd be sucked into the whale's mouth right when I appeared there. Fujin immediately began doubting himself. He thought, should I still try to get a summon by myself? At the current rate, the risks of trying to get a summon seem to far outweigh the benefits of getting it. After all, this time I was sent to such depths inside the ocean. What if I am sent inside a volcano or something very poisonous? Fujin began weighing his options. Despite the risks, getting a summon would be incredibly helpful for him. Especially as his chakra kept growing. He wondered, should I instead try to get a summoning contract from existing summoners? But snakes and toads will be very difficult to get as I have no contact with Jiraiya or any snake summoner. The only two who I know decently well are Renjiro and Hiruzen. But Renjiro's sloth isn't very powerful. More importantly, he hasn't given any indication to pass me the summoning contract. As for Hiruzen, it is even more unlikely. If I could become Tsunoda's student, then I could get her summons. But even that is quite improbable. Not to mention, she won't be in the village for many years. Fujin analyzed his options but didn't find anything promising. He sighed and decided, there is no option. I have to keep trying it until I am successful. However, I have to take more precautions. It'd be a waste of a life if I get attacked as soon as I go there and can't do anything to resist. He began planning how to defend himself properly. After forming a good enough plan, he went to the ninja weapons shop. After searching for a bit, he bought 2 metallic bracelets, 2 metal anklets, 1 metal torque, 1 metal headband and 4 flexible bands that were reinforced with metal. He returned home and began inscribing barrier seals on each of the items he bought. When he was satisfied, he created a shadow clone. The clone began equipping the items. He put the bracelets on each of his wrists, just behind the bracers. The anklets went above his ankles while the flexible bands were put on his thighs and biceps. The remaining 2 went around his neck and forehead. The clone looked at Fujin and nodded. In the next second, Fujin shot a vacuum bullet at the clone. The clone instantly made the confrontation hand seal. A barrier appeared around him. The bullet hit the barrier. The barrier stood sturdy, however, the impact of the bullet sent him backwards for a few meters. Fujin nodded satisfactorily and asked, "Did you feel any pain?" The clone shook his head and said, "No, but if the attack is very strong, then the momentum will be passed on to you. So be prepared for that." Fujin nodded and dispersed the clone. The bands fell on the ground. Fujin put it on and used a summoning jutsu once again. As soon as he appeared in the summoning area, Fujin made the confrontation hand seal. A barrier appeared around him. He immediately followed it up with the hand signs of ending the summoning jutsu and observed his surroundings. If he felt something was wrong, he would return instantly. Fujin watched in confusion as his chakra field spread through the area. The first thing he noticed was the small hill in front of him. The bottom of the hill had an entrance like a cavern entrance. 2 imposing, jagged protrusions hung in front of him, like menacing fangs, as if daring him to enter. Suddenly, a strong wind was exhaled from the cave entrance on Fujin's barrier, pushing him backwards by a few meters. His eyes widened in surprise and shock once again as his chakra field covered the hill in front of him. He couldn't help but gulp his saliva and mutter, "This world is freakishly scary." Chapter 220, A Special State. Fujin nervously observed the beast in front of him while maintaining his hand seal. He was prepared to disappear in the blink of an eye. As he was looking up, an eyelid opened and stared right at Fujin. The beast saw Fujin and thought, "I sensed a chakra field engulfing me. Looks like it was this human." The beast observed Fujin and wondered, why is he riling up his chakra and maintaining a barrier? He didn't get up and spoke in a rough and jagged voice, "A human? We haven't had one visit us in a while. Why are you here, little one?" Fujin sighed in relief, finally someone who talks and is reasonable. Though the beast's voice was painful to hear, Fujin didn't mind as he finally could have a conversation with an animal. However, he didn't let his guard down and replied, "I am here to sign a summoning contract." The beast observed him and said, "I see. But why are you maintaining a barrier?" Fujin let out a sigh and answered, "I have been using summoning jutsu blindly to find the right summon for me. Unfortunately, I had some very bad experiences." The beast was surprised to hear the reason. Suddenly, he began laughing out loud in amusement. The sound of his laughter echoed through the mountains with a deafening roar, as if 1,000 thunderbolts were crashing down upon the earth at once. Sweat gathered on Fujin's forehead as his barrier trembled. He cursed, "Shit, without the barrier, I might have gone deaf." His excitement about the thought of signing a summoning contract with such a strong beast quelled down as he began worrying about his life instead. After laughing, the beast stood up. Fujin watched in awe as he saw his majestic body. He was a behemoth of a beast, standing at an astonishing height of almost 20 meters tall. His muscles bulged under a coat of thick, matted fur that bristled in the wind. His sharp, powerful claws were the size of long swords, capable of rending through flesh and bone with ease. But it was the beast's jaws that were truly terrifying, gaping open to reveal teeth that were larger than Fujin's whole body. Each tooth was razor-sharp and curved, like a scythe made of ivory. The ground shook beneath its massive paws as it stood up. This was a predator unlike any other, a true apex predator. Fujin gulped once again as he recognized the beast, a saber-tooth. The beast said, "Drop your barrier and introduce yourself, little one. Don't worry, I won't eat you. You won't even fit the gap between my teeth." He let out a cackling laughter. Fujin agreed with his analysis. Though his barrier was strong, he had doubts about whether it could withstand an assault from the behemoth in front of him. He deactivated the barrier and stopped maintaining the hand sign, and his chakra for escaping back. However, he was still alert and prepared to activate the barrier immediately despite doubting its reliability. He said, "I am Suzuki Fujin from Hidden Leaf Village." The saber-tooth observed Fujin and said, "Good name. It suits you well. I am Ryu, the son of Tatsu. Your strongest affinity is wind nature manipulation, right?" Fujin was surprised. He wondered, how did he sense that? Was it just my name, or does he have the ability to sense chakra affinity? He nodded and said, "Yes, it is my strongest affinity." Ryu said, "Good. Having a strong wind affinity is one of the necessary conditions to be able to sign a contract with us." Fujin thought, "Lucky me, my other elements are lacking a lot right now." Ryu added, "Of course, that isn't the only criterion. Climb on my head, I'll carry you to our sage. She will determine whether you can sign a contract or not." Fujin's attention was immediately drawn to the word sage. He thought with excitement, "Great, they should be able to use senjutsu." He nodded and used wind instantaneous body jutsu to appear on top of Ryu's head. Ryu said, "Hold on tight." Fujin held on tight to his fur as he expected Ryu to run at high speeds. However, Ryu didn't move. Fujin heard some noise behind him and turned his head to check it. The sight he saw left his eyes wide open and jaw hanging. Ryu's fur moved and 2 gigantic pairs of wings appeared on his back. The wings fully spread, displaying the immense wingspan which was easily 4 times his height. Ryu flapped his wings and the gigantic creature lifted off in the air. Fujin gulped his saliva as he thought, since when did Sabertooth gain wings? As Ryu took off into the sky, Fujin felt a sense of awe and wonder as he looked out at the stunning scenery before him. The mountains stretched out as far as the eye could see, their peaks piercing the clouds above. Below them, a vast forest spread out, with streams and rivers snaking their way through it like veins. For once, Fujin let go of his worries and relaxed. Seeing how strong Ryu was, he knew that he didn't need to play tricks to attack Fujin. A childlike curiosity appeared in Fujin's eyes as he took in the breathtaking view, feeling incredibly blessed and content. Though Fujin had traveled in airplanes in his previous life, the feeling was completely different. In fact, it wasn't even comparable. Ryu's wings beat rhythmically, sending a gentle breeze through Fujin's hair and filling his lungs with fresh air. As Ryu climbed higher, Fujin could see the snow-capped summits of the highest peaks in the distance, their peaks wreathed in wispy clouds that glowed pink and orange in the light of the setting sun. The sky above was a riot of colors, from the deep purples and blues of the horizon to the golden hues of the clouds that drifted lazily overhead. It was a scene of such majesty and beauty that Fujin felt humbled and grateful to be alive to witness it. As Ryu cruised through the skies, Fujin felt a sense of complete relaxation and tranquility. Fujin basked in the peacefulness of the moment and lost himself in thoughts as he began reflecting on his life. He recalled his recent troubles before beginning to reflect on his entire journey in this majestic world. He recalled the schemes he employed, the people he killed, the fun he had and the hard work he put in. Soon, he began thinking about his previous life. With the newfound clarity and tranquility, Fujin couldn't help but realize, in my previous life, I always dreamed about having superpowers. I dreamt of going on epic adventures. Now that I have superpowers that I could only dream of in my previous life and have an entire new world to explore, why am I so stressed? A smile appeared on Fujin's face as he closed his eyes. Memories of his past and worries about his future faded away, replaced with a sense of contentment and joy. He felt a deep connection to everything around him as though he was becoming one with the natural world. Fujin entered into a special state. His mind was so calm and stable that he could feel the world's energy around him in this state. He lost all sense of time as he enjoyed the comfort of this energy. Ryu, who was enjoying showing off to Fujin, suddenly focused all attention on him. A look of surprise appeared on his giant face as he thought, what the hell? Ryu sensed that Fujin had entered into a special state. He analyzed, what a surprise. I had sensed that he has a very potent affinity to wind. That is why I decided to bring him to our sacred land. This journey was meant to display my might and relax him a bit from his agitated state. But I never imagined that he would be able to connect with nature so easily. Looks like we will have a new summoner after 125 years. Ryu didn't want to disturb Fujin and wake him up from the special state he was in. He maintained a constant speed as he headed towards the tallest mountain. As he moved, he thought in relief and excitement, great-grandmother, it looks like our pride's ability might finally advance once again after 500 years. He quelled his excitement, though it will be a long time before he can learn that skill. His chakra reserves are too poor. Even the quality of his chakra is lacking. We will need to improve it first and only then can he have some hope in learning it. As Ryu kept cruising, he moved above the clouds. In front of him was a mountain peak. Fujin finally opened his eyes. He saw the snow-covered peak and was awed by its beauty. Ryu noticed that Fujin had woken up and said, "Welcome to Mount Muteki." Chapter 221, Gaimorasaki. Fujin observed Mount Muteki carefully. He could feel that the chakra around the mountain felt different as compared to Hidden Lee Village and other villages. Ryu asked, "So, how are you feeling?" Fujin replied, "I am feeling great. I have never felt better." Ryu said, "Of course. What you just experienced was a special state. And the chakra you feel is nature's chakra. I believe you humans also refer to it as senjutsu." Fujin was surprised. He thought, that was nature's chakra. He fell into a thought as he realized, no wonder I felt so comfortable and my mood was so tranquil. Ryu noticed that Fujin was in thought and said, "You only sensed nature's chakra and didn't absorb it. In the future, don't try to absorb nature's chakra or even try to feel it yourself. It can be very dangerous. Especially as you aren't ready to handle it yet." Fujin nodded. He knew how dangerous nature's chakra was. He replied, "Thanks for the warning. I won't try it without guidance." Fujin wanted to ask a few questions but something caught his eye. He looked ahead to see four saber-tooths flying in the sky while playing around. However, compared to Ryu, they were much smaller with heights in the range of 3-4 meters. They noticed Ryu and quickly flew towards him. However, their attention soon fell on Fujin as this was the first time they ever saw a human. Fujin too was observing them. They were about to land on Ryu, when he said, "Run along, kiddos. I'll be busy." The four saber-tooths immediately flew away. Ryu said, "Don't mind them. You are the first human they saw. So expect a lot of curiosity-filled gazes if you manage to sign the contract." Fujin chuckled, "All right." Ryu flew to the very top of the peak. However, instead of a pointy peak, there was a shallow crater surrounded by the rocks. It looked quite similar to the opening of a volcano, except that the crater wasn't very deep and instead of lava, it was covered in snow. Ryu landed in the crater in front of another saber-tooth. This one wasn't as big as Ryu but was still about 3/4 of his size. And it looked a bit older. The saber-tooth noticed Fujin and asked in a gentle voice, "Which guest have you brought here, Ryu?" Fujin was surprised by her voice. Unlike Ryu, it was much more gentle and pleasing to the ears. Ryu said, "This is Fujin. He came here to sign a summoning contract. Fujin, get off and introduce yourself." Fujin nodded and jumped down from his head. He landed between the two saber-tooths. He bowed slightly and respectfully said, "I am Suzuki Fujin from Hidden Leaf Village. I used the summoning jutsu to find a summon and appeared in front of Ryu." The saber-tooth observed Fujin carefully. Ryu said, "Fujin, she is the leader of our pride. And the sage of Mount Muteki and all winged saber-tooths." Fujin had already expected it to be so. The sage looked into Ryu's eyes before looking at Fujin and said, "Ryu has a habit of being too dramatic. I am Gaimorasaki. Everyone in this pride is my descendant." Fujin memorized her name. She continued, "Did Ryu inform you about the conditions of signing a summoning contract with us?" Fujin replied, "He informed me about needing a strong affinity to wind nature. But I don't know about other criteria." Murasaki said, "All right. Before I inform you about the criteria, do you have any questions you want answered?" Fujin replied, "Yes, quite a few. Is it fine to ask them all?" Murasaki said, "Sure, ask." Fujin asked, "When I used the summoning jutsu, why did I arrive so far away from Mount Muteki?" Murasaki replied, "The summoning jutsu you humans use isn't to find a group of summons but instead a specific summon. In your case, that was Ryu. That is why you appeared in front of him instead of the mountain. Since most summons live in their sacred lands, I believe that you have the misconception that you appear in sacred lands." That information surprised Fujin. He analyzed, I never thought of it that way. But I guess it makes sense. Though I don't remember well, I think Jiraiya did fall in front of Gamabunta who became his main summon. Fujin looked at Murasaki and asked the most important question, can you teach me senjutsu? Murasaki didn't answer and instead stared at Fujin for a minute. She finally said, this question is a bit complicated to answer. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Murasaki replied, we do have the ability to harness and use nature's energy. However, this technique is only for us winged saber-tooths. A human can't learn it. Fujin thought, even Toad Sage Mode was a technique for toads. But humans could still learn it. Why can't their method be learned? Murasaki broke Fujin's thoughts by saying, this is one of the criteria for accepting a summoner. We only accept summoners who we believe could learn senjutsu. Though you won't be able to use our technique, we will use it as a reference to help you learn senjutsu. Fujin was confused. He couldn't help but ask, why? Murasaki replied, your human body can't handle our methods. Fujin said, no, not that. Why would you go through so much effort to make a summoner learn senjutsu? Murasaki stayed silent for a few seconds before saying, I can't tell you the reason, but it has become a tradition here. However, I can't give you any sureties in learning senjutsu. After all, in the past 500 years, we have trained many humans. Unfortunately, no one managed to learn senjutsu. Fujin became silent on hearing it and fell into thought. He was very conflicted. He sighed in his mind, what a mess. Looks like learning senjutsu from here will be very difficult. Murasaki and Rin noticed Fujin thinking and didn't disturb him. Fujin analyzed and reached the conclusion, I guess this isn't bad though. Other than the toads teaching Jiraiya, Minato and Naruto senjutsu, I am not sure if any other summons teach senjutsu. Though Kabuto did get it, I don't recall exactly how he convinced the snakes to teach him. And Hashirama's Sage Mode didn't have any explanation. So if these guys are serious about training me to learn senjutsu, that will probably be my best chance. Of course, their help is definitely not unconditional or selfless. I am sure they have their own goals for wanting to train their summoners to use senjutsu. Besides, using summoning jutsu blindly is too risky. I'd have to sign a contract even if they didn't know senjutsu. Fujin said, alright, I will be in your care. However, I have one more question. Am I allowed to sign more summoning contracts? This time Fujin heard Ri's jagged voice from behind and he sounded offended. Kid, why do you want to sign other contracts when you have us? Fujin looked back and calmly said, when I learned about the summoning jutsu, I plan to sign at least 3 summoning contracts. 1 for fighting on land, 1 for fighting in the air and 1 for scouting and spying. But, since you have the ability to fly, I don't need to find another summon to fly. Of course, it was just some plans I made when I was a kid. If you have conditions of not signing other contracts, then I won't. Ri calmed down on hearing Fujin's answer. He replied with a deadpan tone, you are still just a kid. His reply made Fujin feel awkward. Murasaki answered, I don't care if you sign other summoning contracts. But you can't sign a contract with a group that can use nature chakra. Even if you tried to sign one, they won't agree if you have already signed a summoning contract with us. Also, though your plan seems good, don't try it until your strength grows considerably. With your current strength, there are many summons that can kill you with ease. So it will be pointless and risky. Fujin nodded. He didn't need to be told again how risky it was as his memories were still very fresh. Murasaki continued, instead of trying to form another summoning contract, I would recommend raising wild animals and signing them as your contract. That way you won't be under any restrictions and can raise them to do what you want. Fujin was intrigued by the idea. He thought, I never thought of this option. But, to be honest, raising animals will be a lot of work. Especially when I am out on missions. However, I do have a lot of space around my home and I have a lot of money that I don't have any use for. I need to see if I can employ someone to do the work for me. Fujin looked at Murasaki and said, that's all the questions I had, Lady Murasaki. Ri watched awkwardly at Fujin as he called her a lady. He wondered, this lady is over 800 years old. I wonder when was the last time anyone called her lady. Murasaki said, you can call me Granny. As for your criteria for signing a contract, there are just 2. She looked at Ru and said, the one in front of whom you appear should agree to accept you as a summoner. She looked back at Fujin and said, and you should show talent to be able to learn senjutsu in the future. Fujin thought, as I thought. They gain something from teaching me senjutsu. Ri said, I agree. And Fujin has passed the second criterion as well. Fujin looked at Ru in surprise. Ri said, the flight to this place was a test to see how in tune you can become with nature. My goal was to calm you down and make you experience peace and tranquility by showing you that scenery. As you manage to sense nature chakra, you have passed the criteria. Fujin was left speechless. He thought, first I needed a good wind affinity. And then I needed to feel nature's chakra, which I coincidentally managed to do. I guess good luck does follow bad luck. Fujin replied with a smile, that's great. When do we sign the contract? Chapter 222, Potential and Limit. Fujin signed the contract right away with his blood. Ryu carried him away from the peak and flew down the mountain. As they were flying, Fujin asked, Ryu, are there others like you guys who can use senjutsu but can't pass it on to humans? Ryu replied, of course, there are numerous. The number of species that can use senjutsu is at least a couple of dozen. And there are numerous wild beasts who manage to learn it on their own. Some of them are very wild and dangerous. Even I wouldn't want to face them in a single combat. Fujin was surprised to learn that. After all, he didn't see any such creature make a move during the Fourth Great Ninja War. But soon he realized, now that I think about it, none of the summons made any major moves during that war. The Toads had a larger participation in the fight against Pain rather than against Obito and Madara. Weird considering that they were in danger during the latter rather than the former. Ryu continued, as far as I am aware, only the places you humans consider as the three sacred places have techniques to pass down their methods of harnessing nature energy to humans. Others don't have them or are not interested in passing them down. A giant cave appeared before them. Ryu stepped into the cave and roared loudly. Surprisingly, his roar had no effect on Fujin. Fujin was impressed. What control over his voice? Fujin got off his head. Ryu looked at him and said seriously, though we don't have any specified rules, there are a few things you have to follow. Fujin nodded. Ryu said, first, none of the winged saber-tooths you summon should die. While we will give our all to help you, we will undo the summoning and return if we face extreme danger and think death is inevitable. This is especially true for the young ones who still need to grow. After escaping, we will use reverse summoning jutsu to save you unless you specifically ask us not to. Fujin nodded and said, that is reasonable. I have no issues with that. Fujin's main priority was always his own safety. So it was perfectly understandable for him when others have similar priorities. Ryu said, another thing, though you can summon me, don't try it until your chakra reserves get much larger. You will need to have at least 5 times the chakra you currently have to summon me safely. In the meantime, Ryu gazed outside the cave. Fujin followed his gaze and saw 3 winged saber-tooths flying towards them. They entered the cave as Ryu completed his sentence, in the meantime, you can summon my sons. Ryu looked at them and said, this is Fujin. He has become the new summoner of our pride. Introduce yourself. The 3 winged saber-tooths stared at Fujin. Though they were smaller than Ryu, they were much bigger than Fujin. The smallest one was almost twice as tall as Fujin while the largest one was half the size of Ryu. The biggest one said, I am Kurogen. You can summon me when you are in an intense fight. He observed Fujin and said, though I would recommend at least doubling your chakra before trying to summon me. The second one said, I am Kaido. I like going on adventures and flying for a long time. You can summon me when you want to travel long distances. The smallest one said, I am Goro. Feel free to summon me whenever you want to. Fujin nodded and slightly bowed and said, I will be in your care. Goro said with a smirk, don't worry, I like to protect the ones weaker than me. He immediately ran away after saying that as his 2 brothers stared at him in annoyance. Ryu sighed as Kurogen explained, he is quite mischievous. You will have to get used to him. Fujin said, it's fine. Kurogen and Kaido also laughed. Ryu said, everyone here is an expert in using wind attacks. The nature energy we use amplifies it even further. You can later try to create combination attacks with them. If you aren't compatible with them, you can even summon others from the pride. Fujin nodded and said, alright. Ryu stared at Fujin and said, now, time to discuss the important matter. Fujin looked into Ryu's eyes. He could feel that Ryu was trying to look into every secret he had. Ryu said, I was initially not sure about accepting you and wanted to leave the decision to Granny. I changed my mind after sensing how in tune with nature you became. The reason I was doubtful is that your potential isn't very high. Fujin furrowed his eyebrows and asked, what do you mean? Ryu said, from what I can see, your body and chakra should be stronger than most humans that are your age. However, you have only managed to do so with extreme hard work. Isn't that right? Fujin was uncomfortable at how easily Ryu gained information regarding his chakra and abilities. Fujin nodded, that is true. Ryu said, every being has a limit to which they can grow. For some, it is higher, while for others it is much lower. What you have done through intense training is bring forth all your potential in order to gain power quickly. Due to this, you will soon reach your limit and your chakra reserves will stop increasing. In fact, the speed of the growth of your chakra reserves should have already slowed. Fujin frowned. He thought, I have monitored my chakra ever since I became a sensor. My chakra grew by 2-3 times every year during the last 2 years in the academy. And it exploded under Renjiro's training due to Senju Taijutsu style training and grew by about 4.5 times in a year. Though I noticed that my chakra growth has slowed and it will grow by less than 2 times this year, I speculated that it was just due to no longer having any gains from training Senju Taijutsu style. If his words are right, doesn't it mean that my growth will drastically slow down? Ryu guessed Fujin's thoughts and said, "You don't need to worry about this. After all, you can't control your potential and limits." Fujin argued, "But can't we exceed our limits and grow beyond them?" In the Fourth Great Ninja War, the strongest ninja was probably the one with the least potential. So though Fujin didn't like what Ryu said, he wasn't discouraged as Guy's example was in front of him. Ryu was impressed by Fujin's reply. He thought, many will be demotivated on learning that their progress will be halted and might deny that their potential is limited. But he directly thought about breaking through the limits. Ryu replied, "It's true, it can be surpassed. However, you will just reach your new limits and stop there unless you can keep breaking your limits. Just breaking limits is rare. But to break it consecutively is almost impossible. Of course, there are still beings who have managed to do it and become immensely powerful, but they are very rare. Anyways, we are getting off topic. We can discuss this later when you reach it. What I wanted to say is that your chakra growth will slow down in a couple of years. And when the growth becomes too slow, you will come here and receive my training." Fujin thought, "I see. He wasn't trying to demotivate me." Fujin asked in a confused tone, "Why do we have to wait till then?" Ryu answered, "Because your current chakra isn't strong enough. The techniques I plan on teaching you are very chakra intensive and will put an intense strain on your physique. So you will need at least 3 to 4 times your current chakra and a much stronger physique before I can safely teach you. That is why I will not be training you right now. As for the limit that I mentioned, you don't need to worry much about it. Though your potential isn't very high, your wind affinity is very potent. And we have methods and the resources to make it even stronger. As for chakra reserves, though it is difficult, even they can be artificially boosted. However, it is very troublesome to do so and the methods that we have are more effective on someone whose growth has come to a halt. In addition, there are various restrictions and limits on those methods, but we will talk about it when you reach the limit. Of course, if you manage to keep breaking past your limits, then I can begin your training after you reach the necessary levels of chakra reserves and physique." Fujin consumed all the information Ryu just stated. He was beyond surprised. He analyzed, he can do that? Increasing wind affinity is understandable if they have access to wind elemental crystals. But how can they increase chakra reserves? At the same time, his mood became a bit grim, since they are willing to invest so many resources into me, what exactly do they gain from training me in senjutsu? Fujin didn't let his mood reflect on his face. Instead, he showed an excited expression and said, "Alright, that sounds great. Thanks a lot in advance, Ryu." Ryu said, "That is all for now. Return to your place and don't attempt to sense nature chakra without my presence." Fujin replied, "Don't worry. I won't risk my life pointlessly." Ryu nodded. Fujin waved hand signs and returned to his basement. He looked around himself and let out a sigh, finally. "I don't need to experience any more crazy situations like those." Fujin was very happy with the summon he signed. However, a thought appeared in his mind, should I keep my summon a secret? Chapter 223, A Path Beyond Senjutsu. Fujin analyzed the pros and cons of keeping his summon a secret. Finally, he decided, the winged saber-tooths will be my main summon. There isn't much point in keeping them a secret as it will get out eventually. Of course, I should keep this card hidden until I can, but there is no need to keep it hidden from the ones I can trust. Instead, I should probably take the initiative to mention this to Hiruzen. While it is good news that they want to teach me senjutsu, they definitely have some ulterior motives. Though my gut tells me that their ultimate motives won't be harmful to me, and even if it is, they won't do anything to me until I learn senjutsu, it would be better to get some information from Hiruzen. If it is harmful, then he could warn me and help me terminate the contract or help me scheme against them. If it is beneficial, then Hiruzen might look more favorably towards me, as these saber-tooths are quite strong and could increase Hidden Leaf Village's strength considerably. Also, I could use Riz dialogue and add some false news to maybe get a few elemental crystals from Hiruzen. For instance, instead of telling him about their methods and resources to strengthen me, I could tell him that they will teach me senjutsu only if I reach the required strength. Fujin made a few plans until he was satisfied and went to sleep after eating dinner. Meanwhile, at the peak of Mount Muteki, Ryu appeared in front of Murasaki. Murasaki looked at him and said, "I am surprised that you agreed so readily. Is the boy that impressive?" Ryu replied, "You didn't see him connect to nature, great-grandmother. It was almost instinctual to him. He didn't even need 15 minutes to sense nature energy and managed to maintain that state for 2 hours. I had to keep flying around the mountain for over an hour to not disturb him. Among the summoners we contracted in the last 400 years, he is our best shot." Murasaki sighed and asked, "Are you still hoping that the prophecy your grandfather had comes true?" Ri didn't answer her question and instead said, 500 years ago, you mastered nature energy and helped our pride advance to the next level. However, we haven't made any progress since then. Grandfather and granduncle Genji believe that we will advance to the next level with the help of a human who could learn our senjutsu. I'd rather believe it instead of wasting away hundreds of years pointlessly." Murasaki looked at Ru, however, he didn't budge. She sighed and said, "Do whatever you want." Ru nodded and left. Murasaki saw him leaving the mountain as her memories surfaced. 4 children, 7 grandchildren and 19 great-grandchildren of mine have died as a result of that prophecy. Some sacrificed themselves to protect the human they chose while some were killed by the betrayal of the very human they raised and one ingrate even invaded our sacred lands. I hope you don't join them, Ru." She closed her eyes and went back to meditating. A very strong chakra could be seen around her. A chakra that brightened the peak of Mount Muteki and would have been visible from a long distance if the peak wasn't hidden above the clouds. The next day, Fujin was standing outside a building. It was Hidden Leaf Village's hospital. He entered it and approached the lady sitting in the reception. She looked at Fujin and greeted him with a smile. "Fujin-kun, who are you here to visit? Or are you injured?" Fujin smiled back at her. He had been a rather common face in the hospital. He especially became well known when Renjiro brought his injured and unconscious body to the hospital on his shoulder multiple times in a single month. He replied, "I am fine and haven't come to visit anyone, Akemi-san. I have come here to register for medical ninja training." Akemi was surprised. She asked, "You want to become a medical ninja?" Fujin replied, "No, I just want to learn the basic healing jutsu so that I can help my teammates if we don't have a medical ninja with us." Akemi replied, "Oh. Alright. Wait a minute." Akemi wasn't surprised by Fujin's request. Quite a few ninjas would show up for learning the mystical palm jutsu without bothering to learn the remaining knowledge needed to become a medical ninja. Hidden Leaf Village had a system in place for ninjas like these. Though they would prefer for more ninjas to become a proper and capable medical ninja, very few had the interest, talent and patience to become one. After all, it would require years or even a decade to become a good medical ninja. So Hiruzen, with Tsunada's assistance, had created a proper plan to teach such ninjas. A lot of clans and civilian ninjas benefited immensely from this program. The former Uchiha clan had benefited the most from this system. Their Sharingans could easily copy the mystical palm jutsu. They just needed some guidance to master that jutsu and could provide a better healing option on the front lines where medical ninjas wouldn't be available. Similarly, the Hyuga clan also benefited from this system. Their Byakugan and fine chakra control assisted in being much superior to others who learned this jutsu. So some Hyugas learned this jutsu and became the perfect support for any squad with their scouting and healing capabilities while being perfectly capable of defending themselves. Akemi opened a file and wrote Fujin's name in a list that already had 23 other names. She said, "A training session for newbies will be held 3 days from now at noon. I have registered you. So just show up and join the class." Fujin noted the date and thanked her. "Thank you, Akemi-san." Fujin left the hospital thinking, 3 days. Should I train a jutsu or should I train with summons? Suddenly he heard, "Fujin." Fujin turned to his right. Takao Hatake walked towards him and asked, "Where were you yesterday evening? We tried finding you without any success." Fujin replied, "I was doing some special training. Anyways, what's up?" Takao looked at Fujin but didn't get any clues from him. He said, "Well, it's good that you are safe. Lord Hokage wants to meet you. So meet him right away." Fujin nodded and said, "Alright. Thank you for passing the message." Fujin flickered towards the Hokage building. He entered and knocked on the door. Hiruzen invited him. Fujin entered and said, "I met Takao-san outside the hospital. He said you wanted to meet me, Grandpa." Hiruzen looked at him and asked, "Hospital? Are you injured?" Fujin shook his head and answered, "No, I am planning to learn mystical palm jutsu. So I went to register myself." He put up a sad expression and said, "If a mission goes bad, I want to have the capability of at least healing my teammates a bit." Hiruzen knew that Fujin was referring to his previous mission indirectly as he couldn't say it out loud. He couldn't heal any injuries on Tomatsu for hours. His features softened. He said, "I sent a couple of messengers to you last evening, but they couldn't find you. I was worried that someone tried to claim your bounty." Fujin furrowed his brows and asked, "Didn't you say that there is no danger in Hidden Leaf Village and that no one has ever claimed a bounty before?" Hiruzen coughed and said, "I did. But there can always be a first time." Fujin watched Hiruzen with a deadpan expression. He thought, this old fox is unbelievable. Hiruzen changed the subject and asked, "Anyways, Where were you? Fujin replied, I was trying to find a summon. Hiruzen's eyes widened. He immediately scolded, why did you try it on your own? That is very dangerous. Fujin nodded and said, yeah. You don't need to tell me, Grandpa. It was very scary. I had to face a wolf tide and even saw gigantic whales. Hiruzen squinted his eyes and asked, you tried it more than once? Fujin nodded and said, yeah. It was so scary that I wanted to stop. But I couldn't help but think about your words and my teammates and kept going until I succeeded. Hiruzen's features softened. He thought, though it was risky and he is usually greedy, the will of fire burns bright in him. As long as he can grow safely for 2-3 more years, he can fulfill the gap left by Tamatsu's squad by himself. Hiruzen said, it's good that you managed to get it done. Who did you sign the contract with? Fujin answered, they are winged saber-tooths. Have you heard about them, Grandpa? Hiruzen thought for a bit before shaking his head. He replied, I haven't heard about anyone having these summons. How do they look and how strong are they? Fujin replied, they look like a normal saber-tooth, only many times larger. Their wings are hidden along their fur, so they are hard to spot normally. They can fly very well. As for their strength, they are very strong. The one I met could have probably defeated me with ease. Though I can't say for sure as I never fought. Hiruzen analyzed, I don't recall seeing any such summons or even reading about them. I guess it must be a tribe that rarely signs contracts. From what Fujin described, their strongest fighters should be at elite Jounin level or just stronger than that, which is quite good but nothing exceptional. He looked at Fujin and concluded, oh well, Renjiro wasn't planning to hand him his sloth summon. Since he managed to get a contract with his own strength, I can't complain. If he passes the contract to the next generation, then Fujin would have contributed a lot to the village. He said, I don't know anything about them, Fujin. But good work. Chapter 224, Swords. Hiruzen lifted a couple of boxes from under his desk and placed them on his desk and said, this arrived yesterday evening. I called you as I believed that you would want it right away. Fujin observed the boxes. His attention was immediately drawn to their ornate designs. Their lids were carved with intricate patterns of dragons and tigers. And it was made from the wood that had an ancient feeling to it. Fujin realized and quickly exclaimed, my swords are here? Hiruzen nodded and said, Fuji arrived here from the land of iron yesterday. Fujin moved forward and lifted one of the lids to see a soft, plush lining that cradled his sword. He grabbed the sheath and picked up his sword. The sheath was an art in itself. Swirling designs were etched into its glossy black lacquer. As Fujin ran his fingers along the sheath, he felt the satisfying smoothness of the fine craftsmanship. Finally, he drew out the sword. The blade was long and thin with a very slight curve to it. Both its edges were very sharp. When the light fell on it, it shimmered with a greenish hue that caught Fujin's eye. The hilt was made of polished green jade that fit comfortably in Fujin's hands. Fujin moved the sword around. It felt very light and almost as if it was an extension of his arm. A smile appeared on his face as chakra began flowing along the blade. He muttered, the chakra flow along this blade is so smooth. Fujin's chakra flowed through the blade without any obstruction. It was charged with wind chakra almost instantaneously. Fujin had no doubts that if he swung his sword, the entire Hokage building would collapse. Hiruzen smiled and said, the sword has some chakra metal that assists in wind chakra flow. Very few will be able to stop your sword in the future. Of course, do be careful about them. The swords are very expensive and could get some unwanted attention. Fujin replied, if they are greedy, they might try to get my head first. But I will keep it in mind, Grandpa. Fujin immediately began checking his other sword, leaving Hiruzen a bit awkward as he recalled that Fujin's head was worth more than those swords. The second sword was just as good as the first one. Fujin kept his sword back in the sheaths. Hiruzen instructed, keep the sheaths and boxes properly. The blacksmiths attach a lot of importance to making them. So destroying them or throwing them away is seen as an insult by them. Also, the sheath is made of special materials which help preserve the chakra metal properties in the sword. So when you don't use them, keep them in their sheaths. Fujin replied, I didn't know about that. But seeing how well the sheath and the box are made, I guess it makes sense. I'll store them properly. Hiruzen smiled and said, that is all. There is still some time before I invite you to Anbu. Use it to master mystical palm and create a bond and develop teamwork with your summons. Fujin nodded and left the room. He thought, I guess Ru wasn't kidding when he said that the younger ones hadn't ever seen a human. It should have been a long time since they had a summoner. Kinda sucks. I was hoping that Hiruzen knew how impressive they were and used that fact to get some wind crystals. Anyways, since he doesn't know, I doubt he could warn me about their plans. On the plus side, I will be able to keep my sage training a secret. If I do master it, my strength will grow phenomenally. And since there is no way to sense it unless I use it, it will become my strongest ace in the hole. A smile formed on his face as he wondered who would fall prey to this hidden card. Of course, that would be a long time away and would need a lot of hard work and perhaps some luck to achieve. Fujin returned home. 2 symbols glowed on his bracers and his old swords appeared. Fujin calculated, Hiruzen asked me to keep the new swords in their sheaths. I will have to modify the storage seal so that my new swords fit. That isn't an issue. The problem is that I have to store them with their sheaths. So when I summon the sword, I will get the sword with the sheath instead of just the sword. And while that may look cool, it will be very inefficient. So what to do? Fujin analyzed a lot and began recalling all the seals he had learned. After a few minutes, he prepared a plan that would allow him to store the swords in the sheaths but summon just the swords. However, before he could work on it, he had an idea. Fujin thought, wait a minute. Though Anbu ninjas wear a mask to hide their identity, I doubt that it would be 100% effective. After all, every ninja has unique features. Someone like Kakashi is very easy to identify despite his Anbu mask. So it's safe to assume that every village will try to keep information about the Anbu ninjas of enemy villages. If that is the case, then I should give them something to identify me with myself instead of them figuring out something I can't change and don't know. A mischievous smile appeared on Fujin's face as he thought of a plan to mess with the minds of the ones that might want to target him in the future. He stored the new swords in a scroll and kept the old swords back in his bracers. He left his house and went to the training ground. He bit his thumb and weaved a few hand signs and slammed his right palm on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Smoke appeared in front of Fujin. In the smoke, the silhouette of a 3-meter-tall saber-tooth was visible. Meanwhile, Fujin's breath became heavy. He was alarmed. Damn. A single summoning jutsu exhausted more than 40% of my chakra. The smoke dispersed, showing Goro. He looked at Fujin and exclaimed in joy, I knew it. I knew it. I dared my brothers to make a bet with me that you would summon me first. They didn't even dare to accept my bet. Ha 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 ha. Fujin watched with a deadpan expression. He sighed in his mind, looks like this jutsu is a waste until I can summon his brothers. Goro asked, so, why did you summon me? Tell me whose ass you want to be bitten? You can rely on me 100%. Fujin replied, sure I can. But I am not facing any enemy. I just want to see how a great winged saber-tooth like you fights. And I want to build good teamwork between us. Goro answered with a bit less excitement in his voice, oh, that sounds boring. But since you can see how great I am, I will show you. Fujin said, I am not sure how much we can fly here. Can you summon me to your mountain? We can experiment there. Goro nodded, alright, I will see you in a minute. He disappeared. Fujin sighed, did he fall on his head as a child or did Riz spoil him rotten for him to develop such a personality? I hope he fights well. Otherwise, it'd be completely hopeless. Fujin suddenly disappeared from the training ground and appeared at Mount Muteki in front of Goro. Fujin's sudden appearance was noticed by a few winged saber-tooths but they ignored him. Goro asked, so, what do you want to see first? Fujin looked around him. He was in a small cave with just Goro. He said, I want to see how a winged saber-tooth fights. Then, I can see how we can work together. Goro said, alright, climb on my back. Fujin climbed on his back. Goro said, hold tight. He spread his wings and jumped out of the cave. He flapped his wings a few times and began flying at a very fast speed. Chakra gathered in Fujin's eyes to keep them safe from the strong winds. Goro said with pride, the first thing you should know about us is that we fly very fast. Even most of the birds can't keep up with us. That is especially true for Kaido. He loves flying. He can fly as fast as lightning and can keep that speed up for days. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, speed of lightning is unrealistic. But if I assume that he flies twice as fast as Goro and can maintain that speed for hours, then he would be a very good aid in escaping. Chapter 225, The Abilities of a Winged Saber-Tooth. Goro moved towards a boulder on the huge mountain. He said, this should be a no-brainer, but we also have very high strength. He raised his paw and brought it down on the boulder with a lot of force. His paw split the boulder into two and turned a lot of it into dust. Fujin wasn't surprised. He expected such physical prowess from them. Goro said, see. How I turned it into dust with a wave of my paw. That's how strong I am. Fujin replied, yeah, that is very strong. I wouldn't want to be on the receiving end of it. Goro laughed, of course, you wouldn't. I could bite that stone too, but I don't want dust and soil in my mouth. Fujin said, it's fine. I can guess what a bite from you can do. Show me your other skills. Goro said, cool. He flapped his wings and moved away from the mountain and said, watch. This is the skill that makes us the apex predators. Goro's body suddenly became still. Chakra gathered on his wings. Fujin sensed it and was surprised. Nature chakra. Even the younger ones can use senjutsu? Goro flapped his wings again. This time, he didn't move. Instead, very strong winds flew downwards. Fujin was surprised. He analyzed, that attack is stronger than my supercharged infinite breakthrough. And at least a few times stronger. Goro chuckled, are you shocked? You are shocked, right? If I use this attack on animals on land, all of them will die. Even if they survive, they will be injured. And even if they are strong enough to resist, I can just fly away. Ha 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 ha. If anyone else heard Goro's words, they might feel contempt for his attitude. However, Fujin wasn't one of them. He agreed with Goro's strategy wholeheartedly. In Fujin's books, other than winning a war without fighting, the best way to fight was to maintain distance and keep attacking the enemy without allowing the enemy to attack back. And if the enemy is stronger, he can always run away and turn the fight into a game of tag. It was why Fujin learned so many jutsus that allowed him to hide and escape. Fujin thought, looks like I was hasty. He is good. Goro said, in addition, we can also do this. He began gathering chakra in his throat. He looked up and fired a beam made of wind. The beam hit the cloud and created a huge hole in it. Fujin observed the wind beam carefully. His eyes widened as he noticed how the beam worked. He couldn't help but mutter, incredible. Goro was surprised. He looked back at Fujin and asked, did you understand what happened? Fujin looked at Goro. He realized that Goro's breath had gotten heavier. He thought, it seems like the attack uses a lot of chakra. Fujin nodded, yeah. Though it seemed like a normal beam of wind, it is instead made of incredibly sharp winds. The inside of the beam is basically like a meat grinder. If anyone were to be hit by it, I doubt any flesh would be left on their bones. Goro exclaimed, wow. Father wasn't kidding when he said that your affinity to wind is very strong. And you are right. This is my most devastating attack. It is also the signature attack of our pride. We call it the wind breath or the breath of wind. The only way to survive it is if the opponent has a very tough body that can't be cut with my winds. But I haven't met any such opponents yet, ha ha ha. Even if someone has tough skin, they still have vulnerable parts like eyes, nose and ears. Fujin wondered, will I be able to withstand the attack with iron skin? I should test it later with my clones. Regardless, this attack is very dangerous. If I can learn it, I can use it like a cheap version of Dust Release. I can recall very few ninjas who could defend against this attack. Goro interrupted Fujin's thoughts and said, in addition, we also have some other moves. Like. He gathered chakra into his throat again and launched a ball of wind into the clouds. The attack left a small hole in the clouds. Fujin noticed, it is very similar to my vacuum cannon except for the fact that there is no vacuum core. However, its destructive power won't be much weaker than my vacuum cannon due to the amount of chakra he put into it. Goro said, this is our air bullet. We use it against weaker opponents as it doesn't need much chakra. Fujin said, that is still quite powerful. What else do you have? Goro answered, well, this is most of our traditional moves. Our fights usually involve us attacking with these attacks from a distance or using our strong bodies to crush our enemies. Some in the pride do make some of their personal moves or master another element, but I am still too young to learn them. Fujin quickly asked, I see. How old are you? Fujin was very interested in knowing the answer. After all, animals and humans had quite different growth stages and lifespans. Goro answered in a smug voice, I am one of the youngest in my pride and still one of the most reliable and strongest. I am only 39 years old. Fujin was stunned. He thought in disbelief, he is 39 years old? From the way he talked, I assumed he was 39 months old. Goro noticed that Fujin was speechless. He looked back and asked, you can't believe how young I am, right? Seeing my strength, I bet you thought I am some 300 years old monster, right? Ha ha ha. Fujin was left speechless. Though he had been very polite so far and praised Goro a few times to fan his ego so that he could get along better, he wasn't sure what he could say without being insulting. Luckily, Goro changed the subject. Now that you have seen what I can do, what ideas did you come up with for cooperation and teamwork? Fujin became serious and said, I haven't thought of much. Like you, I also specialize in wind manipulation. The only idea I had so far is launching my attacks at the same time as you to double our power or launching them alternatingly to double our attack frequency. Goro looked at Fujin suspiciously and asked, do you think that your wind attacks are as strong as mine? Fujin replied, your wind breath is stronger than anything I can do right now. But others, I can amplify with my own attacks. For instance, Fujin built up around 15% of his chakra and looked above. Wind style, infinite breakthrough jutsu. He released the supercharged jutsu at the clouds above them. Goro observed and commented, wow. That was good. Not as strong as mine, but good nonetheless. Fujin didn't answer and used another jutsu. Wind style, air bullet jutsu. He fired 15 air bullets. Goro said, "Not bad. They are much smaller in size, but the quantity is go." His eyes suddenly went wide open in shock. Fujin swung his sword and released a sword wave that split the clouds into two for over 100 meters. Goro exclaimed, "That was fucking good. You are strong." Fujin said, "I also have techniques to pierce into the strongest armor. So in case we encounter someone on whom your wind breath doesn't work, I could create openings in their defenses and let you kill them with ease. But, though it seems strong, a combination of two wind users won't be very good. I will learn a few fire attacks so that we could use a fire-wind combination attack." Goro said, "I agree. Not to mention, your chakra reserves took a big hit when you summoned me. That said, I am not sure how good a fire-wind combination attack will be." Fujin replied, "It'll be awesome. I have already tried it with others who can spit fire. But yeah, you are right. Summoning you consumed more than 40% of my chakra. If I summon you in a fight, I'll have very little chakra left. So you will have to do the majority of the fighting." Goro grinned and said, "As I said earlier, don't worry about it and leave everything to me." Ha 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 ha. Fujin sighed at his eccentricities but didn't say anything. After all, it was a good thing that Goro was willing to fight for him and that he seemed to be a very competent fighter. Fujin thought, though Ri said that my chakra growth will slow down, it is still growing at a considerable rate. In a year, it should grow sufficiently to at least make summoning Goro easier on my chakra reserves. Fujin and Goro tried a few combination attacks until Fujin ran out of chakra. Goro ended his reverse summoning and Fujin returned back to Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 226, Mystical Palm Jutsu. For the next couple of days, Fujin trained with Goro on Mount Muteki to improve their coordination. They first tried their moves on nearby mountains. When they got comfortable, they found nearby animals that Goro used to fight and began hunting. Finally, the day for training Mystical Palm Jutsu arrived. Fujin did his morning workout rituals and visited the hospital at noon. After asking, he entered the room where he would be taught. As soon as he did, 33 pairs of eyes landed on him. Fujin looked around. The room was very spacious. It had a huge blackboard on the opposite side of the entry door. It also had a long but thin indoor pool in the shape of an arc and curved tables lined up along its edge. A few fish swam in it. Fujin observed the other people in the room. He didn't recognize any of them. But a few of them recognized Fujin as they had seen him during the Chunin exams. However, before they could say anything, a bald guy entered the room and instructed loudly, "Take your seats, everyone. We don't have any time to waste." Fujin and the others who were standing took a seat while observing the instructor. He was completely bald and looked quite old. Two girls in their late teens entered the room and stood behind the instructor. The instructor walked to the front of the room and began writing on the blackboard. He said, "I am Yamanaka Yoshi. I will be teaching you the basics of Mystical Palm Jutsu and guiding you until I am sure that you can perform it. The girls standing behind you are Hyuga Ami and Kurama Asuka. They are training to become medical ninjas and they will be monitoring your progress and clearing your doubts." He looked around the room and muttered, "Just 34 are here. Looks like 2 didn't show up." He passed a sheet in the room and said, "Write your names on it. I will need it to keep track of your progress." He moved back to the blackboard and said, "I will first explain to you the theory behind Mystical Palm Jutsu. I will also tell you the advantages and disadvantages of it and tell you when to use it and when not to use it. Pay careful attention because if you use it when you shouldn't, you can kill your patient or force real medical nins to amputate them." His words made everyone in the room serious. Most of them were here because they wanted to help their teammates or themselves in case of a major injury. So worsening an injury was the last thing they would want to happen. For the next couple of hours, Yoshi kept giving his lecture. He also cleared any doubts anyone had. Fujin paid careful attention and took some notes down alongside others in the room. When he stopped, the room sighed in relief. None of the people here were as young as Fujin. It had been years since they had to sit in the academy and hear lectures. Yoshi said, "Now that I have explained everything to you and cleared your doubts, we will begin hands-on training. But before we begin, we will be splitting the room into 2. As I had said earlier, Mystical Palm requires very precise chakra control. So the ones who are confident in their chakra control, walk towards the tables. The others keep sitting where you are." Fujin was very confident in his chakra control. He got up and moved towards the tables. So did 11 other people. The 2 assistants also moved next to Yoshi. Hyuga Ami was holding a rather thick scroll. She laid it on the table and opened it a bit until a seal could be seen in the scroll. Yoshi walked in front of it and made a hand sign. A fish popped up in the seal. He said, "This storage scroll has 100 storage seals with 100 injured fishes in it. We will be using them to test your jutsu. He extended his right hand towards the fish. Green chakra appeared on his hand and began pouring into the fish. For the next 30 seconds, the fish didn't make any movements and kept laying as if it was dead. However, it soon began making small movements. In a minute, it jumped off the scroll and landed in the pool. Yoshi said with a smile, "This is how you do it." No one in the room was surprised. After all, everyone had seen medical ninjas in action. Yoshi said, "Though this looks simple, it will take a long time for you to learn this. You first need to develop good chakra control and you will need 4 to 6 months after that to be able to heal the fish as I did. You will require another 6 months of training to be able to use this jutsu safely on ninjas." His words surprised everyone in the room. Fujin thought, almost 1 year for just mastering this basic jutsu? He couldn't help but mutter in his mind, it's just using our chakra to increase the body's natural healing. How tough can it be? Yoshi noticed the looks of skepticism on most of the trainees. However, he wasn't surprised. He scoffed in his mind, it's the same every month. They think that it is an easy jutsu that they will learn in a few days. Half of them won't even have the patience to dedicate enough time to this jutsu to master it. He looked at the 12 who had claimed that they had good chakra control and said, "You try it first. Be careful about the amount of chakra you use." Hyuga Ami and Kurama Asuka rolled the scroll until 12 seals were visible and summoned 12 fishes. Fujin and the rest stepped forward. Fujin observed his fish and observed, this fish almost looks dead. I wonder how they put fish in such a state. The seal looks similar to the one Uchiha Sora used to store the dead body. So it should have slowed time to preserve the fish in this state. He extended his palm towards the fish and began releasing an extremely tiny amount of chakra. The chakra touched the body of the fish and began entering it. Fujin frowned but stayed steady as he realized, my chakra isn't entering his body without any resistance. The fish's body is resisting my chakra, making healing tougher. In addition, if I increase power, it will probably destroy the fish's body instead of healing it. Fujin kept at it while releasing chakra as slowly as he could. However, even after 3 minutes, there wasn't any change in the fish. In the meantime, the other 11 were also trying. In under a minute, 4 fish were burnt enough to be safe for consumption. In the next minute, another 4 were burnt alive. While the remaining 3 couldn't insert their chakra into the fish. Yoshi's eyes moved on all 12 trainees before being glued to Fujin. He thought, not bad. He was able to insert some chakra into the fish without burning it. Fujin's attention was completely on the fish. He thought, at this rate, I don't think the fish will be healed today. I should increase the chakra. He did say that it will take 4 to 6 months to learn this. Burning 1 fish should be fine. Fujin slowly increased his chakra output for the next 30 seconds. As he did, he noticed that a fin moved. He immediately stopped increasing the chakra and maintained his current rate. However, in 10 seconds, he noticed that the skin had begun burning. He immediately lowered his chakra output. Yoshi's eyes widened in surprise. He thought, what chakra control? Even senior medical ninjas wouldn't be able to control their chakra this well every time. Despite lowering the chakra output, the fish's flesh was completely burned. Fujin sighed and picked up the fish. He thought, I can't heal if it resists my chakra. Fujin felt someone staring at him. He looked to his right and saw Kurama Asuka staring at him. Chakra flowed through his hand as he properly cooked the fish and asked, are these fish safe to be eaten? Asuka snorted and swiped the fish off his hand and said, you are here to learn healing and not cooking. Fujin sighed, if I knew that there would be a 2-hour lecture, I'd have brought some snacks. Yoshi said, that's enough. Go back and sit and analyze where you went wrong. He looked towards the others and instructed, half of you come here and try healing the fish. 11 people got up and went to the table while Fujin and the rest took their seats. At the same time Emi and Asuka swapped the fishes, Yoshi arrived in front of Fujin and the rest who tried healing the fish. Chapter 227, Yang Style. Yoshi asked, what have you learned from your failed attempt? One of the trainees said, we have to be very careful with the amount of chakra we put in the fish. If we use more chakra, it can very easily burn up. Another said, but if we use less chakra, the fish won't heal. Another couple of trainees gave similar answers before going quiet. The ones who hadn't attempted healing yet paid attention as they would soon face the same troubles. Yoshi looked at Fujin and asked, anything else? Fujin wasn't planning to answer as he expected the instructor to explain the obstacle he faced regardless of his answer. But noticing his gaze, Fujin answered, the fish's body resists our chakra. So very little chakra is actually used to heal the chakra. Yoshi nodded, you are right. In truth, all 12 of you faced this issue. Otherwise, even with little chakra, you would have been able to heal a little bit, and with excessive chakra, you would have first noticed rapid healing before the fish got burned. He looked at Fujin and asked, can you guess why the fish resisted your chakra? Fujin answered, I am not sure. The only possible explanation I can come up with is that the fish's body instinctively resisted as my chakra was a foreign chakra. But if that is the case, healing would be abnormally difficult. Especially since the fish's body has minuscule chakra when compared with ninjas. Yoshi replied, your guess is wrong. There are two reasons why the fish's body instinctively rejects and resists your chakra. The first reason is that your chakra is too harsh. This type of chakra is very effective in combat and hence all of you release this chakra instinctively. But, to heal, you need to release a very gentle and docile chakra. Only then it will be accepted by the patient's body and help heal their bodies. Fujin and the rest were surprised. Fujin asked, what do you mean by gentle and docile chakra? Yoshi answered, it means that your chakra shouldn't threaten your patient's body and must feel soothing enough for them to not resist at all and instead allow it to do its work. You will need to eliminate any thoughts you have about killing or fighting before you heal a patient and only then will you be able to heal. Of course, with practice, you will begin releasing a gentle chakra with ease. This is one of the main reasons why it takes so long to learn this jutsu. The second reason is that the chakra you used was attributeless. Though it seems that medical ninjutsu doesn't need any nature manipulation, it isn't the case. You have to only utilize the yang aspect of chakra while using medical ninjutsu. Fujin's eyes widened. He thought, yang style? Medical ninjutsu requires yang release. Will we be trained in it? Fujin asked, how can we only utilize the yang aspect of our chakra? Does it have similar training like the way we train for normal natures? Yoshi shook his head and explained, there is no way to train in yang style. He stopped and corrected himself, no, that wouldn't be right to say. But the methods to train yang style are all secret techniques. So you won't be able to get access to them. As for mystical palm jutsu, you will employ the most basic method for utilizing yang nature. You will keep trying to heal fish until you are able to heal using only the yang aspect of your chakra. Once you find it, you should practice a few hundred times so that you master using that aspect. His words made everyone frown. After all, this was like finding a needle in a haystack. It would be difficult, time-consuming and very luck-based. One ninja, who was from the Yamanaka clan as well, asked, can we perform medical ninjutsu using the yin aspect of our chakra? Yoshi replied, you can, but it is very difficult. Only senior medical ninjas can do so. And even then, we don't use it for healing external wounds. So focus on learning the yin aspect of the chakra. Yoshi looked at him and said, however, if you know yin style, then learning basic yang style will be easier. You just have to avoid releasing the yin aspect of chakra. The ninja nodded and said, thank you for the tip, Yoshi-sensei. Yoshi looked at everyone and asked, do you have any more doubts? No one asked any questions. So he returned to monitor the next batch of trainees. Fujin closed his eyes and began thinking about Yoshi's words, so I will have to separate yang and yin aspects of the chakra to learn mystical palm jutsu. And here I thought that I'd get it down in no time. Still, this is good. Going by Yoshi's words, if I can learn yang style, I should also learn yin style. So my Ganjutsu would become stronger. I might be able to use it in battle against stronger enemies as well. That said, I guess making my chakra gentle first would be the challenge. To eliminate all thoughts of fighting and killing? That's tough. Or would have been tough if I hadn't just experienced it while traveling on Riz head. Maybe I should go back to him and see how I could experience it again. Though I guess that I should first take a look at what methods the village has. After all, I did feel that I was able to slightly heal the fish. It is probably why Yoshi asked me a question specifically. The remaining 22 people tried healing the fish and met with similar obstacles. Yoshi didn't see anyone noteworthy among them. So once everyone was done, he had a similar exchange with the remaining trainees. Once all doubts were resolved, he summarized, as you have already tried healing, you would have realized the three major aspects of healing. The first is having a gentle chakra that doesn't make the patient feel any threat. The second is utilizing the yang aspect of your chakra. And the last is having very good chakra control. He looked at everyone and said, that's it for today. We will meet again after 7 days at noon. In these 7 days, I want you to do only one thing. Meditate for as long as you can, and while meditating, think of happy thoughts or pleasant memories. The next time you attempt healing, you will try to think of those memories before healing. Fujin watched him with a dumbfounded look. He thought, what the hell? That's how you make your chakra gentle? You couldn't come with any other bullshit. And this is the village that has the most advanced medical ninjutsu? No wonder Hiruzen shot down Tsunoda's proposal of training a lot of medical ninjas. Imagine thousands of ninjas thinking happy thoughts while the rest fought. Like Fujin, many were speechless by what Yoshi asked them to do. However, if they knew what Yoshi's thoughts were, they would begin cursing him right away. Yoshi enjoyed the look of disbelief on the trainees. He thought, Making your chakra gentle isn't difficult. As they keep practicing this jutsu, their chakra will automatically become gentle and docile unless they keep getting angry or frustrated. But, since every one of them thinks that learning this jutsu is easy, I might as well have some fun with them. Just the thought of them meditating while having pleasant thoughts is hilarious. It'll be even more fun when they get annoyed as it won't work, ha ha ha. Yoshi dismissed everyone. When the room was empty, a smile appeared on Yoshi's face. Emi and Asuka sighed thinking, this old geezer is messing around once again. Fujin moved to Akiraku while thinking, that old geezer was definitely messing with us when he said that. Something seemed off. Though I didn't sense a lie, he is a medical ninja from the Yamanaka clan. So he might be a good censor as well. It won't be difficult for him to lie without being sensed. That said, meditation in itself isn't bad. I should stabilize my mind by meditating for a few hours and eliminating all thoughts before I visit next week. More importantly, I should focus on the yang style. Fujin reached Akiraku and ate while thinking about yang style. Chapter 228, Yin and Yang. Fujin sat in his meditation room and sat in a meditative position. Soon, chakra could be seen surrounding his body. Fujin's mind was analyzing his chakra, yang and yin nature. How can I segregate the two? As Fujin inspected his chakra, he analyzed, yang style is described as the physical energy that governs vitality, growth, and life force. Meanwhile, yin style is described as the spiritual energy that governs imagination, creativity, and the formation of shape and form. If I have to compare them with techniques, then yang style is often connected with taijutsu while yin style is linked with ganjutsu. Ninjutsu needs a balance of both of them. But, when we train taijutsu, ganjutsu or ninjutsu, we don't feel the yang or yin aspects of chakra. Fujin clenched his fist and raised it in front of his hands as continued analyzing, if yang style is just the physical energy, then can this be considered as yang style? After all, it enhances my physique. Chakra appeared around his fist. The chakra grew larger and at the same time, Fujin's fist became stronger. Fujin's eyes widened and began glowing as he realized, no, the chakra on my fist is just normal chakra. After all, I haven't segregated the chakra. But, when I focus the chakra on my fist itself becomes much more resilient. Otherwise, every time I punch something, my fist will become a bloody mess due to the recoil. The chakra that enhances my fist is the yang aspect of my chakra. Fujin didn't analyze anything for a couple of minutes and let the realization sink in. Finally, he let out a sigh and muttered, so learning Senju Taijutsu chakra automatically teaches us yang style. So I have known how to use yang style for more than a year without knowing that I know it. He lowered his fist and thought, sigh, you could have at least told me Renjiro. Do these guys get a kick out of keeping some details a secret? Still, to think that he taught me yang style. He wasn't kidding about the magnanimity of the Senju clan. No way any other clan would teach yin or yang style to outsiders. Fujin focused his chakra once again. This time, a thin layer of chakra gathered on his entire body. However, the chakra began decreasing and soon dissipated. However, chakra was still gathered in his flesh. Fujin felt that his body was much stronger. He opened his eyes and raised his right hand in front of him. A formless chakra appeared on his palm. Fujin thought, this should be pure yang chakra. Since there is no yin chakra involved, I can't control its shape. I guess Yoshi wasn't speaking the complete truth then. With just yang chakra, a medical ninja won't be able to heal perfectly. They will need a little bit of yin chakra to control the yang chakra so that they can heal effectively. But, since he said that we just need to keep trying until we find the right proportions, I guess that we will eventually be able to release chakra that is majorly yang but has a bit of yin to control it appropriately. Anyways. Suddenly, yin chakra flowed into his right palm and mixed with the yang chakra. The chakra took the shape of a ball and began rotating rapidly. Fujin analyzed, so in the case of Rasengan, yang chakra is responsible for the damage while yin chakra is responsible for the rotation and a spherical form. To think that I was able to just do it subconsciously without knowing the details. The same should be the case with every ninjutsu. Fujin went into the lowest basement and began experimenting with all his ninjutsus. He began studying how yin and yang chakra worked in every ninjutsu. 3 days later, Fujin was standing in his basement. He made a few hand signs. Bringer of darkness jutsu. Immediately, the entire room went dark. A smile formed on Fujin's face. Great. The time needed to reduce this jutsu has been reduced by 3 times. Though I spent 3 days studying yang and yin style, it was time well spent. I will be able to improve my ninjutsus as well. Though they wouldn't have such a huge improvement, it is still better than nothing. Fujin left the basement and freshened himself up. He had barely rested for 3 days. He thought, since I have learned both yang and yin styles, it's time for a treat. Fujin spent the remaining day visiting all his favorite restaurants in Hidden Lee Village until he was full. The next day, Fujin summoned Goro and asked Goro to reverse summon him. When Fujin appeared on Mount Muteki, Goro asked, "What do you want to train in today?" Fujin replied, "I want to talk with your father. Can you take me to him?" Goro nodded, "Sure. Climb on my majestic back." Goro carried Fujin on his back and flew away from Mount Muteki. En route, Fujin said, "By the way, I had a few more ideas for combination jutsus. You will love the next one." Goro grinned and said, "I can't wait to try. Thanks to you, I have become even more amazing. I will leave both Kurogen and Kaido in the dust, ha ha ha." In a few minutes, they arrived before Rizhumonga's body. Ryu was resting, however, he opened an eye to see Goro flying towards him. Goro landed in front of him and said, "Father, Fujin wanted to see you, so he summoned the most amazing winged saber-tooth to help him. See ya." He dropped Fujin and flew away without waiting for Riz's reply. Riz sighed at his son's antics and muttered in a sleepy tone, "What do you want?" Fujin replied, "I want to experience the nature chakra once again." "Can you monitor me?" Ryu asked with one eye closed, "Why do you want to experience that again?" Fujin answered, "I am trying to learn mystical palm jutsu. The instructor said that we need to have a very calm and pleasant mind in order to learn it. And I felt the most calm and pleasant when we flew to Mount Muteki last time." Riz stared at Fujin and asked lazily, "Is mystical palm jutsu that healing jutsu?" Fujin nodded. Riz said in the same tone, "So you want to tell me that you need to sense nature chakra in order to learn a basic healing jutsu?" Fujin felt awkward upon hearing his question. He said, "Well, it isn't a necessity. But it will be of great help." Riz said, "If you keep sensing nature chakra again and again, you will inevitably begin absorbing it as well. And you aren't ready to absorb it. If you do, the only result will be your death. So stop using excuses to achieve that state once again. I know that it feels great and you would want to feel it again and again, but be patient for a few years." Ryu closed his eye and Fujin disappeared, leaving a cloud of smoke. Fujin appeared back in his basement. A look of surprise could be seen on his face as he muttered, "Did he end Goro's summon so casually?" He got up and sighed, that state felt so peaceful and heavenly. Perhaps it truly felt addictive. I guess Ryu was right in calling the reason an excuse. Oh well, I'll see how it goes in the next training session. For now, it's time to retrain my jutsus. Fujin went to the training ground. He began using the jutsus that he had already mastered and began using them while properly applying yang and yin chakras. He decided, I will begin with the infinite breakthrough jutsu. He gathered chakra in his throat while segregating it into yang and yin. He used the yang chakra to provide power to the jutsu and used the yin chakra to decide the shape and range of the jutsu. Then, he exhaled a normal infinite breakthrough jutsu. Fujin analyzed, the speed of performing the jutsu is much slower. But it's understandable as I am not doing it the normal way. I will need to keep practicing to see how much the speed will improve. If it still takes longer, then it won't be worth it. Fujin kept practicing. As he did, his speed increased and a smile formed on his face as he could see the benefits of this new way. He ate a soldier pill so that he could train for longer. Soon, the skies went dark. Fujin gathered chakra once again and instinctively split it into yang and yin. He exhaled another infinite breakthrough jutsu. The jutsu traveled in a straight line like a beam with a 2-meter radius.